Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 1 Ancestor Sign-In System. Yanhuangdao Realm, Qingxian Continent, Great Qian Dynasty. East Heavenly King Mansion, Ye Family. The courtyard of a magnificent royal palace with blue bricks, white tiles and an antique style was already filled with people. Among the crowd, a tall, strong and domineering man stood at the front, looking at the Ye family ancestral pavilion in the distance, his face full of worry. "Father, how long do you think the old ancestor will need to remain in seclusion this time? The Great Qian dynasty is becoming more and more chaotic. If the old ancestor is not here, my Ye family may very well perish in this storm." A young man wearing heavy armor and with a determined look on his face came out and asked with a worried look on his face. "Alas, I don't know either. The ancestor said before he went into seclusion that it would take at least 3 to 5 years, or at most 10 years. Counting the time, 20 years have passed. Logically speaking, the ancestor should have broken through his life and death barrier and come out long ago." A bad premonition flashed across the face of Ye Qingkang, the current patriarch of the Ye family. "Father, do you think the old ancestor would? Did something happen to the ancestor? Grandpa, please don't get into any trouble. God bless you." The people around seemed to have guessed something and started to get agitated. The ancestor of the Ye family is a powerful figure in the life and death realm and the backbone of the Ye family. If the ancestor did not guard the Ye family would be swallowed up by other forces sooner or later. "Don't talk nonsense. The ancestor is a powerful person in the life and death realm. How could he die? You guys guard this place. I will go into the ancestral land to check it out." When Ye Qingkang saw the noisy crowd, his face turned dark and he shouted at everyone. "Regardless of whether the ancestor has died or not, this news must not be spread, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." "Yes, father. Yes, chief." Seeing the expression on Ye Qingkang's face, everyone was shocked and said hurriedly. As the head of the Ye family, Ye Qingkang is the second most important person in the Ye family. Apart from the ancestor of the Ye family, he has the highest prestige and strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Ye Qingkang moved his feet and slowly walked towards the forbidden area in the cave where the ancestor was in seclusion. In the deepest part of the Ye family's forbidden area, an old man with a head full of white hair sat on a dusty stone platform like a monk in meditation, surrounded by densely packed formation runes. This person is the ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Xiu, a strong man in the middle stage of life and death realm. However, judging from the aura on his body, this person has been in meditation for many years. Due to the terrifying level of his own cultivation, his body has remained immortal, just like a living person. Buzz buzz buzz. Cough cough cough. In the silent and dark cave mansion, a cough suddenly sounded, and Ye Xiu, who had no breath of life at all, suddenly moved strangely. "Where is this place? Why is it so dark?" Ye Xiu looked at the dark cave mansion, looking confused. "Nanny, did I transmigrate? No way, there really is such a good thing." Ye Xiu looked at the gradually brightening cave mansion and the densely packed strange words around it, his face filled with shock. In his previous life, he had been a senior novel lover for 10 years and also wanted to transmigrate to another world one day. He never expected that such a great opportunity would happen to him. It really was God's will. In his previous life, he was just a young man in his 20s, without parents, who finished college with the help of the government. After graduating from college, he had no background and could only find a job that barely made ends meet. Fortunately, he was alone, and if he ate enough, the whole family would not be hungry. Later, he was fed up with the 996 overtime life and the internal competition of the company, so Ye Xiu resigned from the company, and then in his 20s, he took a detour of 30 years and became a security guard at Taishan parking lot. He thought he would live a peaceful life like this, but he saw the shadow of 9 dragons pulling a coffin in the Taishan parking lot, dragging a young man away. He thought it was his eyes, but the next second when he was browsing Douyin, he saw a 2.5-year-old chicken singing, dancing, rap and playing basketball. He had never seen such a novel scene in his 20 years of life, and he immediately liked it crazily. However, because his hands were moving too fast, the Apple phone suddenly short-circuited, and his mind began to become unclear. He only vaguely remembered that his last thought before he fell into a coma was to buy a Hawaii iPhone after waking up. Long-lasting, durable, and leak-proof. No one expected that they would be transmigrated to this different world. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Yeshiu was still sighing, a huge memory came from the depths of his mind. This was the memory of the ancestor of the Ye family. Coincidentally, this body is also called Yeshiu, and is exactly the same as his previous life. However, when the ancestor of the Ye family was crossing the threshold of life and death, his cultivation suddenly went wrong, and then he became possessed and fell into this cave mansion. It was not until now that he suddenly transmigrated and occupied the body of the ancestor of the Ye family that he woke up. Hey, senior! We are all pitiful people. Since I occupy your body, I am a member of the Ye family. I will protect the Ye family for you. Yeshiu sighed and said silently in his heart. If fate allows him to occupy Yeshiu's body and get a chance to be reborn, he will cherish everything he has now, become the new ancestor of the Ye family, and protect the Ye family. He had seen many such transition and migration scenes in his previous life. He believed that the Ye family had done him a great favor by giving him a new life. All he could do was to protect the Ye family with all his strength and shoulder the responsibility of being the ancestor of the Ye family. As if hearing Yeshiu's words, all the obsession of the Ye family ancestor remaining in Yeshiu's body disappeared, and Yeshiu successfully broke through his own life and death barrier, successfully stepping into the 7th level from the 6th level of life and death realm. From now on, I am Yeshiu, the ancestor of the Ye family, and I will fight to the death. A terrifying aura flashed in Yeshiu's eyes, and the entire cave mansion began to tremble violently in an instant. If it weren't for the large formation that was set up before, the leaked aura alone would have been enough to cause the cave mansion to collapse. Such abundant power, worthy of being a cultivation world, even the missiles from the blue planet in my previous life can't hurt me at all. Ye Feng clenched his fist again and began to get familiar with the power in his body little by little. Now he felt that there was endless power hidden in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Ancestor sign-in system, the system is binding. Just when Yeshiu was still immersed in the joy of his transmigrate, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ha ha ha, my gold finger finally arrived, Yeshiu muttered to himself. As a blue star person, he was very familiar with the system. However, when he heard that it was the Ancestor sign-in system, Yeshiu frowned and then asked in his mind, System, what functions do you have? Tell me quickly. Ding, the Ancestor sign-in system has many functions, and the host needs to check it himself. However, there are two most basic functions. Function 1, Ancestor system. As long as the family the host is bound to is stronger, the host will get rewards, such as law treasure, cultivation, skills, divine beasts, etc. In short, the stronger the family, the richer the rewards you can get. Function 2, sign-in system. As long as the host signs in every day, he can get some rewards. The more luck there is, the better the treasures you sign into. The system's cold voice sounded in Yeshiu's mind. Ancestor system, sign-in system. It seems that the stronger the family is, the richer the reward I get for signing in. Hee, Ancestor, my luck is really good. Yeshiu smiled complacently. As an old bookworm, he knew the cruelty of the cultivation world. In the novels of his previous life, the protagonists fought hard for luck, and even those who had the aura of the protagonists almost died. He didn't want to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Now that he had this system, he only needed to punch in at the Ye family every day and train the younger generation of the Ye family. The opportunity to cultivate would come easily. With this system, I don't even need the law treasure ancestor of this world. As long as I can survive long enough, I will be invincible. Yeshiu dragged his chin, as if thinking of the leisurely life in the future, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a wretched smile. Being the sixth brother is fun for a while, and being the sixth brother will always be fun. Ding, it is detected that this is the ancestral land of the Ye family. Host, Do you want to bind to the Ye family? Warning, you can only bind to one family in your lifetime, please choose carefully. The system's cold voice sounded again. Bound to a family for life. Ye Xiu muttered to himself, and said without hesitation, the four most famous families in the novel world, Ye, Lin, Xiao, and Chu, the Ye family is the number one family in fantasy, so there is no loss if bound. The system binds the Ye family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tying up the ancient family of the Ye family and obtaining the system's highest level immortal reward, undying and indestructible divine body. Please check it yourself. Chapter 2. Ancient Family? The immortal level rewards the divine body. What kind of physique is this? How come I have never heard of it? When Ye Xiu heard what the system said, his face was full of confusion. What is the ancient aristocratic family, the Ye family? His Ye family is just a family of the great Qian dynasty. This ancient aristocratic family sounds very powerful, so how could his Ye family be the ancient Ye family? He was also full of questions about the immortal level reward of the system, the divine body. Shouldn't the highest level reward of the system be a terrifying physique like desolate ancient saint body, heavenly hegemony physique, innate sacred body Deo fetus? What the hell was this divine body? With countless questions in his mind, Ye Xiu's spiritual sense moved and he began to look up the information of the undying and indestructible zombie divine body. Undying and indestructible divine body, it comes from the mysterious prehistoric world. It is a stronger version of the zombie king divine body. It is truly undying and indestructible. It jumps out of the three realms and is not invisible. The karma will never be imposed on it, and all laws will not invade it. The evil will retreat. Divine Body Attribute 1, Undying and Indestructible, Defense that no one can break. Divine Body Attribute 2, Human Corpse Exchange, Transformed into a Zombie. Strength increases dramatically. Divine Body Attribute 3, It can conceal one's vitality, and no one can see through his cultivation. Divine Body Attribute 4, Shrink the earth to an inch, can transform one's own form at will, and transform into any number of forms. This physique is actually stronger than the four corpse ancestors' surrendered ministers. This is simply against the will of heaven. Ye Xiu looked at the introduction on the system panel and his heart couldn't help but thump. The prehistoric world is countless times stronger than his world, and the physique he obtained is the divine body, which is known as the undying and indestructible divine body. He is invincible from the start. If he integrates this physique, no one can kill him even if his cultivation is low. System, how does this undying and indestructible divine body compare to the physiques of those in this universe? The system's products must be top-notch. The undying and indestructible divine body is already the strongest physique in the universe. Awesome! Ye Xiu heard the system's words and shouted in surprise from the depths of his mind. He didn't expect the system's first reward to be so awesome. As long as he merged this physique, not to mention those attributes, he would be undying and indestructible. Even if he stood there and let people kill him, no one could kill him. By the way, what's going on with this ancient Ye family? Ye Xiu remembered that the system rewarded him with such awesome things because he was bound to the ancient Ye family. The ancient Ye family was definitely not his current Ye family. The system has no permission to query, please check on your own. It seems that the Ye family has some secrets that I don't know. Ye Xiu thought about it and didn't continue to think about it. He said to the system silently, System, merge the undying and indestructible divine body. Ding, fusion in progress, current fusion degree 1%, 2%, 99%. Ding, fusion successful. Roar. A heart-wrenching pain came over Ye Xiu, his eyes blurred and he fainted instantly. Ye Xiu had just fainted when a strange zombie shadow appeared above his body. Behind the phantom of the zombie god, the universe was vast and demons were bowing. Even the evil spirits and fierce beasts restrained their ferocity after sensing this strange and terrifying aura, fearing that they would attract the attention of the phantom. The zombie god's scarlet eyes swept the universe behind him, and in an instant a corpse aura that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the entire universe. After the corpse aura passed, everything around it turned to dust. The zombie roared and slowly merged into Yeshiu's body. Fortunately, such a horrifying phenomenon was covered up by a system, otherwise the pressure from the zombie god's phantom would probably turn this world into a death zone. As time passed, Yeshiu's body began to stiffen and transform into a zombie. His eyes began to turn scarlet, more evil than the eyes of any ghost or beast. His limbs and torso also began to become stiff. Even if the great principle came down to earth, it would not cause any harm to him. From then on, Yeshiu could easily catch the emperor weapon with his bare hands. Roar, roar, roar. The unconscious Yeshiu gradually woke up, and a pair of scarlet fangs grew out of his mouth. It really hurts, but it looks like I succeeded, ha ha ha. Yeshiu slowly stood up his divine body. Although his appearance was the same as before, his scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, and the indestructible feeling on his skin undoubtedly showed that he had successfully merged the undying and indestructible divine body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yeshiu took out his sword and chopped his own hand. The sword shattered instantly, but his body was intact. This abnormal defense power made Yeshiu extremely surprised. Tisk tisk tisk, it's worthy of being a divine body, really awesome. Yeshiu didn't feel the slightest bit of regret about the sword being broken. With such terrifying defensive power, weapons weren't important anymore. System, bring up the character panel. OK. Host, Yeshiu. Family, Ancient Ye family. Cultivation, Life and Death Realm 9th layer. Physique, Undying and Indestructible Divine Body. Law Treasure, none. Talent Tribe, none. Number of sign-ins, once. With a 9th layer of Life and Death Realm and a divine body, even the powerful conferred king is probably not my opponent. In this great Qian dynasty, I should be invincible. Yeshiu looked at his own realm and physique and smiled. According to the memory of the ancestor of the Ye family, the realm of cultivation in this world is divided into 3 realms: body refining realm, acquired realm, and innate realm. This is the realm where the martial artist refines the basics of the body, and is essentially still a realm of mortals. The realm reached afterwards has surpassed that of ordinary people, and it can be said that one has truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Spiritual realm, mysterious realm, venerable realm, life and death realm. These realms can be regarded as immortals on land, who can turn rivers and seas upside down and destroy an entire country by themselves. Conferred king, conferred sovereign emperor level. Each realm is divided into 9th layer days, 1 to 3rd layer is the early stage, 4 to 6th layer is the middle stage, and 7 to 9th layer is the late stage. After 9th layer, if you are extremely talented, you can go further and enter the ultimate realm, 10th layer Great Completion. Great Completion is enough to challenge the next realm. These 3 realms are equivalent to immortals, which are beyond human reach. From ancient times to the present, the great Qian dynasty has only produced a few conferred kings. As for the title of conferred sovereign and the subsequent realms, they are only circulated in legends. At least the great Qian dynasty has never appeared. Not bad, not bad. Life and Death Realm 9th layer, combat power conferred king. In this big fight, he should be the opponent of my ancestor. Yeshiu grinned and continued, but although I am undying and indestructible, I still have to wait and develop the Ye family first. And if I am not strong enough and encounter a strong person at the transcendent level and get sealed, it will be boring to death. Although he will not die, the people of the Ye family do not have his undying and indestructible physique, so he should wait until the Ye family is developed. Besides, the stronger the Ye family is, the richer his reward will be. It is a good thing to have the best of both worlds. Ding, there is one more sign-in attempt left, do you want to sign in? There is one more sign-in, system sign-in. Signing in to the Ye family Ancestral Pavilion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal treasure, the Moonlight box. Oh my god, it's actually the Moonlight box. Yeshiu's face was full of disbelief. He thought he was extremely lucky to get an immortal level physique, but he didn't expect another one to come right away. He was really lucky. In his joy, Yeshiu gave the system a thumbs up and said, "System, if I could sign in treasures like this every time, I would worship you as my ancestor." You are dreaming. The probability of signing in at the immortal level is less than 0.1%. The reason you got immortal level treasures twice is first because you are bound to the ancient Ye family, and this family has extremely terrifying luck. Second, this is the Ye family's ancestral pavilion. The 4 figures above each have earth-shaking strength and origins. They have been worshipped here for countless years, so naturally it contains terrifying luck. This is also the reason why you can sign in for immortal level rewards. Don't expect to be so lucky next time. The system's cold and ruthless voice was like a basin of cold water poured on Yeshiu's face. Tisk. Yeshiu sneered, then turned his gaze to the box in his hand. Moonlight treasure box, a time treasure from the mythical universe. Chanting the formula can transmigrate time and space, changing the direction of some things, but will not affect the general direction of future time and space. This treasure can isolate any cause and effect. Warning: this item can be used once every 100 years, and can travel within the past 1000 years and the future 1000 years. This function is similar to that of Westward Journey. It can travel through thousands of years, which is pretty good. If the family makes a mistake in the future, they can use this Moonlight box to change the ending. People of the Ye family are protected by someone in the Ye family, but if something happens outside the Ye family, he is sometimes out of reach. At that time, he can use the Moonlight box to change the course of events. With this thing, the people of the Ye family will undoubtedly have an extra life. After Yeshiu finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the ancestral statue in the center of the ancestral temple, which was being worshipped with incense. The first ancestor of the Ye family, the founder of the Ye family. His origin is unknown, and he possesses great terror. The second ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Zhangtian. An immortal emperor-level warrior who fought all his life and finally betrayed the way of heaven. He became the first emperor of this kind in history. He buried the sky, the earth, and all living things. The third ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Fan. An immortal emperor-level expert, he was born as a great accomplishment desolate ancient saint body, breaking all records of cultivation. He founded the heavenly court and covered the sky with one leaf. The fourth ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Feng. An immortal emperor-level warrior, possessing the divine body of the dragon elephant prison, he founded the Underworld Palace. The Underworld Palace has countless masters, including the 2 gods, 3 lords, 4 souls, and 5 absolutes, and is one of the most mysterious forces in the universe. Together with the abandoned heavenly emperor He Longtian, he created the strongest era of the 3 emperors. The 4 ancestors actually have such origins. Yeshiu looked at the words on the ancient stone tablet, and was extremely shocked. Immortal emperor-level strongmen, the universe of the heavens, the heavenly palace and the underworld palace, just thinking about these names will tell you that they have huge origins. Especially the heavenly palace and the underworld palace, is this a name that most people would dare to give it? Now he finally understood why he could obtain 2 immortal treasures by signing in and binding. With such a powerful family, if he could find these 4 ancestors, even without the system, it would be enough to walk sideways in this universe. Yeshiu was shocked for a moment and then continued reading, and then he read the origin of the Ye family of the Great Qian dynasty. It turns out that their current Ye family is not the real ancient Ye family, the largest family in the universe. Their ancestors accidentally came to this time and space when they were traveling, and then stayed here. After countless years of development, it became the Ye family of the Great Qian dynasty. However, the Ye family bloodline in their bones has not changed at all. 4 ancestors, one day I will lead the current Ye family back to the ancient Ye family and recognize our ancestors. Yeshiu said this and bowed respectfully to the 4 law manifestations above. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Cultivate a descendant of life and death realm. Mission reward, Invincible realm. Mission failure, reclaim the Moonlight box. May I ask if the host accepts? System, you look down on me a little too much. If I can't even train a descendant from the life and death realm, how can I lead the Ye family to recognize their ancestors and return to their roots? Yeshiu smiled disdainfully and continued, accept. Such a free reward is a must. Besides, the Invincible domain sounds very powerful. If it is deployed in the Ye family, whoever comes will die. Ding, received successfully. The system beeped once, and then there was no more news. Chapter 3. Rumble. Suddenly, the ancestral pavilion began to tremble violently. Ye Xiu, who was still secretly exploring the system, hurriedly exited his mind space and turned his gaze to the 4 ancestral spirit tablets in the center of the ancestral pavilion. The spirit tablets of the 4 ancestors trembled, and then wisps of green smoke emerged from the tablets, gradually condensing into 4 terrifying figures. The first one turned his back to the common people, and all things in the universe prostrate themselves at his feet. The second one was unruly, and the endless black smoke of terror around him destroyed one world after another. Even the heaven, which was high above and indifferent to all living things, did not dare to compete with him. The third one was extremely domineering. He was sitting above the galaxy, watching the rise and fall of the era. With a casual clench of his fist, an ancient god fiend was reduced to ashes in his hand. The last one sat on a black throne, with 2 terrifying and arrogant men standing on his left and right. In the hall below, dozens of peerless figures with terrifying auras were crawling. Ye Xiu, meet the 4 ancestors. Seeing this, Ye Xiu hurriedly saluted respectfully. Get up, I didn't expect that my Supreme Emperor clan Ye family actually left a trace of blood here. The shadow of the Ye family's ancestors smiled faintly and continued, since you can let us manifest, it means that you have great luck and are destined to be with us. Indeed, this kid's physique is very terrifying, even I can't see through it. Moreover, he actually gives me the feeling that he has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the Wuxing. He is really a freak. Ye Zhangtian, the second ancestor of the Ye family, was the first person to achieve enlightenment in an alternative way and was abandoned by the heavenly Dao. He could feel that Ye Xiu was very similar to him. A demon that the heavenly Dao universe could not tolerate. Once such a person grew up, he would definitely be a great killer. Second ancestor, you are right. This kid's physique is stronger than my great accomplishment desolate ancient saint body. Maybe even chaos body is not as good as his. The third ancestor of the Ye family, Ye Fan, was also full of amazement. He looked at Ye Xiu deeply and said, Boy, I am very optimistic about you. But you have to remember that there is no strongest physique, only the strongest person. Physical fitness does not represent everything. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The fallen genius is called waste. Thank you for your teachings, Ancestor. Ye Xiu heard Ye Fan's words and said respectfully. He agreed with what the ancestor Ye Fan said. Although he would not die, he would still be restricted by the strong before he grew up. Ha ha ha, I like this kid. The shadow of Ye Feng, the 4th ancestor of the Ye family, who had been silent, laughed. A ray of spiritual light suddenly surged, and then a black and ancient token flew out from the spiritual light and landed in Ye Xiu's hand. Boy, this is my token. Some masters of my Hades palace are sleeping inside it. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat in the future, you can inject your spiritual power into it, and then they will come out to help you. Yes, thank you, 4th ancestor. Ye Xiu did not act pretentiously. He took the Feng token and put it in his arms. Old 4, you actually gave him your token. It seems that you are very optimistic about this kid. Ye Fan laughed and moved his fingers. An ancient golden book floated in the air. Boy, this is my heavenly emperor fist. One punch can destroy everything. You can understand it on your own. As he spoke, Ye Fan moved his hand, and the heavenly emperor fist turned into starlight and merged into Ye Xiu's body. At the same time, in Ye Xiu's mind, a spirit chi figure was evolving into heavenly emperor fist. Ha ha ha, since you all have given everything, if I don't give you something, I'm afraid the younger generation will laugh at me. Ye Zhangtian moved his fingers, and a coffin emitting an ancient and immortal aura fell from the sky. In the coffin lay a horrible corpse. Even after so many years and epochs, the body was still immortal. Boy, this is a dark immortal emperor that I killed in the dark forbidden land after I became an alternative emperor. Although this guy was tainted by darkness, his dual pupils were preserved. If you have a way, you can use him to your advantage. Thank you, 4 ancestors. Ye Xiu was delighted and hurried to take action. These were all given by the ancestors, so they should be used up. Okay, I can't maintain this state anymore. Boy, after you have successfully cultivated, remember to return to the Ye family. We will be waiting for you there. After the Ye family's ancestor finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared. Afterwards, the shadows of Ye Zhangtian, Ye Fan, and Ye Feng gradually disappeared. Farewell to the 4 ancestors. Ye Xiu bowed respectfully in the direction of the 4 people, and the entire Ye family ancestral hall returned to peace again. The token of the 4th ancestor is a good thing. And the heavenly emperor fist of the 3rd ancestor and the body of the 2nd ancestor, not to mention in this great Qian dynasty, even in a wider world, they are probably rare treasures. Ha ha ha, ancestor, I have a system, a background, and talents. This is a perfect start. Other transmigrators will be so envious if they know this. Ye Xiu became happier and happier. He had only been in this strange world for 1 day, but he had already received so many good things. Even the son of fortune would be far behind him. Ye Qingkang, the 999th generation head of the Ye family, wants to see the ancestor. A powerful voice came from outside the ancestral pavilion through the stone door. Ye Qingkang Ye Xiu frowned slightly, and then the news about Ye Qingkang flooded into his mind. Ye Qingkang, the current patriarch of the Ye family, is his great-great-grandson. His strength is at the first level of Venerable Realm, the early stage of Venerable Realm, and he is the strongest person in the Ye family besides him. More than 20 years ago, before he went into seclusion, he asked him to manage the Ye family. The 6th level of Venerable Realm, he is almost able to break through the Venerable Realm late stage. It seems that this kid has been practicing hard for so many years. Ye Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and Ye Qingkang's cultivation level was seen clearly by him. Ancestor, ancestor, are you there? Ye Qingkang outside the ancestral temple did not get a response, and continued to shout anxiously. The bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Come in. Ye Xiu waved his hand, and the surrounding formations closed instantly, and the door of the ancestral pavilion slowly opened. Yes, ancestor. When Ye Qingkang heard the familiar voice, his face turned extremely happy and he rushed in 2 steps instead of 3. As soon as Ye Qingkang came in and saw that familiar face, he quickly knelt on the ground, saluted with moist eyes and said, Qingkang, I greet the ancestor. Congratulations on the great accomplishment of the ancestor's magical power and breaking through the barrier of life and death. The threshold of life and death is extremely dangerous. Every time you challenge it, it is equivalent to experiencing life and death. If you cross it, your lifespan will increase greatly and your strength will increase greatly. If you can't cross it, you will die and turn into a pile of bones. The strong men in the life and death realm were considered transcendent level strong men in the Great Qian dynasty, especially the life and death realm late stage, which had not appeared for hundreds of years. As for the conferred king above the life and death realm, it was unknown whether there were such strong men in the Great Qian dynasty. Get up, you look so anxious, did something big happen outside? Ye Xiu moved his hand slightly, and a gentle spirit qi instantly lifted Ye Qingkang up. Chapter 4. Report to the Ancestor, the Great Qian dynasty is now in chaos. Ye Qingkang was secretly surprised by the Ancestor's terrifying spiritual power, and then continued, not long after the Ancestor went into seclusion, the news that the former emperor of the life and death realm 9th layer of the Dagon royal family failed to break through in seclusion spread in the Great Qian dynasty, and the whole Great Qian dynasty was instantly in a panic. But maybe it's because the pressure from the Great Qian dynasty was too great in the past. Some people are afraid that the ancestor of the Great Qian royal family faked his death, and wanted to lure out the hidden monsters in the dynasty when his lifespan was about to end, so as to eliminate the hidden dangers for the Great Qian royal family. Although this news caused quite a stir in the dynasty, no one dared to provoke the royal family. The Great Qian dynasty has been stable for more than 10 years. However, in recent years, the ancestor of the Great Qian royal family has still not appeared, which makes many hidden forces completely unable to sit still. Just last month, a master from the life and death realm broke into the palace at night. Under the moonlight, he evaded the eyes of the palace masters and the imperial guards and attacked the current emperor. Although the royal masters finally fought back the attacker, the emperor was also seriously injured and may not live long. After this incident, the entire Great Qian dynasty was in complete chaos. Many people believed that the ancestor of the life and death realm ninth layer of the royal family was dead or alive. All kinds of monsters and demons in the martial arts world jumped out, and even the shadow of alien races appeared in the north of the Great Qian dynasty. Unknown forces also appeared in the western region and the southern domain. Now, some unknown forces have also appeared in our eastern Heavenly King prefecture. Ye Qingkeng thought of the group of men in black he saw in East Heavenly King City some time ago, and his expression became solemn. Nangong Ba is such a loser. He has only been in power for a few decades, but he has brought the extremely powerful dynasty to such a state. Ye Xiu smiled coldly. He had seen that Nangong Ba was a tyrant who was addicted to wine and x and was licentious and immoral. The Great Qian dynasty would be in chaos sooner or later within 100 years. He didn't expect that after only more than 20 years, it would become like this. What a loser! If he were the ancestor of the Nangong family, he would have slapped such a useless descendant to death long ago. What's the point of keeping him around? Ancestor, we should just talk about this here. If we say this outside, it will bring some unnecessary trouble to our Ye family. Ye Qingkeng said with a wry smile when he heard the ancestor's words. Although the Dagon royal family has fallen, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No one dares to say such things before the two sides have completely fallen out. That's it, Nangong Ba is a waste to begin with. Ye Xiu didn't take it seriously and continued to say domineeringly, I am now a master of the ninth layer of life and death realm. Not to mention Nangong Xiang, even if the ancestors of the conferred kings of the Nangong family were resurrected, they would not be able to do anything to me. Nangong Xiang is the ancestor of the life and death realm ninth layer who is suspected to have fallen in the current royal family. Life and death realm ninth layer, when Ye Qingkeng heard Ye Xiu's words, his breathing suddenly became rapid, his eyes widened, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. The ancestor was at the sixth layer of life and death realm before he went into seclusion. He expected that the ancestor would reach the eighth layer of life and death realm at most after his seclusion. He never expected that the ancestor would actually reach the ninth layer of life and death realm. The difference between the ninth layer of life and death realm and the seventh layer of life and death realm is huge. One ninth layer can beat a dozen seventh layers. Life and death realm ninth layer is also the strongest person that has appeared in the Dagon royal family in the past few hundred years, and it can also be said to be the ceiling. With such an ancestor, the Ye family could easily dominate the Great Qian dynasty, not to mention dominating it. After all, no matter whether it was the royal family or those mysterious forces, they probably didn't want to offend a transcendent level strongman from the ninth layer of the life and death realm. The Ye family is about to take off. Ye Qingkeng is extremely excited, and at the same time, all the pressure that has been on him for some time has dissipated. Well, isn't it just the life and death realm ninth layer? What's there to be excited about? Ye Xiu was very upset to see his junior so excited. With such character, he still wanted to be the head of the Ye family. It was really a disgrace to the Ye family. Ye Qingkeng was speechless. How could he not be excited? Do you know how I survived these 20 years when you were in seclusion? Grandmaster, please don't spread my news for the time being. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to lure out all the evil spirits in the East Heavenly King Mansion and the enemies who secretly covet our Ye family and catch them all in one fell swoop. A hint of coldness flashed across Ye Xiu's lips. Although he had been in seclusion for 20 years, from the fact that Ye Qingkeng hurriedly came to the forbidden area to find him, he knew that the situation of the Ye family was definitely not optimistic. This is the best opportunity. By eradicating these forces, we should be able to obtain a huge amount of resources to develop the Ye family. Yes, Ancestor. When Ye Qingkeng heard Ye Xiu's words, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. After enduring humiliation for so many years, it was time for those forces to pay a heavy price. Swoosh! Ye Xiu moved his fingers, and a space ring appeared in his hand, followed by fragrant emerald green pills rolling out of it. Gurgle gurgle. Ye Qingkang smelled the fragrance of the elixir and his throat couldn't help but swallow. Dragon Tiger Bone Tempering Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill, Barrier Breaking Pill, Heart Purifying Pill, Body Tempering Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Ye Qingkang said in shock. The quality level of these pills are all high grade, and most of them are from the life and death realm. In the past, the Ancestor would only take out 1 or 2 when he was happy. He has been the clan leader for so many years, and he has only received them twice. Ancestor, are you taking out these pills for us? These pills are useless to me, the Ancestor, so I'll give them all to the Ye family. Pick a few that you want, and use the rest to exchange for resources or give them to the younger generations in the clan with excellent talent root bones to improve the strength of the Ye family as soon as possible. Ye Xiu said calmly. He didn't care about these pills that Ye Qingkang regarded as treasures. His physique was the undying and indestructible divine body. The pills that could improve his cultivation were only the divine pills rewarded by the system. In his eyes, these pills in the cultivation world were garbage and had no effect on his cultivation. Don't worry, Ancestor. I will definitely follow your instructions. Ye Qingkang hurriedly put all the pills into his space ring, as if he was afraid that Ye Xiu would go back on his word. Now I have 2 tasks for you. The first is to break through the realm of life and death within half a year. The second is to train the disciples of the family. After half a year, all the people in the Ye family must reach a higher realm. Ye Xiu did not forget that the stronger the family, the better the treasures he signed in, and he also had a hidden task to complete. After looking around, only Ye Qingkang could break through the life and death realm at the fastest speed. Grandmaster, haven't you been making things difficult for me for half a year? I should be able to do it in a year. Ye Qingkang was in a dilemma. In half a year, even with countless resources, it was incredible for the Ye family to advance 1 realm. And they wanted him to break through to the life and death realm. This was simply a fantasy. They really regarded him as a peerless monster. Chapter 5. Ancestor, I don't have that much time. In a few days, I will set up a spirit gathering formation in the Ye family to increase the speed of cultivation. If you can't break through the life and death realm in half a year, I will hold you accountable. Ye Xiu said lightly, with the elixir, the spirit gathering formation, and the Ye family's increasingly strong family luck, if he couldn't break through, then Ye Qingkang would really be living like a pig. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Qingkang's face was full of bitterness, as if he was constipated, but facing the Ancestor's death order, he could only try his best and take 1 step at a time. Oh, Ancestor, I have 2 pieces of advice for you. First, when the Ye family members go out, they should try to hide their cultivation level and never reveal their cards to others. Second, tell the Ye family disciples to go out for training. Once they make an enemy, they should root him out to prevent future troubles. If they encounter an unkillable genius, don't ask the elders in the family to help. Contact me directly and I will kill him myself. Ye Xiu said this with a horrible murderous intent in his eyes. In the past, the protagonists of novels were able to grow up because the villains did not face the protagonists and lost. Now that he has become the Ancestor of the Ye family, whether he is a villain or not, he will not let similar things happen in his family again. The legend that things may change over time and that one should not despise a young man who is poor will never happen. Ancestor, there is no need. Ye Qingkang's face was full of doubts. He couldn't ask his Ancestor to take action when he encountered a young man in the spiritual realm or the mortal realm. If that happened, he, the head of the Ye family, and the masters of the Ye family would just be eating for nothing. What do you know? What the Ancestor says is what it is. This is the new ancestral precept. If you dare to disobey it, I will show you how I will deal with you, Ye Xiu said viciously. Yes, I will follow the words of the Ancestor. Ye Qingkang felt a chill in his heart and said hurriedly. Go ahead. Ye Xiu waved his hand, and a terrifying spiritual power flew out from his sleeves. Ye Qingkang was instantly blown away. Ancestor, I like to bully the weak the most. Son of fortune of this world, you'd better not mess with my Ye family, otherwise I won't let you even have the chance to grow, he he he. Ye Xiu smiled sinisterly, and immediately realized something, and hurriedly said, "Pa, pa, pa, my crow mouth, he, this thing is unlucky, it should be ha ha ha. Ahem, this old man's temper hasn't changed at all." Outside the ancestral pavilion, Ye Qingkang climbed up in a panic, shook off the dust on his head, changed into a gorgeous set of clothes, and then walked out of the ancestral land with a dignified face. In the Ye family square, the Ye family members were still quietly waiting for Ye Qingkang to come out, but there was a trace of worry on everyone's face. "Why hasn't my father come out yet? Did the ancestor really die?" Ye Xian said anxiously when he saw Ye Qingkang who had not come out yet. However, as the young master of the Ye family, he has been trained by Ye Qingkang as the family heir since he was a child, and he also has different qualities. Da. Chief, the chief has come out. Clan leader, how is the ancestor doing? Seeing Ye Qingkang walking out of the ancestral land, many elders of the Ye family spoke up. Silence. Ye Qingkang frowned slightly and swept his majestic gaze across the entire audience. The restless crowd immediately quieted down. The corners of Ye Qingkang's mouth curved slightly, and then he said lightly, "The ancestor is still in seclusion, but the ancestor's aura is still there. When the ancestor breaks through, it will naturally come out. Yet, long live the ancestor, long live the Ye family. I was wondering how the ancestor could possibly die. The ancestor is a transcendent level expert from the life and death realm. How could he die so easily? It's a pity that the ancestor hasn't broken through yet. If the ancestor breaks through, the status of our Ye family will be further improved, and other forces will not dare to look down on our Ye family anymore." The people of the Ye family around discussed with each other that as long as the ancestor was not dead, their Ye family would continue to be prosperous. "Okay, everyone, do what you need to do. The outside world is very chaotic during this period. While you are paying attention to your safety, keep an eye on East Heavenly King City to prevent anyone from causing trouble on my Ye family's territory." "Yes, chief." When the people of the Ye family heard Ye Qingkang's words, they all went to different places of the Ye family, each doing their own job. Ye Qingkang also stepped towards the Ye family hall. "Ancestor." Ye Xian looked at his father's brisk steps and already had the answer in his mind. "Haha, this young man is teachable." The eldest elder of the Ye family who was beside Ye Xian naturally saw the gleam in Ye Xian's eyes, patted Ye Xian on the head, laughed, and then followed Ye Qingkang's footsteps into the Ye family hall. "Let's go too." The second and third elders of the Ye family followed closely and walked in. "Xianer, come in too." After the four elders went in, Ye Qingkang's majestic voice came out. "Yes, father." Ye Xian didn't expect his father to call him. He was delighted and hurried in. His father and the four elders obviously wanted to talk about something important. Although he was the young master of the Ye family, he was not qualified to participate in the past. This was the first time in history. Ye Xian walked into the main hall of the Ye family. Ye Qingkang moved his fingers and a barrier was immediately opened to prevent anyone from eavesdropping and hearing their conversation. This kid is really cautious. He does have some skills as a family head. In the Ye family's ancestral land, Ye Xiu, who was familiarizing himself with his cultivation, smiled slightly. Everything about the Ye family was within his spiritual sense, so Ye Qingkang's actions naturally could not escape his eyes, but he particularly appreciated Ye Qingkang's methods. "Clan leader, how is the ancestor?" In the main hall of the Ye family, Ye Wudao, the eldest elder of the Ye family, stroked his beard and asked with a serious expression. "That's right, Patriarch, please stop keeping us four old men in suspense and tell us quickly." Ye Wuxiu, the second elder of the Ye family, has red hair and looks like he has a bad temper. The third and fourth elders of the Ye family also looked at Ye Qingtian eagerly. The four elders of the Ye family are at the fifth layer of the Venerable Realm, and the other three elders are at the fourth layer of the Venerable Realm, and are the backbone of the Ye family. Among the four elders of the Ye family, the eldest is calm and a wise man who assists Ye Qingkang in managing the Ye family. The second son has a hot temper and is straightforward. He is the number 1 warrior of the Ye family and leads the Ye family guards to protect the Ye family's assets and family safety. The third brother, Ye, has a wretched face and you can tell that he is the insidious sixth brother. He usually deals with some dark matters of the Ye family and collects intelligence from the outside world. The fourth elder, Ye Xian, is the only female elder in the Ye family. She is proficient in alchemy technique and formations, and is a remarkable woman in the Ye family. The 4 elders each performed their duties, and together with Ye Qingtian, they managed the Ye family and the East Heavenly King Mansion in an orderly manner. The Ancestor has broken through to the 9th layer of life and death realm. Ye Qingkang picked up a cup of tea slowly, took a sip and said lightly, "What?" When the 4 elders of the Ye family and Ye Xian heard Ye Qingkang's words, their eyes almost popped out. Shocked, it was too shocking. They all wondered if they were hallucinating. The 9th level of life and death realm, wasn't the Ancestor on the 6th level before he went into seclusion? Such a speed was like a cow riding a rocket, amazing. Chapter 6. Ye Qingkang was secretly pleased with himself when he saw the shocked expressions of the people below. No matter how shocked he was at that time, the people below were even more shocked. Call. The 4 elders of the Ye family and Ye Xian breathed a sigh of relief and finally suppressed the surprise in their hearts. They knew Ye Qingkang's character very well, and he would never speak nonsense. The Ancestor must have reached the 9th layer of life and death realm. Clan leader, the Ancestor is simply a god. With the Ancestor in charge of our Ye family, it's time to teach those rats who are jumping around in the dark a lesson. The eldest elder of the Ye family stroked his beard and said with a forced smile, "The great elder is right. If a tiger doesn't show its might, it will really treat our East Heavenly King Mansion as a sick cat." The hot-tempered second elder clenched his fists, and a terrifying murderous intent emanated from his body. The cold murderous intent caused the temperature in the Ye family hall to drop involuntarily. "Second elder, please calm down." Ye Qingkang moved his hand and a domineering force rose in the space. Immediately, the cold aura disappeared without a trace. Then he sat back in his position as the clan leader and said with a serious face, "This is the ancestral precepts given by the Ancestor. You must all remember it in your hearts, and let all the disciples of the Ye family remember it. You should hide your strength at ordinary times and eliminate the enemy completely. The old Ancestor's idea coincides with mine." When Ye, the third elder of the Ye family, heard Ye Xiu's ancestral precepts, he smiled obscenely. Another old 6. When the Ye family's first elder, second elder, fourth elder, and Ye Xian saw the ancestral precepts, the first thing they thought of was the word Lao Lu. However, a few people only dared to imagine it in their hearts but did not dare to say it out loud. "Understood. I understand, Chief." Several people said respectfully. "That's good. Now let's talk about what happened in the dynasty." Ye Qingkang frowned, then looked at the wretched third elder of the Ye family and said, "Third elder, tell me about the current situation around the East Heavenly King's mansion and what forces are causing trouble." "Chief, in addition to our palace, there are 2 other powerful forces in our East Heavenly King Palace. The most powerful of them is the Black Sky Organization. The people in this organization are extremely cruel. Anyone who is targeted by them will be killed without a complete burial. To this day, we still don't know what their purpose is. We only know that the people who attack from the Black Sky Organization are at least in the Profound Realm. And according to my secret investigation, this Black Sky Organization has spread throughout the Great Qian dynasty, and its strength may be far greater than that of the current Dagon royal family. What I don't understand is why they have such terrifying strength, but don't directly attack the Dagon royal family." Ye said with a serious expression as he recalled the Black Sky Organization. "I think the man in black I saw some time ago should be from the Black Sky Organization." Ye Qingkang's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he looked at the third elder and said, "Go on." "Yes, clan leader." Ye took a deep breath, suppressed his fear of the Black Sky Organization and said, "The second force is the Blood Robe Marquis who has always been against our Ye family. I don't know what evil skills this guy has practiced, and his power has increased dramatically. It is rumored that he has broken through to the life and death realm. He has been secretly provoking our Ye family for a while. I guess if he was not afraid of the Ancestor, he would have attacked our Ye family long ago. Marquis Sui was a marquis bestowed by the previous generations of emperors of the Great Qian dynasty. At that time, he was to monitor the East Heavenly King Mansion and was also afraid that the Ye family would dominate the East Heavenly King Mansion. However, as time passed, the emperor died, and Marquis Sui's ambitions expanded. In addition, the Great Qian dynasty was weakened, and Marquis Sui had already set his sights on the Ye family, wanting to replace them and unify the East Heavenly King Mansion. His wolfish ambitions are obvious to the world. Blood Robe Marquis, Life and Death Realm, if you had broken through in the past, I would have been a little worried, but now if you dare to do it, not only will you die, but everyone in your Blood Robe Marquis mansion will be buried with you. Ye King Kang's eyes flashed with ferocity. He was not done with the words of the old ancestor Yeshu. Once an enemy was made, he would cut the grass and eradicate it. As for the worldly rumors, he had seen through them. The victors are the kings and the losers. History can only be written by the victors. In the Great Qian dynasty, there were 3 different royal palaces, namely the East Heavenly King City controlled by the Ye family, the West Heavenly King City controlled by the Yun family, and the North Heavenly King City controlled by the Wang family. Among them, the Yun family of West Heavenly King City was mysteriously destroyed overnight more than 20 years ago, and the palace was razed to the ground. There is a rumor in the martial arts world that it was the Dagan royal family who secretly acted. After all, the ancestor of the Yun family is also a transcendent-level strongman of the life and death realm 6th layer. If you want to destroy such a powerful family quietly, you must be a life and death realm 9th layer. And in the dynasty, only the ancestor of the life and death realm 9th layer of the Great Qian dynasty has this means. Although the Dagan royal family had fallen into decline, as long as the ancestor of the Dagan royal family was still alive, no one dared to talk about this matter. Over time, it became an unsolved case. Another theory is that the Yun family was suspected of having treasures, which were targeted by a passing king-level expert, and eventually the Yun family was destroyed. Due to the deterrent effect of sealing the king realm, the Dagan royal family was unwilling to stop it, and the fall of the Yun family became a thing of the past. The North Heavenly King Mansion still seems to belong to the Wang family, but the real controller is the Dagan royal family. Princess Minjiu, the elder sister of the current emperor of the Dagan royal family, was married into the Wang family by the late emperor. Under the iron-blooded tactics of Princess Minjiu and the pressure of the royal family, the entire Wang family secretly became a puppet of the Dagan royal family. Clan leader, we can indeed ignore the Blood Robe Marquis, but the main thing is how should we deal with the Black Sky organization? The Ye family's eldest elder pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. Although the Ye family has the ancestor Yeshu from the 9th layer of the life and death realm, if they rashly confront the Black Sky organization, they might suffer a great loss. This. Ye Qingkang frowned, and couldn't think of any good solution for a while. The main reason was that the Black Sky organization was too mysterious and strange, and its purpose was unclear, so it was indeed difficult to deal with. Kid, don't care whether it is day or night. If you dare to come to my Ye family's territory and make trouble, you will die. Just do what you want. If the sky falls, we have our ancestors to support it. Just when several people were embarrassed, a domineering and cold voice penetrated the formation arranged by Ye Qingkang and instantly reached everyone's ears. Meet the ancestor! Meet the ancestor! Meet the ancestor! Several people in the hall were startled and saluted hastily. As expected of the ancestor, he can actually ignore the forbidden barrier, Ye Qingkang said secretly in his heart. Get up! A spirit chi slowly condensed, and Yeshu's shadow appeared in front of several people. A shadow actually exudes such a terrifying pressure. The life and death realm 9th layer is really terrifying. After hearing Yeshu's words, the few people dared to slowly stand up. Qingkang, I am still short of a void crystal for the spirit gathering formation I want to set up. Send someone to find it as soon as possible. As for the Great Qian dynasty and the Black Sky organization, you can put it aside for now. Yes, ancestor. Ye Qingkang said respectfully. Chapter 7. Okay, Do it as soon as possible. Boy, come to our ancestral land. I have something to give you. After Ye Xiu finished speaking, the body condensed by spirit qi instantly dissipated. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Xian bowed respectfully, and then at Ye Qingkang's signal, he left the Ye family hall and quickly headed towards the Ye family's ancestral land. Call. After Ye Xiu left, the four elders of the Ye family and Ye Qingkang breathed a sigh of relief. The ancestors' pressure was so strong that even if it was just a phantom, it could still give them a strong sense of death crisis. This kid is really lucky. He was favored by the ancestor. But the ancestor's words are really domineering. The great elder's face was full of envy. Since the ancestor came out of seclusion, only Ye Qingkang and his son had seen him, which meant that he didn't even have a chance to get close to him. Ye Xian being summoned by the ancestor is equivalent to having an additional backer, and his future prospects are limitless. When Ye Qingkang heard the great elder's envious look, he said with a smug look on his face, "Don't you see whose son he is? Ye Qingkang, put away your disgusting face, I will not accompany you anymore." The hot-tempered second elder of the Ye family looked unhappy and disappeared in the hall with a move. The clan still has elixirs to refine, and the old gentleman has left. Ye Xian, the fourth elder of the Ye family, who had a beautiful and delicate complexion, took a lotus step and walked out of the hall in an instant. She has been obsessed with pill refining formations all her life. Just now, Patriarch Ye Xiu easily broke the barrier formation she had set up, which shocked her greatly and also gave rise to a will to refuse to admit defeat. She decided to perfect her own formation again. Old Black, if my guess is correct, a void crystal was once auctioned at the Heavenly Origin auction house. Go ask them and see if you can find out who has that crystal. Okay, I'll go right away. Ye he did not dare to slack off on the ancestors' orders and immediately went out of the Ye family. After everyone left, only Ye Qingkang and the eldest elder of the Ye family were left in the hall. Great Elder, these are some elixirs given by our ancestors. Pick out some useful ones and keep them. Send others to the black market to sell as resources, and then devote all your efforts to developing the Ye family. I want everyone in the Ye family to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The cultivation of the Ye family members depends on you, old man. As Ye Qingkang spoke, a space ring fell into the hands of the great elder. Hiss, the ancestor is really generous. The elder of the Ye family looked at the dazzling array of elixirs with his eyes shining. After a moment, his excitement was suppressed and he said, "Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. By the way, there is news from the imperial city that the emperor will select a new heir in the next few months. The princes should be looking for help during this period, and our Ye family should also have a prince coming." The great elder frowned. The fight for the throne among princes has always been bloody. Even if the Ye family does not want to get involved, they will be drawn into this vortex of conspiracy. A new emperor has new ministers. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Every king who takes office must have stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to reach the top. It seems that the emperor's injury is more serious than I thought. He is so anxious. It seems that he doesn't have much time left. How could the shrewd Ye Qingkang not know everything about this? After thinking secretly, he said, "Let's take it one step at a time and let nature take its course. Now that we have our ancestor, even if we don't get involved, the royal family can't do anything to us. But now the family is in urgent need of resources. If it's appropriate, we can also get involved." Ancestor Ye Xiu is his confidence. In the past, he only sought comfort in developing his family. Now that he has the strength, he also wants high risk and high return. Good. The Ye family's eldest elder also agreed and slowly left the Ye family hall. The princes are fighting for the throne? How interesting! Ye Qingkang smiled meaningfully, then took out a pill and swallowed it, starting to break through the venerable realm late stage. The ancestral home of the Ye family. Ye Xian wants to see the ancestor. Come in. Ye Xiu, who was practicing in the ancestral land, moved his fingers slightly, and a large hand condensed by spirit qi instantly grabbed Ye Xian. At the peak of the spiritual realm, although his talent is a little lacking, his character is good. A scarlet flashed in Yeshu's eyes, and he saw through everything about Yeshyen. "Thank you for the compliment, Ancestor." Yeshyen didn't know why, but he felt a chill in his heart and said respectfully. He knew that the Ancestor would not harm him, but he didn't know where the chill came from. "Young man Yeshyen, I have a pair of dual pupils here. Once this thing is used to destroy the heavens and the earth, I will give it to you now. I hope you will not let me down." Yeshu concentrated his hands, and a strange dark coffin appeared in front of the two. Above the coffin with black patterns, there are terrifying chains emitting cold light to prevent the dark aura inside from escaping. "Dual pupils, what are those?" Yeshyen's face was full of confusion. Obviously it was the first time he heard these two words. "These are a pair of extremely terrifying eyes, and they can also be called divine eyes. If dual pupils cultivate to great accomplishment, they can destroy countless worlds of time and space with one glance. It can be regarded as a very terrifying divine body. As for its power, you will slowly experience it after you merge with it." Yeshu did not explain further. Yeshyen's realm was too low. No matter how much he said, he could not understand the horror of dual pupils. "Rise!" Yeshu moved his hand, and the black coffin opened instantly. An extremely dark and evil aura flew out of it and headed towards Yeshu and the other person. "Court death!" Yeshu's eyes turned red, and a phantom of a zombie god immediately appeared behind him. Then, the extremely terrifying dark aura was immediately absorbed by the phantom of the zombie god. More evil and weird than this, how can this dark immortal emperor be a match for the zombie god? The zombie god can be said to be the nemesis of all evil spirits. Even the dark matter that can infect the immortal emperor is still far inferior to the primitive zombie god. Buzz buzz buzz. As if sensing the terrifying shadow behind Yeshu, the dark aura in the coffin began to tremble, and it immediately re-entered the coffin, not daring to take a step forward. "You are quite sensible." Yeshu smiled coldly, pointed his finger at the eyes of the corpse, and instantly a pair of eyes emitting a terrifying aura floated out. "Kid, close your eyes." "Yes. Ancestor." After hearing the Ancestor's words, Yeshyen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. "Go." Yeshu moved his fingers, and the black substance on the dual pupils disappeared immediately. Then a golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Yeshyen. Dual pupils also began to merge with Yeshyen. Boom, boom, boom. In Yeshyen's mind, the sky, earth, and universe were all grey. A domineering man came from the horizon, his eyes emitting golden light. Dual pupils opening heaven, there has never been a failure in the world since ancient times. Amid the ancient voice, a terrifying divine light emanated from his eyes. The grey world instantly lit up, and a vivid world appeared before Yeshyen's eyes. Chapter 8. The Great Dao first appeared, and the laws were in operation. As far as Yeshyen could see, he saw the Dao and principles of the heaven and earth, and all the laws of the world were seen through by him. One thought brings all things into being, one thought brings causality to an end. See through the illusion and trace back to the origin. Yeshyen's path of cultivation also began to become clear, and his cultivation level instantly stepped from the peak of the spiritual realm to the early stage of the mysterious realm, and continued to move towards the middle stage. Dual pupils is an invincible road. More bones mean more roads. Yeshyen boy, I, the Ancestor, am here to lend you a helping hand. Yeshu smiled slightly, grabbed the corpse, and the Immortal Emperor's bones slowly emerged from the corpse. He possesses the undying and indestructible divine body. Other physical qualities, such as dual pupils and supreme bone, are of no use to him. It would be better to give them to the Ye family instead of keeping them. Ding, warning, the host's descendant Yeshyen is in danger of death, please pay attention. Just when Yeshu was about to merge the Emperor bone into Yeshyen's body, the system's voice suddenly rang out. What? The system actually prompted that there was danger. Yeshu's fingers froze immediately. After thinking for a moment, he said to himself, is there something wrong with this Immortal Emperor bone? Yeshu put away the Immortal Emperor bone after he finished speaking, wanting to see the system's reaction. Ding, the crisis of host's descendant Yeshyen is resolved. The system's cold voice sounded again. It seems that it's you who's causing all this trouble. Yeshu had an idea in his mind when he heard the system's voice. Even though he had wiped away the dark aura from the Immortal Emperor's root bone, the pressure it brought was something that not everyone could withstand. At this level, perhaps only an undying and indestructible divine body like him could withstand the pressure from the Immortal Emperor. Forget it. It's a matter of time and fate. These things belong to my Ye family anyway. I'll give them to them when the clan members improve their cultivation. Yeshu was not too disappointed when he saw that he could not transplant the Immortal Emperor bone. However, this time he accidentally discovered a new function of the system. In the future, if anyone from the Ye family is in danger, the system will be able to warn him. This is undoubtedly a cheating divine weapon. Even with the Moonlight box in hand and the system warning, he didn't know how the Ye family members died. Ah! Ye Xian suddenly rolled over in pain, with traces of dark red blood flowing out of his eyes. Ye Xian, hold on. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on this moment. Yeshu has not forgotten the heart-wrenching pain he felt when he merged with the divine body, he said to Ye Xian. Don't worry, I won't let you down, ah! Ye Xian roared, trying his best to endure the severe pain in his eyes. His indestructible will also began to burst out, and he gritted his teeth to fuse the dual pupils. As time passed, Ye Xian's movements gradually decreased, and a golden light gradually appeared in Ye Xian's pupils. It worked. When Yeshu saw this scene, a smile flashed across his lips. It turned out that there was no simple person in his Ye family. Ye Xian thanks the Ancestor for the gift of treasure. If anyone dares to offend my Ye family in the future, I will use this pair of dual pupils to kill him. Ye Xian knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, and said with gratitude on his face. Only after fusing dual pupils did he realize how precious this thing was. He really didn't expect that the Ancestor would actually bestow such a precious thing on him. Well, it's just a pair of eyes? Why are you crying so much? Get familiar with the abilities of dual pupils and develop unknown divine powers. Yeshu said nonchalantly that different dual pupils had different abilities, and he didn't know what abilities Ye Xian's divine eye had hidden. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Xian bowed respectfully, then looked at Yeshu, a golden light flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see if the delusion-breaking divine eye could see through the Ancestor's cultivation. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Ye Xian's eyes met Yeshu's, a flash of scarlet appeared in Yeshu's eyes. In an instant, Ye Xian's eyes hurt and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Boy, your ability to break illusions is useless to me. Yeshu smiled faintly. His zombie divine body had already jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. His eyes were many times stronger than those of dual pupils. He was not afraid of cause and effect, and could see yin and yang. This was the horror of the zombie divine body. Every part of his body was the most terrifying and mysterious thing in the world. If Yeshu's eyes had turned scarlet just now, and Ye Xian's dual pupils had taken a look at them, the dual pupils would have been destroyed immediately. Grandfather, I won't dare to do that again. Ye Xian, who had suffered a loss, had a bitter smile on his face. The Ancestor became even more terrifying and mysterious in his eyes. Okay, now that you have merged with the dual pupils, you can also go out. Remember the old Ancestor's teachings. Yeshu did not blame Ye Xian. As a young man, it was better to suffer at one's own hands than to die at the hands of outsiders. There is always someone better than you, so just kill his arrogance. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Xian bowed again, then slowly left the Ye family's ancestral land. The Black Sky Organization. In the memory of the Ye family's ancestor, this organization seemed to be a force outside the Great Qian dynasty. How could they appear in the Great Qian dynasty? After sending Ye Xian away, Yeshu thought about it and got some information about the Black Sky Organization. The strength of this organization must be beyond the Great Qian dynasty. There must be conferred kings and even conferred sovereigns. Forget it. Sooner or later, I will know the other party's purpose and deal with it then. Yeshu thought about it for a moment and stopped dwelling on it. Ye Qingtian, please secretly investigate for me the matter of the Yun family's extermination in Heavenly King Mansion in the west. The corner of Ye Xiu's mouth twitched, and a voice came from the Ye family's ancestral land and fell into the ears of Ye Qingkang, who was practicing. Their Ye family and the Yun family are both kings of different surnames. They have supported each other since ancient times, which is why the two families can become kings of different surnames. Back then, he and the ancestor of the Yun family were close friends, and the two families worked together to resist other forces. Later, the Yun family suddenly encountered a crisis, and the ancestor of the Yun family asked for help from the Ye family through a communication jade token. At that time, the ancestor of the Ye family from the sixth layer of life and death realm rushed to the Yun family overnight, but unfortunately, when he arrived, the Yun family had already perished. A terrifying explosion wave came from the Yun family's land. The ancestor of the Ye family was not careful and was knocked unconscious by the terrifying force. When he woke up again, the Yun family's land had been razed to the ground by the explosion. He was also seriously injured by the power of the explosion, leaving indelible injuries in his body. After that, even if the ancestor of the Ye family took countless pills, he still couldn't completely solve the hidden dangers in his body. In the end, when he was crossing the threshold of life and death, he died. This was also a certain reason for the original owner's death. Now that Ye Xiu has migrated here, if he didn't have the strength, this matter would have been fine, but now that he has such strength, no matter whether his predecessor died because of him or not, he has no intention of letting him go. Now it seems that everything that happened back then points to the Dagon royal family, and the Dagon royal family has not denied the rumors, but he believes that the extermination of the Yun family could not have been done by the royal family. Moreover, if the royal family really had this ability, how could they have allowed the Ye family to survive for so many years after destroying the Yun family? There must be some other mastermind behind all this. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Qingkang was shocked and said respectfully. It seems that there are still secrets about what happened back then. The ancestor's intention should be to avenge the Yun family. Poor my brother and daughter-in-law. Ye Qingkang had a flash of murderous intent in his heart when he said this. The Ye and Yun families are old friends. He and the head of the Yun family grew up together and have a very good relationship. The two even arranged a marriage for their children. Unexpectedly, the Yun family was suddenly destroyed overnight. He has been holding this grudge in his heart. In the past, he dared not reveal it for the sake of the Ye family. Now that the ancestor has spoken, the revenge of the brother must be paid with blood. Chapter 9. Ye Qingkang moved his fingers and immediately spread the news. The Ye family's spies far away also secretly began to investigate what happened that year. It's time to break through the seventh layer of the venerable realm. Ye Qingkang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a terrifying vortex of spirit qi appeared above his head, and the entire aura began to move towards the seventh level of venerable realm. At the westernmost part of East Heavenly King City, a tall, majestic and imposing mansion stood here, which was just as magnificent as the East Heavenly King mansion of the Ye family. It was enough to show the status of the owner in the profound Heaven dynasty. This is the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion in East Heavenly King City. As night fell, the lights in the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion were still on, and a black shadow flickered from time to time. In the very center of the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion, a gloomy man in a blood-stained robe and with white hair sat on the throne. He wiped the sharp and strange sword in his hand and looked outside from time to time, as if waiting for something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of cold wind passed by, and the candles in the hall were extinguished instantly. When the candles lit up again, a dark shadow was already standing in the hall. The black shadow was wrapped in a black cloak, and his figure and appearance could not be seen. Only a pair of ruthless and cold eyes were exposed. Black Snake, is the old man from the Ye family dead or not? The blood-robed Marquis slowly put down the sword in his hand and asked the man in front of him with a cold face. 9 out of 10 times, he has not passed the threshold of life and death, and has passed away in the Ye family's ancestral land. A hint of bloodthirstiness flashed across the Black Snake's mouth, and he said in a cold voice. The ancestor of the Ye family has been in seclusion for 20 years, which is beyond the normal time for a breakthrough. Now the great Qian dynasty is in chaos. Ye Qingkeng personally entered the ancestral land of the Ye family some time ago. Although this matter was very covert, it did not escape his eyes. In this case, if the ancestor of the Ye family is still alive, he would have come out of seclusion to take charge of the overall situation. Black Snake, for this matter, I have given you a huge reward from the cave. What I want is accurate information. There was a flash of cold light in the blood-cloaked Marquis's eyes, and a murderous atmosphere rose involuntarily in the hall. The cave is a dark place that specializes in selling information and intelligence. It is a place where all kinds of people are mixed together, and it can be seen as a dark market. Everyone in it has concealed their appearance and identity, and only uses code names. Even the person in charge of the cave does not know the true identity of these people in the outside world. As long as you trade in the cave, you have to hand over a part of the profit to the person in charge of the cave. In return, the cave will provide these people with some protection and some tasks, which is mutually beneficial. It is rumored that there were many long-established masters or big figures in the Great Qian dynasty, all of whom had more or less connections with the cave, which is one of the reasons why the cave has existed for so long. In order to deal with the Ye family this time, he paid a huge amount of spirit stone to the cave. Obviously, Black Snake's words made him very dissatisfied. He also knew that the ancestor of the Ye family was most likely dead, but he did not dare to act rashly before he had completely confirmed the death of the ancestor of the Ye family. Life and Death Realm, first layer of the first realm. He was only in the first layer of Life and Death Realm. Once the immortal old man of the Ye family was not completely dead, it would be a devastating disaster for his blood-robed Marquis mansion. After waiting for so many years, he didn't want to fail at the last moment. Marquis Blood-robed, are you threatening me? Black Snake sensed Marquis Blood-robed's murderous intent, and his face turned completely cold. He was also a well-known strong man in the cave. If it weren't for the generous reward, he would not have accepted this mission. After all, if he tried to find out the news of a strong man in the sixth layer of the Death Realm, he would die if he was not careful. Kaka, Kaka. The blood-cloaked Marquis clenched his fists loudly and his face began to distort. In that case, I can only ask the people in your cave for an explanation. At the last moment when the two were about to clash, the bloody Marquis still held back. He could sense the strength of the Black Snake, which was not much weaker than him. If they really started fighting, he would probably not gain any advantage. At this point, he can only find the person in power in the cave. He doesn't believe that the cave will destroy its own reputation. No need to look for it. A black shadow descended from the sky, and a man in black with a bullhead mask walked out. He looked at the blood-robed Marquis and the Black Snake, and said hoarsely, "My cave has been established for so many years, and it still has some credibility. But when it comes to masters of the sixth layer or even the seventh layer of the Life and Death Realm, if you want to completely confirm whether he is dead or not, you must bring a drop of blood essence from the direct descendants of the Ye family. My cave has its own way to help you confirm whether the ancestor of the Ye family is dead or not. Well, you are worthy of being the bull-headed soul catcher, you speak straightforwardly." The blood-robed Marquis saw the service mask of the visitor and recognized his identity at a glance. The two great soul catchers in the catacombs, the ox-head and horse-faced demons. It is rumored that his strength is in the sixth layer of Life and Death Realm. As soon as possible, the bull-headed soul catcher said calmly, then looked at the Black Snake and said, "You have succeeded half of this mission. This is half of the reward." As Black Snake spoke, a black space ring fell into Black Snake's hands. "Thank you, bull-headed soul catcher." When Black Snake saw the person coming, he no longer had the coldness he had before. He took the space ring, looked at blood-robed Marquis coldly, and then disappeared into the night. "Call out." The bull-headed soul catcher also turned into black smoke and left. "The blood essence of the direct descendant of the Ye family? Get it from that reckless man Ye Lao Er." The token in the blood-robed Marquis's hand moved, and a message was sent out instantly. Outside the East Heavenly King City, in a dark underground palace, the figure of the bull-headed soul catcher slowly fell. This is the base camp of the catacombs in the Eastern Heavenly King's palace. "Sir, I just can't figure it out. Is it really worth using the forbidden secret technique to guess the ancestor of the Ye family just for the little bounty of the blood-robe marquis? The bull-headed soul catcher knelt on the ground and asked the figure shrouded in black air above him with a puzzled look on his face. Although the forbidden secret technique can be used to infer the vitality of the Ye family ancestor through the people of the Ye family, the price is 100 years of lifespan. The bounty that the blood-robed marquis received is simply not enough for the underground cave to use this forbidden technique. The bloody marquis is nothing but a clown. Does he really think that if he destroys the Ye family, this eastern heavenly king city will be his? Of course, the things that blood-robed marquis has are not worth my while. But if someone else offers to buy them, and the price they offer is far more valuable than this 100-year lifespan, how can I have no reason not to make a move? The man in black said mysteriously. Sir, is there anyone else who wants to deal with the Ye family? There was a gleam of light in the eyes of the bull-headed soul catcher. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. A terrifying wave of air rose from the black-clothed man, and the bull-headed soul catcher flew backwards in an instant, smashing heavily on the stone wall. Ahem. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir. The bull-headed soul catcher was filled with fear. He was a master of the 4th level of life and death realm, but he couldn't even block a wave of air from the other party. The master's strength was at least at the late stage of life and death realm. If he had this strength, his status in the dynasty must be extremely terrifying. Chapter 10. I'll spare your life this time. Go back to the imperial city first. Something big is going to happen over there soon. Keep a close eye on it and make sure nothing goes wrong in the cave. The man in black slowly withdrew his pressure, forgiving the bull-headed soul catcher's offense. Thank you, sir. I will return to the imperial city now. The bull-headed soul catcher hurriedly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurried outside, not daring to stay for a moment. You are so anxious to deal with the Ye family's opponents. It seems that the world is really going to change. The black-clothed man flashed a sinister smile. Looking at the location of the Ye family in the distance, he said coldly, I don't want to care about your grudges. After getting the bounty, I will return to the imperial city. By then, even if you make a fuss about the East Heavenly King mansion, it has nothing to do with me, ha 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 ha. He was only seeking treasure, and he had no intention of getting involved in the grievances and interests between the two parties. His ambitions were naturally not in the East Heavenly King city. At the Ye family's ancestral land, Ye Xiu revealed a wicked smile, the figure who has been spying on my Ye family has disappeared. It seems that the rat in the dark is finally going to take the bait. I hope your strength can be a little stronger, so that I, the Ancestor, can have a little fun. After Ye Xiu finished speaking, he moved his palm and a terrifying corpse aura gushed out. The corpse chi slowly condensed and turned into a black figure, and then under Ye Xiu's control, it hid in the Ye family's mansion. This is a corpse puppet he condensed with corpse chi. It is invisible and formless, but its strength is at the 4th layer of life and death realm. Because it has no breath of life, if one is not careful, people in the 6th layer of life and death realm will die in his hands. After Ye Xiu finished doing all this, his eyes turned red and a pair of fangs grew out at the corners of his mouth. Then he began to swallow the essence of the moon through the window above the ancestral pavilion to enhance his cultivation. Zombies worship the moon. There is no time in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. The East Heavenly King city seemed to be on the eve of a storm and had a rare period of peace. As the sun rises, the quiet East Heavenly King city becomes lively. Peddlers hawk their wares on the streets, and knights of the martial arts world drink and chat. The whole street is exceptionally lively. Ye Wuxiu, the burly, red-haired second elder of the Ye family, stood on the city wall with several Ye family guards, observing everything in the East Heavenly King city. Second elder, the group of men in black we saw at midnight yesterday have disappeared. Just then, a member of the Ye family dressed in Ye family clothing ran over and reported to the second elder of the Ye family. Disappeared? Do you know where they went? Ye Wuxiu frowned. This group of men in black were so mysterious, they must have some unknown secrets. Due to their terrifying and mysterious strength, he did not make enemies with them without permission. Instead, he asked the people of the Ye family to observe their movements from a distance. As long as they did not cause trouble in the East Heavenly King City, he would not bother to pay attention to them. I don't know either. You should leave first. If they appear again, please notify me. Yes. Second Elder. I really don't know what purpose these people have in coming to my East Heavenly King City, but with our ancestor here, I don't think you can play any tricks. The second elder of the Ye family looked into the distance and muttered to himself. In his eyes, the ancestor of the life and death realm 9th layer is already the most invincible existence in the dynasty, and these mysterious people are no match for the ancestor. Third brother, how is the investigation going at the Blood Robe Marquis mansion? Why have these grandsons suddenly become so well behaved recently? Yuexu took out the communication token in his hand and contacted Yehe, the third elder of the Ye family. I think they are plotting something, but judging from their appearance, they will probably attack our Ye family soon. You have to be careful. Don't worry, unless the Blood Robe Marquis takes action himself, no one in the Blood Robe Marquis's mansion can kill me. Yuexu has broken through to the 5th layer of the Venerable Realm with the help of the elixir bestowed by Yeshu. With his violent fire-based skills, he can even defeat enemies at the 6th layer of the Venerable Realm. They have been secretly competing with the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion for so many years and know each other's strengths inside and out. Well, just be careful. I'm still in the West Heavenly King mansion investigating the Yun family's massacre. If you have any questions, just go to the head of the family. After Yehe finished speaking, he cut off the connection in the communication talisman. Even the third brother took action personally. It seems that the matter back then was very tricky. Yuexu shook his head and led the guards to patrol the East Heavenly King City. Not far from them, in a tall building, 2 pairs of eyes saw all of this. Yuexu, you are still as arrogant as ever. Tonight is the day you die. A fat man with a face full of fat grabbed a big pig's trotter and stuffed it into his mouth instantly. Butcher, that old guy has a lot of energy and blood. He may have broken through the 5th layer of the Venerable Realm. We may not be able to kill him. Next to the fat man, there was a one-eyed man who looked like a skinny monkey, his eyes full of hatred and a hint of imperceptible fear. These 2 brothers are the 2 strongest men under the blood-robed Marquis, the Butcher, and Iron Hand who have just broken through the 5th layer of the Venerable Realm. The blood-robed Marquis mansion had always been fighting against the Ye family, and was very aware of Yuexu's strength. One of his eyes had been blinded by Yuexu. Even if I can't kill him, I will chop off one of his hands. I'll teach him a lesson first, and when the Marquis decides to take action, I'll eat all the people in the Ye family alive. The butcher's mouth was full of blood and his eyes were glowing red. He couldn't wait for this day to come. Good. The 2 of them withdrew their gazes and prepared to wait for the arrival of night. On the other side, Yuexu was still patrolling the city as usual, unaware of the threats lurking in the dark. That night, in the East Heavenly King City, a cold wind blew gently, and the bustling streets during the day became particularly desolate. Yuexu, along with a few guards, walked leisurely on the deserted street towards the city lord's mansion. Whoosh whoosh! A cold wind blew by, and at the end of the street, 2 figures, one tall and one thin, walked towards them from a distance. One of the 2 men held a mace and the other held a bloody knife. The terrifying murderous aura came straight towards Yuexu and his companions. Who am I? It turns out I'm the defeated generals of you 2. Yuexu's face turned cold. He waved to the soldiers behind him, signaling them to leave first. These 2 people were obviously coming for him. The battle in the Venerable Realm was not something that some spirit crystal guards could participate in. Adult. Go ahead, they can't do anything to me. Be careful, sir. Several guards also knew that they could not intervene in this battle, so they moved and headed towards the Ye family. Yuexu, the Marquis said you are a fool, and it is true. It seems that my blood knife is going to drink blood today. Tai Xiao didn't care about the departure of those small characters at all. Even if the Ye family came to help now, it would be enough for them to seriously injure Yuexu. Chapter 11. Iron Hand, don't waste your words on him. I'm going to chop his head off. The butcher's mace moved, flew up, and smashed at Yaoyuxia with a force of tens of thousands of pounds. If this hammer hit, even if Yaoyuxia was protected by a treasure armor, he would be seriously injured. Venerable Realm 5th Layer, my god, I didn't expect you two losers to break through. Yaoyuxia moved his feet, turned gorgeously and landed on a pavilion not far away. Rumble. With a loud bang, the thick blue stone floor flew everywhere and the surrounding buildings collapsed under this huge force. Many people who noticed the movement stuck their heads out, but after feeling the three terrifying auras, they all moved away, fearing that they would be affected by them. Iron Hands. As the Empress's blood sword in Tai Xiao's hand moved, a red light flashed immediately. Fire burns the sky. Yaoyuxia no longer held back. A ball of terrifying flame enveloped himself and moved towards the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. The raging fire and sword energy intertwined with each other, and the terrifying spiritual power blocked the outside world's view. No one knew who had the upper hand in the sea of fire and sword light. The three people in the battle seemed to be the second elder of the Ye family and the two great generals of the blood-robed Marquis Mansion, the butcher Tai Xiao. Are these two major forces going to tear each other apart? An old martial arts master who recognized the identities of both sides in the battle said with a look of shock on his face. The Ye family and the Sui Marquis Mansion have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, but this is the first time that they have had such a fierce and bloody battle. It should be the final battle. The ancestor of the Ye family has not come out of retreat yet, so he must have fallen. The blood-robed Marquis has just broken through the realm of life and death. The Ye family is already on the decline, so they should prepare to welcome a new king. Indeed, the Patriarch of the Ye family said that it is still the Venerable Realm, which is very different from the life and death realm. If no other forces take action, the demise of the Ye family is a foregone conclusion. The spectators around were talking about it, and none of them were optimistic about the Ye family. There are even many forces that have prepared to join the blood-cloaked Marquis Mansion in advance in order to seek future glory and wealth. Okay, that's really good. You short-sighted guys, wait until our Ye family's ancestor is born, then you will know how powerful our Ye family is. Even if you all kneel in front of our Ye family's gate then, don't even think that I will take you in. Yaoyuxia was a powerful man from the Venerable Realm. Although he was still fighting, his hearing was so good that all the rumors around him naturally fell into his ears. He has always been straightforward and what he despises most are these villains and fence-sitters. Yaoyuxia, you dare to be distracted when fighting us, die. At this moment, a flash of blood appeared, and the tip of the knife instantly cut through the flames around Yaoyuxia and pierced his chest. You are just a trick, die for me. Yaoyuxia endured the pain in his chest, grabbed the blood knife with his palm wrapped in spirit chi, and then kicked Tai Xiao hard in a flash. Puff! A huge force hit his abdomen, Tai Xiao screamed, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant, and then fell heavily to the ground. Both of them suffered varying degrees of injuries. Iron Hands are ruthless. Today is the day you die. Yaoyuxia pulled out the blood knife stained with his own blood and controlled the knife with his spiritual power. The blade moved and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, Iron Hand's shrill screams were heard. "Ye old dog, I want you to die." When the butcher heard Tai Xiao's screams, he instantly became furious and swung his mace wildly at Yaoyuxia. "I'll kill you next time." Yaoyuxia moved and fled towards the Ye family. "Where are you going, old dog?" The two of them flew rapidly above the city, one in front and one behind. Not far away from the battle, a group of men in black stood in the air, watching the scene with great interest. Buzz buzz buzz. At some point, a blood-red aura rose from the night sky, and the bright moonlight in the sky also turned blood-red. "Oh no, there is a big terror coming, run quickly." The leader of the men in black, who was watching the show, was the first to notice something was wrong and hurriedly disappeared into the black cloud with the people behind him. Under the blood-red moonlight, a pair of strange scarlet eyes slowly opened in the sky. The eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood slowly emerged. "What is that? Such a weird bloody eye. Ghost eyes? I feel like these eyes are even more creepy than ghost eyes. Absorbed into the heart and soul, extremely yin and evil." Some brave and curious people in the martial arts world did not realize that their eyes were terrified at this moment. They opened their eyes wide and stared straight at the blood-red eyes in the sky. At this moment, the blood-red eyes moved slightly, and a smell of corpse gas instantly filled the dark night sky. The pupils of anyone who saw the blood-red eyes began to shrink, and their bodies gradually shriveled up. After a moment, without even a scream, they turned into a dried corpse. All the spirit chi was taken away by the blood eye in the sky. Ah! A demon has appeared, run away. Don't look into those eyes. Anyone who looks into them will die. The crowd below immediately panicked, but some of them reacted at this moment and quickly closed their eyes, fearing that they would look into those eyes. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the blood-red color on the moonlight disappeared. The pair of scarlet eyes glanced coldly below and slowly dissipated into the night sky. An hour later, after finding nothing unusual, many people dared to look up, but there was no trace of the pair of eyes in the sky. If it were not for the strong smell of blood all around, they would have suspected that it was an illusion. It's too weird. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen something so horrible and weird. Everyone, don't act rashly. Wait until the sun comes out tomorrow to clean up the bodies of the dead. An old ancestor of the family was still feeling frightened at this moment, and quickly gave instructions to the people around him. Yes. Ancestor. The various forces in the East Heavenly King's palace basically did not dare to make any unusual movements, and the whole night was exceptionally quiet. Compared to the dead silence of East Heavenly King City, the Ye family was brightly lit. Outside the Ye family palace, the butcher had fallen down. His death was extremely miserable. Ye Yuxu, I meet you, ancestor. Thank you for your help. The second elder of the Ye family looked at the terrifying figure above the Ye family hall, his face full of admiration and gratitude. Just now he was being chased by the butcher, and just when he was about to drag his injured body to fight the opponent, a scarlet eye suddenly looked out from the Ye family, and then the butcher's face was full of horror, and he died alive in front of him. This was the first time he saw the ancestor take action, and it was truly too terrifying. Get up, this is the healing elixir, it can heal your injuries, go and regulate your breathing first. Ye Xiu had a calm expression on his face, and he had no feelings at all about killing a venerable realm. The only thing that interested him now was the group of people from the Black Sky organization. Unfortunately, they were a bit timid and ran away before he even arrived. Yes. Ancestor. Ye Yuxu bowed respectfully, took the pill from Ye Xiu, and then left the hall. You have been watching outside for so long, come in. Yes, ancestor. Hearing Ye Xiu's words, Ye Qingkang walked in with the Great Elder and Ye Xian. At this moment, Great Elder Ye Qingkang's face was filled with excitement and excitement. The ancestor had not made a move from beginning to end, but just a casual glance had created such a terrifying vision, which really opened their eyes. Ye Xian's eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. As someone who possessed dual pupils, he could deeply understand the horror of killing an enemy with just one glance. It is unknown how many years it will take for his dual pupils to reach this level. Chapter 12. Ye Xiu swept his evil gaze over the three people, and a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. In half a month, Ye Qingkang has stepped from the Venerable Realm 6th layer to the Venerable Realm 7th layer. From the sharp aura on his body, he knew that it would not be long before Ye Qingkang would be able to step into the Venerable Realm 8th layer. It would not be long before his Ye family would give birth to a strong man from the life and death realm, and he would also be able to complete the rewards on the system. Although Ye Wudao, the elder of the Ye family, was not as good as Ye Qingkang, he had also reached the Venerable Realm 6th layer and would soon enter the Venerable Realm late stage. The one who satisfied him the most was Ye Xian. This kid's cultivation speed was advancing by leaps and bounds. Half a month ago, he had already advanced from the 3rd level of the Mysterious Realm to the 9th level of the Mysterious Realm. Judging from his posture, he should reach the extreme level of the Mysterious Realm, the 10th level Great Completion. And although he did not practice, due to the improvement of the cultivation of the younger generations of the Ye family, his strength was vaguely moving towards the life and death realm 10th layer Great Completion. He had a hunch that once he reached the 10th layer of great completion, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and by then he should be able to challenge the general conferred sovereign powerhouse. You really didn't let me down. A smile appeared on Yeshu's serious face. I would also like to thank the ancestors for their cultivation. The three of them looked humble and extremely respectful. They will never forget that the Ye family can be what they are today, and they can be what they are today, all thanks to Ancestor Yeshu. I have been in seclusion for 20 years. What is the current situation of the dynasty? Tell me in detail. Yeshu sat in the seat of the head of Ye King Kang's family, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. He had just come out of retreat, and his memories of the original ancestor of the Ye family were a little vague, and many of them were fragmented. Yes, ancestor. Ye King Kang took a deep breath, and then told Yeshu about the affairs of the Great Qian dynasty in the past 20 years, as well as the current situation of the Great Qian dynasty. During these 20 years or so, the royal family of Dagon declined. In the martial arts world, turmoil is brewing. The East Heavenly King Mansion is jointly controlled by the Ye family and the Blood Robe Marquis. In the past few years, the two families were evenly matched. In the last few years, the Blood Robe Marquis has made rapid progress, and the Ye family has been overwhelmed. The East Heavenly King Mansion is about to change hands and become the territory of the Blood Robe Marquis. What happened next is what is happening now. West Heavenly King Mansion. Ever since the demise of the Yun family, the area controlled by West Heavenly King Mansion has become an ownerless land. The Dagon royal family didn't know whether it was due to the influence of the demise of the Yun family, so they simply ignored West Heavenly King Mansion and let it develop freely. After 20 years of development, West Heavenly King Mansion has become a gathering place for demons and cults. The most powerful forces in the western regions today are the Blood Robe Tower, the Evil Demon Palace, and the Fiery Hell. In the northern region, the Northern Heavenly King Mansion, Princess Minjiao controls the Wang family and unifies the northern region. In recent years, although the northern tribes have occasionally attacked the Great Qian dynasty, they have not made any progress under the iron-blooded means of Princess Minjiao. It is rumored that there is a mysterious force behind Princess Minjiao, but that force rarely appears, and since she was once a member of the royal family, no one dares to investigate her without authorization, so to this day, no one knows who is behind her. Southern Border, the uncle of the current emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, the 7th emperor. He has 1/3 of the army of Dagon and numerous martial arts masters under his command. A local tyrant who has been fighting against the Qingfeng dynasty in the south for many years. He forcibly conquered a territory of the Qingfeng dynasty and established a country within a country. The fame of the 7th Emperor of Dagon also spread to the neighboring countries and he was called the God of War. With the 7th Prince's strength, he is capable of overthrowing the current emperor and becoming the new emperor. However, for some unknown reason, although the 7th Prince's power has grown over the years, he has been reluctant to take action. In the central region of the Great Qian dynasty, at the feet of the emperor, the nobles and dignitaries submit to him, and one can still vaguely see a bit of the majesty of the former Great Qian dynasty. Among the 5 domains, the eastern domain is occupied by a huge mountain range of magical beasts, which makes the eastern domain smaller in area, sparsely populated, and its overall strength is not as good as the other 4 domains. In addition, there are also some mysterious organizations and forces in the Great Qian dynasty, such as the Black Sky organization that appeared some time ago, as well as some pill refining guilds, killer organizations, and catacombs. However, most of these forces are hidden in the dark. What they care about is profit resources, and they don't care at all whether the world changes hands. It is rumored that there is a wider world outside of Dagon, the sacred land, the sect, and the empire, but the current Ye family is not qualified to access it. The Great Qian dynasty was on the decline and could no longer suppress the forces in these 4 regions. The reason why Dagon had not yet completely fallen into chaos was that it was just waiting for a fuse. Once the opportunity comes, the world will be in chaos and demons will run rampant. What a wonderful world! Let Dagon be the first stop for my Ye family to reach the top. After listening to Ye King Kang's story, Ye Shu's eyes sparkled. He was already looking forward to the vast world outside and those legendary immortal masters. "Grandpa, what should we do next?" When Ye Qingkang heard Yeshu's bold words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he stepped forward and asked. He had never dared to think about competing for supremacy before, but now he can get involved. The stronger the Ye family becomes, the happier he is as the head of the Ye family. The people of their Ye family do not have the intrigues of other families. They are harmonious internally and united externally. This is why the Ye family has survived until now. Let's start with the Blood Robe Marquis Mansion. After this test, the Blood Robe Marquis Mansion should take action, and then we will catch them all in one fell swoop. By the way, we will also drive the Black Sky organization out of my Ye family's territory. Yeshu's face was full of domineering. If the blood-clothed Marquis Mansion dared to attack the Ye family, then they would be destroyed directly. This battle is the battle of proving the reputation of the Ye family. Flowers in a greenhouse can only bloom on their own after experiencing wind and frost. The Ye family must also go through the baptism of blood before it can grow. This battle was a test for the training of the Ye family members during this period. He would only take action when an enemy he could not deal with appeared. The Great Ancestor. Hearing Yeshu's domineering words, Ye Qingkang's face lit up and he quickly started to flatter him. "Oh no, this BD got there first again," the eldest elder of the Ye family said to himself. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you. If there's anything you can't solve, I'll naturally show up." Yeshu moved slightly and mysteriously disappeared in front of the three people. "Ancestor, you are truly a god." The three of them had long been accustomed to Yeshu's disappearing behavior and no longer looked shocked as before. Outside the East Heavenly King City, the 5 black-clad messengers of the Black Sky organization slowly descended from the sky. The 5 men were in a disheveled state, and through the bright moonlight, one could vaguely see fear in their eyes. "Sir, what were those eyes just now? Why were they so strange? If we leave too late, we might be disabled." A man dressed in black with a few stars tattooed on his clothes asked the man in the moon suit in front with lingering fear. Chapter 13. The patterns on his clothes represent his throne in the Black Organization. From low to high they are star, moon, and sun. There are also rumors that the man leading this time is the moon-level Saint Envoy. That thing might be an evil spirit, and it's already showing signs of strength. The Black Moon Envoy's face was solemn. When those eyes descended upon him, he felt a sense of crisis of facing death. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. "Sir, it is rumored that there are some terrifying monsters in the Monster Mountain range. Could it be that those monsters have appeared in the world?" Thinking of the horror legends of the mysterious mountain spirits and ghosts in the Warcraft Mountains, combined with the horrifying scene just now, some people couldn't help but speculate. It's most likely the Yellow Spring Ghost King in the Monster Mountain range who's causing trouble. However, based on what happened just now, he should still be sealed and can only use some methods to manifest himself. The moon-level Saint Envoy's eyes flashed with brilliance and said, "The breath of the Ghost King, it seems that the thing we are looking for is in the Monster Mountain range. You continue to monitor the Monster Mountain range and notify me if there is anything unusual." "Yes, sir." The Star Messenger moved and disappeared into the surrounding jungle. After everyone left, the moon-level Saint Envoy carefully checked the surrounding atmosphere, and after confirming that there was no one, he took out a black crystal ball. Spirit Chi was injected, and a man in a black robe with a sun pattern on it appeared in the crystal ball. The two of them moved their lips slightly and began to communicate. A moment later, the moon-level Saint Envoy bowed respectfully, put away the crystal ball, and headed towards the East Heavenly King City. In the east of Heavenly King City, after a night of silence, the sun slowly rose in the east. As the bright sunshine set, the strange and cold air that enveloped the East Heavenly King City slowly disappeared. After experiencing a terrifying night, only those who knew what happened last night dared to walk out of the room. How cruel! What kind of evildoer could have committed such a murderous act? Amitabha. Seeing the bodies scattered all over the streets and the miserable appearance, many people felt cold in their hearts. Some people even prepared to leave East Heavenly King City. The Ghost King has appeared, and the world is in chaos. You can't escape. No one can escape. Ha 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 ha. A crazy, disheveled beggar was crying and laughing, talking nonsense. As soon as the beggar's words came out, the whole East Heavenly King city became even more panic-stricken and chaos had already occurred. Stop talking nonsense here. We have the Ye family in East Heavenly King city, so you don't have to worry. Ye Wuxiu, who had just recovered from his injuries, appeared with his guard team and began to clean up the bodies on the street. Others didn't know what was going on, but he knew it very well. However, when the Ye family guards were cleaning up the bodies, Tai Xiao's bloody knife had already disappeared. Under the suppression of the Ye family, the East Heavenly King city was temporarily stable. Although some people left, Ye Wuxiu did not stop them. The bloody Marquis mansion. The blood-clothed Marquis looked at the butcher's body on the ground, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. Two of his top masters, one dead and one injured. If the timing had not been right, he really wanted to kill the Ye family directly and make everyone in the Ye family pay for their lives. He blamed the butcher's death entirely on the Ye family. "My lord, this is what Lord Tai Xiao asked me to give you. He said it contains Ye Wuxiu's blood." Just when the blood-cloaked Marquis's microcosm completely exploded, a guard walked in with trembling legs, holding a bloody knife. Ever since hearing the news about the butcher, Marquis Sui has killed more than a dozen guards to vent his anger. He is afraid of becoming the target of the other party's anger. "The Ye family will give you one more day to survive." Marquis Blood-Robed moved his finger, and the guard in front of him exploded and died instantly. The dark red blood flowed to Marquis Blood-Robed's feet, and then disappeared without a trace. After absorbing the blood energy, the blood-clothed Marquis moved his hand and disappeared in the Marquis mansion holding the bloody knife. Thousands of miles away from the East Heavenly King city, a bloody shadow flashed by. As expected of the blood-robed Marquis, he actually found his way here. The door to the cave opened and the black snake walked out from the darkness. "There's old man Ye Wuxiu's blood on it. When will we get the result?" The blood-robed Marquis had a murderous look on his face and spoke in a cold voice. "One day." Black Snake felt the terrifying murderous intent of the blood-clothed Marquis, and tactfully did not tease him, and answered mercilessly. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." The blood-cloaked Marquis moved his spiritual power and disappeared from the spot again. It seems that the Ye family has really PD'd this guy off. It's going to be a good show to watch. The black snake smiled coldly, then walked into the cave with the bloody knife in hand. In the center of the cave, in front of the blood-red altar, the old man in black suddenly felt footsteps outside and slowly opened his eyes. "Your Excellency, the blood essence of Ye Wuxiu from the Ye family has been obtained." Black Snake lowered his head and took the knife in his hand. As a veteran in the cave, he knew one thing very well: the more you know, the faster you die. So even though he was extremely curious about this person's identity, he did not dare to look up at the person in front of him. "Compared to that bull-headed guy, you are much more sensible." The black figure saw the black snake's actions and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He sucked with his fingers and the blood knife immediately fell into his hand. "This is a 6th grade spirit pill. I give it to you as a reward." As the black shadow spoke, a black pill flew into the black snake's hands. "Thank you, sir. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, no matter what it takes." The black snake fell to his knees with a look of surprise on his face. 6th grade broken spirit pill, there are no more than 5 people in the whole Dagon who can produce this thing. He knows without thinking that the person in front of him has a great background, and he is unwilling to give up this thigh. "Very good, very good. Go back to the imperial capital and wait for me. I will arrange something for you then." "Yes, master." The black snake was delighted, and he took the pill and left the cave, then headed towards the central area. He who knows the current situation is a hero. "Zhang Ling, you are also a good chess piece." The man in black chuckled and revealed the true identity of Black Snake in one sentence. Zhang Ling, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Palace Guard, a strong man in the early stage of life and death realm. Buzz buzz buzz. The door to the cave opened again, and a bald old man with a broken body and full of poison stepped in. "Nangong Poison Lord, have you brought what I wanted?" "Here." A 500-year-old red fruit and a 1,000-year-old Tianshan blood lotus. With these things, it will be enough to cure your hidden injury. Find out the current situation of that old ghost Yeshu as soon as possible. The Poison King of Southern Xinjiang moved his hand, and a storage bag flew into the hands of the man in black. No problem. After confirming that the contents of the storage bag were correct, the man in black moved his fingers, and a stream of spiritual power instantly extracted the blood essence of Yuexu that remained on the blood knife. Blood sacrifice, spirit communication, divine mirror, asking the heaven. The man in black chanted a spell and dripped the blood in his hand onto the spirit communication mirror in front of him. The mirror shook for a while, and a blood-colored pattern slowly condensed. After a moment, the word death appeared on the divine realm. Chapter 14. Whoosh whoosh. After doing all this, the man in black suddenly looked old. The blood and energy that was originally abundant in his body also became much more depleted. He looked 100 years older in an instant. Ahem, Yeshu is dead, Southern Frontier Poison Lord, our deal is done, and it's time for me to leave. The man in black put away the divine spirit realm and headed out of the cave. Before leaving, he left a message: Southern Frontier Poison Lord, this eastern domain is extremely dangerous. I hope we can meet again next time. After finishing speaking, the man in black did not stay and left completely. Dangerous, you must be talking about that pair of bloody eyes. The Poison King of Southern Xinjiang's face condensed slightly, and then he suddenly remembered the hatred in the past, and his whole body began to look ferocious. He, old ghost yet, you are finally dead. I will inflict my revenge 1,000 times on your descendants, and make them wish they could survive and have no one to turn to for help. The Poison Lord of Southern Xinjiang smiled grimly and took out the black magic flute in his hand. As soon as the flute started to play, the poisonous insects and wild beasts hidden in the surrounding forests gathered towards him from all directions as if they were possessed. This time, he not only wanted to destroy the Ye family, but also massacre the entire East Heavenly King City, in order to vent the hatred he had been carrying for so many years. The ancestral home of the Ye family. Yeshu slowly opened his eyes, as if sensing something, and said with a slight coldness on his lips, "This cultivation world is indeed magical. There is such a brilliant method to calculate my vitality. However, I am a divine body, not afraid of any curse or cause and effect in the world. You can't calculate this even if you can. Wait until I finish dealing with these ants, and then I will come to see you." Yeshu could feel that the person who had calculated his situation was an expert, but that was all. Yeshu remembered that he had been in seclusion for so many years without signing in, and his mind moved, and his spiritual sense immediately entered the system space. Host, Yeshu. Family, Ancient Ye family. Cultivation, Life and Death Realm 9th layer. Physique, Undying and Indestructible Divine Body. Law Treasure, Moonlight Treasure Box. Talent Tribe, Yeshen, Dual Pupils Xianjing 9th layer. Number of check-ins, 15 times. System, I didn't expect that there have been 15 sign-ins. The Ye family's ancestor is the luckiest among the Ye family. The system has signed in all of them. Ding, signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in for the corpse control technique. The reward has been put into the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, signing in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Divine Sword Reverse Scale. The reward has been put into the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, signing in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the Divine Sword Upgrade card. The reward has been put into the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, signing in. Congratulations to the host for winning. Ding, signing in. Received the 6th grade elixir, King's In Pill. The reward has been put into the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, sign-in is over. Sure enough, it's not as good as the first sign-in reward, but it's enough for the current Ye family members to use. Although Yeshu didn't sign in for the immortal level reward, these things seem more appropriate now. Otherwise, if he signed in for treasures like Supreme Bone, the Ye family members really couldn't use them. Yeshiu said as he began to check the rewards in his space backpack. Corpse controlling technique, using one's own corpse chi to control the corpse. Corpse control technique is a great skill. After I learn it, if I can control the corpse of the Immortal Emperor that my ancestors sent me, I will be able to conquer the world. Yeshiu smiled and shouted excitedly in his heart. Host, don't dream. That corpse is at the Immortal Emperor level. If it weren't for your ancestors suppressing it with that ancient coffin, if he leaked even a little breath, this world would be destroyed. The system's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water poured on his head. That system, how strong a corpse can I control? With the host's current strength, he can at most control corpses that are one level higher than himself. It's fine if you're one level higher. If anyone offends my Ye family in the future, I will bring out their ancestors and let them perform a good show of loving father and filial son. Yeshiu chuckled and continued to check other rewards. Ni Lin, from the cartoon Tian Xing Ju Ji, it is a magic sword. Both a teacher and a friend, the Ni Lin sword. A sword is a weapon, and a famous sword is more spiritual. It needs to choose a powerful master, so that it can kill more lives and provide blood for the sword. The sword spirit is the most powerful and most compatible undead spirit among the previous masters of this sword. Ni Lin is a dark blue and dilapidated ancient sword. The sword body is broken into several pieces, and the hilt is a ferocious beast pattern. It carries a very heavy yin energy when it appears, involving the space and time field. Whenever the sword holder is in danger, the sword spirit will come out to kill the enemy and save the master. It's actually the Ni Lin sword. It is indeed a precious sword. At the critical moment, the sword spirit in the sword will come out to protect it. Then I can give it to Yeshyen as a protective sword. Yeshiu touched the broken reverse scale and exclaimed with a slight smile. This divine sword upgrade card should be specially made for Ni Lin. The system uses the divine sword upgrade card. Ding, use successful. The quality of the Ni Lin sword has been improved, and the sword spirit in the sword has been raised to the king level. The sword spirit in the sword will also drink blood as the sword body drinks blood and automatically cultivates. Sword spirits can also be cultivated, and they are directly upgraded to the king level. Yeshyen is really lucky. It is equivalent to having an extra king realm protector. Yeshiu smiled faintly, then put away Ni Lin, preparing to hand him over to Yeshyen later. King's In Pill, it can clear the mind, remove evil thoughts and karma from the heart, and prevent one from going astray. Not bad. Next, it depends on the performance of the younger generation of the Ye family. At the Sui Marquis mansion, the Sui Marquis received news of the death of the Ye family's ancestor from the underground cave, and immediately began to gather the masters in the mansion, preparing to take action against the Ye family. A bloody storm is about to come. Chapter 15. In the east of Heavenly King City, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere filled the air. It's windy, so I won't do business today. I hope it will be sunny tomorrow. A hotel owner looked up, looked at the black clouds looming in the distance, and muttered to himself. Manager Wang, even someone like you who values money more than anything else is willing to give up such a good business. It seems that things are really going to change. At the entrance of the restaurant, a blind beggar put away his fortune-telling stall on the ground, took his wine gourd, and staggered towards the end of the street. Bang, bang, bang. A cold wind blew, and the windows on the street closed one after another. The once bustling streets of East Heavenly King City were no longer noisy. Even ordinary people in the martial arts world felt the weirdness shrouding the East Heavenly King City and hid back in their homes. Ye family, bloody Marquis mansion, you guys can fight slowly. In the end, this East Heavenly King City will eventually turn into a purgatory. On top of a pavilion, a man in black had a cruel look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't care at all about who would win or lose in this battle. Rumble! A loud thunder sounded in the dark night sky, and heavy rain poured down. Ye family, it's time to settle our feud. Let's go. In the blood-clothed Marquis's mansion, the blood-clothed Marquis held the blood sword in his hand, with the heavy rain falling from the sky above his head, walking on the blue stone slabs, step by step towards the direction of the Ye family. Yes, Lord. Led by Tai Shao, the blood-cloaked marquis's men followed the blood-cloaked marquis's footsteps, holding broadswords. In front of the Ye family's main gate, Ye Qingkang, Ye Xian and the first and second elders of the Ye family, led the Ye family's masters, ready for battle. "Father, they are coming." A golden light flashed in Ye Xian's eyes, and in an instant, through the endless rain curtain, he saw the blood-robed marquis and his group walking towards the end of the street. "Everyone, be alert. In this battle, we must demonstrate the might of our Ye family." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingkang shouted to the Ye family members behind him. "Yes, Patriarch, I swear to defend the Ye family to the death and annihilate the invading enemy." When the Ye family masters heard the clan leader's voice, the fighting spirit in their hearts instantly erupted. "Life and Death Realm First Layer, there is no need for me to take action." Ye Xiu stood quietly in the air, enveloped by a cloud of black air, and no one noticed his presence. "First Elder, Second Elder, Fourth Elder, the blood-robed marquis will be handed over to us father and son, and the rest will be left to you. Don't worry, Patriarch. The blood-robed marquis is a strong man from the life and death realm. You have just reached the venerable realm 9th layer. Ye Xian is even weaker. Let me help you." The Ye family elder's face was filled with worry. The life and death realm and the venerable realm seemed to be only separated by one realm, but the strength was really just like their names, with a world of difference between life and death. The gap between them was huge. Brothers fight together in battle, fathers and sons fight together to kill tigers. "Great Elder, please don't underestimate me, I am no longer the person I used to be." Ye Xian held a broken black and green sword full of gaps in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This was just given to him by his ancestor. Others might sneer at this broken sword, but his dual pupils have already seen the sword spirit inside. It is an extremely terrifying strong man, with black air all over his body, black cloth covering his eyes, and a murderous aura. Once the astral projection is launched, it will definitely be earth-shattering. "Great Elder, don't worry, the Ancestor is still in the dark, nothing will happen to him." Although Ye Qingkang didn't know why Ye Xian regarded the broken sword as a treasure, he would not question the decision of the Ancestor. The thing that the Ancestor took out must be a treasure. He couldn't see through it, so he could only say that his vision was too narrow. When the Ye family elder heard that this was the Ancestor's intention, his worries gradually faded away and he said, "Be careful." He, Ye Qingkang, it seems that your Ye family's ancestor has really fallen. But it's okay this way. Today I will massacre the Ye family. From now on, there will be only one voice in East Heavenly King City, and that is my bloody Marquis mansion. A burst of arrogant voice was heard, and the blood-clothed Marquis walked over dragging his blood-red sword. The cold aura from his body directly froze the rain on the ground into ice cubes. As the cold air came, everyone in the Ye family couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The life and death realm was indeed the life and death realm. The aura on their bodies alone affected the surrounding environment. However, the people of the Ye family did not retreat. They believed from the beginning to the end that the Ye family would not lose. "Marquis Blood Robe, it is still unknown who will win, but this clan leader is very curious about who taught you this magic skill." Ye Qingkang's face was full of coldness. The blood-robed Marquis in the past did not have such a gloomy and cold aura. The other party's sudden leap in strength might be due to this. "Dead man, you don't need to know so much. Besides, with your strength, you are not worthy of knowing." The bloody Marquis's face turned cold, and then he looked at the street behind him and said hoarsely, "How long do you want to hide? I will give you one last chance to choose whether to live or die. Please spare my life, my Huang family is willing to surrender." An old fox with a pointed face and monkey cheeks walked out from the darkness, saying with an apologetic smile on his face, "I, the Sun family, surrender and will go through fire and water for you, Lord." A sinister fat man with a blessed look on his face also came out. "My Zhang family is willing. My Dragon Tiger gang is willing to serve you, Lord Ho. I, Black Wind Village, am willing to serve you." In the East Heavenly King City, many well-known forces appeared and stood behind the blood-robed Marquis mansion. Even those forces that once supported the Ye family had to bow down in the face of the general trend. Ye Qingtian, what do you have to fight me? If you know what's best for you, just commit suicide. I'll give you a decent punishment. Marquis Sui looked at the major families around him that supported him, his eyes filled with pride. He had finally waited for this moment, and the rights he had longed for were beckoning him. Okay. I didn't expect that in such a big city like East Heavenly King, no force is optimistic about our Ye family. Ye King Kang's eyes were full of anger and he said okay repeatedly. Many of these families that took refuge with the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion had been taken care of by him. He was not angry when the other party did not help the Ye family, but he did not expect that the other party would choose to add insult to injury. Seeing Ye King Kang's angry eyes, many people lowered their heads, with a hint of shame in their eyes. Ha, I have the best timing, location, and people. Come on, Ye Qing Kang. I will take you on your way. The blood-clothed Marquis licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily, hooked his finger, and gestured to Ye Qing Kang. Great Elder, I leave this to you. Don't let any of those ungrateful wolves go. Ye Qing Kang did not forget Ye Xiu's words. If the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again if the wind blows. Since these people have made their choice, they must be responsible for their choice. Good. Xian let's go. Yes, father. Ye Qing Kang took the lead and punched towards the blood-clothed Marquis. Ye Tong was not to be outdone. The dual pupils in her eyes moved, and the space around the blood-robed Marquis began to slow down a lot. You can actually affect my speed, you are such a monster, I will kill you first. As a powerful figure from the life and death realm, Sui Ho sensed something was wrong at the first moment and rushed out instantly, attacking Ye Xian with every move. Chapter 16. Although the blood-robed Marquis has the cultivation of life and death realm, he cannot fully exert his strength under the suppression of Ye Xian's dual pupils. Although Ye Qing Kang is at a disadvantage, he cannot be defeated for a while. Ye Xian held the reverse scale in his hand, and with the help of dual pupils, although the blood-robed Marquis realm was much higher than Ye Xian's, in the eyes of the dual pupils, all of his speed and moves were seen through, and all of his attacks were avoided by him. Well, you are worthy of being a son of the Ye family. Seeing this scene, the eldest elder of the Ye family was delighted and said to the children of the Ye family behind him, disciples of the Ye family, follow this elder to kill the enemy together. Kill. The people of the Ye family, who had already accumulated countless anger, turned red in the eyes and instantly rushed towards the enemies outside. Kill. The war was about to break out, and the three elders of the Ye family directly faced off against the strong men of the venerable realm from other families. The enemies below the venerable realm were also stopped by the disciples and guards of the Ye family. Swords flashed and blood flew everywhere. It was a dark and windy night for murder. Under the heavy rain, people's shadows were moving around and people fell down from time to time. The earth was dyed blood red, and the heavy rain could not wash away the smell of blood that permeated the air. As expected of the cultivation world, human life is like grass and worthless. Ye Xiu moved his fingers slightly, and the power of luck in the Ye family's ancestral land was separated and then fell into the bodies of the Ye family members. In an instant, the spiritual power that was about to be exhausted by the Ye family was replenished, and their strength increased a lot. On the other hand, the enemies who were covered by the Ye family's luck were listless and were defeated in the blink of an eye. The Ancestor has appeared, everyone kill him. Yes, Elder. The Ye family members, whose strength had grown, roared and began to slaughter everyone. Ah, who is behind this? No, I don't want to die. As long as you can let me go, I am willing to work hard for the Ye family. My Huang family is willing, as long as you spare my life. Seeing that the Ye family was becoming more and more powerful, the families that had previously wanted to take advantage of the blood-robe Marquis mansion began to beg for mercy. But, it's too late to regret now, kill him. The people of the Ye family had not forgotten the faces of these people before. The butcher knives in their hands fell, and one corpse after another fell in a pool of blood. I'm so sorry, I feel so sorry for my ancestors. You executioners, I curse you to die a miserable death. The pleas for mercy, cries of regret, and screams were drowned out by the sound of heavy rain. In the blink of an eye, the front of the Ye family mansion was filled with corpses and blood. I leave this to you, go and raid their clan and bring back their resources. When Ye Xiu saw those people fleeing in a panic, he moved his hand slightly and a black aura instantly chased after them. In the blink of an eye, the person who fled died on the spot. Yes, Ancestor. The eldest elder of the Ye family bowed respectfully, and then led the murderous people of the Ye family to start slaughtering one family after another. Cut the grass at its roots to prevent future troubles. Useless, such a waste, you are still waiting for me to take action myself. Outside the East Heavenly King City, the southern Xinjiang Gu King played his flute, and poisonous insects and ferocious beasts all over the mountains and plains rushed towards the East Heavenly King City like crazy. You are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Ye Xiu naturally felt the movement outside Dongtian City, and disappeared from the spot as soon as he moved. Ahem, Ye Qingkang, who is that person? Hearing the sudden sound above the Ye family, the blood-robed marquis's face changed drastically. He forced the Ye father and son back with a sword and asked in fear. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt to tell you now, that's my Ye family's ancestor. Ye Qingkang saw the panicked blood-robed marquis and said with a smug look on his face. The ancestor of the sixth layer of life and death realm of the Ye family? Impossible, impossible, isn't he dead? The blood-cloaked marquis muttered to himself, his eyes full of madness. Ha 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 ha, my Ye family's ancestor is a life and death realm late-stage expert. You can't die just because you say so. Today is the day you die. Ye Qingkang's deep voice spread out over the sound of heavy rain. He wanted to use this battle to let the remaining people in East Heavenly King City know the strength of the Ye family, so that they would not have any resistance from then on. It was also to announce to the outside world the strong return of the Ye family. Life and death realm late stage, the Ye family ancestor actually made a breakthrough. Hiss, the Ye family is really going to rise. With the Ye family's ancestor, even the royal family probably won't dare to offend the Ye family easily. The Ye family's ancestor hid himself really well. Fortunately, I didn't follow the blood-robed marquis, otherwise I'm afraid my Zhang family would be exterminated as well. The bloody marquis mansion has offended this old monster. It's over. The Eastern Heavenly King mansion will eventually be ruled by the Ye family. Sure enough, as soon as Ye Qingkang's voice was heard, every powerful person in the East Heavenly King City was extremely shocked. There are really not many people in the Great Qian dynasty. They can foresee that it won't be long before the reputation of the Ye family's ancestor will spread throughout the Great Qian dynasty, and the Ye family will be able to completely squeeze into the ranks of the top forces in the Great Qian dynasty. I don't know how many forces will come to make friends with the Ye family. The old dog Ye Xiu is not dead. The eastern domain is going to experience another bloody storm. The innkeeper woke up from his dream, looked at the sky outside, and then fell asleep again. That shouldn't be the case. 20 years ago, I told Ye Xiu that this old devil couldn't survive the catastrophe of life and death. What went wrong? Could it be that there was something wrong with this gossip? In a dilapidated temple, the old beggar had a look of shock on his face. He kept fiddling with the bagua in his hand, but in the end he still didn't understand what went wrong. He could only secretly say that Ye Xiu was blessed with a long life. No, I don't believe it, Ye Qingkang, I want you to die. The bloody marquis, with disheveled hair and pale lips, shouted madly. He had been planning to deal with the Ye family for most of his life. In order to ensure that his plan would not fail, he had endured for so many years, using countless means to determine Ye Xiu's life or death, and even practicing magic skills at the cost of lifespan, just for Ye Xiu's death and the destruction of the Ye family. Now that the ancestor of the Ye family is not dead, this cruel fact has completely brought him to his lowest point. He is unwilling to believe all this and has developed mental problems. Mr. Bloody Robe, UBD, look me straight in the face. When Ye Xian saw that Sui Ho had mental problems, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What? Dual pupils opens, illusion appears. But from the bloodshot eyes of blood-robed marquis, as soon as Ye Xian's dual pupils moved, blood-robed Marquis body stiffened and he stood still in an instant. Ha 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 ha, I finally unified the East Heavenly King City. This world belongs to me, woo. The blood-clothed Marquis fell into Yeshu's illusion and stood there in a daze, laughing and crying at times, with an extremely rich expression. Father, kill him quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Yeshu's face was pale. His cultivation and mental strength were too low, and the dual pupils illusion could only last for a moment. Okay, bloody battle in all directions, the sky-lifting divine palm. Ye Qingkang gathered all of the spiritual power of the venerable realm 9th layer into his palm, and then slapped it towards the blood-robed Marquis. Puff! A palm strike landed on the body of blood-robed Marquis, and all of his internal organs were shattered by the spiritual power. After he lifted the illusion, his face was full of disbelief. He, a powerful man from the life and death realm, actually died at the hands of Ye Qingkang, whom he had never taken seriously. Chapter 17. If you kill me, that person will not let your Ye family go. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. The blood-clothed Marquis fell to the ground, his body turned into a pool of blood, and no remains were left. What a cruel method! It seems there is another powerful person behind this blood-robed Marquis. Ye Qingkang looked at the miserable condition of blood-robed Marquis and his expression became completely solemn. The way that the blood-robed Marquis died was not normal at first glance. It was very similar to the way some demons died. He had only seen this method in the ancient books of the Ye family. In order to quickly improve their strength, some demonic cultivators would find some talented people and plant demon seeds in their bodies. When these people's strength reaches a certain level, they would absorb the cultivation of the puppets. Those who can use this method are at least king level. The Ye family accidentally offended a powerful king level person. Father, there is nothing to be afraid of with our ancestors here. If he dares to come, this East Heavenly King City will be his grave. Seeing the solemnity on Ye Qingkang's face, Ye Xian said indifferently. Others may not know, but he knows that the sword spirit in his reverse scale has the strength of a conferred king. Since the Ancestor could give him such a treasure, how could his own strength be bad? What do you know, kid? Let's wait until the Ancestor comes back to discuss this matter. Ye Qingkang scolded coldly. Ye Xian looked aggrieved, but he did not mention the matter of Ni Lin. Well, we'll fight back. Since we've already made enemies, there's no time to regret. Let's clean up these corpses first to avoid unnecessary trouble. The blood-stained elder of the Ye family flew over. All the forces that had offended the Ye family had been slaughtered. Under Yeshu's tactics, although many people from the Ye family suffered injuries in this battle, fortunately no one died. Ye Qingkang moved his hand and began to direct the people of the Ye family to clean up the battlefield. Outside the East Heavenly King City, the southern frontier poison lord's face was filled with rage, and the poisonous insects and beasts that had obeyed his orders before suddenly stopped and trembled all over. No matter how hard the flute was played, these poisonous insects still did not dare to move forward, as if there was something terrifying inside. Go, serve this old ancestor. The poison lord of southern Xinjiang roared and blew the flute again. Old ghost from Nanjiang, you don't have to brag. This old ancestor is here. Not to mention these little poisonous creatures, even if the evil ghosts and demons are reborn, they dare not set foot in the East Heavenly King City. Yeshu's figure fell from the sky and stood on the top of the city, with a strange red light emitting from his eyes. He is a zombie. In terms of evilness and cruelty, no other monster in the world can compare to him. He is naturally suppressive to evil and dark creatures. This is why these poisonous insects dare not approach Dongtian City. When he was young, he traveled to Dagon. When he was in southern Xinjiang, he became enemies with the Poison King of southern Xinjiang. During the fight between the two, he killed the Gu King raised by the Poison King of southern Xinjiang with one sword, and with the last sword, he pierced the body of the Poison King of southern Xinjiang. The two of them became enemies because of this. They thought that the King of Gu in southern Xinjiang was dead, but who knew that the King of Poison in southern Xinjiang was resurrected and his strength was greatly improved. He also came to the Ye family to seek revenge and killed many people in the Ye family. After coming out of seclusion, Yeshu defeated the southern Xinjiang Poison Lord, but he eventually let him escape. In a rage, Yeshu went directly to southern Xinjiang and massacred the southern Xinjiang Poison Lord's sect, hoping to force him out. But since then, the other party has completely disappeared. After Yeshu's search failed, he gradually forgot about it. Old demon you are not dead. When the Poison Lord of southern Xinjiang saw Yeshu's familiar figure, his body trembled. His strength was only at the 5th layer of life and death realm. Even with his Gu technique, he could only deal with the 6th layer of life and death realm. And Yeshu was at the 6th layer of life and death realm 20 years ago, which was why he didn't dare to attack the Ye family before he was sure whether Yeshu was dead or not. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but since you're here, I'll just send you on your way. When Yeshu saw the strength of the southern Xinjiang Poison Lord, his eyes were full of disappointment. Die! Yeshu moved his fingers, and a terrifying force immediately imprisoned the Poison King of southern Xinjiang. Ah! An explosion was heard, and the Poison King of southern Xinjiang was directly blown into a bloody mist. Just in case, Yeshu resurrected the opponent again. With a flick of his finger, the surrounding poisonous insects instantly swarmed up and directly swallowed up all the blood mist of the Poison King of southern Xinjiang. After making sure that the Poison King of southern Xinjiang had no chance of resurrection, Yeshu waved his hand, and the poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, and other monsters crawling on the ground dared to flee to the mountains and forests outside. This Ye family ancestor has such terrifying strength. The Gu King of the 5th layer of life and death realm has no power to resist in his hands. This strength is at least equal to the 8th layer of life and death realm. This great Qian dynasty actually hides such a master. In the dark, the moon-level saint envoy of the Black Sky organization was shocked. As a strong man of the 8th layer of the life and death realm, he could kill the southern frontier Poison Lord with one move, but he knew he couldn't do it as easily as Yeshu. Rat in the dark, do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to ask you to come out? Yeshu's eyes turned cold, and a spiritual sense immediately locked onto the moon-level divine envoy hiding in the darkness. Pa! Your Excellency is truly powerful. You can even sense my presence. The moon-level saint envoy walked out of the darkness with a look of shock on his face. Only at this moment did he realize that he might have underestimated Yeshu's strength again. Their Black Sky organization all have hidden skills. Yeshu can sense that the opponent's strength may have already involved the realm, and the realm is the unique means to seal the king level strong. The ancestors of the Ye family are at least in the life and death realm 9th layer. Black Sky organization, tell me, what are you doing in Eastern Domain? A hint of fighting spirit flashed in the depths of Yeshu's cold eyes. This man is the strongest person he has ever met in this world, and he is determined to have some fun with him today. You actually know the Black Sky organization? The moon-level saint envoy was slightly surprised, but after thinking of Yeshu's life and death realm 9th layer strength, he was relieved. I came here just by chance. Do you believe me? You tell me whether I believe it or not. If you don't tell me the purpose of coming here today, this place will be your grave. Killing intent surged in Yeshu's body, and boundless corpse energy enveloped the moon-level saint envoy. Corpse Chi, this Ye family ancestor is actually a demonic cultivator. He is really good at hiding it. The moon-level saint envoy's face changed, but after thinking that he was backed by the Black Sky organization, he also had a little confidence and said, Sir, I admit that you are very powerful, but in the eyes of my Black Sky organization, you are just a bigger ant. I hope you don't realize it yourself. The Black Sky organization is extremely powerful. Although their headquarters is not here, he believes that since Yeshu knows about the Black Sky organization, he must have heard some rumors about it. He doesn't believe that the other party would really dare to risk offending the Black Sky organization and take action against him. If you don't want to talk, then go die. Yeshu was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party. He moved and instantly rushed towards the other party. Chapter 18. Old Master Ye, I admit that you are very strong. You are one of the 3 strongest people I have seen since I came to Dagan. But you think too much about killing me. Beneath the face covered by the black robe, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the moon-level saint envoy. Seeing Yeshu's terrifying palm coming towards him, his expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about Yeshu's attack at all. Boom boom! Yeshu's palm landed on the black robe, and the man in black robe suddenly disappeared. A moment later, the figure of the man in black appeared again in the sky not far away. The power of space. Yeshu felt the residual spatial force around him, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. If one wants to touch the power of space, one must at least wait for conferred king. However, the black-robed man in front of him is only at the 8th layer of the mysterious realm of life and death and can dodge his attack instantly. He must have some space-related treasures on him. Old master yet, I don't want to fight you now, we will meet again later. A cruel look flashed across the moon-level saint envoy's mouth, and then his body was wrapped in a force of space and completely disappeared outside Dongtian City. The Black Sky organization is a really tough bunch, but as long as you don't leave Dagan, you'll always run into them. Even if you have a space treasure, it won't be that easy for you to escape from me. The corners of Yeshu's mouth turned slightly cold, and his body turned into a black gas and slowly dissipated. It was dawn, and the people of the Ye family were still resting after a night of bloody fighting. Outside the Ye family mansion, the people from Dongtian City were already standing there. They were in an orderly manner, standing in a row and were extremely respectful. Although they did not witness the battle last night with their own eyes, they could tell how brutal the battle was from the smell of blood and the unusually quiet city this morning. Brother Hun, I didn't expect you to come too. Why haven't other families come yet? The leader of a gang saw a familiar face in the crowd and couldn't help but start a conversation. The news about the Ye family's ancestor has spread throughout East Heavenly King City, and it won't be long before it spreads throughout Dagon. Now is the moment for these forces to show their loyalty. Those families probably won't be able to come. The head of the Hun family trembled in his heart, thinking of the miserable screams of the Huang family near his Li family last night. Needless to say, those families that had not arrived yet were probably massacred by the Ye family. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger gang took a deep breath and a trace of fear flashed across his face. Nearly 2/3 of the families were absent today. How many people did the Ye family kill last night? The people present around naturally heard the conversation between the two, and they couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts. They almost suffered the same fate as those families. However, at the same time as they were terrified, many people had gleams of light in their eyes. With the death of so many families, a lot of resources appeared in the East Heavenly King City. As long as they could please the Ye family, their own family would be able to develop rapidly. Son, hurry back to your family and bring us the treasure. Mr. Zhang, you should hurry home and bring me the 1000-year-old spirit medicine that I treasure. Whether you can make the list of the Ye family's pillars depends on this time. Yes, Master. The bigwigs of each family spoke up, ready to take out their best things and present them to the Ye family. The Ye family hall. Naturally, the scene outside the Ye family mansion did not escape his eyes. These people are faster than this clan leader expected. Ye King Kang's face was full of smiles. After so many years, he could finally hold his head high. In the past, although these families were respectful to him on the surface, they often tried to trip him up behind his back. Now seeing this scene, how could he not be proud and happy? How can it be slow? If you come any later, I will want to visit them in person. The second elder of the Ye family also had an arrogant look on his face, as if he wanted to look down on people with his two noses. Okay, Chief, how are you going to deal with them? The eldest elder of the Ye family pointed outside and asked. After what happened last night, I believe that the other party will not dare to go against my Ye family. I want to recruit a few forces and let them manage the eastern domain. Ye Qingkang thought for a moment and said calmly that his Ye family had few members and they had only controlled the eastern Heavenly King City for so many years. As for other places in the eastern domain, most of them were controlled by the Blood Robe Marquis Mansion and some families. Now that the Blood Robe Marquis Mansion has been destroyed, he also needs someone to help his Ye family manage those territories. That's a good idea. Okay, just take care of your breathing and leave this matter to me. Good. Ye King Kang's eyes were bright and he walked outside with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Squeak. The door of the Ye family slowly opened, and Ye King Kang walked out with a dignified look on his face. Meet Patriarch Ye. Congratulations to Patriarch Ye for killing those thieves in the bloody Marquis mansion and returning peace and order to our eastern heavenly king city. Patriarch Ye is becoming more and more heroic, and he is indeed the most handsome man in East Heavenly King City. Congratulations! As soon as they saw Ye King Kang coming out, the family elders from various forces who had been waiting for a long time came forward to flatter him. Sure enough, the strong are respected. As long as you have the strength, even the dead can be made alive by these people, Ye King Kang said to himself while enjoying the flattery of the crowd. Even when he became the head of the Ye family, he had never been flattered like this. Well, I wonder what brings you to my Ye family. Ye King Kang's face was slightly serious, and a powerful voice came out of his mouth, and the noisy crowd immediately calmed down. Master Ye, our Dragon Tiger Gang is willing to serve you. This is our Dragon Tiger Gang's most precious treasure, the Millennium Fiery Fruit. I present it to you. Seeing that everyone was shocked by Ye King Kang's voice and momentum, a tall, dark-faced man with a full beard walked out, knelt down on one knee, and knelt in front of Ye King Kang. At this moment, he threw away all his face and dignity just to become a subordinate of the Ye family. The Dragon and Tiger Gang leaders' shocking kneeling shocked the crowd behind him. Although they wanted to submit to the Ye family, they were still prominent figures after all, and it was a bit hard for them to kneel in front of so many people. Many people were full of ridicule for the behavior of the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. When Ye King Kang saw the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang appear, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but when he saw the mockery in the eyes of the people around him, his eyes turned slightly cold. Master Long, please stand up. From now on, you will be the #1 warrior of the Ye family. The management of the Warcraft city will be handed over to you. He walked forward slowly and helped the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang up. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang is as big and strong as his appearance, but he is outspoken and straightforward in his style of doing things. Just because the other party kneels in front of him and puts aside his dignity, it is worth it for him to recruit him. Thank you, Master. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang was also a man of temperament, and he didn't stand polite with Ye King Kang. Although he was puzzled as to how he could join the Ye family so easily, he still stood respectfully behind Ye King Kang. Chapter 19. FK, it was so easy to join the Ye family. Is there something wrong with the head of the Ye family? He even handed over such a large piece of land as the Warcraft city to that rough guy Longju. Strange, really strange, what on earth is the head of the Ye family planning? In the crowd, those who were ready to laugh at the Dragon Tiger Gang leader were stunned by this scene. Some regretted not kneeling down immediately, while others were worried about the Ye family's conspiracy. Master Ye, our Qing Cheng sect wishes to submit to the Ye family. I, the Black Wind sect, am willing to submit to the Master, and hope that you will give me a chance. Although some people were afraid that the Ye family had intentions towards him, some forces could not sit still and spoke up one after another, but no one knelt down like the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. Their dignity did not allow them to do so. All of you, get out of here. My Ye family doesn't accept mediocre people. Ye King Kang smiled coldly. After seeing those fence-sitters last night, how could he let these villains submit to the Ye family? These villains can live in peace when the Ye family is powerful. But once the Ye family falls into decline, they will show their fangs and never play against the odds. Master Ye, I am sincere. As long as you are willing, I can give you my concubines. If you don't mind, my wife and daughter can also serve you. Peng peng. A man in gorgeous clothes was blown away by Ye King Kang's spiritual power before he could finish his words. If you don't get out within 3 seconds, you will die. Ye King Kang's venerable realm 9th layer's aura exploded, and he looked at everyone with murderous eyes. Venerable realm 9th layer, Master Ye will take his leave now. Farewell, Patriarch. If you have any instructions, just give me a word and my Bai family will go through fire and water for you. Everyone felt Ye King Kang's murderous intent and fled in all directions. 3 seconds later, only a man with a sinister face was left at the door of Ye's house. "Master Hun, if you don't leave now, are you really not afraid of death?" When Ye Qingkang saw that the head of the Hun family was the only one left in the crowd, he did not rush to take action, but asked with a playful look on his face. "The head of the Hun family is also a tough guy in East Heavenly King City. If it weren't for the Blood Robe Marquis and the Ye family balancing the East Heavenly King mansion, the other families would have been swallowed up by this guy long ago. This is an extremely dangerous person. If I leave, I may live for a while, but not for long. I can die at the hands of Patriarch Ye, but I hope Patriarch Ye can save my soul family's life." With a thud, the head of the Hun family bent his knees and knelt down. At this moment, the head of the Hun family had a look of death on his face, and he no longer had the majestic aura he used to have. "Save your Hun family. As far as I know, your son has joined a powerful sect other than Dagan. Why does he need our Ye family to save him?" A trace of suspicion flashed across Ye Qingkang's face, but when he saw Hun Ju's face full of death, he felt that the other party did not seem to be lying. "What the Patriarch said is correct. My son did join a sect, but he offended a disciple from a powerful sect. Now he has been expelled from the sect and is being hunted by that powerful section. According to the letter from the guard who served my son, that force has set its sights on my Hun family, and it won't be long before they come to kill my Hun family." As Hun Ju spoke, his face was filled with pain. His son's life or death is unknown, and there is a terrifying force coming to destroy the Hun family. He has not had a good day these days. "Is that so? Then why do you think that my Ye family can save you, and why I, the Patriarch, will agree to protect your soul family?" As a fellow clan leader, a trace of sympathy flashed through his heart. The current situation of the Hun family was too similar to that of the Ye family a month ago. They could be destroyed at any time due to the impending crisis. "I don't know, but in the whole Dagon, at this time, only the Ye family can help my Hun family. Even if the probability is less than 1 in 10,000, I still want to give it a try." Hun Ju's face was full of bitterness. Now the strongest force that the Hun family could come into contact with was the Ye family, so he could only fight to the death. What is the strength of the other party? At least the conferred king may also be able to seal a sovereign-level strongman. If Patriarch Ye finds it too difficult, I only hope that Patriarch Ye can help my Hun family preserve a trace of bloodline. Hun Ju kowtowed madly as he spoke, knowing that this was too much to ask. Conferred king, conferred sovereign was too terrifying for the great Qian dynasty. Conferred king, or even conferred sovereign. Ye Qingkang's heart was greatly shocked, and he wanted to refuse directly, but at this moment, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "The Ancestor actually wants to summon him." Ye Qingkang did not dare to disobey Ye Feng's words. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Hun Ju, I can't make the decision on this matter. Come with me to meet the Ancestor and see what he decides." "Okay, thank you, Patriarch Ye. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, my entire Hun family will definitely remember Patriarch Ye's great kindness." When the disheartened Hun Ju heard that the Ancestor of the Ye family wanted to meet him, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart again. "Walk." Ye Qingkang walked inside with Long Ao and Hun Ju. "Father, the Ancestor said that you should bring Uncle Hun in." Ye Xian saw his father coming in and said hurriedly. "Long Ao, wait for me here. Ye Xian will entertain your Uncle Long." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Father." Ye Qingkang brought Hun Ju and headed towards the main hall. "I seem to have seen that jade pendant somewhere." Hun Ju's eyes swept across Ye Xian's neck, and he had a sense of déjà vu in his heart, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a moment, and continued to follow Ye Qingkang towards the depths of the hall. "Uncle Long, do you still recognize me?" Ye Xian saw his father leaving, turned around and said to the leader of the Dragon and Tiger gang. "Young master, now that you mention it, I really feel like I've seen you somewhere before." When Long Ao heard Ye Xian's words, he felt more and more familiar. 20 years ago, in the Warcraft forest, there was a crooked tree. "You're that little brat." When Long Ao heard Ye Xian's reminder, he said with shock on his face. Long Ao's thoughts immediately went back to 20 years ago, when he had not yet established the Dragon and Tiger Gang. He was just a mercenary leader who had been hunting ferocious beasts in the outskirts of the World of Warcraft mountain range for years. During one hunting trip, he accidentally saw a giant python chasing a little kid. In the end, he rescued the kid from the python's mouth and asked a guard from the mercenary group to escort him to the World of Warcraft city before leaving. He never imagined that the little brat back then was actually the son of the current head of the Ye family. "Uncle, it was me. If you hadn't helped me, I would have died." Ye Xian's eyes were full of gratitude. He was weak and sickly when he was young, so his father took him to the monster mountain range to find spirit medicine for body tempering. Unexpectedly, they encountered a tide of venerable level ferocious beasts in the monster mountain range. He was separated from his guards in the tide and was finally rescued by Long Ao. Because he was still young at the time, his memory was a little fuzzy. It was not until he got dual pupils that his mental power skyrocketed and he remembered everything that happened that year. Chapter 20. These days he also asked his family members to secretly help him find out the whereabouts of Long Ao, but he never thought that the other party was actually the current leader of the Long Hu gang. Ye Xian told Ye Qingkang that the leader of the Dragon and Tiger gang was the person who saved him that year, which led to the scene in front of the Ye family's door before. What happened just now? Long Ao is also a smart person, and all the doubts in his heart disappeared. "Uncle Long, with your abilities, it's a waste of talent for you to manage the Dragon Tiger gang. It was my father's decision to let you manage the Warcraft city, and it has nothing to do with me." Ye Xian chuckled. "You kid! How could Long Ao believe Ye Xian's lies?" But he still felt warm in his heart. This may be the case of good being rewarded with good and evil being punished with evil. In the main hall of the Ye family, Ye Xiu was still immersed in the system space. Because the system suddenly prompted that the luck in the Han family's ancestral land was particularly strong. Although it was not as good as the Ye family's ancestral pavilion, it was still stronger than the luck in the imperial palace of the Dogon divine dynasty. This made him have ideas about the Han family's ancestral land, and that was why he asked Ye Qingkang to bring Han Ju in to see him. System, could it be that there are experts hiding in this Han family? Ding, the Soul family's luck is very strong, but it is mixed with dark energy. Although such a family will give birth to extremely talented people and supreme strong men, they will not have a good ending in the end. Isn't this a perfect villain template? No wonder luck is stronger than others. Ye Xiu smiled bitterly. Should we say that this Han family is unlucky or lucky? They can give birth to strong people, but they all have miserable endings. Ye Qingkang, meet the Ancestor. My soul is gone, I am here to see you, senior. Ye Qingkang and the other man came into the hall and knelt on the ground respectfully. When Ye Xiu heard the two people's voices, spiritual sense also withdrew from the system space. His zombie eyes moved, and he saw the black air shrouding Han Ju. Looking at Han Ju's ferocious face, he was definitely a villain. "Get up, Han Ju, I already know about your situation. I can help you solve the crisis, but I have two requirements. Senior, as long as you can save our Han family, as long as the Han family can do it, we will never refuse." Han Ju's heart trembled and he said with great surprise. The moment he looked up, he finally saw Ye Xiu's figure. Although Ye Xiu had concealed his cultivation, he could feel the cold and gloomy aura hidden in Ye Xiu, which was countless times stronger than the chill given to him by the evil spirits in the Han family's ancestral land. The real strength of the Ye family ancestor may be far more than the life and death realm mentioned by the outside world, and may have reached the conferred king. Because the yin energy of the king-level ancestor in his soul clan ancestral pavilion is far less strong than the feeling Ye Xiu gave him. "Okay, first of all, I want to go to your Han family's ancestral pavilion. Second, I want to plant a forbidden spell on your Han family. If anyone in your Han family dares to have second thoughts about the Ye family, their soul will be immediately destroyed." Ye Xiu said coldly. "Don't worry, senior. My soul family will go through fire and water without hesitation." After guessing Ye Xiu's true strength, Han Ju agreed directly. Following the Ye family who sealed the King realm, the Han family might be able to make a comeback in the future and reproduce the Han glory of their ancestors. If you can't be number 1, be the second one below that race and above the myriad races. Good. A black shadow appeared behind Yeshu. The phantom moved slightly, and a trace of Hunju's soul was instantly peeled off. The phantom of the zombie god exhaled a breath of black air and immediately merged with Hunju's soul. A black contract instantly appeared in the hall and slowly burned until it disappeared. The contract is signed. From now on, anyone from the Hun family who dares to have second thoughts about the Ye family will be immediately reduced to ashes and will never be reborn. At this moment, the people of the Hun family who were far away in the land of the Hun family seemed to feel this spiritual contract in their hearts, and they all showed respect to the people of the Ye family. Okay, the contract has been concluded. If those people come, I will naturally deal with them. As for the Hun family ancestral pavilion, I will go there in person when I have time. A smile flashed across Yeshu's face. Yes, sir. Hunju felt a little relieved. With Yeshu's words, the stone in his heart could finally fall. He no longer had to worry about the other party's arrival all day long. The Hun family was saved. Oh, sir, I suddenly remembered something, but I don't know if I should tell you about it. At this moment, Hunju suddenly thought of the dragon-shaped jade pendant on Yeshu's neck. Go ahead. Yeshu waved her hand. Ye Qingkang also cast a curious look. Yes, sir. The dragon-shaped jade pendant that the young master is wearing is very similar to the phoenix-shaped jade pendant that my son saw. Bang! As soon as Hunju finished his words, the cup in Ye Qingkang's hand fell and broke into pieces. However, Ye Qingkang ignored him and took out a drawing with an anxious look on his face and said, "Is this the jade pendant?" On the drawing, there are 2 jade pendants printed, one with a dragon and the other with wind, both of which are lifelike. Yes, that's it. Where did this phoenix-shaped jade pendant come from? Ye Qingkang held Hunju's hand, his face full of excitement. Master, my son once said that he saw it on a girl, but now that boy is either dead or alive, and I don't know where he saw it. Hunju said this with a look of sadness on his face. Plop. Grandfather, please save my daughter-in-law. Ye Qingkang fell to his knees with a thud. There are 2 dragon and phoenix jade pendants, which were used when Ye Xian and his good brother Yun Zhan's daughter, Yun Shi, were arranged to be married. Ye Xian and Yun Shi each have one. Now that this phoenix-shaped jade pendant has appeared, it is very likely that there were still survivors in the Yun family. No matter what, he had to rescue Yun Shi and let his brother rest in peace. Get up first. As long as the people of the Yun family are still alive, I, the Ancestor, will definitely take action. A hint of coldness flashed in Yeshu's eyes. If the orphan of the Yun family was found, the mastermind behind the scenes would also be found. Then it would be time for him to avenge his original body. Hunju, once there is any news about your son, please tell me, the Ancestor, and I will send someone to rescue him. If he wants to find the child of the Yun family now, it seems that he can only find the son of Hunju first. Otherwise, even if he does it himself, he doesn't know when he will find him. He doesn't have that much time. Yes, thank you, sir. Hunju was delighted that his son was saved. He cried with joy at this moment. Before, he might have submitted to the Ye family because of the situation, but now he submitted to the Ye family wholeheartedly without any complaints. Okay, all of you go down, and come back to me if you have anything else. Yeshu waved his hand, signaling the 2 to leave. Yes, Ancestor. Yes, sir. The 2 men bowed respectfully and then slowly left the hall. Yeshu moved his hand slightly, and an ancient coffin appeared from the space. Yeshu moved and lay down in it. Chapter 21. Outside the Ye family hall, several elders of the Ye family had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they saw Ye Qingkang come out, everyone surrounded him. My fellow elders, from now on Long Ao and Hunju are also our own people. I have decided to give the area in the Warcraft city to Long Ao, and the other areas outside the Eastern Heavenly King city to Hunju. From now on, we will all prosper together and suffer together. I hope that everyone will work together to manage the Eastern domain well. Ye Qingkang pointed at Long Ao and Hunju and smiled faintly. With the methods of his ancestor, he was not afraid that the Han family would betray the Ye family, so he waved his hand and handed over those difficult-to-manage methods outside Dongtian City to the Han family. Hunju greets all the elders. I am grateful to the head of the family for not abandoning me and entrusting me with such an important task. My Han family will definitely defend this with our lives. When Hunju saw that Ye Qingkang trusted him so much, tears of excitement flashed in his eyes. Long Ao also swears to defend the Warcraft city to the death. The city survives and the people are alive. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. The rough and sturdy Long Ao also had a serious expression and clasped his fists solemnly. Ha ha ha, you two don't have to be so serious. My Ye family doesn't have so many red tape. You don't have to be so serious when we meet in the future. The eldest elder of the Ye family laughed. He had heard of the reputation of the two men. If these two people joined the Ye family, it would be beneficial to the Ye family and would not cause any harm. Moreover, the ancestor's vision was always good. Hunju, Long Ao, I have heard of your names for a long time. Let's have a good fight if we have a chance. The hot-tempered second elder of the Ye family also knew these two ruthless men, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of fighting in his heart. Good. Let's go. Today is the big day for our Ye family. Let's have a good drink. Destroying the blood-cloaked Marquis mansion, unifying the East Heavenly King city, and subduing two powerful generals were undoubtedly great joys for the Ye family. That night, the cups were filled with wine and several people got drunk in the Ye family hall. Especially the second elder of the Ye family and Hunju Long Ao, the three of them had similar interests and in a moment they became close friends, chatting enthusiastically like old friends. Don't say it's too late, the sky is still full of rosy clouds. Ye Xiu sat on the roof of the Ye family's main hall, admiring the moonlight in the sky while drinking the fine wine in the jar, with indescribable emotion on his face. Although his current body is over 1,000 years old, his soul is only in his 20s. Who would have thought that he was an ordinary person a month ago, and in the blink of an eye he has become an ancestor? Ye Xiu picked up the jar of wine and drank it all. His body turned into a black gas and slowly dissipated along with the moon in the sky. The black gas passed through the Ye family and disappeared in a flash, and a moment later it arrived in front of a majestic and gloomy pavilion. It is worthy of being the Han family's ancestral pavilion. It has been surrounded by yin energy for many years. Most people dare not set foot in it. Ye Xiu's body moved slightly, and all the cold and gloomy air shrouding the Soul family pavilion was absorbed into his body, and then he stepped into the pavilion. The ancestral pavilion of the Han family is filled with gloom and coldness. On the walls of the pavilion, there are portraits of people from the Han family from all generations carved. However, the strength of these people is just barely at the realm of life and death. Until Ye Xiu walked to the center, there stood a spirit tablet filled with evil spirit. The founder of the Han family, the first ancestor, Han Heavenly Emperor. He traveled across the 8 wildernesses and 4 seas and established the most prosperous soul family. Heavenly Emperor, this name is quite domineering. The aura left on this spirit tablet is not as terrifying as the aura given to me by the 4 ancestors of the Ye family, but this living person of Heavenly Emperor should also be a dominant figure in a world. This Han family is indeed quite capable, and signing in here should be able to get a good reward. System, sign in. Ding, sign in to the Soul Ancestor Pavilion. Trigger the reward critical hit. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Heaven Swallowing Soul technique. The reward has been placed in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the Forbidden Magic Pill. The reward has been placed in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Rising Dragon Fist. The reward has been put into the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding, sign in is over. It actually triggered a critical hit. I signed in 3 times at once, which is not bad. Ye Xiu said this and began to check these 3 things. Heaven Swallowing Soul Art, Soul Ancestor's magic skill. The practitioner can devour the blood and chi of others to increase his own strength. It is an extremely evil magic skill, and when practiced to the extreme, it can swallow the sky and the earth, and melt a world. The practitioner will also be wrathed by the sky during this process, and gradually become a monster who does not recognize his relatives. This practice has been systematically modified to improve its shortcomings. Although practitioners will be haunted by baleful yin qi, they will not lose their minds. Taboo Magic Pill. It is a taboo pill made with life and death realm strongmen as the medicine. After taking it, you can gain the strength of the 9th layer of life and death realm for 1 stick of incense. Side effects: it consumes 100 years of lifespan and can only be taken once in a lifetime. Rising Dragon Fist. Created by a powerful person in the myriad worlds, a punch can randomly deliver 30, 60, or 90 times the power. Side effects: after a punch, the body's spiritual power will be exhausted. Do not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. A bit disappointing, but better than nothing. Ye Xiu was full of disappointment. This heaven-swallowing soul art was obviously a technique practiced by villains. He also came from an ancient family. The family's technique was many times stronger than this one, and it was obviously not available to the Ye family. And this forbidden magic pill was useless. After taking it, it maintained the strength of the life and death realm 9th layer. If he couldn't solve it, this thing was useless. As for the last Rising Dragon Fist, although it looked good, it was not suitable for him because his spiritual power was exhausted after 1 punch. It can be said that none of these 3 things is useful to him. After all this trouble, your Hun family has gained all the benefits. However, it is not bad for the Ye family to have one more thug. Ye Xiu knew that Ye Qingkang handed over the territories outside the East Heavenly King City to the Hun family. There were some powerful forces in these territories who were not convinced but pretended to be convinced. With this thing, the Hun family could just deal with them. Although he didn't care about the reputation of the Ye family, whether it was good or evil, he didn't want the Ye family to become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Let the Hun family take the black face. The villains have their own way to deal with the ruthless. After signing in, Ye Xiu did not stay any longer and turned into a ray of darkness and disappeared into the ancestral pavilion of the Hun family. The next day, at daybreak, Hunju and Long Ao returned to their respective territories, preparing to head to their new base. Ye Xiu gave the forbidden magic pill and the heaven-swallowing soul art to Hunju, and the ascending dragon art to Long Ao. With these 2 things, the 2 of them could do a better job for the Ye family. Hunju and Long Ao, who received the treasure, were even more grateful to Ye Xiu and wanted to express their loyalty from the bottom of their hearts. They also secretly vowed to practice well and follow the Ye family to a wider world. Chapter 22. The rise of the Ye family is unstoppable. In their eyes, Dagon is just a temporary stopover for the Ye family. Only a more vast world is the Ye family's final destination. The ancestors' methods are really high. With the help of these 2 people, my life will be a little easier. Yes, the 3rd brother sent a message saying that the news that the ancestor broke through the life and death realm late stage has spread throughout Dagon, shocking countless people. Those families and sects that once thought that our Ye family had fallen have sent people to East Heavenly King City, hoping to make friends with us again. The eldest elder of the Ye family was full of pride. Adding icing on the cake is far less effective than sending timely help. Now that we have our ancestor in charge, our Ye family no longer has to look to the eyes of any powerful force. Ye Qingkang's face turned cold, and the scenes of the Ye family's decline in the past came to his mind. Thinking of those people's ugly faces, he clenched his fists involuntarily. By the way, clan leader, after learning that the ancestor is not dead, the princes have also set their sights on our Ye family. I estimate that a prince will come to East Heavenly King City in the next few days to win us over. The elder of the Ye family pondered for a moment. In the life and death realm late stage, any one of them had a pivotal position and voice in the Great Qian dynasty, and no one dared to underestimate them. Whoever could win over one of them would have a 50% chance of winning the throne, which no one dared to underestimate. The fight for the throne, apart from the current royal family, also depends on the power of the subordinates of each prince. This is a competition of foundation. Ignore him for now, wait until they arrive. At the border between the eastern domain and the northern domain, a strange black palace was suspended above a 10,000-meter high cliff. A violent storm was raging around it, and yellow sand filled the sky, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Inside the main hall, the holy envoy Yuzun of the Black Sky Organization, who had escaped from Yeshiu not long ago, had a frosty look on his face. Ancestor of the Ye family, you should have already broken through to the life and death realm late stage. What on earth have you been planning after hiding for so many years? The moon-level Saint Envoy still felt a horrible chill in his heart when he thought of the battle outside East Heavenly King City. If he didn't have the space treasure of the organization, even if he could escape from Yeshiu, he would probably be skinned alive. I hope you haven't been hiding in East Heavenly King City for that treasure for so many years, otherwise we will really have a war. Although the moon-level Saint Envoy spoke in an arrogant tone, one could tell from his expression that he was still full of fear of Yeshiu. Buzz buzz buzz. The decayed and ancient hall suddenly trembled, and a flame appeared in the dark hall. In the flames, a figure jumped along with the flames. Red blood meets Heavenly King. The moon-level Saint Envoy's face changed and he hurriedly saluted the flame. The Palace Master observed the stars at night and found that the sky here was blood red, which was a sign of great misfortune. Is it possible that the Ghost King has been born? The Hokage jumped and a majestic voice came out from it. Report to Heavenly King, according to my investigations in recent times, the place where the Ghost King is sealed should be in the Magic Beast Mountain range. It will take some time for him to come out. Chixu thought of the blood eye he saw near the East Heavenly King City, and couldn't help but associate all of this with each other. Mountain of Monsters. The Hokage was full of confusion. Shouldn't the location calculated by the Palace Master be in the Daigon Palace? Could it be that the Palace Master made a wrong calculation? Are you sure you are in the Warcraft Mountains? Sir, I am 80% sure. Chixu recounted in detail everything that happened that night. Blood eyes, absorbing blood energy, it seems that the Palace Master has made a wrong calculation. When the Hokage heard what Chixu said, he also thought that the Palace Master had made a wrong calculation. This tiny place actually gave birth to a strong man from the 9th layer of the life and death realm. The Ye family is really lucky. The Hokage's face changed slightly, as if he thought of something, and he said with a bad look, if there is no conflict, try not to provoke the Ye family. Lord Heavenly King, why is this happening? Does the Ye family have some unknown origin? Chixu was slightly surprised and asked curiously. That's not the case, it's just that there's a sentence engraved in the Palace Master's Palace of Rebirth, no one with the surname yet is a good person. Chixu thought of the rusty words in the Palace of Rebirth of the Black Sky Organization, and for some reason he always thought it was a piece of advice. Their Palace Master had discussed this sentence with them, and even used supreme means and secret methods to investigate, but he could only vaguely glimpse this line of words. It was said by a terrifying being with monstrous demonic energy. That being's words are based on law and his power is overwhelming. They speculated that it might be the voice of that terrifying existence that was transmitted into the palace of the Devil of the Rebirth, leaving behind this line of words filled with an ancient atmosphere. Over time, the leader of the Black Sky Organization felt that all this was arranged by fate, and he would rather believe it than not. When he met someone with the surname Ye, he was generally unwilling to fight with him. Yes, I understand. Well, if you have any news, inform me immediately. The Hokage slowly faded away after he finished speaking, and the entire hall became dark again. This Ye family may not be a good family. I should avoid associating with them in the future. Chixu murmured to himself. Whether it was the chill that Yeshiu gave him or the adult's instructions, they made him no longer want to meet Yeshiu. Da. Lord Chixu, someone from our imperial capital sent a message saying that a big shot in the imperial capital wants to see you. A man in black came from outside the hall and spoke respectfully to Chixu. There is a big shot in this big business? How funny. Do you know who the other party is? I don't know about this, but the opponent's strength is in the life and death realm late stage. He said he has a business deal with you, sir, and wants you to go to the Imperial City to meet him. It will take some time for the Ghost King to be born. It's okay now. I want to see what kind of business the other party wants to do with me. Let's go. Yes, sir. The two figures moved and flew out of the hall. In the central region Imperial City, the news that Yeshu, the ancestor of the Ye family, had broken through the life and death realm late stage swept through the Imperial City like a hurricane. All forces knew about this extremely powerful person, and Yeshu's past once again surfaced in everyone's mind. Even in the past few days, in the Imperial City's restaurants, inns, and even brothels, young masters of noble families, and heroes in the martial arts world, when they were not chatting, they couldn't help but talk about Yeshu's breakthrough of the life and death realm late stage. Many people were eager to go to the East Heavenly King City to catch a glimpse of this old prince. Yeshu's name has reached the point where everyone knows it. Dagon Palace, Imperial Study. A pale, handsome man was sitting on the dragon throne, and the hall was filled with a strong smell of medicine. This person is the current emperor, Nangong Ba. Ahem, Littlely, is this old ghost from the Ye family really not dead? Nangong Ba no longer has the charm of the past. Although he is a powerful person in the realm of life and death, he cannot stop the loss of vitality in his body. He doesn't have much time left. Chapter 23. Your Majesty, according to the report from our spies in East Heavenly King City, Lord Ye is most likely not dead. The bloody Marquis Mansion was destroyed, and all the families in the Eastern Heavenly King City were wiped out by the Ye family. With the current power of the Ye family, it won't be long before the entire Eastern domain will be under their control. And as far as I know, many officials in the Eastern domain have already shown goodwill to the Ye family. It is estimated that the forces we have planted will be driven away by the Ye family in a short time. The feminine old eunuch analyzed the situation in the Eastern domain in a logical manner. Puff. Nangong Ba just felt a blockage in his heart and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Your Majesty, are you okay? The old eunuch's face was filled with panic. He hurried forward and helped Nangong Ba up. Ahem, I can't die yet. This dynasty is already in turmoil, with internal troubles and brokenness. Now here comes the ancestor of the Ye family. Is my Nangong family's kingdom really going to be destroyed in the hands of me, Nangong Ba? Nangong Ba's face was filled with regret. After he came to power, he was too obsessed with power and S***X. Now that his time was fading, he finally realized the mistakes he had made over the years. Unfortunately, he no longer had time to regret. He is now deserted by his relatives and friends. Although his 6 sons and daughters appear to be respectful to him on the surface, they are secretly forming cliques and factions. As soon as he dies, they will kill each other for the throne. The emperor's uncle, who was in charge of a large army in the south, only followed orders and not announcements. If he hadn't been afraid of being criticized, he would have probably rebelled. In the north, his sister was also ambitious and wanted to become the first female emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. The Ye family in the eastern domain rose, demons were rampant in the western domain, and the dynasty was already on the verge of falling apart. When he died, the chaotic world began. Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Say, I forgive you for your innocence. The imperial dynasty is already in a mess now. It doesn't make any difference whether there is one more Ye family or one less Ye family, the old eunuch said, pausing and saying, if we can win over the Ye family, plus the royal ancestors and the 2 life and death realm late stage, this world may be able to continue for a few decades. But the ancestor's life or death is still unknown. Besides, the Ye family's ancestor and I have never gotten along well. How could he help me at this time? Nangong Ba's eyes were full of gloom. The title of Bloody Robe Marquis was bestowed by his father in order to fight against the Ye family, which had been in constant dispute for years. Later, when his father passed away, he, as the crown prince, also went to the Ye family to seek support from the Ye family, but the ancestor of the Ye family did not treat him well at all and bluntly said that the Great Qian dynasty would be destroyed in his hands. He was so arrogant at that time that he had never suffered such humiliation. After becoming emperor, he often made things difficult for the Ye family. It would be good if the ancestor of the Ye family did not make trouble at this time. How could he help him? Your Majesty, this is ultimately a grudge from the previous generation, and it is not impossible to resolve this hatred. The world is bustling with people because of profit. It may be difficult for you and the Ye family to repair that relationship, but what about your offspring? The 9th princess mother is also related to the Ye family, so there is still hope. The old eunuch said thoughtfully. Empress Lu, Xiaju. A trace of reminiscence flashed across Nangong Ba's face. Concubine Lu, Lu Ruhua, and Ye Qingkang can be considered cousins. Lu Ruhua's mother, also his mother-in-law, was named Ye Fei, and she was Ye Qingkang's aunt. Ye Fei married into the Lu family from the Ye family and later gave birth to Lu Ruhua. Later, by chance, Lu Ruhua was chosen by him to be his concubine, but she never gave birth to any children for him until a few years ago, when she gave birth to a princess, Nangong Ling. That's somewhat related, but concubine Lu has rarely come to play with the Ye family over the years, and I'm afraid the Ye family won't buy it. Your Majesty, it has come to this point. No matter what, we must give it a try. Okay, I will go talk to concubine Lu about this tomorrow and see if I can win over the Ye family. As for the old ancestor, I will go and see if there is any movement. You can leave first. Yes, Your Majesty. A strange look flashed across the eunuch's face as he slowly left the hall. It's a pity that Linger is actually a woman. Nangong Ba sighed and slowly walked towards the forbidden area of the imperial palace. After Nangong Ba left completely, a gloomy figure emerged from the darkness. It was the eunuch Li Gonggong who had just appeared. Your Majesty, it seems that you really trust me, but it's too late. The old eunuch shook his head and continued to gaze at the ancestral land of the dynasty. He was waiting for Nangong Ba to come out again to confirm whether the ancestor of the dynasty had really fallen. At the easternmost end of the imperial city, there is the Tower of 10,000 Flowers, the largest brothel in the entire imperial city. It is a place where young masters from major families seek pleasure. Sir, come and catch me. Hey, little devil, if we catch you, you'll be in big trouble tonight. The sounds of joy and revelry rang out in the pavilion, making it like a paradise on earth. Behind this brothel, there is another world hidden. The underground cave is the largest black market. At this time, in a pavilion at the deepest part of the cave, two men in black robes and masks were talking. Nyutu, have you found out the information the distinguished guest wanted? Master, someone has already accepted the mission. I think we'll have news in the next 2 days. Hurry up, the distinguished guest is in a hurry, and we will need his help in the future. Yes, sir. Nyutu was shocked, and although he had some doubts, he dared not say anything more after the last lesson. He bowed and left the pavilion. After watching the bullhead leave, the man in black slowly took out his heavenly questioning mirror and said in confusion, "This shouldn't be the case. I have used up 100 years of my lifespan to estimate that the ancestor of the Ye family is 100% dead. But how could this dead person be resurrected? Is there something wrong with my treasure, or does the ancestor of the Ye family have a way to avoid detection by this thing? His heavenly mirror, which uses the blood of his descendants, can check life and death, not to mention the life and death realm, even the conferred king, but why did it suddenly stop working? Well, forget it. Fang Zheng, the poison lord of southern frontier is dead. I don't think anyone knows about this, and it won't affect the reputation of the cave." After thinking for a long time, the man in black couldn't figure out what went wrong. He said with a little regret, "If the distinguished guest had come to me half a month earlier, I would have used the heavenly questioning realm to find out the life and death of the ancestor of the dynasty. It's a pity that this secret technique can only be used once every 20 years, otherwise there wouldn't be so many problems. The ancestor of the Ye family has broken through at this time, and there is one more rival in this dynasty. However, it won't have much effect. If you know what's good for you and guard your eastern domain peacefully and don't interfere in the affairs of this dynasty, I can let you go. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless, ha 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 ha." The man in black smiled triumphantly, and a terrifying aura rose in the pavilion. Chapter 24. Da. Just when the lord of the cave was feeling proud, a sound of footsteps was heard, followed by a handsome man with a noble face who walked in. I don't know what wind brought you here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please take a seat. The master of the cave was not at all surprised by the sudden arrival. Apparently, this was not the first time such a situation had happened. The prince sat on the throne with ease, his handsome brows slightly frowned, and he gently touched the blue jade ring in his hand and said, "My father is about to die, and Dagan will be in chaos. Leader Zhou, who do you think will be the emperor of Dagan?" The prince said this with his eyes fixed on the master of the cave in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha, the throne has always been occupied by the capable. Among the many princes, except for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I can't think of anyone else who can inherit this throne." The lord of the cave had a calm expression and did not avoid the prince's gaze at all. "Leader Zhou, I heard recently that my powerful emperor has sent people to the catacombs quite a few times. I want to know who you support." The prince's face turned cold, and a royal aura emanated from him, and the whole situation instantly became cold. "I will support whoever is more powerful. I don't want your Nangong family's kingdom, and I don't care who is in charge of this big thing. As long as no one touches my interests, everyone is my friend." The lord of the cave did not care about the threat from the prince at all. He moved his body slightly, and an even more terrifying aura of a superior emanated from his body. The atmosphere created by the prince was instantly shattered. "You!" The prince's eyes were filled with anger, but when he thought of the other party's identity, his body stiffened. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you help me become the emperor, I will fully support you in dealing with those demon Dao forces in the western regions and help you become the true leader of the martial arts world. I have my own way to deal with the demon cult. Your Highness, don't worry about it." The lord of the cave shook his head and continued, "What I can promise you is that I will not get involved in the fight between you princes. Whether you can sit on the throne depends on your own ability." "Okay, this is what you said. I hope that Zhou Qianqiu, the leader of the righteous martial arts world, can keep his word." The prince smiled coldly and directly revealed the identity of the master of the cave. Zhou Qianqiu, the leader of Qianqiu's sect, is the best martial artist in Dagon and the recognized leader of the martial arts world. For many years, he has led the righteous forces in Dagon to resist the evil cult forces in the western regions. Hundreds of years ago, he had already broken through to the life and death realm late stage, and was known as one of the 3 strongest people in the world at that time, along with the demon venerable of the evil cult and the ancestor of the dynasty, Nangong Chian. Among these 3, Nangong Chian is the oldest and the strongest, followed by demon venerable, and then Zhou Qianqiu. "I will keep my word, but if you dare to reveal my identity, even if your Nangong family ancestor is still alive, I will kill you." Zhou Qianqiu's eyes flashed with ferocity. Only 2 people knew his identity as the master of the cave, one was the current emperor Nangong Ba, and the other was the crown prince Nangong Washuan. Snort! The prince snorted coldly and walked outside gloomily. "Nangong Washuan, if you were born a few decades earlier, with your cunning and strength, I might have invested in you. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, and you were born in the wrong era." Zhou Qianqiu shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Dagon Palace, a forbidden area. Nangong Ba dragged his broken body and knelt in front of the door where the ancestor of the dynasty was in seclusion, his face full of loneliness and desolation. Who could have thought that Nangong Ba, who was so high-spirited and domineering half a year ago, would fall to this point? "Unfilial son, Nangong Ba wants to see the ancestor, please see me." Nangong Ba endured the severe pain in his body, gathered his spirit chi, and spoke to the cave mansion in front of him. Whoosh whoosh! As the cold wind blew, the withered yellow leaves in the forbidden area danced gracefully. The forbidden area was still empty and exceptionally quiet. "Nangong Ba, please see the ancestor," puff puff. Nangong Ba used spirit chi again, but this time his body could no longer hold on. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, staining the gate of the forbidden area. "Come in." Just when Nangong Ba was in despair, an extremely old voice sounded, and Nangong Ba was instantly pulled in by an invisible force. "Ancestor, Ancestor, it's great that you are still alive. I will never perish after all." In the hall, Nangong Ba looked at the old figure above him, his body shaking violently, and he shouted excitedly. "How's the big job, ahem?" The old man's cloudy eyes gradually became bright. "Ancestor, the great Chian dynasty has now reached the moment of destruction. Please come out and protect me, and continue the imperial destiny of my Nangong family." Tears welled up in Nangong Ba's eyes as he told Nangong Xiang in detail what had happened in the dynasty over the years. Rebellious son, such a rebellious son. The old man's aged fingers kept trembling after hearing this. He looked at Nangong Ba with a face full of disappointment. A huge Dangan was turned into such a horrible state by him. If he hadn't seen that Nangong Ba didn't have much time left, he really wanted to kill this unfilial son with a slap. Alas, at this point, I, the Ancestor, am powerless to save the situation. This is my warrant, you can use it to ask the Swordmaster to help you once. And this is the attack Jade token, which contains the 3 powers of my peak period. It should be able to play a role at a critical moment and can also deter other forces. Nangong Xiang's trembling hands moved, and the token and Jade card fell into Nangong Ba's hands. His attack on conferred king failed, his spirit chi rioted, and his vitality was seriously lost. Now he can only rely on the great Qian dynasty's dragon chi to survive temporarily. If he makes a move, he will fall. "Thank you, Grandmaster. What about the 7th uncle?" Nangong Ba was delighted at first when he got the treasure, but then he thought of something and hesitated to speak. "Nangong Jian is also from my Nangong family. I will not interfere in your affairs. As long as the surname of this great Zhongshan is Nangong, it will be fine. Get out." Nangong Xiang waved his hand, and Nangong Ba was blown away by a terrifying force. "Alas, I was wrong after all. If I had supported Nangong Jian, how could my Nangong family become what it is now? It's really one wrong step and then another. But now it seems that it's not too late." Nangong Xiang took out a piece of parchment and wrote a line of words on it in blood. "The mandate of heaven has been lost, a new emperor should be appointed." After writing all this, Nangong Xiang waved his hand, and a spirit bird flew in, picked up the scroll, and disappeared into the palace. He, Nangong Xiang, how long are you going to go against me? Your Nangong family has run out of luck, and you can't suppress me for much longer. If you are smart, open the seal and let me come out. Maybe I can leave a trace of blood for your Nangong family." As soon as the spirit bird left, a cold and shrill voice rang out, and the entire forbidden area began to shake violently. Chapter 25. Ghost King, as long as I am still alive, don't even think about coming out. You'd better stay down there now. The blood on Nangong Xiang's fingers spilled, a golden talisman shone brightly, and the abnormal movements around him disappeared immediately. "Ah, old ghost Nangong, when I am born, I will make your Nangong family bleed like a river. Just wait, this day is not far away." The shrill sound became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Nangong Ba walked out of the forbidden area and couldn't help but feel a chill. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Not far from the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace, Eunuch Li saw Nangong Ba walking towards the Imperial study in the dark. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly stepped forward and helped Nangong Ba up. "It's okay. The world is fickle. I never thought that I, Nangong Ba, would still have a loyal subordinate like you. I have treated you badly in the past. It is an honor for me to serve your Majesty. Ha ha ha, let's go back to the Imperial study first." "Yes, your Majesty." The master and the servant slowly walked into the attic. "Your Majesty, I wonder how the old Ancestor is doing." Soon after entering the hall, Eunuch Li chatted with the Emperor and asked about the ancestors of the dynasty. "The Ancestor is fine. He gave me 2 treasures this time. No one can take away my great world." Nangong Xiang's face was filled with joy, and he didn't notice anything unusual about the eunuch in front of him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the old Ancestor in charge, my great efforts can continue for another 1,000 years." Eunuch Li showed a slight surprise in his eyes, but he concealed it immediately. His hand slowly reached into his sleeve and a message was instantly sent out. The foolish Nangong Ba was still sitting on the dragon throne, smiling happily and dreaming his sweet dreams. "Well, it's late at night, and I need to rest, so you can leave first. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch left the hall, and the imperial study became dark. In the cave, Dzogchen Kaiu saw the news in his hand and his face was full of disbelief. Nangong the old ghost is not dead, and he gave Nangong Ba 2 treasures. But according to Nangong Xiang's age, his 1,000-year lifespan is almost exhausted, which is probably the reason why he has not taken action yet. Although Dzogchen Kaiu was shocked, he was not too afraid. In his eyes, Nangong Xiang was already an old man, and he was now at the peak of his powers, so he was not afraid of him. Interesting, really interesting. First, Ye Xiu of the Ye family came back to life, and now even Nangong Xiang is alive. The water in the Great Qian dynasty is really getting deeper and deeper. That's good too. The more chaos there is, the more powerful I will be. When I break through the conferred king, I will have a lifespan of several thousand years. By then, I will be a powerful woman in the world and I will have everything I want. Ha 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 ha. Dzogchen Kaiu smiled complacently, and then ordered someone to deliver the news to the distinguished guest. Just as the imperial city was in turmoil, 2 carriages came out from the east gate and the south gate respectively, and then they both sped away in the direction of the eastern heavenly king city. From the decorations on the carriage and the guards around it, one can see the noble and prominent status of the person in the carriage. He, second prince, third prince, if you had been hiding in the palace, I would not have been able to take action. Now that you have fallen into our trap, don't blame me, the blood-robe tower, for being ruthless. Outside the imperial city, a group of people wearing blood-stained robes appeared. They were the notorious assassin organization of the Great Qian dynasty, the blood-stained robe tower. Walk. The people's spiritual power moved, and they slowly followed the carriage that was moving away. They had to wait until these people completely left the central region before taking action to avoid any accidents. Overnight, the imperial palace was emptied. Early morning. Nangong Ba sat on the dragon throne. Although his face was still pale, he looked much more energetic and in good condition than before. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The morning court session began. The prime minister led the civil officials, and the generalissimo led the military generals, each standing in a row and saluted Nangong Xiang above. Everyone at this time was very confused. The emperor had never held an early court session since he was injured. This sudden early court session really puzzled them. My dear ministers, please stand up. Thank you, your majesty. After hearing the emperor's words, everyone stood up and looked at Nangong Ba. I have 2 things to say in this morning's court. The first thing is that after thinking about it for the past few days, I have decided to reward those who have worked hard for the great cause in recent years. Wow! As soon as the news came out, the ministers and soldiers below were delighted and looked at Nangong Xiang above with expectation, hoping that they would be rewarded. In the hall, the only calm people were the ministers at the front who were extremely powerful in the army. When the prime minister saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart and said, "Do you really think this reward is good? I'm afraid you will have the life to take it but not the life to spend it." The country was in decline and the country was in chaos. In their view, the emperor was doing this at this time just to win people's hearts and find a scapegoat. I wonder who the reward will be given to, your majesty. Seeing that the emperor was slow to speak, an attendant couldn't help but ask. 7th uncle has worked hard and made great contributions. He has guarded the southern domain for so many years and resisted the attacks of the neighboring countries. He has made countless contributions to our great cause of stability. I have decided to grant the southern domain to the 7th uncle. The 7th uncle will be the king of Qin in the future. His status is only below this emperor. Without the emperor's order, no one can transfer the 7th uncle. What do you think? Nangong Ba had a smile on his face, but his nails were digging into his flesh under the documents. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. When they heard that it was Lord Zhan Divine Sovereign, everyone agreed and did not dare to object in the slightest. This general, on behalf of the 7th Emperor, is here to receive His Majesty's order and thank you for your grace. The Commander-in-Chief of the army stepped forward and said he would accept the order. Okay, I'll trouble you, Marshal. Nangong Chian still had a smile on his face, but he already had murderous intent in his heart. From this action, it can be seen that the commander-in-chief of the army has surrendered to the seventh uncle, and 70% of the troops are now in the hands of the seventh uncle. The Prime Minister was thoughtful, thinking to himself, "Your Majesty's move is really smart." Not only did he test the Grand Marshal, but he also shut up the seventh prince with the false title of a fiefdom. If the seventh prince dares to rebel in the future, he will probably be known as an unfilial son who repays kindness with enmity. It all depends on what the seventh prince chooses. The southern domain has long been the territory of the seventh prince. Even without the emperor's order, this is an unchangeable fact. Nangong Chian's move is simply getting something for nothing. Second, I have decided to confer the title of Empress Lu as the West Palace, and the Ye family as royal relatives. I will reward them with 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of grain, and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Do you have any objections, my dear ministers? Nangong Ba stared intently at the people below and spoke calmly of his decision. Chapter 26. Madame Zigong, this concubine Lu has not done much in her daily life. She has only given birth to a princess in all these years. It is a bit unworthy for her to sit on the throne of the Zigong. I think so too. I also think it's inappropriate that concubine Lu is on an equal footing with the queen all of a sudden. As soon as the news came out, people around immediately started talking about it. Nangong Ba did not stop him and just watched calmly. Then he silently glanced into the depths of the hall and nodded slightly. The Prime Minister saw all of this and silently mourned for those who were still opposing it. These people would probably disappear soon for various reasons. Your Majesty, I agree. The Prime Minister saw that more and more people were discussing the topic, and even his own confidants were beginning to join in, so he quickly stood up and agreed. The old minister also agrees. Your Majesty is wise. When the civil servants around heard the Prime Minister speak, they were secretly surprised and expressed their agreement. Okay, very good, Eunuch Zhang, you give this decree to concubine Lu. As for the reward for the Ye family, concubine Lu will go to the eastern domain Ye family in person to ask for the decree for the emperor. Let concubine Lu go back to her parents' home to ease her homesickness. The emperor smiled with satisfaction and said cheerfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch on the left picked up the imperial edict and went towards the harem. Your Majesty is such a cunning old fox. He just heard that the ancestor of the Ye family broke through the life and death realm late stage, and he immediately established a relationship with the Ye family and tried to win over the Ye family. Why didn't I see you mention that the Ye family is a royal family before? You are so shameless. The Prime Minister cursed secretly in his heart. The officials around who had already joined various major forces were also shocked and prepared to spread the news as soon as the morning court was over. Then comes the second thing. Although Might is already in decline, not everyone can covet it. Everyone should not forget the fate of Qingcheng sect 100 years ago. I hope everyone will not make mistakes and be loyal subjects. Nangong Ba's expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying murderous intent surged from his body. Your Majesty, rest assured. We will serve you till death. Swear allegiance to His Majesty. Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground, obviously knowing that this was a threat from Nangong Ba. The Qingcheng sect tragedy was when the dynasty's ancestor Nangong Xiang slaughtered tens of thousands of Qingcheng sect disciples with a single sword. Even the Qingcheng sect leader of the seventh layer of the life and death realm was killed with a single sword. To this day, Qingcheng Mountain is still littered with bones and is shrouded in a perennial gloomy aura. When Nangong Ba mentioned this matter, he was also telling them implicitly that the Nangong family's god of killing ancestor from the life and death realm 9th layer was not dead. Okay, let's adjourn. Seeing that his words had a deterrent effect, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Nangong Ba's eyes. He believed that with this statement, most officials would not dare to collude with other forces in secret. Yes, Your Majesty. The frightened minister only then dared to stand up and go out of the palace. It can be expected that it won't be long before the news that the ancestor of the Nangong family is not dead and is trying to win over the Ye family will spread throughout Dagon. By then, all the major forces will probably have to reconsider their attitude towards Dagon. After all, the two powerful beings from the late stage of life and death realm had forced them to carefully consider the costs and benefits. This was exactly what Nangong Ba wanted everyone to see. It was a deterrent to many forces before he died. In the backyard of the Imperial Palace, Shizuka Pavilion, a stunningly beautiful woman with a delicate face is playing with an innocent and lovely little girl. The eunuchs and palace maids around were also filled with joy. This is exactly the residence of Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu is friendly to everyone, never beats or scolds maids or eunuchs, and never fights for fame or fortune. She is considered a breath of fresh air in the harem and is deeply respected and loved by the servants. Mother, can we go back to my uncle's house? The palace is too boring. Little Ju wants to go out and play. The innocent and cute little girl with baby fat held her chin in her hand and acted coquettishly to the stunning woman next to her. Father has just issued an order. We can set off tomorrow. Mother misses home too. As the woman spoke, a smile flashed across her face. This smile was like a gentle breeze, gentle and charming, and particularly intoxicating. All the scenes of the past came to his mind. His mother was born in the Ye family of King clan, and his father was just the son of an ordinary family. Her parents had no cultural talent and passed away a few years ago. Now her only blood relative is the Ye family. Her parents were engaged in business and were away from home all year round. When she was a child, she lived in the Ye family all year round until her father became the head of a small family. He left the Ye family and returned to the Lu family. It can be said that in her heart, the status of the Ye family was far from comparable to that of the Lu family. Now that her parents have passed away and the Lu family has changed hands, she regards the Ye family as her real mother's home. Over the years, although he became a noble concubine, he did not fight for it. In addition to his indifferent personality, he also knew the grievances between the Ye family and the sovereign clan, and did not dare to get too close to the Ye family for fear of causing trouble to the Ye family. Despite this, every new year, he would send people to send generous gifts to the Ye family, and he also kept in touch with his cousin Ye Qingkang. Today, she was suddenly named Queen of the West Palace. She knew that all this was due to her grandfather's influence. However, being able to return to the Ye family was good news for her. At least Xiaju no longer had to worry about the crisis that might occur at any time in the palace. Chuckle, cluck. 2 crescent moons appeared on the little girl's fair face, and she smiled very happily. Chunyua, Kaiuju, prepare a generous gift for me. Remember to bring the precious piece of linzi. We will set out together tomorrow. Yes, madam. The eunuchs and palace maids around all took action. Now that their master had become the master of the West Palace, they, the servants, could also benefit from his success. They moved particularly quickly, fearing that the position would be snatched away by other servants in the harem. The emperor arrives. Meet the emperor. My dear, please stand up. I have treated you badly over the years. I feel guilty about it. I hope you and Xiaju can live happily in the future. Nangong Ba looked at the gentle woman in front of him, and for some reason he felt a strong sense of guilt. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Concubine Lu also knew about Nangong Ba's situation and knew that he didn't have much time left. When I was young and frivolous, I had many conflicts with the Ye family. Now I can only try my best to make up for it. This is a secret letter from me to Ye Qingkang. You must hand it to him personally. Nangong Ba said this as he handed a letter wrapped in gold foil to Concubine Lu. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will personally deliver this letter to my cousin. Concubine Lu took the envelope and put it into the space ring. Well, the journey is long and arduous, my dear, please take care. I will send a few imperial guards to protect your safety. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Nangong Ba explained everything, he had dinner with Concubine Lu and her son before leaving Jingxiang Pavilion. At the same time, Ye Qingkang also received news that his sister was coming back. Hunju, my sister is coming back. Please send someone to Eastern Domain to pick her up as soon as possible. Make sure she is safe. Master, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will never let anyone hurt Concubine Lu. In the Hun family's place, Hunju was emitting murderous aura, and there were corpses everywhere around him. Ever since the Ye family handed over the management of the eastern domain to his Hun family, he had used thundering means to clean up those disobedient forces, causing heinous killings. Most of those who resisted were devoured by his heaven-devouring soul art. Now, his strength has reached the life and death realm first layer. Coupled with his soul family's terrifying and evil skills, he is not afraid of anyone in the life and death realm first layer except the people of the Ye family. And he also has the forbidden magic pill, whoever comes will die. Chapter 27. Okay, Hunju, what you have done during this period is very good and can be considered a great achievement. After you finish this matter, investigate the fact that Ying loves your son as soon as possible. I will ask the Ancestor to help. Ye Qingkang was very satisfied when he saw Hunju's sensible appearance. In today's eastern domain, under the bloody suppression of the Hun family, those forces that used to rely on their own strength to bully others outside Dongtian city and ignore the Ye family are no longer as arrogant as before. The entire eastern domain has gradually calmed down, and the chaotic scenes of burning, killing and looting are also decreasing. The tactic of fighting evil with evil is extremely effective, and the Hun family has made considerable contributions. Thank you, Master. Hunju was delighted and shouted hurriedly. A few days ago, a spy sent back news that his son was not dead, but was still on the run. With the Patriarch's words, his son can be saved. Now Hunju is full of motivation. After the two finished their conversation, Hunju took two masters of the Hun family and headed towards the central domain palace overnight. In the Ye family's ancestral land, Ye Xiu was sitting on the pavilion, and Ye Xian below was practicing dual pupils under his guidance. Boom boom! Boom boom! A series of terrifying visions rose above Ye Xian's head. Ye Xian's cultivation also began to increase rapidly little by little. Without knowing it, he broke through from the 9th layer of the mysterious realm to the 10th layer great completion of the mysterious realm. 10th layer great completion, this kid really didn't disappoint me, the Ancestor. Seeing this scene, Ye Xiu smiled slightly. 10th layer great completion was something that only a rare genius could achieve. It could be said that Ye Xian was able to achieve this level thanks to his pair of dual pupils. Ding! Congratulations to the host's genius descendant Ye Xian for breaking through the 10th layer of the mysterious realm and becoming the first person in the Ye family to break through to the extreme realm. Reward, a king-breaking pill. The reward has been put into the system space backpack, please check it yourself. The realm-breaking pill is also known as the life and death realm 9th layer. After taking this pill, one can directly step into the sealed king realm without any side effects. Ye Xiu held the emerald green pill, shook his head and said, "This pill is quite effective, but it's a pity that it's useless to someone like me who is destined to reach the top of the universe. If Ye Xiu wants to break through the conferred king now, he only needs to retreat for a period of time, but he has not chosen to step into it yet. The main reason is that he wants to step into the life and death realm 10th layer great completion and complete each realm. However, the life and death realm 10th layer great completion is always missing an opportunity. Let's save this elixir for that good-for-nothing kid Ye Qingkang, Ye Xiu said, then slowly closed his eyes and continued to look for an opportunity to break through the life and death realm 10th layer great completion. Time passed by minute, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the management of the Ye family, East Heavenly King City became more prosperous and stable. After seeing this scene, many forces settled down in the East Heavenly King City with peace of mind. Sword Immortal Restaurant, a restaurant at the deepest end of the alley on the east side of East Heavenly King City. An ancient and mottled plaque stands in front of the store. Old money grubber, don't tell me, ever since the Ye family took control of East Heavenly King City, not only has our East Heavenly King City become quiet, but even the areas outside East Heavenly King City have become stable, and there are fewer people causing trouble and killings in the martial arts world. A handsome man was wiping the table in the inn and speaking to the shopkeeper who was counting money at the counter. Haha, isn't this a good thing? Without the fighting and killing, wouldn't life be much better for us ordinary people doing business? The old shopkeeper's face lit up as he looked at the gold ingots. Come on, you miser! You can fool others with this, but forget about fooling me, Aji. Aji looked down at the shopkeeper in front of him, his face darkened and he said, speaking of which, miser, what is your origin? The blood sword in the backyard is not an ordinary sword. Aji looked at the greedy shopkeeper in front of him with confusion in his eyes. The longer he was with the old miser, the more he couldn't understand him. He was a genius at the 9th layer, but he was knocked unconscious by this wretched guy with just one palm. If someone said that the other party was an ordinary person, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Haha, useless Aji, do you believe me when I say I am the sword god? After counting the money, the old miser nervously put it into a safe and hid it mysteriously. Old miser, do you think I should believe it? Aji's face was full of disgust. If someone like you can be the sword god, then he must be the sword god's ancestor. Sister, you are in charge of me and Xin Liangxin, but you are playing tricks on me. Back then, I held the blood sword and killed dozens of masters in the south of Tianshan Mountain. I was invincible. Later, I felt that no one in the world could make me take action, so I hid the sword here. Come on, I'm tired of hearing your words, go out for a while. Aji's face was full of black lines. This old guy always boasted loudly, and whenever someone caused trouble in the restaurant, he ran away faster than anyone else. He must have a problem with his brain that he actually thought this greedy and stingy guy was a master. After Aji finished speaking, he disappeared into the inn without looking back. The old shopkeeper looked at Aji's leaving figure and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly felt something and moved his hand slightly. A stream of wine instantly turned into a sword energy and shot out of the door. Puff, Senior Swordmaster, calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in black staggered in, his face full of fear and terror. He really didn't expect that the person who was so greedy and despicable just now was actually the legendary Swordmaster. Tell me, who sent you? The vulgar and greedy look on the shopkeeper's face disappeared, replaced by a sharp force. Your Majesty, it was His Majesty who asked me to come here. The man in black suppressed his fear and took out a white jade tablet from his arms. Nangong Chian, it seems that you have really reached the point of being at the end of your rope, and you actually took out all these things. The shopkeeper held the jade token in his hand, his eyes moving slightly. Nangong Chian once saved his life, so in order to repay the favor, he gave this jade token to Nangong Chian and promised that as long as the Nangong family came with the jade pendant, he would help them once. If nothing went wrong with Nangong Chian, he would never take this thing out. Got it. I will go to the imperial city in person in 3 days. You can go now. Thank you, Senior Swordmaster. The man in black bowed respectfully and hurried out of the inn. After watching the man in black leave, the old shopkeeper slowly walked to the backyard. A rusty sword seemed to sense something and suddenly trembled. In an instant, it fell from the astral projection into the shopkeeper's hands. The dragon blood sword has been silent for 100 years. It seems that you can't sit still anymore. Li Jian obtained the sword, and a surge of sword intent rushed into the sky. The shopkeeper's temperament was completely different from before, as if Sword Immortal was alive. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword body trembled, and all the swords within 1,000 miles were trembling violently at this moment, as if they felt fear. Chapter 28. Okay, now it's your turn to make a move. Let's fight again, each with one sword. The shopkeeper gently stroked the sword with his fingers, and the sword slowly calmed down, and the strange phenomena around it gradually disappeared. Ye Xiu also opened his eyes in the Ye family's ancestral land, and murmured, a peerless swordsman from the 9th layer of the life and death realm. I never thought that there is a strong man like you hidden in the eastern heavenly king city. If it weren't for the critical moment, I would really like to spar with you. Ye Xiu secretly took note of this sword energy in his heart, closed his eyes again, and the terrifying aura went towards life and death realm 10th layer great completion. Good sword, really good sword. After Ye Xian broke through the great completion of the Xian realm, he also left the Ye family's ancestral land. However, when the sword energy rose, the reverse scale in his hand just moved slightly, and the influence of the surrounding sword intent was eliminated. Father, where are you going? Just then, Ye Qingkang walked out of the hall, and Ye Xian asked curiously. Don't you like to drink? Father, I have stored more than 10 jars of century-old wine in the Sword Immortal restaurant. I will fetch a few jars to honor you. Ye Qingkang's face was full of smiles. Since the birth of the Ancestor, the Ye family has been developing better and better, and the burden on him has become lighter. He seems to have become decades younger. Sword Immortal restaurant, Sword Immortal? Could the sword intent just now come from there? Ye Xian's eyes moved slightly and he said, Father, I will go with you. Let's go then. Ye Qingkang took a step and went outside, with Ye Xian following closely behind him. Sword Immortal restaurant. Old miser, are we really going to the imperial city? I heard that there's been a lot of commotion there recently. With my limited strength, I can still help you calm down the situation in East Heavenly King City. But if anyone causes trouble there, I'm no match for them. Aji, who had just returned from a walk outside, was shocked when he heard the shopkeeper's words. It's not us who should go, but me. You have to manage the restaurant well while I'm away. If something is missing from this and when I come back, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The shopkeeper resumed his wretched look again and spoke with a vicious expression. You can go alone, with your thin arms and legs, can you do it? I'm afraid you will die on the way before you reach the imperial city. Aji, tell me the truth, do you want to PS me off to death so you can inherit this restaurant? The shopkeeper's face was full of black lines. Seeing the shopkeeper's gloomy face, Aji said with a playful smile, Hey, shopkeeper, aren't you worried that something will happen to you? Manager Wang, I heard your voice from a distance. Are you leaving East Heavenly King City? There was a sound of footsteps, and Ye Qingkang walked in with Ye Xian. Ye Qingkang and the shopkeeper are old acquaintances. Before he became the clan leader, they often came here to drink. Hey, what kind of wind is this? It actually blew Chief Ye here. What a rare guest! Shopkeeper Wang said in a mercenary way when he saw Ye Qingkang coming. Manager Wang, we are old acquaintances, so don't try to trick me. I came here to get 10 jars of 100-year-old daughter's red wine. Okay, come with me. Before leaving, shopkeeper Wang glanced at Ye Xian and felt a little shocked. Xianjing Great Completion, the young master of the Ye family is extremely terrifying. 9th layer of the mysterious realm of life and death, this person is actually in the same realm as the Ancestor. Ye Xian also stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses. Hi, this person should be the owner of the sword energy. He is really good at hiding his abilities. If it weren't for dual pupils, I wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation. However, his strength should be far inferior to that of the Ancestor. Ye Xian compared the two and couldn't help but come to this conclusion. The Ancestor was an existence that even his dual pupils could not understand, and even the conferred king sword spirit in his Ni Lin sword was no match for the Ancestor, let alone the people from the life and death realm 9th layer. Boy, what's your name? You give me a sense of danger. Why have I never seen you in the East Heavenly King City? Aji looked at Ye Xian with curiosity. His strength talent was very terrifying. He was at the 9th layer of the Xian realm. Even compared to the younger generation in the imperial city, he was much stronger. Young Master Ye Xian of the Ye family, your strength in the 9th layer of the profound realm means you are no ordinary person. Ye Xian said calmly that although the man in front of him was much older than him, he was considered a peerless genius to have reached the 9th layer of the Xian realm at this age. You can actually see through my strength, are you from the venerable realm? Aji's heart trembled and he asked in disbelief. Xianjing, but I have a treasure that can hide my cultivation. Hi, I thought you had broken through the venerable realm. How about we have a sparring match? When Aji heard Ye Xian's words, his eyes lit up and he said to Ye Xian. You are no match for me. Ye Xian shook his head lightly. He was now at the 10th layer great completion of the profound realm. His strength was not weaker than that of the venerable realm 1st layer. Coupled with the dual pupils, Aji could not withstand a single move from him. Boy, you look down on me too much, take my punch. Aji's expression changed and he punched Ye Xian. Call out. Ye Xian slowly extended a finger, and Aji's face was covered in cold sweat and his body froze in place. At some point, Ye Xian had come behind him, with a finger placed against his neck. If he wanted, this finger could pierce his throat at any time. Ahem, what is your strength? It's impossible for a person in the Xian realm to be so strong. Aji suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in disbelief. This moment made him realize that there is always someone better than you. Aji, I've always told you to be low-key. Now you're scared, right? Shopkeeper Wang came out from the backyard with Ye Qingkang, looked at the shocked Aji, and laughed at him mercilessly. Ye Xian, meet you, senior. When Ye Xian saw Manager Wang coming out, he also bowed and saluted. Boy, practice hard. Great deeds are just your starting point. The vast world outside is your destination. Shopkeeper Wang said meaningfully. Yes, senior. Manager Wang, since you are leaving, we will not bother you anymore. Take care. Reunion. Ye Qingkang and Ye Xian walked outside and slowly disappeared from the sight of the two. Aji, guard the inn well. If I come back and find one of my children is missing, I will break your legs. After sending the Ye father and son away, Manager Wang returned to his wretched appearance. If you break his legs, who will collect your body in the future? Before Aji could say anything, a blind man walked in with a cane. You blind man, you came just in time. I need to be away for a while. If anyone comes to cause trouble, can you help me keep an eye on the place? Shopkeeper Wang looked in the direction of the imperial city, and for some reason, he had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Don't worry, I still have some strength in this East Heavenly King city. The old blind man paused and said, if the sky falls, there is a big one to hold it up. Besides, with that person here, no one in the Great Land dares to act recklessly here. Yes, it's fate, I hope there will be a good result next. Shopkeeper Wang looked in the direction of the Ye family and said lightly. Chapter 29. Old man, I read your fortune before I came here, and it's a bad omen. If you go, you will most likely die. Is there a way to crack it? If you don't go, you won't die. Is there no other way? Old blind man, if I die, you will never have wine to drink in your life. Shopkeeper Wang had a solemn expression on his face. He had not expected that he would almost die after going there on the 9th layer day. What on earth would happen on his trip to the imperial city? Hey, old man Wang, I will calculate your fate again. The old blind man sighed, and 2 copper coins appeared in his hand. The universe is boundless, the heaven and the earth are formless, and the secrets of heaven are revealed. The copper coin fell to the ground and the old blind man spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were blinded as a punishment from heaven because he had calculated too many secrets of heaven in the past. Every time he calculated, it would bring him disaster. Old blind, are you okay? Shopkeeper Wang's face changed and he hurriedly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After a while, the old blind man's pale face gradually turned rosy. Strange, really strange. I have never seen such a strange thing in my life. The old blind man touched the copper coin, his face full of shock. How, what happened? Before I came here, I read your fortune, and it showed a very bad omen. This time, the fortune is still dangerous, but the situation that was originally a life or death situation has changed. You only have a 50% chance of dying. The time he calculated was only half an hour, but the 2 results were so different that it was simply unbelievable. Old Wang, who have you met in the past half hour? Could it be him, the Ye family? Shopkeeper Wang was shocked because the Ye family father and son had just left. It seems that he is your lucky star. Your trip to the imperial city this time is half good and half bad. In my opinion, this is a choice. If you make a good choice, not only will you not die, but you will have smooth sailing in the future, and further progress is not impossible. If you make a wrong choice, it will really be a matter of life and death. Old Wang, you must be extremely careful this time. The Ye family is the key. Life or death depends on your decision. Old Blind didn't dare to spy on the Ye family. He had a hunch that if he dared to speculate, he would die immediately. I understand. It seems that when we get to the imperial city, we must find out more about the Ye family. Shopkeeper Wang said secretly in his heart. Blind old man, shopkeeper, who are you? The more Aji listened, the more shocked he became. These two people were always telling fortunes, so they must have great backgrounds. He had been fooled by these two old guys before and thought they were ordinary people. Kid, you'll know after a while. Tisk. So mysterious. But old money grubber, I went out today and got some shocking news. The current emperor named concubine Lu the queen of the West Palace. Do you know the origin of this concubine Lu? Aji said this, keeping the audience in suspense. Stinky boy, tell me quickly, are you itchy? The old blind man and the shopkeepers' faces turned dark when they saw that Aji couldn't even fart for a long time. Hehe, the origin of this concubine Lu is not simple. She is from the Ye family and is the sister of the one who just left. I heard that the emperor also rewarded the Ye family with many treasures a few days ago. It is estimated that the imperial edict will arrive at the Ye family soon. Seeing the malicious looks in the two men's eyes, Aji didn't dare to keep them in suspense and spoke hurriedly. Great, doesn't everything fit in? Old Wang, now you know how to choose, right? Got it, blind man. This time I owe you a favor. From now on, feel free to take whatever you want to drink. I'll put the bill on Aji. That's a good idea. Aji, ah. What? Clean the inn quickly, or your wages will be deducted. Wang Pai Pai. Aji cursed angrily and could only wipe the table with grievance. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two old men laughed when they saw this scene. The next morning, at daybreak, a figure rose from above the inn and instantly disappeared into the East Heavenly King City. At the same time, outside the palace, a noble carriage, protected by hundreds of palace masters, was speeding towards the East Heavenly King City. Prince, the Queen of the East Palace has left the palace. In the prince's mansion, a guard came in from outside and saluted respectfully to the prince. What did the mother say? The prince frowned slightly and said without raising his head. The Queen Mother meant that you must not take action. The Queen Mother of the East Palace is backed by the Ye family, and after all, she gave birth to a princess, so she is not a big threat to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He wants you to rely on the Queen Mother of the East Palace to win over the Ye family. Let the Ye family and the seventh prince fight each other, and we will benefit in the end. The guard said respectfully. The seventh prince's palms made a crackling sound and his eyes were full of murderous intent. If he had to say who in the dynasty posed the greatest threat to his throne, it would be the seventh prince. He holds a large army, is even more powerful than Life and Death Realm late stage, and is also a great war god. As long as the other party is not dead, he will feel uneasy even if he sits on the throne. Then do as mother said. Prepare some gifts and send them to the Queen of the West Palace. When she comes back, I will visit her in person. Yes, Prince. The guard bowed and left. Doggone, no one can compete with me for the throne, seventh prince, you must die this time. As the prince spoke, terrifying demonic flames appeared in his eyes, which were vaguely similar to the demonic energy of the Blood Robe Marquis. However, his strength was much stronger than that of the Blood Robe Marquis, and it was obvious that he usually concealed his strength. The Central Domain, the Dark Demon Territory, is located at the border of the Central Domain and the Eastern Domain. At this time, the two carriages were fleeing frantically, and a group of killers in blood-stained clothes were chasing them from behind. The rugged Great Dao was littered with corpses of the palace masters and imperial guards. He, second prince, third prince, you don't have to run away. No one can save you today. The leading blood-clothed killer killed a strong man from the Venerable Realm 9th layer with one sword, and then he moved across hundreds of meters and stopped the two carriages. Bloody killer, who hired you to kill us? The fat, greasy-faced third prince almost fainted when he saw the blood remaining on the opponent's knife. As long as you let us go, I can offer you 10 times the price. The second prince was also terrified. He had originally planned to quietly go to the East Heavenly King City to win over the Ye family. Who would have thought that the two Venerable Realm 9th layer masters he brought with him would be slaughtered by this man in the blink of an eye? Fear swept through his body. The Venerable Realm 9th layer was already considered a transcendent level master among the Dagon. As for the strong men in the life and death realm, even if they were princes, they could not be mobilized at will. He could not have imagined that the Blood Robe Tower would actually send such a terrifying killer to hunt them down. The rules of my Blood Robe Tower are not something you can break. I have killed many princes before. The man in blood-stained clothes smiled cruelly, moved the knife in his hand, and 2 heads fell off instantly. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, Hun Ju suddenly sensed movement ahead, his face changed, veins popped, a terrifying murderous intent filled his body, and he roared, "No matter who you are, I will make you live a life worse than death." At this moment, Hun Ju was completely crazy. He mistakenly thought that the convoy in front was Empress Zigong. He jumped up and rushed towards the people in Sui Tower. Chapter 30. The demonic flames were raging and the terrifying demonic energy was sweeping across the mountains. The surrounding flowers, trees, and various animals withered one after another after being contaminated by the devouring demonic energy and turned into dry bones in the blink of an eye. The mountains were silent, as if it was the end of the world. What a terrifying demonic energy! I am from the Blood Moon Tower, Masha, and I came here only to kill the royal family. If I have offended you in any way, I will apologize to you first. The demon killer of life and death realm 2nd layer was the first to sense the terrifying figure rapidly approaching from afar. His face changed drastically and he spoke hastily. The evil aura was so terrifying that even a murderer like him felt his heart pounding with fear. He didn't know when such a terrifying demon had appeared in the Great Qian dynasty. Blood Robe Building, you are awesome. You dare to ruin the future of my soul family. Today I will make you live a life worse than death. When Hun Ju heard about the people who were going to kill the royal family, his eyes were about to burst and the demonic energy in his body became even stronger. Fierce Devil's Hand. A black demonic shadow flashed, and the 2 Blood Robe Tower assassins from the Venerable Realm were instantly exploded into blood mist. After the blood mist was contaminated by Hun Ju's evil spirit, it was completely swallowed up in an instant. Hun Ju's face was scarlet, and his hands were stained with blood. He walked towards the remaining people from the Sui Tower step by step. The whole person was like a wild beast, without any emotion at all. The head of the Soul family turned out to be you. As the figure approached, Xue Xia finally saw the person clearly. It was the head of the Hun family. However, what shocked him was that Hun Ju was not from the Venerable Realm 7th layer as rumored by the outside world, but a strong man from the life and death realm. Susha, tell me who gave me the task, and I will kill you. Hun Ju suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said with a ruthless face. The Blood Robe Tower. In the past, his Hun family would never dare to offend it, but the other party should never kill anyone from the Ye family. Even if it is a heavy crime today, he will chop off the Blood Robe Tower's head and bring it back to the Ye family to atone for his sins. Hun Ju, don't think that your breakthrough into the life and death realm will be enough to fight against my Blood Robe Tower. If you know what's good for you, let us leave, otherwise the next family that my Blood Robe Tower will destroy will be your Hun family. Although Blood Robe was still shocked by Hun Ju's strength, all the fear in his heart disappeared the moment he recognized that the other party was Hun Ju. The Hun family might be considered a formidable force in the eastern domain, but in their Blood Robe building they were just slightly larger grasshoppers that could be crushed to death with ease. You destroyed my Hun family. Your Sui building has offended people who shouldn't be offended. You'd better pray that your Sui building can survive this period of time. Hun Ju smiled cruelly, and the eerie demonic energy, with himself as the center, instantly enveloped the entire valley. Kill him if he's stubborn. As the bloody killer made a gesture, several bloody shadows flashed behind him. In the blink of an eye, several bloody knives appeared in front of Hun Ju. You ants from the Venerable Realm, I will let you have a taste of my soul-devouring and spirit-devouring powers. Hun Ju smiled cruelly, and after images appeared around him one after another in an instant. Puff! Secretly, a black light flashed, a shrill scream was heard, the black fog dissipated, and there was no figure in front of Hun Ju, only scattered white bones on the ground. 5 powerful men in the Venerable Realm in the eyes of the world all died in a single breath, and even their blood and energy were devoured. What a cruel and horrifying method! What kind of magic power is this Hunju practicing? When Blood Fiend saw this scene, his heart began to beat fast and his face no longer looked calm. The ants have been dealt with, Blood Kill, now it's your turn. Hunju slowly pulled out a magic knife and slashed towards Shueshat, who was still in shock, with terrifying demonic energy. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, bloody sword skills? Susha took a deep breath and drew his sword forward. Ding ding dong! One black and one red, two terrifying sword lights rang out in the canyon. The terrifying saber chi chopped the surrounding boulders into pieces. The fight between the two became more and more intense, and it was unclear who had the upper hand. Patriarch, you are getting more and more powerful. You killed so many people from the Blood Robe Tower in just a short moment. Outside the valley, other members of the Soul Clan also rushed over, but when they saw the two terrifying sword energies colliding in the sky, they did not dare to get close at all. Judging from his attire, he looks like Blood Fiend, one of the 4 best killers in the Blood Fiend building. Blood Killer? This guy is known as the Ghost of the Jianghu. Over the years, countless masters have died in his hands. Will the clan leader be in trouble? So what if he is afraid of ghosts? The clan leader is now practicing the martial arts of my Hun family's ancestors. This bloody killing is definitely not the clan leader's intention. The masters of the Hun family watched the battle in the sky and talked about it. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and Hunju and Shuesha both fell from the sky, creating a huge deep pit in the valley. Ahem, Hunju, you lunatic, what on earth do you want? In the ruins, Susha stood up shakily from the smoke and dust. His clothes were torn and there was a hideous wound from which blood was gushing out. The look he gave Hunju at this moment was filled with fear. It was obvious that Hunju's reckless fighting style had frightened him. He, bloody murder, this is what happens if you dare to kill Empress Zigong. If you offend the Ye family, you will kill me. Today, only one of us can walk out of this valley alive. Hunju wiped the blood from his mouth, and his eyes instantly became excited again. He held the blood knife in one hand, pressed the injured part with the other hand, and rushed towards the blood killer not far away. He has made up his mind to die. This is the first task assigned to him by the head of the family, and he must complete it. No matter if it is because of the future of the Hun family or the blood feud of the Ye family, he has reasons to kill. Wait, what nonsense are you talking about, lunatic? I killed the 2nd and 3rd princes, where did Empress Zigong come from? When Shuesha heard Hunju's words, his face changed drastically and he hurriedly spoke out to stop him, fearing that this madman Hunju would take action. After all this time, it seems like it was all a misunderstanding. You said that the person in the imperial chariot is not the current concubine Lu, the queen of the West Palace. When Hunju heard Shuesha's words, his body trembled, his eyes were filled with shock, and then a shocking joy filled his heart. Of course not, you see. As Susha spoke, he took out 2 bloody heads from his space ring. They were the current 2nd prince and 3rd prince. Ha ha ha, Queen Zigong is fine. Hunju laughed wildly towards the sky, the stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell. Hunju, this is all a misunderstanding. How about we just end today's matter here? Susha secretly breathed a sigh of relief and swore in his heart that when he returned to the Sui Tower, he would ask the palace master to take action and exterminate the Soul Clan to avenge himself. Ha ha ha, brother Susha, I just misunderstood you. I want to apologize to you now. This is the 6th grade life and death pill from my Wohun family. I hope brother Susha will forgive my mistakes and just treat it as making friends. Hunju smiled, took out a emerald green pill that exuded a strong fragrance from his hand, and walked towards Shueshat. Chapter 31. Ha ha ha, no friendship without fighting, I'm happy to make friends with brother Hun. When Shuesha saw the 6th grade life and death pill, his eyes lit up and he walked forward excitedly, as if the 2 people who were fighting for life just now had instantly become old friends who had not seen each other for many years. The painting style is particularly harmonious. Shuesha took the 6th grade life and death pill and examined it carefully. Good brother Hunju smiled faintly, and the blood knife behind him moved, piercing Shueisha's chest in an instant with lightning speed. Puff, Hunju, you are so despicable. Susha's face was covered in blood, and his eyes flashed with endless regret and disbelief. He, I never said I was a good person. I have been a scourge for thousands of years. I want to be the biggest villain, ha 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 ha. Hunju let out a long howl toward the sky, and pressed his palm filled with demonic energy on Shueisha's head. In an instant, a terrifying devouring force surged out, and Shueisha's flesh, blood, and spirit chi cultivation continuously flowed into Hunju's body. Ah! After a scream, Susha turned into a pile of dry bones. Hunju licked the corner of his mouth, with a hint of satisfaction in his face. After devouring the blood killer of the second layer of life and death realm, his strength also successfully broke through from the first layer of life and death realm to the second layer. In the early stage of devouring souls, as long as you devour, your cultivation will be improved very quickly, but when you pass the heaven tribulation, you will be punished by the heaven, and each thunder tribulation will be more terrifying than the last, and it is very difficult. Greetings to the clan leader, congratulations on your great advancement in strength. The clan leader is mighty and powerful. He is truly a role model for our generation. This bloody massacre is truly stupid. When the people of the Hun family saw the clan leader secretly attack and kill Blood Kill, they not only did not feel that it was shameful, but were proud of it. I have to say that the thinking patterns of the villain family are different from those of normal people. Ha ha ha, this clan leader's methods are hidden. Watch them carefully and learn from them in the future. Hunju laughed triumphantly, a devilish flame surged in his hand, and a raging fire ignited around him. Let's go, keep going inside, we must not let anything happen to Empress Zigong. Yes, chief. Everyone moved and continued to rush forward. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after the few people left, a space fluctuation appeared, and an old man in white appeared in the valley. Such an evil demonic energy, this must be caused by the kid from the Hun family. The old man in white frowned and recognized Hunju's aura at once. Hun family, you have found a powerful ally. Today, I will spare your lives for the sake of the Ye family. The old man in white moved his feet slightly and disappeared on the spot. The person who came was none other than the old Swordmaster from East Heavenly King City. If he had encountered such a demon in the past, he would have taken action to eliminate this scourge for the martial arts world. Outside the dark demon territory, Lu Ruhua's carriage was galloping, and behind her was a group of killers from the Blood Robe Tower. My lady, you go first, I will cover your retreat. Seeing the blood-stained killer getting closer and closer from behind, an old eunuch's eyes flashed with ferocity. He planned to use his own life to buy some time for the Empress. Uncle Wang, who are they? Why are they chasing us for no reason? A trace of paleness flashed across Lu Ruhua's face. The imperial guards behind him had all fallen in a pool of blood. If it weren't for the old eunuch's desperate protection, she would probably have died at the hands of the other party. Mom, Xiaju is so scared. Don't be afraid, Jur. Mother has already notified Uncle. We will be fine once Uncle arrives. Lu Ruyan suppressed the fear in her heart and used her hands to comfort the child in her arms. My queen, they are the notorious assassins from the Bloody Robe building. Someone in the palace must want to kill you. Uncle Wang, who do you think hired the assassin? At this point, I will tell you everything I know. I think it is most likely the queen who did it. This old servant has been accustomed to the intrigues and schemes in the harem. Your Majesty has become the master of the West Palace and is appreciated by His Majesty. If there is anyone who he would least like to see, it must be the current queen. You are about to die, and you still have the mind to talk about these things. Blood shed thousands of miles away. A cold voice suddenly sounded, the speeding carriage fell apart in an instant, and a terrifying knife light came straight towards Lu Ruming's door. Blood Robe Building, you are so bold that you want to assassinate the queen. Aren't you afraid that the queen will be furious and destroy all of you in the Blood Robe Building? The old eunuch moved his hand and a stream of energy appeared instantly, saving Lu Ruhua and the other person. Haha, Nangong Ba didn't have the ability to destroy my Blood Robe Tower back then, let alone now. Be smart and hand over the mother and child behind you, and I will give you a quick death. Duan Hun, one of the 4 ace killers of the Blood Robe building, is a member of the second layer of Life and Death Realm. Soul Breaking, Life and Death Realm second layer. The old eunuch finally saw the symbol on the other party's clothes and his face was filled with despair. He was only at the Venerable Realm 9th layer, and he had no chance against Broken Soul. The opponent probably didn't use his full strength in the previous blow, which was why he blocked it easily. You're quite insightful. You actually know my reputation in the martial arts world. But you still have to die. Ha 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 ha. Duan Hun's cold voice came from under the black robe, and the temperature around him dropped a lot. Ha ha ha. The other killers from the Blood Robe building also smiled evilly. They were all Duan Hun's men. Between killing people, they liked to watch their prey struggle constantly and finally die in endless terror. My lady, I am leaving now. I will come back to serve you in my next life. The old eunuch roared, and his aura reached its peak, ready to fight to the death. Uncle Wang. Lu Ruhua's face was filled with grief. She picked up the unconscious little girl and staggered forward. He, then I'll start with you. The sword in Duan Hun's hand flashed, and the aura of the Life and Death Realm burst out. Before the old eunuch came to him, he was blown away by the terrifying aura around him. The killers behind Duan Hun swarmed towards Lu Ruyan to kill her. Suelo, you are really looking for death. At this critical moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Hunju descended from the sky with the people of the Hun clan. The demonic energy is surging. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the assassins from the Sui Tower surrounding Lu Ruhua died at the hands of Hunju. Who? Duan Hun's face changed drastically when he saw the sudden rush of troops. My lady, be careful. When the old eunuch saw Hunju, who looked like a devil, his face changed drastically. He dragged his injured body and stood in front of Lu Ruhua. The soul of the Hun family is dead. I pay my respects to the Queen of the West Palace. I am late in protecting the Emperor. Please forgive me. Hunju ignored Duan Hun's voice, but turned around, knelt on one knee and saluted Lu Ruhua. People from the Soul family, pay homage to the Empress. The people from the Hun family behind Hunju followed suit and knelt on the ground. When Lu Ruhua heard the word Hun family, a trace of doubt flashed across her face, and she frowned slightly and said, I don't know if you are my brother's people. She had never heard of the Hun family. They came from the eastern domain and were most likely sent by his brother to pick him up. Chapter 32. Yes, madam, the master has ordered his subordinates to come and welcome you. Although Hunju was surrounded by demonic energy, he was extremely respectful to Lu Ruhua without any falsehood. Everyone please stand up. When Lu Ruyan heard Hunju's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Life and Death Realm expert, the head of the family he mentioned should be the one from the Ye family. It looks like we are saved. The old eunuch looked at Hunju, whose aura was even more terrifying than Duan Hun. He was shocked, but at the same time, he was full of awe for the Ye family. But at this moment, he was more filled with joy, because he had made the right bet this time. Even the strong men from the Life and Death Realm had submitted to the Ye family, so he could be considered to have boarded the Ye family's big ship. Thank you, madam. Hunju stood up slightly, then looked at the old eunuch and said, Old man, protect madam. After I kill these blind bastards, we will go back to Eastern Domain together. After Hunju finished speaking, an even more terrifying and evil aura instantly burst out. He turned around and rushed towards Duan Hun with a big knife in hand. Yes, sir. People of the Soul family, follow the clan leader and kill these killers. Yes, elder. The people of the Hun family are all ruthless. With a roar, they head towards the blood-clothed killer in the distance. I stopped that guy and killed all the others. Yes, sir. Duan Hun, as the ace killer of the Blood Robe Tower, was naturally no pushover, so he led the Blood Robe killers to meet the enemy. Soul breaking, today I will truly break your soul, Ba Dao. The blood knife in Hunju's hand turned, and a terrifying saber chi of 100 meters was instantly slashed out, and the ground in front of him was shattered into pieces. Then I'd like to see the Nine Heavens sword technique. Duan was also not vague. The sword in his hand was divided into 9. The 9 sword shadows pulled each other to form a huge sword formation, heading towards the terrifying saber chi. Boom boom! Within 100 meters of the two men, the sword energy and saber energy raged, and the terrifying power tore the surrounding stone walls into pieces. We are both in the second layer of life and death realm, so no one is worse than anyone else. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, suddenly a terrifying sword intent fell from the sky, and instantly all the people who were fighting were directly separated. A man in white robes fell from the sky, and the surrounding swords flew towards that person involuntarily. White-robed Swordmaster. When Hunju saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. You are already dead. Duanhun's face was also full of fear, and he obviously knew the origin of the person who attacked him. The white-robed Swordmaster appeared out of nowhere 200 years ago. With his superb swordsmanship, he killed a demon from the 6th layer of the life and death realm with one sword. Later, he challenged many famous masters in the past 50 years, winning every battle. Finally, after breaking through the 7th layer of life and death realm, he went to the Dagon imperial city to challenge the ancestor of the dynasty who was known as the #1 master of Dagon. Even though he failed in the end, he was recognized as the White Sword Master by everyone and was expected to become the #1 martial Dao master in the future. However, later on, the white-robed Sword Master went to the Demon Beast mountain range alone, and from then on there was no more news about him in the world. There are rumors in the martial arts world that the white-robed Sword Master died in the Warcraft mountain range, and there are also rumors that he crossed the Warcraft mountain range and entered the other world on the other side of the mountain. Ha ha ha, I never thought that 100 years later, there would still be people who knew my name. The old man in white laughed and descended from the sky, glancing at Lu Ruhua out of the corner of his eyes. If he hadn't happened to hear that Empress Zigong was here, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to the two of them. White-robed Sword Master, put away your gaze. Although you are a strong man in the life and death realm, Empress Zigong is not someone you can afford to offend. Hunju saw the old man's eyes looking at Lu Ruhua, and he quickly dodged and blocked Lu Ruhua's way, slowly taking out the forbidden magic pill given by Yeshu. If the other party dared to show any intention of not returning, he would swallow the pill and make the white-clothed Sword Master pay a terrible price. Hunju, are you threatening me, senior? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you with one sword? When Duanhun heard Hunju's unruly words, a hint of ill intent flashed in his eyes. Haha, if you don't believe me, you can try it. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. A fierce light flashed in Hunju's eyes, and all the people from the Hun family gathered around and protected Lu Ruhua behind them. Today they swore to protect Empress Zigong's safety even at the cost of their lives. Senior, this kid is too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten you. Please kill him. I am speaking, you have no right to interrupt me. A sword energy suddenly rose up, and Duanhun, who had been secretly proud of himself, turned pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. But facing the terrifying strength of white-robed Sword Master, Duanhun could only suppress his anger and said respectfully, Senior, please calm down. Madam Donggong, don't be afraid. I have known your brother for a long time. I just happened to be passing by this time, so I came to see if there is anything I can help with. After teaching Duanhun a lesson, the white-robed Sword Master immediately put on a smile and spoke gently. Brother. Lu Ruhua's eyes were slightly shocked. He never thought that this terrifying strong man actually had a relationship with the Ye family and came specifically for her. How many things did the Ye family hide that he didn't know? At this moment, Lu Ruhua's eyes were greatly shocked. The old man in front of him was no less powerful than the Ancestor. He didn't think that the other party would be afraid of the Ye family. Lu Ruhua, I'm here to meet you, Senior. Your Highness, I cannot afford such a gift. The white-robed Sword Master moved his hand slightly, helped Lu Ruhua up and said, This is our first meeting, and I don't have anything good to give you. This is the sword talisman I made. If you are in danger in the future, you only need to infuse spirit chi into it, and it will be able to cut out a sword chi of life and death realm. As the white-robed Sword Master spoke, he moved his finger and a sword talisman fell into Lu Ruhua's hands. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ruhua was shocked. She knew that the other party gave her such a precious thing, it must be because of the relationship with the Ye family. At this moment, she wanted to return to the Ye family immediately and learn about the affairs of the Ye family with her brother. First, the strong men from the life and death realm fought to the death to protect him, and now even a peerless figure like the white-robed Swordmaster was being polite to him and giving him treasures. All this made him feel like a dream. Hunju and Duanhun couldn't help but gasp when they saw that the white-robed Swordmaster was so polite and sent out a sword talisman. Hunju knew that all this came from Lord Yeshu, and his admiration for him became even stronger. Following such a strong man, his future would be limitless. Duanhun's face was full of greed and his heart was full of fear. It seemed that their Shuiyi Tower had really offended an existence that they could not afford to offend. Their leader was very polite when he saw the white-robed Swordmaster, but now that he has offended that man, he can imagine the terror that their blood-robed tower will face next. "Hunju, you are quite clever. You followed an extraordinary person. This guy is a gift from me to you." The white-robed Swordmaster used his hand as a sword and slashed the air, sealing all of Duanhun's spiritual power. The other killers from the blood-robed tower fell to the ground, with a hideous blood mark on their necks. He, broken soul, you dare to chase and kill the Empress, you are in trouble." Hunju smiled sinisterly and slowly walked towards Duanhun. Chapter 33. Hunju, I, the owner of the Blood Robe building, am a powerful figure in the late stage of the life and death realm. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the Ye family's ancestors. If you dare to kill me, not only your Hun family, but also the Ye family behind you will be destroyed. Duanhun, whose cultivation was restricted, was filled with fear, and his vicious eyes were fixed on Hunju, the white-robed Swordmaster, and Empress Zigong. He secretly swore in his heart that if he survived today, he would make several people pay a huge price in the future. Duanhun, it's already this time and you're still talking about these meaningless things. I really don't like your eyes. Hunju grabbed Duanhun, and the magic energy in his hand moved, and blood flowed out of Duanhun's eyes instantly. "Ah, Hunju, one day you will pay the price for what you did today." Blind, his face was filled with anger. Ha, you won't see this." Hunju carried Duanhun, who looked like a dead dog, in front of Lu Razao and said, "Your Majesty, this villain has been captured. Please tell me how to deal with him." "This." Lu Razao frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Master Hun, let's take this man back to the Ye family and let my brother deal with him." Behind the other person was the Blood Robe Tower. He was afraid that killing this man rashly would bring unnecessary trouble to the Ye family, so he decided to take him back to the Ye family for handling. "Your Highness is right." After hearing Lu Ruhua's words, Hunju's face lost its previous cruel look. He slapped Duanhun unconscious and said, "I'll deal with you when we get back. Since Madame Zigong is fine, I will leave first. If you have any problems in the Imperial City in the future, you can come to me." The white-robed Swordmaster smiled faintly, then turned to look at Hunju and said coldly, "Boy, those who do evil will eventually perish. None of your Hun family ancestors who practiced that thing had a good ending. Old man, that was in the past, not now. Just wait and see, I, Hunju, will definitely restore the former glory of my Hun family." When Hunju heard the other party talking about his ancestors, his face changed drastically and he said coldly, "Haha, Hunju, if it weren't for the Ye family, I would have killed you, this troublemaker, with just this sentence. White Swordmaster, you are a senior and I respect you. But don't be so ignorant. Do you really think I am afraid of you?" Hunju held the forbidden magic pill in his hand and showed no mercy to the white-robed Swordmaster. Having practiced the soul-devouring art, he no longer takes the powerful people seriously. Apart from the Ye family, no one can bully him, not even the white-robed Swordmaster. "Master Hun, seniors, we are all family, please don't hurt the harmony." Seeing the two people at loggerheads, Lu Ruhua hurried forward to persuade them, saying that both of them had done her a favor, and if they fought, she would not want to see anyone get hurt. I will follow your majesty's orders. When Hunju heard Lu Ruhua's voice, he restrained his murderous intent and respectfully retreated behind Lu Ruhua. The two completely different attitudes of Hunju shocked the white-robed Swordmaster secretly. What kind of drug did the Ye family give this guy? Hunju, who is so arrogant that he doesn't even take me seriously, is so respectful to the people of the Ye family. The white-robed Swordmaster said to himself. After adjusting his mood a little, he said, Hun boy, this time for the sake of the queen, I will not bother with you. If there is a next time, I will definitely know the price of provoking me. My queen, see you again in the imperial court. After the white-robed Swordmaster finished speaking, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. This old man is taking advantage of his age to bully others. Next time we meet, I won't know who will be the one to teach whom a lesson, Hunju said secretly. My lady, let's get going. Good. Hunju brought the people of the Hun family, protected Lu Ruhua and her son and the old eunuch, and headed towards the eastern domain. It seems that I was wrong. I have already established a good relationship with the Ye family, and I hope that I can survive this disaster. However, this Hunju is a disaster after all, and I don't know why the Ye family would subdue him. After everyone left, the voice of the white-robed Swordmaster appeared again in the sky. He vaguely felt a faint aura around him, so he was ready to make a surprise attack, but after making sure that there was really no one there, he headed towards the direction of the imperial city without looking back. After everyone left, the whole valley was filled with cold winds, corpses were scattered all over the ground, and it was extremely quiet. White-robed Swordmaster, you old immortal are still alive. You dared to kill someone from my blood-robe tower. Now we have a grudge against each other. When the Tower Master returns from the land of 100 nations, I will make sure you give my blood-robe tower an explanation. A cold wind blew and a bloody shadow fell. It was still a blood-colored dress, but on the dress there was a lifelike flood dragon with a huge blood-colored mouth opening and howling towards the sky. The deputy master of the blood robe building, the green dragon demon king, and the second most skilled master of the blood robe building. Old ghost Yeshu, if you can break through the life and death realm late stage, so can I. I defeated you in one move last year, and I will not lose to you this time. There was boundless fighting spirit flashing in the eyes of the green dragon demon king. He and Yeshu were from the same era, and he was more than 200 years younger than the white-robed Swordmaster. In the past, he and Yeshu were both well-known masters. He once fought for one of their peers of that era, but was defeated by Yeshu by a narrow margin. Afterwards, in order to seek strength, he joined the Blood Clothes Tower, and broke through to the 5th layer of life and death realm as he wished. When he wanted to compete with Yeshu again, Yeshu had already broken through to the 6th layer of life and death realm. Knowing that he could not win, he could only choose to remain silent. This time, he finally broke through to the 7th layer of life and death realm, and learned that Yeshu had broken through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Just as he was about to fight Yeshu, someone came to the Blood Clothes Tower to announce the assassination of Zigong Niang. Originally, he didn't need to take action against such a character, but when he knew that the other party was Yeshu's descendant, the Green Dragon Demon King could no longer sit still and hurried over. He never expected that he could actually sense the aura of the white-robed Swordmaster. Fearing the other party's strength, he had to hide in the dark and let the other party slaughter the assassins of the blood-robed building without daring to show up rashly. Now that the white-robed Swordmaster has completely left, he can also kill the invading enemies. The Green Dragon Demon King moved his body and rushed madly through the woods at a rapid speed. At the border of Eastern Domain, with yellow sand filling the sky, a handsome young man holding a broken sword kept looking into the distance, with a hint of anxiety on his face. Why hasn't Hunju come back yet? Did something happen? The man was Yeshyen. When he heard that his aunt was coming back, he came alone to greet her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just when Yeshyen was anxiously waiting, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Yeshyen's dual pupils moved, and from tens of thousands of miles away, Hunju was rapidly approaching. Finally back. Yeshyen secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his aunt was safe and sound, but his dual pupils suddenly moved, and a golden light flashed. In an instant, a terrifying blood-red figure appeared in his eyes. Life and Death Realm 7th layer, the other party's target seems to be my aunt and her friends. Ye Xian's face changed, and he immediately ran towards the group of people with the Ni Lin in his hand. Chapter 34. Hunju, meet the young master. Greetings, young master. As the distance got closer, Hunju could see Ye Xian's appearance clearly. He hurriedly stopped and saluted Ye Xian respectfully. Uncle Hun, you're welcome. Everyone, please stand up too. Although Ye Xian is the young master of the Ye family, he does not have the slightest arrogance and just waved at the few people. Xianer, I haven't seen you for several years. You have grown so big. Your temperament is becoming more and more like your father. Elder brother. Lu Ruhua, who was in the sedan chair, also felt the noise outside and walked out. And, you are becoming more and more beautiful. And you, little slug, will definitely be a great beauty in the future. A smile flashed across Ye Xian's handsome face, but his eyes were fixed on the distance, and that terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. Hee. Chuckle, cluck. When Lu Ruhua and her son heard Ye Xian's words, they couldn't help but laugh. A smile can conquer a city, a smile can conquer a country. Young master, a master is coming. Hunju also noticed the situation behind at this time. His expression changed slightly and he reminded Ye Xian. I know. You take my aunt away first. Leave this to me. Facing the impending terrifying aura, a hint of amusement flashed across Ye Xian's face. The Ni Lin sword in his hand seemed to be in tune with Ye Xian's thoughts and began to tremble slightly. Hunks you guys protect the queen and go back first. Although Hunju didn't know where Ye Xian got his confidence from, he had been the head of the Hun family for so many years and knew that the monarch was the ruler and the subject was the minister. He did not disobey or question Ye Xian's decision. All he could do was to protect the young master and be ready to take action at any time. Yes, master. The people of the Hun family did not dare to resist Hunju's words and spoke respectfully. Xianer, be careful, safety is the most important thing. Lu Ruhua also knew that with her limited strength, she could not help at all. Instead of staying here as a burden, it would be better for her to rush back to the Ye family as soon as possible to seek support. Don't worry, auntie. Madam, please come in. Good. Lu Ruyan walked into the sedan chair, and the people of the Hun family lifted the sedan chair and ran towards the distance. Ha ha ha. A cold and evil laugh suddenly sounded, and the green dragon demon king slowly fell from the sky. You are just a young boy, an ant from the 2nd layer of the life and death realm. Aren't you here to die? The green dragon demon king had a mocking look on his face and his eyes were full of disdain. Young master, he is the deputy master of the blood robe building, the green dragon demon king. His strength is at least at the 6th layer of the life and death realm. Hunju saw the other party's clothes and hurriedly said to Yeshu. Green dragon demon king, that's a good name, but it's a pity that I will die here today. Ye Xian saw the condescending look of the green dragon demon king and said to himself without any anger. Ha ha ha, you immature brat, let alone you, even if your ancestor Yeshu came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. The green dragon demon king seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter. Master, I will kill him. As soon as the green dragon demon king spoke, a terrifying murderous intent rose from Hunju's body. In his heart, Yeshu gave him the ancestral martial arts of the Hun family and also helped him save his son. Yeshu was simply the savior of his Hun family. Whoever dared to insult Yeshu would be the enemy of his Hun family. Not to mention that the other party was just from the life and death realm, even if the conferred king came, he would fight to the death. As Hunju spoke, he took out a pill from his hand and prepared to swallow it. Keep the elixir to save your life. I won't let anyone who dares to insult me go. Yeshu looked at Hunju deeply, and at this moment he completely identified with him. He, you don't really think you can kill me, do you? At this moment, the green dragon demon king has not yet realized the danger and is still madly seeking death. You will stop laughing soon. Ye Xian smiled coldly, slowly took out the broken sword from behind him, and whispered, "Ni Lin, I leave it to you. A sword is a weapon, but a famous sword is more spiritual. The sword is as its name suggests, Ye Xian is his Achilles heel, whoever touches it will die. Ha ha ha, boy, you don't think that you can deal with me with just this broken sword, do you?" The Green Dragon Demon King laughed even more wildly when he saw such a broken sword. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. A blue light spread over the broken sword, and a moment later, domineering men wearing black armor, with white hair and black cloth blindfolded appeared in the air. Everything around stopped instantly under the influence of this force. What? The Green Dragon Demon King's face was filled with fear, and the space around him began to change. When he came to his senses, he was already in a grey world. In the grey and white world, a black shadow stood in the air, with terrifying black gas lingering around him. He just walked over lightly, and the vitality in the Green Dragon Demon King began to fade away bit by bit. Conferred King. At this moment, the Green Dragon Demon King's heart was broken. A black shadow passed by him, and his body began to dissipate. The two words Conferred King were his last words. Buzz buzz buzz. The black shadow disappeared, and Ni Lin fell silent again. Ye Xian and Hunju, who were unable to move, also came to their senses. They were already sweating profusely. The scene just now was really beyond their understanding. The undead in the reverse scale didn't even make a move, and the dignified Green Dragon Demon King of Life and Death Realm late stage died so easily. "Young master, that sword." Hunju's face was filled with fear, and he obviously had no idea what had just happened. "That was Ni Lin, the previous sword holder. He was given to me by my ancestor. As for the scene just now, it should involve the realm of time and space, which is beyond our comprehension." Ye Xian held the Ni Lin in his hand. He felt the coldness of Ni Lin became even stronger. He knew that Ni Lin's strength was much stronger than when he first came out. If he remembered correctly, the ancestor said that this sword spirit can practice independently. Perhaps killing people and drinking blood is the best way for Ni Lin to improve his strength. Ye Xian's face was filled with shock. It was the first time he saw Ni Lin take action, and it was indeed extremely terrifying. In the entire Dagon, it is estimated that no one except the ancestor can be a match for Ni Lin. It's a reward from the ancestor. An ancestor Yeshu is so powerful. My Hun family is really in luck. Hunju's heart was greatly moved. "We killed the deputy owner of the Blood Robe building, and this deadly feud is settled. The ancestor once said that if you don't remove the roots, the wind will blow away the pregnancy. Go back and report to the ancestor, and destroy the Blood Robe building directly." Ye Xian has not forgotten Yeshu's ancestral teachings. The Blood Robe building cannot be kept. "Yes, young master. My Hun family is willing to be the vanguard and destroy the Blood Robe building." When Hunju heard that an attack was going to be carried out on the Sui Tower, he quickly expressed his stance. "Okay, let's go back to the Ye family first." "Yes, young master." The two of them moved and rushed towards the Ye family. The wind was cold and bleak. The battle came and went quickly. No one knew that a strong man from the late stage of life and death realm would disappear in the cold wind. East Heavenly King City, Ye family. Under the overnight escort of the Hun family's masters, Lu Ruhua finally arrived at East Heavenly King City 3 days later. Ye Qingkang stood on the city wall and had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 35. "Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to be much younger than before." Lu Ruhua's face was full of smiles as she looked at Ye Qingkang's figure, and the scenes of the past came to her mind again. "Ha ha ha, this is the old ancestor coming out of seclusion. I don't have to shoulder the burden of the Ye family. I am really radiant." Ye Qingkang laughed out loud. He had heard similar words mentioned many times recently. "Uncle." The pale little girl jumped out from behind Lu Ruhua and ran into Ye Qingkang's arms. This is the intimacy of blood relationship. Even though she has only met them a few times, she can still feel the presence of her loved ones. "Ha ha ha, Ziaju has grown up. The last time your uncle went to see you, you could only crawl on the ground." Ye Qingkang laughed heartily. The Ye family didn't have many descendants, so they attached great importance to this hard-earned family affection. Haha, uncle, Jur almost didn't see you when she came back this time. The little girl's innocent and bright face wrinkled tightly and she started to complain. Jur, don't worry, you'll be safe when you come to the Ye family. If anyone dares to bully you, your uncle will break his legs to vent your anger, okay? Yeah, uncle is the best. Brother, Xianer, and the head of the Hun family are still covering our retreat. I'm afraid something might happen to them. You. After hearing her daughter's words, Lu Ruhua finally reacted and spoke hurriedly. Don't worry about that brat. In this battle, no one except the old ancestor can kill them. Let's talk while we walk. Ye Qingkang had a calm expression. Not to mention that Hunju had the forbidden magic pill, which could unleash the power of the ninth layer of life and death realm once taken. Even Ye Xian's sword could kill a transcendent level warrior of the ninth layer of life and death realm at will. He was not worried at all about the danger to the two of them. When Lu Ruhua heard this, shock filled her beautiful eyes. Is the Ye family really that powerful? Brother, what is the current strength of the ancestor? After a moment of shock, Lu Ruhua asked in a low voice as he walked. He attributed all this to his great-grandfather. I don't know the strength of the ancestor. But at least he can seal the king realm. Ye Qingkang also didn't know Ye Xiu's strength. After all, the ancestor had never taken action. Perhaps it can be said that, in this great battle, there is no one worthy of the ancestor's personal effort. He could only guess Ye Xiu's strength through the words of the ancestor and the treasures given to him. Conferred King Lu Ruhua's cold little mouth opened slightly, and she was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. Although she didn't care much about the affairs of the world, he was very clear about the deterrent power of the conferred king. The ancestor of Dagon, life and death realm ninth layer, has suppressed the entire Dagon world, forcing all forces to hide. As for conferred king, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as the ancestor wants, he can immediately change the dynasty. Okay, we're almost at the Ye family. You should go and pay your respects to the ancestor first. If the ancestor is happy, he can give you a treasure that will be of great benefit to you throughout your life. Ye Qingkang said lightly that this was still his bottom-line guess. He had a feeling that he might have underestimated the ancestor's strength and that the other party might have already touched the conferred sovereign. Good. Lu Ruhua's eyes sparkled, and she also wanted to see this legendary great-grandfather. Uncle, is the ancestor fierce? Will he dislike Jur? The little lowly frowned and said cutely. The ancestor is very kind, Xiaju, don't worry. If Xiaju can please the ancestor, Xiaju will be able to conquer the world easily. Hey hey! In the ancestral land of the Ye family, Ye Xiu was surrounded by a period of time, and terrifying spiritual power and corpse energy continuously poured into his body. Boom boom! A sound rang in Ye Xiu's mind. The corners of Ye Xiu's mouth slightly raised, and he slowly opened his eyes. Life and Death Realm 10th Layer Day, Great Completion. Ye Xiu murmured to himself, carefully feeling the power in his body. He felt that the spirit chi of Life and Death Realm 10th Layer Day Great Completion was more than 10 times stronger than that of 9th Layer Day. This was why Life and Death Realm Great Completion could challenge the strong men in the early stage of Conferred King. System, call up the system panel. Host, Ye Xiu. Bound Family, Ancient Ye Family. Life and Death Realm 10th Layer Great Completion. Physique, Undying and Indestructible Divine Body, Invincible Physique. Law Treasure, Moonlight Treasure Box. Talent Tribe, Ye Xian, Dual Pupils Xianjing 10th Layer Heaven. Ordinary Tribesman, Ye Qingkang, Venerable Realm 9th Layer Heaven, Ye Wudao, Venerable Realm 7th Layer Heaven, Ye Wuxiu, Venerable Realm 6th Layer Heaven, Ye He, Venerable Realm 5th Layer Heaven, Ye Xian, Venerable Realm 5th Layer Heaven, Ye. Number of check-ins, 3 times. Hidden Mission, train a member of the Ye family in the Life and Death Realm. Reward, Invincible Realm. Mission Progress, 99%. 99% of the hidden mission is completed. It looks like it will be completed soon. Ye Qingkang, you have made me wait for a long time. Ye Xiu smiled faintly. During this period of time, the strength of everyone in the Ye family has been improving, which did not disappoint him. Fourth Ancestor, wait for me. Soon, I will lead the Ye family to the universe to find you. Ye Xiu's horizons had already been opened. Dagan and even the outside world were only temporary places for his Ye family to stay. Only the ancient Ye family was his final destination. Ding, a genius with Ye family bloodline is found nearby. Host, do you want to accept him into the Ye family? Reward, immortal level treasure chest. When Ye Xiu was stunned, the icy voice of the system sounded again. System, what's going on? If you have the blood of the Ye family, then you are a member of our Ye family. Why do you want to receive more money? And does this immortal treasure chest contain immortal rewards? Ye Xiu's face was full of question marks. Ding, the system has no right to explain, please figure it out on your own. Ye Xiu. Ye Qingkang, please see the ancestor, please see me. Ye Qingkang's resonant voice came through the stone gate outside the forbidden area. Ye Xiu's eyes moved, and he instantly looked out through the space, only to see Ye Qingkang with a cold and beautiful woman, and a cute little loli in his hand. The stunning woman had a respectful look on her face, with a hint of restraint and nervousness in her eyes, while the little girl opened her big black eyes and looked curiously towards the forbidden area. What's going on? Could it be that this brat Ye Qingkang has an illegitimate daughter? Ye Xiu's face was filled with shock. There were many such things in his previous life. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Ye Xiu decided to have a good talk with Ye Qingkang, a memory once again surged from the depths of his mind. All the memories of Lu Ruhua also appeared in his mind. Damn, I almost made a mistake. It turns out she is my granddaughter. So, that little loli is her daughter. Wait, the system just mentioned a peerless genius with the blood of the Ye family. Could it be that she is talking about this little girl? Ye Xiu's face was filled with shock, and he was already 80% to 90% sure of his guess. Chapter 36. Since it's delivered to my door, I'll take you into the Ye family no matter what. Ye Xiu smiled, stood up, and walked out of the forbidden area. Rumble. The stone door weighing thousands of pounds began to shake violently. A terrifying aura emanated from it, and the crisp footsteps of Ye Xiu were heard from it. Ye Qingkang, meet the ancestor. Lu Ruhua, meet the ancestor. Nangong Chian, meet the ancestor. The three of them saw Ye Xiu's voice and saluted hurriedly. She is indeed of the Ye family bloodline. Although she is still a child, her whole body is covered with a natural spirit qi. Ye Xiu looked at the little girl and said secretly in his heart. Get up. It's the ancestor. Only after hearing Ye Xiu's words did Ye Qingkang and the other two dare to raise their heads. Lu Ruhua raised her head and looked at the handsome face that was strange yet somewhat familiar, and her heart was extremely shocked. The ancestor actually regained his youth and returned to his youthful appearance. If he could not see the old ancestor's appearance from the old ancestor's eyebrows, he really would not dare to think that the person in front of him was the same person as the old ancestor. Why, there's a flower on my face, old man. Ye Xiu looked at Lu Ruhua's beautiful eyes, staring at him closely, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Old ancestor, please calm down. Ruhua congratulates you on your rejuvenation. Lu Ruhua blushed and bowed hastily. Okay, let's go back to the main hall and talk. Yes, ancestor. Several people moved towards the Ye family hall. After arriving at the main hall, Lu Ruhua respectfully told Ye Xiu about her return to the Ye family. Nangong Ba, although young, has a lot on his mind. Ye Xiu snorted coldly, looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Ruyan, tell me what you think. Grandfather, I am a Taoist woman and I don't understand the country and the world. I just want Jur to grow up happily. Everything is up to you. Lu Ruhua thought for a moment, then took Nangong Chian's hand and said. She has long since become indifferent to power, fame, and wealth. In this life, she just wants to live a simple and ordinary life. Qian, do you want to be the empress of the great Qian dynasty? Ye Xiu's eyes moved and he looked at the timid little girl below. Boom! Ye Xiu's words were like a bomb, exploding in Lu Ruhua and Ye Qingkang's minds. The two looked at each other in shock, and after making sure they had not heard wrong, they turned their gaze again to Yeshiu, who was in the upper seat. "Ancestor, what is the queen?" Ye Qian asked tenderly. "Little girl, the empress is your father's position. Once you take the throne, you can rule the world." Yeshiu explained calmly that this little girl was full of luck and had a blessed appearance. If she became an empress, she would definitely be an emperor in the future. "Then, ancestor, when you become the empress, can Qian enter and leave the palace freely? Can she go wherever she wants to play?" The little girl's eyes lit up and she asked in a baby voice. Ha 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 ha! Yeshiu was amused by these childish words. "As long as you become the empress, you can enter and leave the palace and go wherever you want." "Then, ancestor, Qian, I want to be the queen." The little girl's eyes were full of smiles and she spoke excitedly. "Ha ha ha, then let's do this. The future is yours." Yeshiu had a calm expression, as if the world of Dagon was within his reach. "Ancestor, is this little girl okay?" Ye King Kang's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask. Lu Ruhua's eyes were also full of worry. She only hoped that her daughter would grow up freely and happily. Once she was involved in the vortex of fighting for the throne, she might be in danger at any time. "You little brat, this girl's talent is much better than yours. She was born in a royal family and has the destiny of an emperor. She may not understand it now, but as long as she sits on the throne, she will be an empress who dominates the world in the future." Yeshiu's eyes flickered. He had just used his divine eyes to carefully observe Nangong Chian again and discovered that there was a dragon shadow and a fire phoenix hidden deep inside her body. The dragon is the emperor and the phoenix is the empress. The dragon and the phoenix appear in Nangong Chian's body at the same time, which indicates the birth of a female emperor. Even without their help, when Nangong Chian grows up in the future, she will re-establish an empire and become an empress. Everything depends on the decision of the ancestor. Lu Ruhua looked at the excitement on Nangong Chian's face and couldn't bear to stop her. "Ha ha ha, okay. Little girl, this is the soul jade of the Ye family's ancestors. If you want to be the empress, drop a drop of essence and blood on it. From now on, you and the Ye family will be one. The luck of the dynasty will be connected with the Ye family. We will prosper together and suffer together." Yeshiu said, took out a piece of white jade from the space ring and handed it to the little girl. "This is the soul jade in the Ye family's ancestral pavilion. It has long been worshipped by the Ye family. Only people with the Ye family's bloodline can use it. Once bound, everything in the future will be closely related to the Ye family, which can also be regarded as Nangong Chian's return to her roots." Laugh. When Nangong Chian heard Yeshiu's words, she endured the pain and cut her finger. A drop of blood instantly fell and dripped onto the soul jade. At the same time, a huge amount of luck from the Ye family circled above Nangong Chian's head, and then transformed into two real dragons of luck and merged into Nangong Chian's body. Roar! In an instant, golden light emerged around Nangong Chian, and a ball of five-colored light enveloped her. Dragons roar and phoenixes dance, and shadows flash. A peaceful and auspicious look. "Ancestor, this is..." When Ye Qingkang saw this scene, his body trembled and his mouth opened wide. Lu Ruhua's cold face was full of shock, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. The dragon and the phoenix are singing together, and auspicious signs are coming from heaven. His destiny as an empress is awakening. Yeshiu smiled faintly, looking unfathomable. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully recruited a talented tribesman. This woman is the reincarnation of the Empress of a world. She is rewarded with an immortal treasure chest. Please check it yourself." The system's cold voice sounded in Yeshiu's mind. The reincarnation of the Empress, no wonder there is an immortal level reward for recruiting him. Yeshiu was slightly stunned, and asked randomly, "System, will this little girl awaken his memories of his previous life in the future?" Yeshiu didn't want the family disciple he had worked so hard to train to leave the Ye family after awakening the memories of the Empress in his previous life. Ding, when the strength reaches a certain level, the memory of the previous life will naturally be awakened. However, even if the other party awakens the memory, it will be dominated by this body at present. Everything in her future is already bound to the Ye family and cannot be changed. System, I understand. What you mean is that even if her past life memories are awakened, she is still Nangong Chian, a member of my Ye family. Yes, host. His memories from his previous life are equivalent to his secondary body and cannot affect his current main body. Good. Ye Xiu was delighted, because now he didn't have to worry anymore. System, open the immortal level treasure box. I want to see what I can get this time. Ye Xiu couldn't wait to say. Chapter 37. Ding, the immortal treasure chest is being used, and it has been used successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the most precious Sword of Destiny. The Sword of Destiny, what is this? Ye Xiu frowned and randomly looked at the system explanation. The Sword of Destiny, this sword was created by an invincible being whose origin is unknown. This sword is a sword technique that transcends the laws of heaven and the world. When the sword is out, all laws are destroyed. It emphasizes the law of cause and effect. Only one sword is cultivated in a lifetime. One sword is enough to turn the world upside down and make the world pale in comparison. System, what the hell is this? Explain it to me. After reading it, Ye Xiu was still confused. The introduction to the sword technique sounded awesome, but he still didn't understand what special power it had. The Sword of Destiny can kill the destiny of the world. The power of this sword far exceeds this world and will increase with the strength of the enemy. As long as it does not exceed the scope of heaven and earth and belongs to the universe, he can kill it with one sword. System, what you mean is that even a mortal who is in harmony with this sword can kill the strongest person in the world with one sword. Ye Xiu thought for a moment and continued to ask. It can be understood this way. As long as it is within the scope of the universe, this sword can produce a force stronger than that of the enemy. Isn't this similar to the power of the one sword that reigns supreme, Tianming Qing'er? No matter who you are, I will only use one sword to destroy you. Ye Xiu opened his eyes wide, thinking of the woman in the novel of his previous life who asked, "Where is your home? Point in a direction and I will kill you with one sword." He actually won this awesome thing. Ye Feng became very excited. By the way, system, can this sword kill me? After Ye Xiu became excited, his face darkened and he couldn't help but ask. I can't kill you. Host, although you are from this world, your undying and indestructible zombie body has already exceeded the scope of the universe dimension. This sword technique is useless to you. Moreover, this sword technique is not invincible. It has no effect on you when you encounter the 4 peerless figures enshrined in the Ye family's forbidden land. This sword technique requires luck to bless you. The stronger the person, the more luck you need to consume. The system's cold voice continued to sound. That's good. I am indeed invincible. Ye Xiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the drawbacks of the heavenly fate sword and said, it's a pity that this thing requires luck, so it's of no use to me. But this little girl, who was an empress in her previous life, has accumulated countless luck. In addition, she is an emperor in this life, so her luck is extremely terrifying. I can leave it to her to use. As a zombie, he naturally represents bad luck and disaster, which are two opposite existences to luck. Buzz buzz buzz. While Ye Xiu was still immersed in the system space, Nangong Chian, who was wrapped in golden light in the outside world, had completely awakened the power of dragon and phoenix in her body, and some memories of the Empress in her previous life gradually appeared in her mind. In her previous life, she was called the Ice and Snow Queen, and her body was an ice divine body. After awakening her physique, her strength increased by leaps and bounds. Over tens of thousands of years, she won every battle and finally successfully established the Ice and Snow dynasty and became the Ice and Snow Empress. In the tens of thousands of years that followed, she led the Empire's army across the world, and countless noble families and sacred lands surrendered to her. She also became the first ruler of the Ice and Snow world. Afterwards, over the long years, she made another breakthrough with the help of the dynasty's luck and led the army of the Ice and Snow dynasty to a more vast world. However, on the way, she was ambushed by the heavenly demon from outside the domain. In that battle, she fought desperately for the tens of thousands of people behind her, and finally died together with the heavenly demon from outside the domain. Who am I? Nangong Chian? Or the Ice and Snow Queen? The little girl whose memory was awakened was full of confusion. She didn't know who she was now. Nangong Chian fell into a struggle, constantly asking herself questions, with confusion in her eyes. No, I am who I am, Nangong Chian. The Ice and Snow Queen is a thing of the past. Don't try to control me. For some unknown reason, a terrifying telekinetic power suddenly emerged from her blood. The influence of the Ice and Snow Empress was instantly extinguished by this telekinetic power, and Nangong Chian's confused eyes became firm. She is who she is, Nangong Chian. Even the great emperor's thoughts cannot control her will. Such a terrifying bloodline power is much stronger than the universe where I am. It seems that everything is predetermined by heaven. A domineering and ethereal afterimage appeared in Nangong Chian's mind. After a moment, all the resentment on the beautiful face of the Ice and Snow Empress turned into a long sigh. Hey, Nangong Chian, if one day you meet someone from the Ice and Snow world, I hope you can help them for my sake. I thank you here. The afterimage sighed slowly and completely disappeared in Nangong Chian's mind. From then on, there was no Ice and Snow Empress in the world, only Nangong Chian remained. Boom! The Ice and Snow Empress disappeared, and the golden light covering Nangong Chian slowly dissipated. Nangong Chian also slowly woke up from it, looking at the shocked eyes of Ye Qingkang and Lu Ruhua, wondering, Mother, Uncle, what's wrong with you? Zhu'er seemed to have had a big dream just now. There was a beautiful sister in the dream who told me a lot of things, saying that Zhu'er would be the empress in the future. The little girl blinked her sleepy eyes, looking very cute. But deep in her eyes, there was a different color flashing. Although Zhu'er was still Zhu'er, his mind had become very sophisticated and mature due to the influence of the memory of the Ice and Snow Empress. In front of her relatives, she was still the innocent and lovely Nangong Chian, but in front of outsiders, she would be a domineering empress. The reason why she is still so cute is that she doesn't want Ye Xiu and the others to notice anything unusual. She cherishes her current family very much. Ye Xiu's eyes flashed with blood, and he carefully checked Nangong Chian's soul. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he thought to himself, it seems that the Empress's memory has been awakened, but in the end, it is Zhu'er's main body that is left. When Ye Qingkang heard Nangong Chian's story, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. After a moment, he said, it seems that Zhu'er is destined to be an emperor. The throne of Daon must belong to Zhu'er. Zhu'er, do you really want to be the queen? Mother, Zhu'er wants to be the queen. When Zhu'er becomes the queen, if anyone dares to bully mother, uncle, or ancestor, Zhu'er will have them punished. Perhaps influenced by the memories of the Ice and Snow Queen, Zhu'er's voice was soft but revealed a hint of dominance. Ha ha ha, you are ambitious, worthy of being a person with the blood of my Ye family. Zhu'er, don't worry, with the Ancestor here, no one can take away this world of Dagon. Ye Xiu smiled domineeringly, and then took out a green long sword from his hand. Zhu'er, this is the sword of destiny, see if you can get his approval. Ye Xiu said as he put the sword on the ground. Chapter 38. Sword of Destiny, such a precious treasure, you didn't even give it to me. Ye Qingkang said sourly. None of the treasures Ye Xiu sent were ordinary. He was also the first person to meet the Ancestor, and he had not received a treasure so far. Boy, if you have the ability to take it out, why not give it to you? Ye Xiu smiled faintly. How could he not know what Ye Qingkang was thinking? But among the treasures he had obtained so far, none of them was suitable for him. Ancestor, this is what you said. I will pull it out, and you can't go back on your word. Ye Qingkang's face was filled with joy when he heard Ye Xiu's words. In his heart, he was a strong man who was about to enter the realm of life and death. If he couldn't even pull out a sword, wouldn't he be laughed at by the world? Ye Xiu raised his eyebrows and nodded, the Ancestor's words are as good as gold. He, sword of destiny, you will be mine soon, ha 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 ha. Ye Qingkang took a step forward, posing in a pretentious manner, a stream of spiritual power slowly emerged from the palm of his hand, and shouted, sword come! Sword comes! Yeshu, Lu Ruhua, Jur. Ye Qingkang shouted several times, but the sword of destiny remained motionless. Ye Qingkang's old face turned red, and he immediately reached out to grab the magic sword, wanting to use his own strength to pull it out. Clank clank! The sword of destiny seemed to be extremely disgusted with Ye Qingkang's actions. The sword body trembled slightly, and an extremely sharp and terrifying force immediately burst out from it. Ah! Ye Qingkang screamed and was blown away by the force, smashing the surrounding red walls into pieces. Ye Xiu's face was full of gloating when he saw this scene, while Lu Ruhua and Jur were trying to hold back their laughter. A moment later, Ye Qingkang, covered in dust, crawled out of the dust, looked at the sword in front of him, and said with lingering fear, "Ancestor, what kind of sword is this? Why is it so terrifying? Boy, are you going to try again?" Ye Xiu did not answer, but continued to ask with a smile. Sounding. The sword of destiny seemed to sense Ye Qingkang's gaze again and trembled again. "Grandfather, I don't want it anymore." Ye Qingkang's face changed drastically and he stepped back in fear. "Ha ha ha, Jur, you come and try it." "Yes, Grandpa." Nangong Chian swung her short legs and approached the sword of destiny step by step. She stopped about 3 feet away from the sword of destiny and imitated Ye Qingkang's posture, saying in a very realistic manner, "Sword! Buzz buzz buzz!" As soon as Nangong Chian finished speaking, the sword of destiny glowed with golden light, instantly rose from the ground and fell into Nangong Chian's hands. "Uncle, this sword is not that scary." Nangong Chian carefully touched the sword of destiny and said with a smile to Ye Qingkang who was hiding far away. Puff! Ye Qingkang was so angry that he almost spit out blood when he heard Nangong Chian's words. He said to himself, "Children should not be afraid of what they say, children should not be afraid of what they say. They are both human beings," but the sword was so violent to him, but so gentle to his niece. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Sure enough, this sword of destiny was given to Jur by the system. When Ye Xiu saw this scene, he already had the answer in his mind. Jur is the reincarnation of the Empress. With her extraordinary talent and luck, she is definitely the son of fortune and a man of destiny. Even without his interference, Jur in the future will definitely grow up to be the protagonist of this world. What is the origin of the Ancestor? This treasure gives me a feeling that it is even more terrifying than the ice and snow world in my previous life and even the world where the heavenly demon is outside the domain. This thing may have come from a world that is more terrifying than those two universes. Jur touched the sword and was extremely shocked. You have to know that his cultivation in his previous life was far beyond that of this world, and how could such a treasure appear in this world? Ye Xiu's identity and origins became even more mysterious in her heart. Even the ice and snow queen's divine eyes can't see through me. This ancestor is definitely the reincarnation of a terrifying being who is stronger than the queen. I, Nangong Chian, can be considered to have found a great person in this life. Jur said to herself, and a curve appeared unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. Grandfather, since you want to help this girl take the throne, are you going to do it yourself this time? Ye Qingkang looked at Ye Xiu with expectation, as if he had already seen Ye Xiu appearing powerfully and killing everyone. You guys go down first. This matter doesn't require me, the ancestor, to take action. Ye Xiu had no intention of taking action. He just wanted to quietly sign in at the Ye family's ancestral land. Yes, ancestor. Although Ye Qingkang was curious, since the ancestor had already spoken, he did not dare to ask any more questions and retreated with Lu Ruhua and her son. Ye Xiu watched the few people leave, and said thoughtfully, Ancestor Ye Feng gave me a token, which contains some powerful people. Maybe I can let them take action. As Ye Xiu spoke, he took out the jade token that the fourth ancestor Ye Feng had given him from his space backpack. With a thought, he instantly entered the jade token. Jade card space. As soon as Ye Xiu entered, he immediately saw a huge and magnificent 9-story tower. The top of the tower penetrated deep into the clouds, and even his zombie eyes could not see what was happening above the clouds. All you can see is a huge rock standing in front of the sky tower. On the huge stone, there are 2 big characters engraved, Hades Palace. Below the words Underworld Palace, lines of text were densely written. This is the governance of heaven and earth, the imprint of the great Dao. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the person who can do this is. Palace Master, Ye Feng. 2 gods, abandoned heavenly emperor and black dragon sky. 3. Profound heaven evil emperor, Tian's true dragon, and god of death. 4 souls. 5 character quatrain. Affiliated forces, the underworld, Luoyang, and the bad people. This stele records the masters of the Hades Palace and their subordinate forces. Each of these people is a powerful person. Hiss, how many masters did Ancestor Ye Feng subdue? Why do I feel that any one of them, who comes to this world, is an extremely terrifying existence? Ye Xiu was already shocked beyond words. Hoo, let's go into the hall first and see which people are sleeping here. Ye Xiu bowed respectfully and, guided by Ye Feng's token, walked towards the first floor of the heavenly tower. Ye Xiu entered the first floor of the heavenly tower, as if he had entered a vast world again. In this world, 2 peerless swordsmen are fighting, and the barriers of the surrounding world are being broken bit by bit under their competition. The surrounding sun, moon, and stars also became dim under the attack of the 2. Hiss, this strength is probably far beyond the conferred sovereign realm. Ye Xiu took a breath of cold air, and the scene in front of him changed again in a moment. He came to another world. This world was bloody and dull, and there was murderous intent everywhere. Hey, someone is here, holding the Palace Master's token. It seems that he is the Palace Master's descendant. A burly, dull-looking man suddenly saw Ye Xiu and came in front of him in an instant. Luoyang, the heavenly killer Black Vuchang, Qingsha greets you. Qingsha's face was full of smiles, and his eyes kept looking at Ye Xiu. Buzz buzz buzz. Other Luoyang killers hiding in the dark also appeared one after another, with curiosity flashing in their cold and bloodthirsty eyes. Chapter 39. Luoyang Tian's a killer, Black Impermanence. A strong smell of blood came over, and Ye Xiu's face changed. If he didn't have an undying and indestructible body, he would probably sink in this sea of blood and be completely lost. He, sir, we are all under the command of the Palace Master, Luoyang Killer. Since you can come here, it should be the Palace Master's instructions. If you need our help, I, He Vuchang, will certainly do my best to help you. Qingsha smiled innocently. I'm here to look for a master. I wonder if fellow Daoist has time to visit my world. Seeing the other party being so polite, Ye Xiu also bowed. These people were all subordinates of his 4th ancestor Ye Feng, and were also considered to be members of the Ye family, so he was still polite to them. I have time, of course I have time. I have been sleeping here for several epochs, and I have long wanted to go out and take a look. Qingsha's eyes lit up. This is an alien world space opened up by the Palace Master using the supreme divine ability, connecting the myriad worlds. In a battle eons ago, they fought a fierce battle against a dark forbidden area. Although they conquered the dark forbidden area, they suffered some Taoist injuries, so they were sealed in this space by the Palace Master to sleep and recuperate. During these endless years, most of the powerful masters who had been sleeping here had already awakened and left. However, those who were relatively weak in the Hades Palace were just gradually awakening. Since the Palace Master was in seclusion, this world was temporarily sealed. If they wanted to get out, there were only 2 ways. The first was to wait for the Palace Master to come out and open the world seal. However, a person like the Palace Master would need tens of thousands of years in seclusion, which meant that they would have to wait tens of thousands of years to get out. The second was to have the Palace Master's token, which was what Ye Xiu had in his hand, so that he could take a few people out each time. Qingsha has been awake for some time. He thought he would have to wait for 10,000 years in this boring world, but unexpectedly he would meet someone who possessed the Palace Master's token. Sir, take us out together. I am not good at other things, but when it comes to killing people, few can compare with us. The surrounding Luoyang killers had a hint of joy on their cold faces. After being in Luoyang for so many years, they have long fallen in love with the bloody and violent world of the outside world. They can no longer bear to stay here. Ahem, everyone, I can only take one person out this time, and that's the fellow deist. I'll take you out next time. Seeing the Luoyang killers swarming around, Ye Xiu took a look and finally pointed at King Shi and said, his strength is not very high now, so it's already good enough if he can get King Shi out. Moreover, if we just go to that place, King Shi can probably sweep through it without needing so many people. Ha ha ha, you all heard what the adults said, hurry up and disperse. Let me go out and play first, and I will take you out later. King Shi's eyes lit up with joy and he spoke proudly to the Luoyang assassins around him. Yes, Lord Black Impermanence. The Luoyang killers around did not dare to say much. They bowed and disappeared into the bloody space. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Ye Xiu was about to continue to learn about the affairs of the underworld palace, the whole world began to tremble, and the scene in front of Ye Xiu's eyes changed again. When he came to his senses, he had arrived in a magnificent and solemn palace. The main hall of Hades' palace. Above the main hall, a shadow slowly appeared. It was Ye Feng, the fourth ancestor of the Ye family whom Ye Xiu had met before. Ye Xiu, meet the ancestor Ye Feng. Ye Xiu was slightly startled and bowed quickly. Boy, we are all from the Ye family, so let's skip these formalities. Ye Feng's shadow smiled faintly, then waved his hand towards the hall, and a throne condensed by spirit chi appeared in the hall and said, sit down. Yes, ancestor. Ye Xiu didn't hesitate and sat down on it. Ye Xiu boy, how about my underworld palace? Ye Feng smiled faintly, and as soon as he finished speaking, the law manifestations of the peerless figures in the Hades palace slowly emerged. Ye Xiu watched as one person after another appeared before him, the shock in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Finally, when he saw an old Taoist priest with an immortal look, he could no longer sit still and his eyes widened. Kid, ask whatever you want to ask. From the first day I saw you, I knew that we were probably from a similar time and space. The shocked look on Ye Xiu's face naturally did not escape Ye Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile on his face. What? Ye Xiu was shocked when he heard Ye Feng's words. A shocking idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that Feng Ziu was also a transmigrator? Boy, don't make a fuss. When the ancestor first heard the news, he was also extremely shocked. However, as time goes by, after experiencing too many strange and bizarre things, your stuff, in my opinion, is just ordinary. Ye Feng smiled faintly, thinking back to his life, he was also a transmigrator. He thought he was the only transmigrator in the universe, but as his strength increased, he also glimpsed the secrets of the universe. The universe of the universe is the ultimate universe, and it is the final place for the ascension of countless practitioners in the myriad planes. In this universe, there are countless large and small world seas, and in the world seas, there are various great worlds, and in the great worlds there are middle worlds and small worlds. The world is wrapped in one layer upon another, endlessly. In his eyes, Blue Star is just an insignificant planet born in these small worlds. There are countless planets like Blue Star in the universe, but Blue Star is an extremely magical planet. This planet is not bound by the laws of the universe. It wanders among many dimensional universes. At some point, it may intersect with some powerful universe and time and space. This will cause time and space to be distorted. The civilizations of some powerful universes, such as the mythical universe and the primitive universe, will be reflected in the Blue Star, and the Blue Star will also have these ancient and mysterious legends. At this time, if there are lucky talents with great accomplishments, they will be able to comprehend some mysterious skills and become immortal cultivators at the end of the Dharma like Zhang Sanfan. They suddenly came to another world, which can also be regarded as the lucky ones in a small world. Under the coincidence, they suddenly crossed countless time and space in the form of souls and reincarnated in other worlds. Although the probability of such a thing happening in the universe is extremely low, it is not impossible. It's just that they were reincarnated from mortals in the lower world to a higher level cultivation world. In the cultivation world, most of them are powerful people with great strength. They use the great divine ability to reincarnate or take over the body to reincarnate and cultivate in the lower level world. In some respects, the two can be said to be similar. It can be said that everyone is a transmigrator, and Yeshiu and Yefeng are considered the big luckiers in the small world. They came to this universe with endless aura of luck. Chapter 40. It's actually like this. Yeshiu's face was dull, and he began to digest Yefeng's words bit by bit. After a moment, he finally recovered from the huge shock. No wonder, that old Taoist is called Zhang Sanfan. The doubts in his heart were gone and Yeshiu smiled bitterly. It turned out that his biggest secret was just an ordinary thing in the eyes of the Ancestor. Okay, that's all I have to say. In short, Yeshiu, remember the survival rules of this world. The strong are respected, and strength is the eternal theme of this world. Yeshiu flicked his finger, and a terrifying force immediately appeared in the world of the Hades Palace. He said, "Your world is a medium-sized world after all. Many existences in the Hades Palace are far beyond the limit of that world. As an ancestor, I will ban some of their strength so that they can appear in this world. As the world changes, they will be unsealed step by step." "Thank you, Ancestor." Yeshiu was delighted. The people in the underworld palace were indeed too terrifying. If he showed up rashly, he would be ostracized by the world. If the Ancestor took action personally, he could solve this problem very well. All those who are sleeping in the underworld palace here, listen up. From now on, when you see this token, it is like seeing this palace master. You must obey his orders. Yes, Palace Master. Ancient auras rose in the space, with a shaking momentum. Boy, it's almost time. Take black impermanence with you and go out. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat in the future, come back to this world and awaken a stronger person. After Yefeng finished speaking, the shadow slowly dissipated. Yes, Ancestor. Yeshiu bowed respectfully and slowly left the hall. Sir, the Palace Master has ordered me to serve you. When are we leaving? He Vuchang Kingsha was excited when he saw Yeshiu coming out. Okay, let's go now. As soon as the token in Yeshiu's hand moved, a passage connecting the myriad worlds appeared instantly. Walk. Yeshiu and the other person took a step in and instantly disappeared in the dimensional torrent. In the Ye family's ancestral land, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. A channel suddenly appeared, and Yeshiu and Qingsha flew out of the dimensional channel instantly. Ha ha ha, I, Qingsha, have finally come out. All you bastards in the universe, get ready to crawl at the feet of your black uncle. Qingsha walked with the coffin on his back, howling towards the sky, with a look of pride on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, in the Ye family's ancestral land, Yefeng's spirit tablet flashed, a terrifying aura suddenly rose, and all the strange phenomena around disappeared. And Qingsha's cultivation level was visibly decreasing, and after a moment it dropped to the life and death realm 9th layer. Moreover, there are 2 shackles on his body. If these 2 shackles are removed, he will at least be a being above conferred sovereign. This world is much stronger than the 3,000 great worlds in my previous life. It should be on the same level as the starry sky. However, this world has a sense of fragmentation, and the level of spirit chi is far beyond the Changsheng universe. Before Qingsha's cultivation was sealed, he carefully felt this world and guessed secretly. Hey Vuchang, how much strength do you have now when you were at your peak? A hint of curiosity flashed across Yeshiu's face. Sir, about 30%. When I break the first shackles left by the Palace Master, I will recover 60% of my strength, which should be the conferred sovereign realm of this world. Breaking the second layer of shackles will reach my original strength, above the conferred sovereign. As for what specific realm it is, we will know it only when the time comes. Qingsha pondered for a moment and said to Yeshiu. His true strength is actually above conferred sovereign, and he's just an ordinary Tianzi killer in Luoyang, a force under the Hades Palace. This is too FG perverted. Although Yeshiu already had an understanding of the horror of the Hades Palace, he was still extremely shocked when he heard Qingsha say it himself. Hehe, sir, my underworld palace is a well-known existence in the universe. You will know when you go there. Qingsha chuckled. The most fortunate thing in his life was joining the underworld palace, which made his strength advance by leaps and bounds and allowed him to see an even more vast universe. In his heart, no force could be a match for his Hades palace. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeshu is also full of expectations for the outside universe. Let's go, Kingsha, I'll take you to meet some disciples of my Ye family. Dakian may need you to take action next. Yeshu smiled faintly with satisfaction. Don't worry, sir. Although my power has been sealed by the Palace Master in the 9th layer of life and death realm, I carry this ancient coffin on my back, which has a great origin. If the conferred king comes, I have the confidence to suppress him in it. Kingsha patted his chest and said confidently. Good. The two of them moved and instantly headed towards the Ye family hall. Ye family, backyard. Nangong Chian sat cross-legged, with terrifying ice and snow power surging around her from all directions one after another, and Nangong Chian's strength was increasing little by little. This was the Ice and Snow Empress scripture that belonged to him in his previous life. It was the most powerful martial art he had in the world of ice and snow. Practicing the Ice and Snow Emperor scripture again, with the experience of the Ice and Snow Empress in her previous life, she practiced exceptionally quickly. In just a few hours, she went from being a person with no cultivation to the realm of body refining, and officially entered the door of cultivation. At this rate, within 1,000 years, she would be able to reach the level of the Ice and Snow Empress in her previous life. This speed was something the Ice and Snow Empress in her previous life could not even imagine. I have finally stepped into the door of cultivation. Nangong Chian exhaled, slowly opened her eyes, looked at the sword of destiny placed in front of her, and said to herself, this thing is so terrifying, it can kill destiny. The luck accumulated by the Ice and Snow Queen in the previous life and the luck in this life are enough for me to use 2 swords. I guess even conferred sovereign can't stop these 2 swords. I really don't know where the ancestor got such a terrifying sword. The more Nangong Chian thought about it, the more terrified she felt. She clenched her tender little hands and said, I still have to practice hard to reach the strength of my ancestor in my previous life as soon as possible and protect my ancestor and the Ye family. Cousin, in the blink of an eye, you have achieved a breakthrough to body refining. You are such a freak. Ye Xian walked out of the house and looked at Nangong Chian as if he was looking at a monster. A few days ago, he went to greet Lu Ruhua and her son. That was his cousin, but she was still a child who had not practiced cultivation. How could she succeed in body refining in just a short while and even reach the 10th layer great completion of body refining? How old is Nangong Chian? At this age, he is still playing in the mud. Brother, how can you see through my strength? Nangong Chian's round eyes were wide open, and her delicate little face was full of shock. She had practiced the Emperor's scripture and aura concealing technique of the Ice and Snow Empress. How could Ye Xian see through her cultivation? And what surprised her the most was that even though she had the vision of the Ice and Snow Empress, she could not see through Ye Xian's realm. This was really too weird for her. Chapter 41. Hehe, brother, I am a dual pupil, so I can naturally see through your strength. Ye Xian smiled proudly, and then looked at Nangong Chian who was unmoved, thinking that she didn't know, and patiently explained. The Ancestor said that dual pupils are one of the most apex-level divine bodies in this world. In the future, I will definitely be the strongest in the universe. And I'll tell you a secret, this is given to me by the Ancestor. Nangong Chian was the Ice and Snow Queen in her previous life, so how could she not know about dual pupils? The reason why she didn't change was that she was completely shocked. Dual pupils. It was recorded in the ancient books of their Ice and Snow world that dual pupils were born to dominate the world. This kind of physique is also the most apex-level existence in the myriad worlds. It is easy to destroy a world with one glance. As long as dual pupils are not dead, they are invincible no matter where they are. If she had dual pupils in her previous life, she would have probably suppressed the heavenly demon from outside the domain with just one glance. This is the horror of dual pupils. What he couldn't believe the most was that such a terrifying thing was actually given by the Ancestor, and Yeshu's image suddenly became more mysterious. There are only 2 possibilities for dual pupils, one is that innate has it, and the other is that acquired has it. Ye Xian's eyes were obviously fused with acquired, so the origin of the Ancestor was extremely terrifying. He was able to kill dual pupils, so his strength was definitely more than just life and death realm. Nangong Chian kept imagining Yeshu's strength and identity in her mind, and finally came to a conclusion that the ancestor might be in existence older than this world, with extremely powerful strength. After getting tired of the invincible life, he chose to return to the family and live in seclusion. Whoosh whoosh. The more Nangong Chian thought about it, the more excited she became, and her breathing became rapid. Ha ha ha, sister, now you know how powerful I am. Follow me from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I will shoot him to death with my eyes. Yeshyen thought Nangong Chian was shocked by his dual pupils, and started gesticulating with his hands. Brother, you said it. Nangong Chian did not refuse. He and Yeshyen were related by blood, and the other party was a dual pupil, so he would not lose out as a brother. Ha ha ha, okay. Sister, come on, I'll take you to East Heavenly King City and buy whatever you want. Yeshyen's face was full of joy. He took Nangong Chian's hand and went outside. In the main hall of the Ye family, Ye Qingkang, along with the eldest and second elders of the Ye family and Hunju, were already standing respectfully in the hall, waiting for Yeshu's arrival. Da-da-da. A burst of crisp footsteps sounded, and two Taoist figures walked in, one in front and one behind. Yeshu's voice was still calm, and it was hard to tell the depth of his words. But the figure behind him made everyone present shrink their pupils. The smell of blood and the murderous aura were too terrifying. Even Hun Xiu, who was practicing the soul-devouring technique, had a drastic change of expression and the hairs on his body stood up. This was a ruthless man with blood on his hands. Meet the Ancestor! Meet the Ancestor! Several people forced away the fear in their hearts and hurriedly saluted Yeshu. No need to be polite. Yeshu waved his hand, signaling several people to stand up. Then he pointed at the man holding the blood axe and carrying the black coffin and said, "This is an old friend of my Ye family. Although his strength has not yet recovered to its peak, he is also a transcendent-level strongman in the 9th layer of life and death. From now on, he will be the worshipper of my Ye family. You can call him Black Impermanence or Green Evil." Hey, Kingsha greets all of you fellow Taoists. The burly Kingsha smiled and greeted several people. Since the other party is the descendant of the Palace Master, he should be given due respect. Ye Qingkang, head of the Ye family, greets Kingsha priest. Ye Wudao, the great elder of the Ye family, greets Kingsha priest. Old Ye Wuxia from the Second World War of the Ye family has seen the green evil worshipper. Ye family warrior, Hunju, greets senior Qingshat. When the four saw that this ruthless man was actually the worshipper invited by the Ancestor, they hurriedly returned the greeting, and at the same time, they admired Yeshu even more. The fact that a powerful king-level warrior was actually recruited into the Ye family by Patriarch Yeshu really gave them a great shock. Hey, your last name is Hun. Qingsha raised his eyebrows when he heard Yeshu's words, and instantly became interested and said, "You are quite smart. You are much more sensible than the people from the Hun clan I know. You are not stubborn anymore, and you have learned to flatter others." In the previous world, Kingsha had fought with the Soul clan many times. Even in the Great War in the Void Realm, his underworld palace climbed to the top by stepping on the Soul clan. The Soul clan in that world is notoriously arrogant and domineering. They are called iron-headed people. They don't care about life and death and will do anything if they are not convinced. At that time, he kept looking for death in the underworld palace, but now when he met this kid from the Soul clan, he actually learned his lesson and stopped seeking death. It's really a changing world. Hey hey! Hunju chuckled. Thinking about it now, he felt very fortunate for the choice he made. Since you all know each other, I won't say much. After seeing that they knew each other, Yeshu's face became serious and he said, "Ye Qingkang, you said that the Blood Clothes Tower was chasing Ruhua and the others, right?" "Yes, Ancestor. If I hadn't sent Hunju and Yeshyen, Ruhua and her son would have died at the hands of the Blood Robe Tower. They even sent out the Deputy Tower Master of the 7th layer of the Life and Death Realm. Ancestor, the Blood Robe Tower is going too far. Please help Ruhua and her son." Ye Qingkang said, with a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. He had always regarded Lu Ruhua as his own sister, and also regarded her as a member of the Ye family. If he did not send someone to go, the consequences would be disastrous. Hey, hunting down 2 ordinary people is really too much. Does the blood robe building really think that there is no one left in my Ye family? Ye Xiu's eyes flashed red, and his fists were clenched tightly together. If anyone else were to mobilize the 7th layer of life and death realm, he would surely die. This would really be a death sentence for his descendants. Sir, leave this blood robe building to me. When it comes to killing people, I am second to none. King Shi said with a face full of arrogance. His Luoyang was originally a killer organization. To deal with the blood clothes building, which was also a killer organization, he wanted to let the other party know who was the ancestor of killers. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I want the bloody robe building, and I'll leave no one alive. Don't worry, sir. The dragnet is pervasive. It's not just talk. The corners of King Shi's mouth turned cold, and a terrifying blood energy burst out. Everyone felt that a terrifying beast was reviving. After King Shi finished speaking, he put on a dark gold-black robe of Luoyang clothing. His whole aura changed instantly, and he transformed into a real Luoyang killer, He Vucheng. Okay, I'll feel relieved when you take action. Ye Xiu's face was full of smiles. They were indeed a killer organization under the Hades Palace, and they were not comparable to the likes of the Blood Robe building. Hunju, this time you rescued the descendants of my Ye family, which is a great achievement. The promise I made at that time is still valid. Do you have any news about your son? Ye Xiu has not forgotten Hunju's son. By finding him, perhaps he can find clues to the demise of the Yun family and avenge his predecessor. Your Excellency, I have found my son. He was last seen in Shendan City in the Land of 100 Nations. When Hunju heard Ye Xiu's words, his face was full of surprise and he said respectfully. He didn't expect that the adults had not forgotten about his son, and he was extremely grateful. Chapter 42. Shendan City. There was a gleam in Ye Xiu's eyes, and a memory of the world outside Dagon emerged in his mind. Dagon, located in the east of the Warcraft Mountains, heard that there is an even more powerful and terrifying continent on the other side of the Warcraft Mountains. To the west of the Dagon western region is a desert with few people. Although there are rumors of some forces, that place is inherently not suitable for cultivators to survive, and has been sparsely populated for many years. To the north of the Dagon Northern Territory, there are foreign races. As for the southern domain outside of Dagon, it is the land of 100 countries, and Dagon can be considered one of the countries among the 100 countries. Among the 100 nations, Dagon's strength was among the backward ones, while Dakan was the real leader among the 100 nations. There were rumors in the world that as long as the Qin dynasty was willing, its strength was enough to unify the 100 nations. However, for some reason, Dakan never took action and defended its own territory. And this Shendan city is a giant force in Dakan and the sacred land of the alchemists in the world. Saint Entering Pill City is a place dedicated to protecting alchemists. Even if you are a powerful prince or a person from an ancient family, you have to abide by the regulations of Saint Entering Pill City when you enter Saint Entering Pill City. Once you disobey, you will be suppressed by the Pill Refining Guild. Alchemists hold a pivotal position in this world. The higher the level of an alchemist, the higher his status. It is rumored that the president of the Alchemist Guild is a 9th grade alchemist, and even the Emperor of Qin has to show respect to him. This is enough to show the power of Shendan City. Once upon a time, there was a 7th grade alchemist in the land of 100 kingdoms. His family was destroyed by a dynasty. After hearing the news, the alchemist mobilized dozens of conferred kings and hundreds of life and death realm masters overnight. In the end, these hundreds of people fought their way into the imperial city and slaughtered the royal family. The once powerful dynasty was replaced by a new one. Since that incident, all forces have realized the horror of alchemist, and no one wants to offend a powerful alchemist. If I remember correctly, fighting is prohibited in Shendan City. Your son should have hidden in Shendan City. Ye Xiu pondered for a moment and guessed the whereabouts of the Son of Soul. Sir, I also guessed that my son was hiding in there. Now he hasn't shown any trace. He may have been surrounded by people. Han Ju agreed with Ye Xiu's idea. If he was facing a force that he couldn't deal with, he would hide in Saint entering Pill City. Now that we know where he is, it will be easy. Qingsha, lead the Han family to deal with the blood robe building first, then go to Shendan City and bring that kid back. I have something to ask him. Yes, sir. Qingsha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the past, people with higher cultivation had bullied him, but now it was his turn to bully others. He was ready to cause a big disturbance in Shendan City. What Ye Xiu didn't know was that Qingsha was extremely capable of causing trouble in his previous world. If he hadn't climbed up to the underworld palace, he would have died countless times. Thank you, sir. Han Ju's face was full of excitement and he kowtowed to Ye Xiu quickly. Okay, all of you go down, and let me know if there's anything. Ye Xiu waved her hand. Yes, Ancestor. After hearing what Ye Xiu said, several people also left the hall. Blood Robe Tower, let's start with you and let our Ye family rule the world. Ye Xiu smiled coldly, and his figure slowly disappeared. He returned to the Ye family's ancestral land and closed his eyes to practice again. Outside the gate of the Ye family, Qingsha breathed in the fresh air, a trace of enjoyment flashed across his face, and he said, Hanju, what's your son's name? Your Excellency, my son's name is Hun Aotian. When Hanju talked about his son, a hint of boasting flashed across his face. His son can be said to be a true genius, with outstanding talents. At a young age, he was taken away by a king-level expert who was passing by Dagon and joined the sect. Hun Aotian was also regarded as his greatest pride. Even after learning that Hun Aotian was expelled from the sect, he still had great faith in Hun Aotian and believed that he could lead the Hun family to new heights. Hun Aotian Qingsha's mouth twitched slightly and said, You, the Hun family, are really crazy in naming people. No wonder that kid was hunted down. Choosing such a pretentious name, let alone others, he also wanted to teach that kid a lesson. How could you choose the word? In the Hades Palace, the only two ruthless people who dared to use the word in their name were Heavenly Emperor and Black Dragon Tian. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld, Emperor Shishan, could barely be counted as one. Cough cough cough. When Hanju saw Qingsha's ridicule, his face turned slightly red. Okay, where is the main pavilion of the Blood Robe building? Since the master has given the order, there is no need to stay. Qingsha stretched lazily, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. This battle was his first since he was born. If he could not complete it perfectly, not only would he lose face for Luoyang, but he would also be laughed at by his peers in the Hades Palace. He wanted to make the name of Luoyang once again a nightmare for the people of this world. Your Excellency, the headquarters of the Blood Robe Tower is in the western regions, but this force is very hidden, and it may take us a long time to find it. Hanju frowned. As an apex-level force in Dagan, Shui Yilu had been developing in Dagan for so many years and had offended many forces. If it were easy to find its base, Shui Yilu would have been united by all the forces and destroyed long ago. Just because others can't find it doesn't mean I can't find it. Bring your people with you and follow me to the western regions to look for the Blood Robe Tower. Qingsha's mouth twitched slightly. He was a Luoyang Tianzi assassin, and he had a unique sense for his peers. Moreover, after so many years of training, the devil's heart in his body had a unique sense for the bloody smell left in the world. Even if the Blood Clothes Tower was hidden deep, he would find it sooner or later. Please wait a moment, sir. I will gather the people from the Soul family right away. Hanju felt the domineering aura emanating from Qingsha, his heart trembled slightly, he took out a communication token, and began to summon the masters of the Hun family. By the way, Soul Boy, do you have any good wine? I haven't drunk for thousands of years. Qingsha smacked his lips and couldn't help but think of his alcoholic friends in the Hades Palace. Sir, you are asking the right question. At the easternmost part of East Heavenly King City, there is a Sword Immortal restaurant. The wine there is the best in East Heavenly King City. I will take you there right now. When Hanju heard Qingsha's words, his eyes lit up. Qingsha wanted to help him save his son after solving the problem of Blood Clothes Tower. He was worried that he had no chance to curry favor with the other party, and now when he heard that the other party wanted to drink, he immediately knew Qingsha's preference. As long as we serve this gentleman well, his son's affairs will be much easier. Sword Immortal Restaurant, it's a very famous name, take me there to try it quickly. Qingsha became interested when he heard the name. Although his alcohol tolerance is not as good as those drunkards Li Sunhuan and Fu Hongxiu in the Underworld Palace, he has developed a drinking habit after following them for many years. Chapter 43. Sir, this way please. Hunju hurried to the front to lead the way for Qingsha. In Sword Immortal Restaurant, the owner was away and Aji was very busy, constantly tending to the business in the inn. Old blind man, you are blind, can you understand that account book? Aji was busy and exhausted, when he suddenly saw the old blind man sitting at the counter with a leisurely look on his face, he became very angry. This guy has been living in Sword Immortal Restaurant since the owner left, claiming to be helping him, but in the end he is eating and drinking for free. If he didn't know that the other party is stronger than him, he would have kicked him out long ago. You little brat, what do you know? I, an old blind man, am blind in sight but not in heart. The old blind man said without turning his head. Whoosh whoosh. Before Aji could retort, a cold wind suddenly blew, and everything in the inn felt cold. How come there's a sudden chilly wind blowing in broad daylight? That's right, look at the sun outside. It's so big. It's really strange. Everyone who was drinking in the restaurant felt something was strange, but after the wind passed, everything calmed down again and no one paid any attention to it. The old blind man, who had been leisurely at first, now had a serious look on his face. He sat up and kept calculating with his hands. After a while, his expression became more and more ugly. Old blind man, what happened? At this time, the elder sister also noticed the old blind man's expression and asked hurriedly. An evil star is coming. The old blind man had barely finished speaking when he picked up his walking stick and was about to walk outside. The hexagram just now showed that an evil star has appeared and is heading towards here. What evil star, old blind man, explain it to me clearly. When Aji saw the old blind man trying to run away, he hurried forward to stop him. Oh, there's no time to talk. Come with me now. If you run into that thing, nothing good will happen to you. The old blind man's face was full of anxiety. Oh, it's over, I can't leave. The old blind man looked dejected, and returned to his seat, pointing in the direction of the door and said, Aji, the distinguished guest has arrived, why don't you go and greet him quickly? Distinguished guest. Go quickly and serve him well. If he gets angry, this Sword Immortal Restaurant won't be open anymore. Okay, old blind man, I'll trust you this time. Seeing the anger on the old blind man's face, Aji could only walk towards the gate. What a rich aroma of wine, boss, give me a pot of the best wine. Before Aji reached the door of the restaurant, a rough voice came from the door of the inn, and then a burly man walked in with a swagger. Could this person be the distinguished guest that the old blind man mentioned? Aji was also shocked by Qingsha's voice and said to himself. Boy, what are you standing there for? Hurry up! Hunju scolded Aji coldly when he saw him not knowing the tact, and then said to Qingsha with a smile on his face, Sir, please come in. The head of the Hun family Aji was shocked. Ever since Hunju joined the Ye family, he has been doing very well. He can be said to be a prominent figure in the eastern domain. Naturally, he has seen him before. But what shocked him even more was that such a person was so humble in front of this man, which made him really unable to believe it. The people drinking around also recognized Hunju's identity. They were shocked and dared not breathe, fearing to anger Hunju. After all, this guy was a real ruthless person in the eastern domain. The noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet due to the arrival of Qingsha and the other man. Under the leadership of Hunju, Qingsha sat down at a wine table. Aji, who had come to his senses, hurriedly brought up the fine wine in the store. This wine is really good, Qingsha said with admiration on his face after taking a big gulp of a bowl. This wine was among the best he had ever drunk. It's fine as long as adults like it. Seeing the smile on Qingsha's face, Hunju also smiled. Kingsha was drinking while looking at the people around him. When he suddenly saw the old blind man, a meaningful smile flashed across his face. "Shopkeeper, come over and have a drink with me." The old blind man who was sitting behind the counter with his head lowered couldn't help but change his expression when he heard Kingsha's words. He never expected that even after all he had done, he still couldn't escape the eyes of this evil star. "Sir, what do you want to see old blind for?" The old blind man walked over leisurely and sat opposite Kingsha. Kingsha moved his fingers slightly, and a terrifying barrier immediately appeared in front of the two of them, isolating them from their surroundings and preventing their words from being heard by others. "You are a powerful person from the King realm, but you are actually pretending to be a blind old man and lurking in this small East Heavenly King city. Tell me your purpose here." Kingsha said coldly, and a terrifying murderous intent surged towards the old blind man like a tide. As soon as he arrived near the Sword Immortal Inn, he sensed the hidden breath of the old blind man. Although the other party's current strength has fallen to the 7th layer of life and death realm, he was a real King realm strongman in the past. Such a master was hiding here, and he was afraid that he had some plan against the Ye family. Since he had met him, he planned to test his attitude. However, what really concerned him was the copper coins in the other party's hand and the attire on his body. "Please calm down, Your Excellency. I used to be a king-level warrior, but now I am just a broken body. I stayed in East Heavenly King City just to enjoy my old age. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Seeing that he could no longer hide his feelings, the old blind man could only sigh, with a flash of vicissitudes and unwillingness in his eyes. "Haha, judging from your attire, you should be a sorcerer who understands the mysteries of heaven. Do me a favor and I'll owe you one." Kingsha saw the expression on the old blind man's face and knew that the other party did not seem to be lying, so he directly stated his purpose. "I know a little bit, but I wonder what you want me, an old blind man, to do for you. Help me calculate the location of the Bloody Clothes building." "Blood Robe building, I wonder why you want to find the location of the Blood Robe building. Kill people and destroy buildings." The old blind man's eyes changed slightly. He looked at Kingsha's cultivation level, hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, with your strength, you can indeed deal with the Blood Robe building, but the owner of the Blood Robe building is not a big shot. If you provoke the other party, even if you break through the conferred king, you can only face the endless pursuit of the other party's forces. Please think twice." He was not a big shot, so naturally he knew some things about the owner of the Blood Robe Tower. "Ha ha ha, chase? We don't even know who's chasing whom. Just figure out the other party's position, and I'll take care of the rest." Kingsha laughed loudly, as if he had heard the biggest joke of his life. Ever since he joined the Hades net, he was the only one who had to hunt down other people. Yin Yang and the 5 elements, the world, the secrets of heaven are revealed. When the old blind man heard Kingsha's words, he stopped trying to stop him. The copper coin in his hand moved and instantly started spinning in the air. The copper coin fell, and the old blind man was sweating profusely, and his breath was extremely weak. Chapter 44. Western Regions, Yellow Sand Cave. The old blind man spoke in a halting voice. "Old blind man, this is my communication talisman. If you need to kill someone in the future, you can contact me, but I will need a corresponding reward." Kingsha got the answer he wanted, picked up the jar of wine and walked outside. Hunju also put away a few jars of wine and hurried away with Kingsha. "Luoang, the heavenly killer, black impermanence." The old blind man touched the ancient black and gold token in his hand, his face full of confusion. "I have never heard of Luoang, but from the information above, I can see that Luoang is a killer organization like Swayalo. And this organization seems to be even more mysterious than Swayalo. Old blind man, what did that person say to you? He was so mysterious." Aji walked up to Kingsha and asked curiously after seeing him leave. "You little brat, knowing too much is not good for you." The old blind man took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "Stay away from them in the future. That man is very scary. If you provoke him, I can't save you. Is there a powerful shopkeeper?" "You, the boss, probably won't even have a chance to fight back against him. The old blind man shook his head. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and walked out of the restaurant step by step. Aji in the inn stood there, not coming back to his senses for a long time. The evil star is born, the chaotic times begin, and the bloody storm of the Great Dry begins. The old blind man muttered something and slowly disappeared on the street. At the same time, the masters of the Hun family have also gathered, and under the cover of night, the group rushed towards the western region. The storm is coming, and the weather is going to change. Yeshu, who was in the forbidden area of the Ye family, also felt it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden mission and training a member of the Ye family in the life and death realm. Reward, Invincible realm. The system's cold voice sounded in Yeshu's mind. It seems that Ye Qingkang has broken through to the life and death realm. Yeshu's heart moved, and his consciousness immediately entered the system space. Host, Yeshu. Bound family, ancient Ye family. Life and death realm 10th layer great completion. Physique, undying and indestructible divine body, invincible physique. Law treasure, Moonlight box, invincible realm. Talent clan, Yeshyen, dual pupils venerable realm 1st layer. Nangong Chian, reincarnation of the Empress innate 9th layer. Ordinary tribesman, Ye Qingkang, life and death realm 1st layer heaven, Ye Wudao, venerable realm 8th layer heaven, Ye Wuxu, venerable realm 7th layer heaven, Ye He, venerable realm 6th layer heaven, Ye Xian, venerable realm 6th layer heaven, Ye. Number of check-ins, 3 times. Hidden mission, cultivate a member of the Ye family in the life and death realm. Reward, invincible realm. Mission progress, 100%. Mission completed. Invincible field, after use, the host will obtain an invincible field of 1 kilometer, within which the host is invincible. A 1000-meter invincible field can cover the entire Ye family. Even if a transcendent level expert above conferred sovereign comes in the future, I can kill you with 1 slap. Yeshu looked at the system reward and smiled proudly. He no longer had to worry about the safety of the Ye family. System, is this range only 1000 meters? Will it expand in the future? Yeshu asked the system. The current Ye family is enough, but when going to the ancient Ye family in the future, this distance will not be enough. It is currently 1000 meters. If a hidden mission is triggered in the future, the host can upgrade after completing it, and the distance will increase. This is good. Yeshu was delighted. When he went to a bigger world in the future, he would directly use the great divine ability to move the Ye family away. With his invincible domain, no one could do anything to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, cultivate the 2nd life and death realm tribesman. Mission reward, conferred King 9th layer day cultivation, only for the host to use. Mission failure, retrieve the Moonlight box. Another hidden task, but system, your reward of conferred King 9th layer cultivation is not as solid as my own practice, why don't you give me another reward? Yeshu frowned and asked in confusion. Cultivation requires taking 1 step at a time. He was afraid that suddenly increasing his strength would cause hidden dangers for himself in the future. Ding! I feel the host's strong heart. The task reward is changed to a drop of true dragon blood. After the host refines it, he can also reach the conferred King 9th layer. The system's cold voice sounded again. System, this reward is good, I accept it. Yeshu was delighted. By refining the true dragon's blood essence, he could also be promoted to the King Realm 9th layer. He liked this down-to-earth feeling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving successfully. System, the number of sign-in times has been used. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Ye family Ancestral Pavilion and receiving a piece of enlightenment tea. The reward has been put into the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Ye family Ancestral Pavilion and obtaining a seal-breaking pill. The reward has been placed in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations for obtaining a space teleportation array. Ding! sign-in is over. Enlightenment tea, it has the magical effect of clearing the mind and concentrating the spirit. Long-term consumption can improve one's understanding. Breaking seal pill, can break all kinds of restrictions and shackles on the body. Space teleportation array, can create a space wormhole to teleport between two places. The Enlightenment tea and the space teleportation array can be used later. This seal-breaking pill should be able to break the shackles on Kingsha. When he goes to Shendan City, he will have a guarantee, which is quite good. Yeshu thought for a moment and said lightly. There are many conferred kings and conferred sovereigns in the Qin dynasty. Kingsha is going to rescue people, and this thing comes at the right time. Dagon Imperial City, Imperial Study. The ground was littered with broken cups. The current emperor, Nangong Ba, had a face full of rage, and a eunuch was kneeling below him, trembling violently. Eunuchly, have you found out who hired the blood robe building to assassinate Empress Zigong? Your Majesty, the secret guards are still investigating and there is no clue yet. Waste, all waste. I spend so much resources every year to train them, but they can't even find such a small matter. What's the point of keeping them? Your Majesty, calm down. I will go and supervise them now. Get out now. Nangong Ba roared angrily, and the old eunuch immediately fled in a hurry. Nangong Ba, look at yourself in the mirror, do you look a bit like an emperor? If I hadn't owed your ancestor a favor, I would never have helped you clean up this mess. A sword shadow flashed, and the Swordmaster in white slowly walked in from outside, showing no respect for Emperor Nangong Ba. Nangong Ba, I'm here to meet Senior Swordmaster. There was a flash of anger in Nangong Ba's eyes, but thinking of the current situation in Dagon, he had to put aside his pride. There's no need to investigate the blood robe building. Haven't you known what kind of people they are after all these years? White Robe Swordmaster said coldly, tell me about your plan. I alone can't guarantee that you will succeed. Chapter 45. Hearing the words of white-robed Swordmaster, a trace of dejection flashed in Nangong Ba's eyes. Dagan was already in this state, and indeed a strong man from the late stage of life and death realm could not change the situation alone. The purpose of inviting the white-robed Swordmaster to come this time is just to temporarily delay the current situation and prevent Dagan from falling apart immediately. During this last time, he also selected a prince to become the new leader of Dagon. Senior Swordmaster, what do you think of Yeshu, the ancestor of the Ye family? Nangong Ba did not directly state his plan, but instead asked about Yeshu, the ancestor of the Ye family. Ancestor of the Ye family. The white-robed Swordmaster's face condensed, and his heart trembled slightly. If it were in the past, he would never take Yeshu seriously. After all, the other party's strength and age were not as good as his, and he could be considered his junior. But after the fortune-telling by the old blind man, he knew that he would be in danger of death during this trip to the palace, and the Ye family could resolve this great omen. He could no longer see through the Ye family, and naturally he could not see through the ancestor of the Ye family. That man is very mysterious. Nangong Ba, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts about the Ye family, otherwise if the other party attacks you, I will not care. The white-robed Swordmaster thought about it and still felt that the ancestor of the Ye family was very strange. He believed the old blind man's words and made friends with the Ye family, so that he would have a chance to resolve this danger. Haha, it seems that Senior Swordmaster is still very afraid of the Ye family's ancestor. When Nangong Ba heard the white-clothed Swordmaster say this, his eyes flashed. This was exactly what he wanted. The Swordmaster in white had a slightly cold expression on his face, but he eventually suppressed the arrogance in his heart. In today's world, in his eyes, there are only two people who can make him fearful. One is the old blind man, he is the only one among the gang who knows the other party's identity. The second is that Yeshu, the ancestor of the Ye family who has never appeared, is someone that even a blind man cannot see through. There is only one possibility, that is, the other party has shocking secrets and strengths. Senior, please don't be angry. Nangong Ba saw that White Swordmaster did not refute, and was shocked by Yeshu's strength. He said, then Senior, among my descendants, the Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince, who do you think has the best appearance of an emperor? His 2nd son and 3rd son died in the Blood Robe Tower, and now the one he favors the most is the Crown Prince. Haha, Nangong Ba, haven't you already made up your mind? The white-robed Swordmaster smiled coldly. Although he had been living in seclusion in the East Heavenly King City, he still knew about what was going on in the martial arts world and the court. Nangong Ba had secretly handed over the military power of the central region to the prince a few years ago, and everything was self-evident. I didn't expect that you are still so well informed after retiring from the martial arts world for so long. Nangong Ba said without hiding anything, Senior Swordmaster, let's be frank. If the Ye family wants to join me, do you think you can wipe out the 7th Emperor and my sister in the Northern Territory? Nangong Ba, if the Ye family member takes action, this Dagan can indeed be saved. Nangong Jian and Nangong Shuet, one of them is Jian Divine King, a life and death realm late-stage powerhouse, and the other is suspected to have a sect behind him. He is indeed not a match for them alone, but if he adds the mysterious ancestor of the Ye family, he can fight with them. Okay, I feel relieved with what you said, Senior. Nangong Ba's face lit up with joy, as if he was completely confident in winning over the Ye family. The white-robed Swordmaster shook his head. He didn't know where Nangong Ba got his confidence from, but he didn't want to say more. He turned into a wisp of sword energy and disappeared in the hall. Ruhwa, everything depends on you. Nangong Ba murmured to himself, hoping that Lu Ruhwa could bring the Ye family onto the Nangong family's boat during this trip to the Eastern Domain. He now has the attack Jade token left by his ancestor, which can unleash the power of 3 life and death realm 9th layer days. With the help of white-robed Swordmaster, it is enough to contend with any party. What he is afraid of now is that the two will join forces, so he wants to bring the Ye family along as an extra insurance. Southern Domain, Southern Heavenly King Castle. The Southern Heavenly King City occupies a larger area than the Dagon Imperial City, and its prosperity is just as great as that of the Dagon Imperial City. The ruler of the Southern Heavenly King City is the current emperor's uncle, Nangong Jian, also known as the Great God of War. After a lifetime of military service, he became the king of Southern Domain. Everyone knows that Nangong Jian is powerful, but no one dares to say that he has evil ambitions. Even after the current emperor Nangong Ba ascended the throne, he did not dare to be negligent in the face of this powerful uncle. There was a saying circulating in the martial arts world, it is better to break into the imperial palace and the forbidden city than to provoke the god of war Nangong Jian. It can be seen that Nangong Jian has a terrifying status in the Dagon. Even the notorious Blood Robe building is unwilling to set foot in the southern domain easily. The 7th Prince's Palace. A domineering and stern man stood with his hands behind his back. From the flood dragon robe he wore, one could guess that he was the powerful god of war Nangong Jian. Your Majesty, news has come from the Blood Robe building that the mission to assassinate Empress Zigong has failed. The 2 ace assassins of the Blood Robe building are both dead, and even the deputy owner of the Blood Robe building is missing. A spy in black knelt on the ground with a look of respect on his face. Failed. Nangong Jian's eyes flashed with fire, and he asked coldly, who saved Lu Ruhwa and her son? Nangong Jian originally planned to let Sui I Tower kill Lu Ruhwa and her son to destroy Nangong Ba's plan. He thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly an accident happened. According to our investigation, it should be the Hun family who did it. During this period, the Hun family's patriarch has suddenly increased in strength for some reason and has broken through to the life and death realm. The spy said respectfully. Their spies in the Eastern Domain also saw the head of the Hun family leading several experts to the Central Domain in a hurry. In the end, it was the people of the Hun family who protected Lu Ruhwa and her son and returned to the Ye family. The Hun family, how come this force is mixed up with the Ye family? A hint of doubt flashed in Nangong Jian's eyes. He still had an impression of the Hun family, as he had heard his ancestors talk about this family before. The Hun family is a force outside of Dagon, but no one knows why they came to Dagon. When the ancestors of the Hun family came to Dagon, they were guarded by the conferred king. Even though they are in decline now, it can be seen that their ancestors were extraordinary. Your Majesty, the Hun family has surrendered to the Ye family and has become the Ye family's top thug. This time, they must have been instructed by the Ye family. Joining the Ye family? The Hun family is really becoming more and more heartless. Their ancestors were glorious, but they themselves are being treated like dogs by others. They are exactly the same as that loser Nangong Ba. Nangong Chian smiled coldly and continued to curse, the blood robe building is also a loser. It can't even deal with the Hun family. Is there any news about the deputy owner of the blood robe building now? Chapter 46. No news yet, but there is news from the blood robe building that their owner has learned about the situation here and is preparing to rush back from outside. Master Sway Tower, although this man is not very valued there, he is the descendant of that person after all. The Ye family will be in trouble if they kill their people. This saves me from having to deal with the Ye family personally. Nangong Chian smiled slightly, and his previous anger gradually dissipated. Nangong Ba's plan to win over the Ye family is probably going to fail. Now that they've been targeted by the Sway Tower, the Ye family will be lucky if they can keep themselves safe. Princess Minjiu, what do they say over there? Your Majesty, after hearing the news that the ancestor of the dynasty is not dead, the princess said that she can support you, but after you unify Dagon, she wants the territory of Eastern Domain. From now on, Dagon will be divided into two, and each will keep to himself. Ha ha ha, my junior is really ambitious. It's ridiculous that a woman wants to be an emperor. Nangong Chian couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Princess Minjiu meant. This eastern domain can be given to you temporarily. As for this world, it still belongs to me. Tell her that I agree to let him take over the eastern domain. I will personally attack the great Qian dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard bowed and left. Zhou Kaiu, hiding is not the style of a martial arts leader. After the guards left, Nangong Chian looked at the roof of the hall and said lightly. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the great god of war. You can sense the aura of this leader so easily. A black shadow flashed by, and Zhou Kaiu appeared in the hall. Zhou Kaiu, you are the first person who dares to break into my palace alone. Tell me why you are here, or I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Nangong Chian had his back to Zhou Kaiu, and even though the other party was the leader of the martial arts world, he still didn't give him a good look. In Dagon, he doesn't care about anyone except the ancestor of the dynasty. Jean Divine King, it seems that the old man in your dynasty is not going to interfere in your affairs this time. Zhou Kaiu did not immediately state his purpose, but talked about the ancestor Dagon. As the master of the cave, he is also one of the few people in Dagon who knows that the ancestor of Dagon is not dead. And Nangong Chian, who had not taken any action in these years, suddenly wanted to fight for the throne. It goes without saying that he has already contacted the ancestor Dagon. With you, God of War, I know you are extremely powerful, but you may not be able to seize the throne with your current strength. Zhou Kaiu smiled mysteriously, his eyes fixed on Nangong Chian's back. Speak your mind. When Nangong Chian heard Zhou Kaiu's laughter, his face slightly stiffened and he slowly turned around. The white-robed Swordmaster who disappeared for 100 years has reappeared in the martial arts world, and even appeared in the imperial city. I guess it was Nangong Ba who invited him. Zhou Kaiu said with a serious expression. White-robed Swordmaster, the Sword Dao master who challenged the ancestor back then. Nangong Chian's calm face was now covered with frost. Yes, he is not dead. He appeared in the Dark Demon territory not long ago, and then disappeared in the Imperial City. Dark Demon Lord, it seems that the deputy leader of the Blood Robe Tower most likely died at the hands of this guy, Nangong Chian said secretly in his heart when he heard the Dark Demon Lord. The white-robed Swordmaster, known as the Sword Immortal, has the best attack power in the world. After so many years, the opponent's strength is definitely even more terrifying. Even now, he dare not say that he can defeat the opponent. Nangong Chian took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Zhou Kaiu and said, Tell me your purpose. I can help you take the throne, but after your great ancestor dies, I want the demon-suppressing sword. Zhou Kaiu no longer hid his thoughts and directly expressed his thoughts. The demon-suppressing sword is the magic sword handed down from the ancestors of the Nangong family. In the past, Nangong Chian was able to suppress many masters with the life and death realm 9th layer, and even single-handedly defeated the 2nd and 3rd masters in the world at that time, and became the number 1 in martial Dao. In addition to his own strength, he relied more on this sword. The demon-suppressing sword has the ability to suppress the power of darkness. If a demon Daoist encounters this sword, his strength will be suppressed a lot. Once he has the demon-suppressing sword, he, as the leader of the righteous martial arts world, can firmly suppress those demon cultivators in the western regions. He wants to be the real leader of the martial arts world, unify both the righteous and the evil, and become the emperor of the world. Demon Suppression Sword, Zoqian Kaiu, you really have a big appetite. Nangong Chian knew how precious the sword was, but he changed his mind and said, if you can take my palm and not retreat, I can agree to it. Although Zoqian Kaiu is the leader of the martial arts world, he rarely shows up, and there are various rumors about his strength in the martial arts world. He wants to test the other party's strength and see if he is qualified to cooperate with him. I have heard of the reputation of Lord Divine King. Please teach me. A terrifying fighting spirit rose up from Zoqian Kaiu, and green energy surged around him, forming an impenetrable wall of energy. As expected, there is no false reputation below this name. You are worthy of being the leader of the martial arts world. When Nangong Chian saw the terrifying air wall on Zoqian Kaiu's body, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Dragon palm, dragon fighting in the wild. Nangong Chian circled his right hand, and a green flood dragon appeared in his hand. Flood dragon roared towards the sky and instantly rushed towards Zoqian Kaiu with terrifying power. Rumble. Although the hall was protected by a large formation, it still shook violently under the horrifying gust of wind. After the explosion, the flood dragon dissipated, and the air wall in front of Zoqian Kaiu disappeared. Zoqian Kaiu took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Your Highness is indeed the great god of war. You have such strong strength. I admire you. Zoqian Kaiu looked at the cracks on the ground and said with a bow. Although he blocked the palm strike just now, if it was a life and death fight, he would definitely be the loser. It turns out that the god of war is not just talk. Alliance leader Zhou, your strength is terrifying. As long as you and I join forces, even the white-robed Swordmaster will not be our opponent. A smile appeared on Nangong Chian's face, and the address changed from Zoqian Kaiu to Zhou Menzu. He had agreed to the other party's request. Ha ha ha, the prince is indeed a straightforward person. Congratulations in advance to the prince on becoming the master of the great army. Same here, I also wish the leader to unify the martial arts world soon. The two of them laughed, and they had completely reached an alliance. Your Majesty, it is time for me to return. I will help you contain the demonic cultivator in the western regions for the time being. Just focus on attacking the doggone imperial city. Okay, thank you, Leader Zhou. Goodbye. Reunion. After Zoqian Kaiu and the other person talked about some things, they slowly disappeared in the southern Heavenly King city. This land belongs to me. This land belongs to me, and so does the martial arts world. I am not that loser Nangong Ba. There is only one voice in Dagon, and that is me, Nangong Chian. A sly smile flashed in Nangong Chian's eyes. He had witnessed the glory of Dagon in his childhood, and now he witnessed Dagon's desolation. If he were the emperor, he would not allow any force within the Dagon to threaten his rule. Chapter 47. He never wants a situation like the current one to happen again, and his approach is to destroy all forces that could threaten him. Come here. Meet your Majesty. Prepare food and fodder immediately, mobilize the army, and when I give the order, attack the imperial city and claim the throne. Yes, your Majesty. Southern domain is thriving. East Heavenly King City, Ye family. Ye Xiu is already using the invincible field. Within the Ye family, he is a god. He can sense any outsider who enters, and no one can escape his eyes. The spirit chi is still a little lacking. Has Ye Qingkang, that brat, forgotten my order? Ye Xiu said, and moved to the main hall. Meet the Ancestor. Ye Qingkang, who was strengthening the aura of life and death realm, sensed Yeshu's arrival and hurriedly stood up to salute. "Brat, did you forget about the void crystal I asked you to find to set up the spirit gathering array?" Yeshu said lightly. "Ancestor, I am innocent. I have heard that there will be an auction in the imperial city soon. Rumor has it that there is that thing. I am planning to go back with Ruhwa to protect her and bid for the void crystal at the same time." Ye King Kang's face was full of injustice. "You'd better not go with your current strength. Manage the family well and practice quickly. Let Ye Xian go this time. Let him gain some experience and break through the life and death realm as soon as possible." Ye Xiu looked at Ye King Kang's life and death realm first layer strength, his face full of disgust. "Grandmaster, let that kid go. Nothing will happen, right? He has that little strength. If anything happens to you, nothing will happen to him." "Yes, Ancestor." The next day, early in the morning, a carriage drove out of the Ye family mansion and headed towards the imperial city. The dragon and the phoenix are auspicious, and the emperor star appears. It seems that this person in the sect is the new emperor who will end this chaotic world. The Ye family has produced another real dragon. Under the overpass, an old blind man was mumbling something. The evil star comes from the Ye family, and the person of destiny also comes from the Ye family. "Old miser, I hope you can make the right choice this time." After the old blind man finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. "My lady, ninth princess, young master Ye, please hold on tight, I am going to speed up." A look of great joy flashed across old eunuch Wang's face. This time when he came to the Ye family, he witnessed the horror of the Ye family thoroughly. Moreover, he had tried his best to save Lu Ruhua before, and was also warmly received by Ye Qingkang. He was also given a 6th grade realm breaking pill, and these days he successfully broke through from the venerable realm 9th layer to the life and death realm 1st layer. Thinking back on it now, it was just like a dream. One moment he was about to die at the hands of the Blood Robe Tower, and the next moment he turned a disaster into a blessing and broke through to the life and death realm. He now feels nothing but gratitude and awe for the Ye family. He is also a smart man, and it is impossible for him to join the Ye family, but as long as he serves the Empress Zigong well, he can follow her and benefit from the Ye family. "Okay, Uncle Wang, it's a long journey, please be careful." "Yes, madam." "Drive, drive, drive." The sound of a carriage sounded, and Ye Xian and his companions completely left the East Heavenly King City. Dagan, the palace, and Nangong Ba also learned the news that Lu Ruhua was coming back, and they hurriedly sent several experts to the eastern domain to pick her up to avoid any more accidents. He now regarded Lu Ruhua as a treasure to win over the Ye family. If something unexpected happened again, he was afraid that not only would he fail to win over the Ye family, but he would also be held accountable by the Ye family. Prince's Mansion, Secret Room. Nangong Washuan's face was filled with black air and he was sweating profusely, but his strength unexpectedly soared from the middle stage of Venerable Realm to the late stage of Venerable Realm, and finally broke through to the 2nd layer of Life and Death Realm. Ha ha ha, this prince has finally broken through to the 2nd layer of the Life and Death Realm. No one among the princes can compete with this prince. 7th Prince, just wait. It won't be long before I personally go to the southern domain to kill you. This world can only belong to me, Nangong Washuan. Nangong Washuan laughed crazily, and a black gas slowly condensed above his brow, like a slave seal. However, Nangong Washuan didn't notice it at all and was still immersed in the joy of breaking through to the realm of life and death. After Nangong Washuan stopped practicing, the black energy between his eyebrows gradually dissipated, as if it had never appeared. "Come here. Your Highness, what are your instructions?" A Taoist figure walked in and said respectfully. "How are the 2nd and 3rd children?" "Your Highness, the 3rd prince and the 3rd prince are already dead." "Ha ha ha, 2nd and 3rd brothers, if you want to blame someone, blame it on you. If you submit to me, when I ascend the throne in the future, I can let you live as leisurely princes. Now you can only live as lonely ghosts." The prince smiled coldly. The entire central region's army was in his hands. Over the years, he had subdued all the forces in the central region. It could be said that any disturbance in the dynasty could not escape his eyes. How could he not know that the second prince and the third prince wanted to go to the eastern domain to win over the Ye family? Since it was not convenient for him to do it, he hired the Blood Robe Tower to do it. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the Queen of the West Palace was also assassinated by the Blood Robe Tower, but the assassination attempt was unsuccessful and 2 of the ace assassins of the Life and Death Realm second layer were killed. Heavenly Masters are dead? Fortunately, I listened to my mother and did not attack Empress Zigong. The prince was secretly glad in his heart. He also had a master of Heavenly Master, but if he died, he would also feel pain for a while. This Ye family may really be a good chess piece. The prince smiled and continued, has Madame Zigong returned? Your Highness, I am on my way back and should be back in a few days. Okay, let our Central Region army escort her in person. Show our sincerity. Yes, Your Highness. Tell the ghosts to speed up and continue to secretly capture the baby. The blood in the secret room is not enough for this prince to break through the Life and Death Realm late stage. Yes, Your Highness. The guard moved and slowly retreated. I don't know how my father is doing now. I heard from the palace that he went to the Forbidden Area some time ago to look for the Ancestor. Maybe I can go and test the waters to see how long this old man can hold on. Nangong Chian stood up and went outside. Nangong Chian walked away, and a ghostly aura floated out from the darkness, then transformed into a man. My God, this Nangong Chian is indeed the #1 prodigy of the Nangong family. The man smiled coldly, his sinister eyes full of laughter. It's a pity that the useless Blood Robe Marquis died in the East Heavenly King City. Otherwise, as long as the 2 ghosts' strength reaches the middle stage of Life and Death Realm, then the Ghost King can break the seal as long as he devours the ghost energy and flesh contained in their bodies. Now we can only capture more ghost babies as soon as possible and let them break through to the late stage of Life and Death Realm as soon as possible, so that the Ghost King can see the light of day again. The ghost shadow was exactly the ghost spirit that Nangong Chian mentioned. Chapter 48. Buzz buzz buzz. The ghost smiled coldly, and a black ghost mark slowly appeared under his feet. Then the world around him began to change drastically, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in an underground palace filled with ghostly auras. Ghost, meet the Lord Ghost King of Huangquan. How is the matter going? That old devil Dagan has run out of luck and can't hold on for much longer. When can the devils I want be delivered? The black flames slowly condensed into a ghost face, and said expressionlessly. Your Excellency the Ghost King, at this rate, that devil should arrive within half a year. By then, the Ghost King will be born, and all the living beings in the entire Dagon will become the blood food of our Huangquan ghost cult. The ghost face wiped the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily, and a trace of desire flashed across his face. Half a year? Ha ha ha, you old devil, I will be patient for half a year. When I am born, I will slaughter your Nangong family first. Then you will know the price of sealing me. The Ghost King of Huangquan laughed loudly, with endless hatred flashing in his eyes. He was originally a ghost king in the ghost realm outside Dagon. Thousands of years ago, he was severely injured by a strong man, and he came to Dagon while being hunted by the other party. In order to restore his own strength, he began to devour the powerful people in order to restore his own strength. Who would have thought that such a powerful person would emerge from this tiny place, that is, Nangong family's ancestor Nangong Chian? Although his strength is only at the 9th layer of Life and Death Realm, he holds the demon-suppressing sword, and he is blessed with the Great Qian dynasty's real dragon luck, which has a significant suppression on his ghost energy. He was seriously injured and was finally sealed by Nangong Chian under the Dagon Emperor's mausoleum. But fortunately, the opponent has not been able to break through the King realm for so many years, and the opponent cannot kill him, so he has been suppressed for 1,000 years. Fortunately, in recent years, Dagon has declined and luck has fallen, so he was able to use some means to allow himself to leave Dagon's ancestral land in the form of a phantom, and Gui Ling was the first ghost servant he controlled. The blood-robed Marquis and the peerless prince were the devils he had chosen. Once he had devoured their power, he would be able to recover his strength and forcibly break the seal of the Dagon ancestor. Ghost, during the great struggle, have any strong men appeared in these years? After being proud, the Ghost King also asked about the changes in the current Dagon. Your Excellency, the king level did not show up, but several people from the life and death realm 9th layer did show up. Also, recently, a mysterious organization called the Black Sky Organization has appeared in the world. Their whereabouts are mysterious and their methods are very strange. Gui Ling has also seen the Black Sky Organization during this period, but their methods are very strange. Even though he has turned into a ghost, he cannot track their whereabouts. Are you sure it is the Black Sky Organization? The Ghost King Huangquan's face changed drastically and he shouted in shock. That should be correct. It was the first time that Gui Ling saw the Yellow Spring Ghost King so panicked, and his eyes were filled with shock. Why are they here? Are they here for that thing from that year? The Ghost King Huangquan's heart changed slightly and his expression became nervous. He was seriously injured that year because of that thing. He didn't expect that after so many years, he was still being targeted. The Black Sky Organization is a force on the same level as the Ghost Realm. Even the Lord of the Ghost Realm is very afraid of the Black Sky Organization. Alas, it's a blessing in disguise. If it's a disaster, it's inevitable. I should consider leaving this damn place first. The Black Sky Organization won't attack me if they haven't seen that thing. That is the foundation of my life. The Ghost King Huangquan secretly said in his heart that the Black Sky Organization had been searching for so many years and would definitely not give up. This was also one of his bargaining chips. During this period of time, you should keep a low profile and do not attract the attention of the people in the Black Sky Organization. Everything will be settled after I am born. Yes, sir. Great Qian Dynasty, Ancestral Land. Nangong Xiang's face was full of sorrow, his spiritual power was almost exhausted, as if he might pass away in this imperial tomb at any time. Nangong Jian, you don't have much time left. If you can defeat White-Robed Swordmaster, even if this old ancestor passes away, you should be able to suppress the Ghost King with this demon-suppressing sword. If you are defeated by White-Robed Swordmaster, I, the Ancestor, will use my remaining strength to send you away. I hope that one day you can rebuild Dagon and regain its former glory. Nangong Xiang sighed softly. When Nangong Ba was in decline, he had been completely abandoned by him. And giving his token to Nangong Ba and asking him to invite the White-Robed Swordmaster to come out of seclusion was also one of his plans. The attack power of the White-Robed Swordmaster is the strongest among those in the same realm. After so many years, the other party must have broken through to the 9th layer of life and death realm. With his strength as a sword cultivator, he is not inferior to himself at his peak back then, and may even be stronger than himself back then. Now that the Ghost King is about to break the seal, if Nangong Jian can defeat the white-clothed Swordmaster, it will mean that his strength has surpassed that of his past. By then, he will be stationed in the imperial capital of Dagon, and with the help of Dagon's luck, he can suppress the Ghost King for another 1,000 years to protect Dagon's 1,000-year foundation. But if he can't get past the white-robed Swordmaster, it means that no one can stop the Ghost King from appearing. When the time comes, the Ghost King who seals the King realm will definitely be the first to vent his anger on the Nangong family, and what he has to do is to let Nangong Jian leave and preserve a trace of bloodline for the Nangong family. As for the common people in Dagon and even other members of the Dagon royal family, he didn't care at all whether they were dead or alive. He suppressed Dagon for 1,000 years and ensured the stability of Dagon for 1,000 years. He is worthy of everyone. In the Dagon palace, the imperial study, Nangong Ba was still fantasizing that after winning over the Ye family, he would be able to eliminate the power of his 7th uncle and the imperial sister and regain control of Dagon. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. Boss? Let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. After the eunuch finished speaking, he walked in with a handsome man. Your son, I pay my respects to your father. Nangong Washuan looked at the pale, weak Nangong Ba above him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Nangong Ba's injuries were more serious than he expected. In this condition, it was questionable whether he could survive this month. Washuan, get up. What's the matter with you coming to see me so late at night? When Nangong Ba saw the calm and handsome Nangong Washuan, a smile flashed across his pale face. He was incompetent and tyrannical for most of his life and was known by the world as the most incompetent emperor in the history of the country. But his greatest pride in this life is Nangong Washuan, who is the best among his peers in terms of strength, talent, and ability. If Nangong Washuan was born 20 years earlier, the situation might be different. Your Majesty, I have just come out of retreat and my strength has broken through the second layer of life and death realm. I am here first to pay my respects to you, and second to ask for your help and seek the support of Queen Zigong and the old Ancestor. As Nangong Washuan spoke, a domineering aura suddenly burst out from his body. Chapter 49. God, you are worthy of being my Nangong Ba's son. Nangong Ba's pale face turned rosy and he was very excited. Nangong Washuan was able to break through to the second layer of life and death realm at this age. This talent was even more terrifying than that of his ancestors. He could be considered to have a successor. Washuan, come here. Since you have broken through the life and death realm, there are some things I should tell you. The future of Dagan depends on you. After Nangong Ba came back to his senses from the surprise, he gestured to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch immediately withdrew tactfully. Only Nangong Ba and his son were left in the room. My son, this is my last will and edict. I'll give it to you first, Nangong Ba said as he took out a document and handed it to Nangong Washuan. The above content means that after his death, Crown Prince Nangong Washuan inherited the throne of Dagan and became the new emperor. Thank you, father. When Nangong Washuan saw the contents of the will, he was overjoyed. The day he had been dreaming of had finally come. With this thing, he is the legitimate new emperor. You should be aware of the current situation. My aunt and your seventh prince have been eyeing the throne for a long time, and you are not strong enough to compete with them now. Nangong Ba took a deep breath and continued, the ancestor in the imperial mausoleum is not dead, but considering the time, the ancestor should not be able to take action. This is the trump card he gave me, which contains 3 attacks from the life and death realm 9th layer. It is useless for me to keep it now, so I give it to you. I hope it can help you. Nangong Ba said this and handed the attack jade token in the space ring to Nangong Washuan. Thank you, father. Nangong Washuan's eyes lit up. If the 3 attacks from the life and death realm 9th layer were used well, they might be able to catch the enemy by surprise and seriously injure a strong man from the life and death realm 9th layer. Also, the white-robed Swordmaster owed me a favor. I have asked him to protect the palace. At the critical moment, he can help you deal with a strong man from the 9th layer of the life and death realm. White-robed Swordmaster. Nangong Washuan was horrified. He was a little disappointed to hear that the ancestor couldn't take action. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, another terrifying existence came. The white-robed Swordmaster might not be as famous as the old ancestor, but after so many years, his strength is definitely more terrifying than the old ancestor who is now in his twilight years. For a moment, Nangong Washuan felt that he was invincible. Even Lord Divine Sovereign and Princess Minjaya were not his match. The world seemed to be beckoning to him. It's him, but my son, even though Senior Swordmaster is here, those two are not easy to deal with. You still have to be careful, Nangong Ba said hurriedly, fearing that Nangong Washuan would become arrogant. How could a great god of war be a simple person? What's more, there is Princess Minjaya who has a sect background. Father, I understand. I will be careful. As for the Ye family, I will talk to Queen Zigong and try to get the Ye family to support you. During this period, you must behave well and don't let me down. Father, rest assured. Although Empress Zigong is not my biological mother, I will treat her as my biological mother. A little lack of patience will ruin a great plan. Nangong Washuan is also a man who can accomplish great things, so he naturally knows what to do. Okay, it's late, go back. Yes, father. Nangong Washuan saluted and then walked out. Puff. After Nangong Washuan left, Nangong Ba could no longer bear it and a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out of his mouth. His condition was even more serious than what Nangong Washuan saw. Hey, ancestors of Dagan, I, Nangong Ba, am sorry for you, but I believe in my son, he will lead Dagon back to the top. I hope all the ancestors will bless my son." Nangong Ba smiled miserably and passed out. Northern Territory, Minjiao Palace. A gorgeous woman with fair skin and beautiful looks was sitting on the bed, her shoulders slightly exposed, revealing a deep snow-white cleavage, which was particularly alluring. Under his bed, a man knelt respectfully on the ground, not daring to look up for fear of profaning the white jade beauty above him. "My lord, I received a letter from King Zhan Divine, saying that he agrees with our decision. As long as we conquer the Eastern Domain and the Northern Domain will be our territories, and we will each manage our own territory," the guard said respectfully. "Haha, my uncle is still on guard against this princess, but now that he has spoken, the Eastern Domain will belong to us. Once this princess occupies the Eastern Domain, you, uncle, will never be able to take it back." An alluring voice came out from the woman's red lips, and a sense of charm filled the room. "Send a message to the 12 yakshas, tell them to get ready. When my uncle takes action, we will also attack the Eastern Domain and destroy the Ye family." Madame Minjiao spoke in a calm tone, but her words revealed great confidence. "Yes, ma'am. Have you investigated the strength of the old man from the Ye family? What level of life and death realm is he in? I can ask my senior brother to send someone over. The ancestor of the Ye family has never appeared before. The spy we planted in the Ye family also died for no reason some time ago. The strength of the ancestor of the Ye family is still a secret. However, he was only at the 6th layer of life and death realm 20 years ago. Even if he broke through, he is at most at the 8th layer of life and death realm now. Life and death realm 8th layer, in this Dagon, he is indeed a powerful figure, but outside of Dagon, life and death realm is not on the stage." Madame Minjiao shook her head, moved her delicate jade fingers, looked outside with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Nanan, uncle, our son has come of age, I will use this Dagon world to give him a coming of age gift." As Madame Minjiao spoke, she thought of the handsome and domineering man in her heart, with a pretty face and full of charm. She left Dagon and joined a sect. Later, by chance, she met a man. On a stormy night, they fell in love. However, their relationship was forbidden, that is, master and disciple. Once discovered, not only would she be expelled from the sect, but her ideal husband would also be punished in the sect. In this way, the two of them got along as master and nephew during the day and met secretly at night. But the truth could not be hidden. She accidentally discovered that she was pregnant. Fearing that the relationship would be exposed and affect the other party's future, she chose to leave the sect and return to Dagon. The honest head of the Wang family naturally became the scapegoat. After her son was born, she secretly sent her son back to the sect. She resisted the urge to return to the sect and stayed in Dagon, waiting for her uncle to take the position of the sect leader and secretly take her back to reunite with the family. Over the years, those in the Wang family who did not obey her have been secretly eliminated by her, and the entire Northern Territory is now under her control. You should leave now and keep an eye on the Ye family in Eastern Domain. Contact me if you have any questions. Yes, ma'am. The man slowly stood up and walked out without raising his head. Chapter 50. To be on the safe side, let the uncle send 2 life and death realm 9th layer masters. I hope the Ye family ancestor will not be ignorant of the current situation. Nangong Minjiao smiled coldly and a message was spread. The next day, in the Northern Territory, all of Nangong Minjiao's 12 yakshas arrived, and the entire Northern Territory was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Just when the great movement was in full swing, Kingsha and his party finally arrived in the western regions. As soon as Kingsha and others set foot in the western regions, they felt a sense of desolation coming towards them, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. As expected of the western regions, if it weren't for Lord Kingsha, this family head wouldn't dare to come here so easily. Hun Ju said to himself. This western region is full of demonic cultivators, and killing and stealing treasures happen all the time. Moreover, there are 3 great demon forces in charge here. If outsiders like them enter, they are likely to be the first to be surrounded and killed. Interesting, really interesting, but compared to those demons, this amount of demonic energy is still far inferior, King Shannanan said to himself, then looked at Hunju and said, which force is the strongest here? Your Excellency, this is the territory of the Demon Palace, one of the 3 major overlords in the western regions. Let's go meet them first. Yes, sir. When Hunju heard King Sha's order, he immediately led everyone towards the sect of the evil Demon Palace. As they walked forward, they naturally attracted the attention of the demonic cultivators around them. However, these demonic cultivators were also discerning. Seeing King Sha's clothes and Hunju's sinister face, they knew that they were not good people and hid far away from them. Some demonic cultivators hurriedly spread the whereabouts of the few people. Black Wind Mountain, the highest mountain in the Demon Palace's territory. The mountain is always filled with negative energy and is surrounded by demonic energy. It is obviously a very dangerous place. The Demon Sect's headquarters is located on Black Wind Mountain. The Demon Sect, its current leader, Demon Venerable, along with the former Dagon ancestor Nangong Chian, and martial arts leader Zokyan Kyu are known as the 3 great masters of Dagon. In the hall filled with black air, Demon Venerable sat on a black cushion like a withered skeleton, with terrifying demonic energy from the sky pouring in continuously. Puff! Suddenly, Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood, his face looking extremely gloomy. I failed again. This is the 9th time. Is it true that I will never have the chance to break through to conferred king in this lifetime? Demon Venerable's face was full of unwillingness. Although he is not as old as Nangong Xianda, his physical functions have passed their peak. He failed to break through the conferred king this time, and his chances of breaking through the conferred king in the future will only become slimmer and slimmer. He didn't want to be like Nangong Xiang and spend his whole life in the life and death realm 9th layer. Knock, 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 Sect Master, I have something urgent to report. Just as Demon Venerable continued to try to impact King Realm, an anxious voice sounded. Come in. Demon Venerable wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his fingers casually. All the restrictions around him disappeared and the door of the Demon Palace slowly opened. Tianyan Demon Child, meet Master Demon Venerable. An evil boy with a ferocious face and less than 1 meter tall walked in a panic. When he saw Demon Venerable, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Tianyan Demon Child, what happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Demon Venerable's face turned cold, and a fierceness burst out from his eyes. Master Demon Venerable, it's bad. A man in black, with a group of experts, has forced his way into our sect. No one in our evil sect can survive a single move from him. He is about to hit us here. Tianyan Demon Boy's face was filled with fear. He was shocked to think of how that man suppressed the 4 guardians of the life and death realms of the demon cult with just a wave of his hand. The feeling he got from that person was even more terrifying than Demon Venerable. Good, very good. It seems that I haven't taken action for too long, and now all kinds of people dare to come to my evil demon sect to make trouble. Demon Venerable's face was furious. His evil demon sect had been standing for so long, and even the ancestor Nangong Xiang did not dare to attack his evil demon sect. Now, someone actually came in directly to kill them. You arrogant thief, come and die for me. Big heavenly demon hand. Demon Venerable roared, and all the magic power of the life and death realm 9th layer burst out, turning into a black light and rushing out of the hall. With such little strength, you dare to shout in front of me? Get out of here! King Sha felt the terrifying power in the demon palace coming. Without even raising his head, the coffin on his back flew out instantly and went towards the Demon Venerable. Pumbat! With a loud bang, Demon Venerable was like a cannonball and flew directly back into the hall. Boring King Sha smiled arrogantly, looked at the evil demon cult members lying around, and slowly walked towards the demon palace. Lord King Sha is really cruel. He even blasted away the notorious Demon Venerable with one move. My son is saved. This time, Hunju's eyes were completely opened. Along the way, King Sha was like a man in an empty space. The people from the evil demon cult were all shocked unconscious before they could get close to him at all. I thought that when Demon Venerable took action, there would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, but I never expected that Lord King Sha would kill the opponent instantly with just one move. The look that Hunju gave Qingsha was full of awe and admiration. Hiss, where on earth did this strong man come from? Even Lord Demon Venerable is no match for him. This time, our demon cult is in trouble. When Tianyan boy saw this horrifying scene, he broke out in a sweat. Looking at Qingsha slowly approaching, he was so scared that he fell to his knees. The evil people around who saw this scene were filled with fear. Some pretended to be dead, while others fainted from fright. It was indeed Qingsha's way of attack that shocked them. These are three great masters of the field, not just any random people. Boom boom! From the ruins of the demon palace, Demon Venerable staggered out dragging his broken body. Even at this moment he still felt that all this was unreal. He was defeated, and defeated so easily that he didn't even lose a single move to his opponent. Demon Venerable was filled with a strong sense of frustration and looked as pale as death. Ahem, Mo Lin greets you, senior. I didn't know you were so kind to visit me. Please forgive me for my sins. When Demon Venerable saw Qingsha coming and felt the murderous intent from the other party, his feet trembled and he half knelt on the ground. Now you know you're a coward. You were very brave just now, Qingsha said, and sat on the Demon Venerable's throne, looking at the Demon Venerable below with a playful expression. Senior, you are joking. I wonder what you want me to do for you. Demon Venerable wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lowered his posture to the lowest level, and said respectfully. Although he could see that Qingsha was a strong man from the 9th layer of life and death realm like him, the other party was able to defeat him with one blow, and the other party's strength must have reached the king realm. Such a terrifying existence was obviously not something his demon palace could afford to offend. You are quite sensible boy. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Qingsha's eyes. He moved his eyes and gave a look to Hunju beside him, indicating that he should speak. Chapter 51. Demon Venerable, we are here to destroy the Blood Robe building. Now I will give you two choices. The first is to help us wipe out the Blood Robe building. The second is to destroy the demon cult. You can choose. With Qingsha's support behind him, Hunju no longer had the fear he had in the past when facing the ferocious Demon Venerable. Destroy the Blood Robe Tower. Demon Venerable's face changed. He could never have imagined that the other party actually came for the Blood Robe Tower. Although the owner of the Blood Robe Tower was no match for him, the Great Qin Empire was behind him. He knew the terror of the Great Qin Empire very well. In the life and death realm 9th layer, the big guys were considered strong, but in the Great Qin, only the conferred king was considered a transcendent level master. There were even conferred sovereigns in the Great Qin. If he offended them, they would want to crush him, which would be like crushing an ant. This is why, for all these years, even though he was known as one of the three great masters, he never dared to take action against the Blood Robe Tower in the western regions. For a moment, Demon Venerable was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the Qin dynasty, and on the other side was the mysterious man in front of him. No matter which side it was, his evil demon sect could not afford to offend. If things went wrong, his evil demon sect would really be destroyed. Why, do you need me to help you choose? Qingsha's tone turned cold, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. Demon Venerable's face changed drastically, as if he saw a killing god walking towards him on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He felt his soul trembling. This was an existence that caused endless killings. Even though he was the leader of a demon cult, he had never witnessed such earth-shattering murderous intent. Hiss, how many people did Lord Qingsha kill? It's so terrifying. Hunju's scalp tingled, and he was filled with curiosity and fear towards Qingsha. Please spare my life, sir. I am willing to submit to you and help you destroy the Bloody Robe Tower. Under the terrible pressure, Demon Venerable finally couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly stated his decision. He had a feeling that if he refused, the other party would kill him directly. Very good, your choice has saved your life, and also left a chance for those outside to survive. The murderous aura on Qingsha slowly dissipated, and the crisis of death that hung over everyone's heads also completely disappeared. This is a soul-eating insect. Swallow it. If you dare to have second thoughts in the future, it will immediately devour your soul. Qingsha moved his finger, and a black evil poisonous insect appeared in front of Demon Venerable. This thing was cultivated by a strong man in his Hades palace. It is used to control people and it works every time. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable did not dare to hesitate this time. He took the insect and swallowed it in one gulp. As the poison entered his body, Demon Venerable felt a sharp pain deep in his soul. The heart-eating poison had completely taken root in his soul. His life and death depended entirely on Qingsha's thoughts. Meet the master. Demon Venerable could feel the insect sleeping in his mind, and although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to surrender. Boy, I know you are unwilling, but one day you will be very glad to be my subordinate. Qingsha looked at Demon Venerable, his eyes full of memories. Once upon a time, he was also a figure, with a great reputation as the Black Wind twin demons in the cultivation world, but after he joined Luoyang, he was fortunate to see a wider world, and his cultivation reached a level that he had never dared to imagine before. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable put aside his dignity and dared not resist in the slightest. Okay, go down and take your men with you. We are going to the Yellow Sand Cave and destroy the Blood Robe Tower. Qingsha said coldly. Yes, master. Demon Venerable stood up, walked out of the hall, and began to call on the disciples of the evil sect. Master Qingsha, are you really going to lead the people of the evil demon cult to the Yellow Sand Sky Cave? Such a large number of people will definitely attract the attention of the Blood Robe building. I'm afraid that the rats will get wind of it and run away in advance. Hunju said with a worried look on his face. What I want is to spread the word that the leader of the Blood Robe building is a man of integrity. He will definitely mobilize all the assassins in Dagon, so that we can catch them all in one fell swoop and avoid having to hunt down these rats everywhere in the future. If the Blood Robe building escapes, they will never be able to gain a foothold in Dagon. They will not retreat. As a Luoyang killer, Qingsha naturally knew how difficult these killers were to deal with. If he couldn't deal with them in one go, it would be very difficult to find them again in the future. He also had another idea, which was to suppress other forces and unify the western regions after destroying the Blood Robe Tower. The Ye family had the ambition to control Dagon, so he offered the land of the western regions as a gift. Adult wisdom. Hunju's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Lord Qingsha, who looked big and strong, could have such a delicate side. If Qingsha knew what Hunju was thinking at this moment, he would definitely sneer at him. He, Qingsha, is sometimes not very smart and stupid, but as a member of the same killer organization, he naturally knows what the other party is thinking. Okay, stop flattering me. Qingsha had a smug look on his face. Although he cursed Hunju, the smile on his lips showed that he enjoyed it very much. Hey, sir, I'm not flattering you, I'm just telling the truth. Hunju was also a smart man and quickly agreed. Master, the disciples of the evil demon cult are all ready and can march to the Yellow Sand Cave at any time. Okay, I need to take a breath now. Please let me know when we get there. Yes, sir. Qingsha took back his coffin and lay down in it. Several disciples of the Soul clan hurried forward, lifted the coffin and followed the evil demon cult team. Hunju and Demon Venerable were guarding Qingsha on the left and right. The army of the demon cult headed towards the western region Sky Cave, and the nearby demon cultivators, after seeing the masters of the demon cult, also gave way for fear of offending the demon cult. Hunju, where does the master come from? Why have I never heard of his name? Along the way, Demon Venerable and Hunju became familiar with each other. When thinking of his master's name, Demon Venerable had no impression at all. The opponent was able to suppress him with one move, and judging from his words and the terrifying murderous intent on his body, he definitely had a terrifying origin. Hunju came here with the other party and should know some information about the master. Brother Demon Venerable, to be honest, I just came into contact with Lord Qingsha, and I really don't know his origins. Hunju smiled bitterly, thought for a while and continued, however, Lord Qingsha called the ancestor of the Ye family Lord, which should be the power of the Ye family. You said that Lord Qingsha called the Ye family's ancestor Lord. Demon Venerable's face was filled with shock. He knew Yeshu, the other party was younger than him and not as strong as him, how could a terrifying existence like Kingsha submit to the Ye family? Yes, and Brother Mo, Patriarch Yeshu is not as simple as he seems. He gives me the feeling that he is even more terrifying than Lord Kingsha. His true strength may have reached the level of conferred king. Although Hunju had never seen Yeshu take action, for some reason, Yeshu gave him spiritual fear. Chapter 52. Conferred king? Could it be that the ancestor of the Ye family is the reincarnation of a god? Demon Venerable heard Hunju's story and said to himself. Brother Mo, actually, following Lord Kingsha and Patriarch Yeshu is also a good choice. I see that your aura is weak, so you must have failed to break through conferred king. But if you can do something good for Patriarch Yeshu, he might be happy and give you a treasure to help you break through conferred king. Hunju thought of the forbidden magic pill that Yeshu gave him, the improved soul-devouring technique, and the Nilin divine sword given to young master Yeshyen. Any one of these things was a rare treasure, which was enough to show how mysterious and powerful Yeshu was. Are you telling the truth? Demon Venerable was excited when he heard that he could also break through the conferred king. His lifelong wish was to break through the conferred king. Hunju's words undoubtedly rekindled hope in him who was already disheartened. Of course it's true. Look, this is the forbidden magic pill that the ancestor gave me. It's a 6th grade pill. As long as I take it, I will be able to burst out with the power of the life and death realm 9th layer. How can I lie to you? Hunju smiled triumphantly and showed off the forbidden magic pill that he had carefully collected. 6th grade magic pill, or another perfect level magic pill. Demon Venerable looked at the pill in Hunju's hand with excitement on his face. He could feel the terrifying demonic energy contained in the pill. If he took this pill, he might really be able to break through to the sealed king realm. Brother Mo, don't think about this pill, it is my life-saving talisman. Hunju saw the excitement in Demon Venerable's eyes and was afraid that the other party would snatch it away, so he quickly put it away. Brother Hun, this is truly a reward from the ancestor. Of course it's true. Hunju's face was full of pride. Then can you ask the ancestor for one for me? Brother Mo, once the mission of destroying the Blood Robe Tower is completed, the ancestor might summon us. If there is a similar elixir at that time, I can give it to you. Okay, Brother Hun, I, Mo Lin, recognize you as my brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I will help you kill him. You said. I said. Good. The two of them were like-minded, and in a short period of time, they became friends and called each other brothers. With their personalities, and Kingsha's fearless temper that day, the three of them were destined to become a scourge. On the other side, the Hell City. Liao, one of the three major forces in the western regions, also noticed the actions of the evil cult. In the Liao city, the Lord of the Liao had an even gloomier look on his face. Master, the evil cult has invaded our territory. Many of our disciples have been driven away by the evil demons. Anyone who dares to resist is in their hands. The evil cult has not taken us seriously at all. Please help us, Master. A small leader of the Liao prison came in hurriedly and said with a look of grievance on his face. Demon Venerable, what does this old thing want to do? The Lord of Hell clenched his fists and said to himself. His Liao and Zimajiao are considered local forces and have a history of more than 10,000 years in Dagon. As demonic cultivators, they have been competing with the demon cultivator for the position of the leader of Demon Dao since ancient times, but the two forces are almost the same in strength. Even if the peerless Demon Venerable appeared in this generation, they cannot completely destroy Liao. Therefore, the two forces have been living in peace over the years, but now the other party is coming with great force and trespassing into his territory, which really makes it difficult for him to understand the other party's purpose. Do you know why the other party came to my prison? My lord, the other party said they were just passing by and told us from the hell to get out of here. They are so arrogant. The little chief said this and told the Lord of the Hell everything he knew. Dragging a black coffin and heading to the yellow sand cave, what on earth is that old immortal demon venerable doing? The Lord of the Fiery Hell also noticed the weirdness in this. After thinking for a moment, he thought to himself, could there be some treasure in the coffin? Otherwise, Why would the entire demon cult be mobilized, and even that old immortal demon venerable would show up in person? Shachuo, gather the masters of Liu and stop them. I want to see what is in the coffin. The Lord of the Fiery Hell thought about it and thought that there was a treasure in the coffin. They were competitors, so he would not let the demon cult get it no matter what. Yes, master. Shachuo moved and immediately left the hall. Woo woo woo. A distant horn sounded, and instantly a series of terrifying auras rang out in the sand. An hour later, half of the Fiery Hell masters had gathered. Master, you can go now. Set off. Yes, master. The Lord of the Fierce Hell sat in the sedan chair and instantly led the Fierce Hell's masters towards the direction of the evil demon cult. At the same time, spies from various forces lurking in the western regions also noticed the movements of the evil demon cult and the fiery prison, and they spread the news. Nangong Ba, Nangong Jian, Zhou Qiankai and other forces who received the news were secretly happy. The battle between the evil demon cult and the Liu was the result they wanted to see most. What they even hope for the most is that the two major forces will both suffer losses so that they can reap the benefits. Huangshishanku is located in the endless Gobi Desert. The sky here is filled with yellow sand, and there is no sign of life within a radius of thousands of miles. However, hidden in the Gobi Desert, there is a blood-stained pavilion, which is extremely secretive. This is the headquarters of the Blood Robe building. In the Blood Robe Tower, above the blood pool, two figures sat opposite each other. The man in black was at the top, and the man in blood-red clothes was at the bottom. The difference in status between the two is obvious at a glance. In the blood pool, an endless stream of blood energy flowed towards the man in black, and the man in black successfully broke through from the life and death realm 8th layer to the life and death realm 9th layer in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, I finally broke through the life and death realm 9th layer. Master Sui, I have to thank you for the help of this blood pool this time. After the breakthrough, the man in black laughed loudly, slowly walked out of the blood pool, and thanked the owner of the blood-clothed tower who was waiting outside. Congratulations, Brother Chixu, for breaking through the 9th layer of life and death realm. The bloody clothes tower master was delighted when he heard the black-clothed man's laughter, and continued, I hope Brother Chixu can help me introduce him to the Black Sky organization. Okay, when I complete the mission of the Palace Master and return to the Black Sky organization, I will tell the Palace Master about this. As long as you can get the Palace Master's consent, we will be a family from now on. Thank you, Brother Chixu. The owner of the blood-clothed tower had desire in his eyes. As long as he could join the Black Sky organization, he would have a backer and he wouldn't have to hide in this dry place. His ambition cannot be satisfied by just this small piece of land. Oops! Something terrible has happened. Just then, a panicked voice came from outside, and a blood-robed killer covered in blood staggered in. Chapter 53. Why are you so flustered? Can't you see that I'm entertaining guests? When the master of the blood-clothed tower saw such an ignorant subordinate, anger appeared in his eyes. He moved his hand and a terrifying suction force emerged from his palm. In an instant, the man in blood-stained clothes was grabbed by him. In his opinion, no matter how big the work is, isn't it more important than his joining the Black Sky organization? Master, please spare my life. The evil demon cult has declared war on our blood robe building. All our territory in the evil demon cult has been destroyed. I desperately escaped back to report this to you, Master. The blood-clothed spy felt the vitality in his body slowly slipping away, and begged for mercy frantically. Declare war if you want. What the hell is the evil demon cult? They are just a small indigenous force. Do they really think they can turn the world upside down? Although the owner of the Blood Robe Tower was very confused as to why the evil demon cult, with whom they had always been at peace, would attack his Blood Robe Tower, but when he thought that the people from the Black Sky organization were still in front of him, he did not want to be looked down upon by them. He acted arrogantly and didn't take the evil cult seriously at all. The eyes of Chixu, the leader of the evil cult, moved slightly, but he did not take the other party too seriously. In the big fight, except for the Ye family of Eastern Domain, no one could catch his eye. I will let you go this time, but if you do it again, I will not show mercy. The owner of the blood-clothed tower exerted a little force, and the blood-clothed killer fell heavily against the stone wall of the hall like a kite with a broken string. Ahem, thank you for sparing my life, op. Get lost, gather all the assassins from the Blood Robe building, and spread the word about our location. I want to see how the evil cult gets the guts to attack us. Yes, host. The blood-clothed killer who saved his life wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and left the hall in embarrassment. Brother Chixu, I'm sorry to make you laugh. The owner of the Sui Eye Tower had a smile on his face and apologized to Chixu repeatedly. It's okay. Since I have used the blood pool of the host, I owe the host a favor. When the evil demon comes, I will help if necessary. Chixu waved his hand and said lightly. Having just broken through the 9th layer of life and death realm, he was just about to try out his newfound strength. The demon venerable of the evil cult was said to be one of the 3 most powerful men in the world, so naturally he wanted to test his prowess. When the Blood Robe Tower Master heard Chixu's words, the smile on his face became even wider, and he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Chixu." On the other side, Demon Venerable and Hunju led the disciples of the evil demon cult and were intercepted by the masters of Liu at the edge of a cliff. Lord of the fiery hell, if you don't want to die, get out of here right now, or this will be your burial place. Demon Venerable's face was filled with murderous intent, and all the demonic energy in the life and death realm 9th layer burst out, pressing towards the people in the hell in front. Humph! A cold snort from the Lord of Hell suddenly sounded in the sedan chair, and a blood energy from the 9th layer of life and death realm blasted out from the sedan chair, blocking the evil energy of Demon Venerable. The Lord of the Fiery Hell also flew out from the church, and his eyes kept looking at the coffins in the team with interest. What a terrifying rune! This coffin is definitely a treasure. It is many times more powerful than Dagan's demon-suppressing sword. The Lord of the Hell had a greedy look on his face. He understood why the old Demon Venerable would come out in person to protect this thing. If the news of this treasure gets out, I'm afraid all the forces in Dagon will go crazy. Demon Venerable, you want to keep this treasure all to yourself. Do you think you don't take me seriously? The Lord of Hell suppressed the greed in his heart and looked at the Demon Venerable in front of him. No matter what, he must get this treasure today. Ha ha ha, Lord of the Fiery Hell, I never said this treasure was mine. You'd better put away your little thoughts, otherwise not only will you die today, but the entire fiery hell will be buried with you. Demon Venerable looked at the black coffin behind him, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. Hey hey! The sinister Hunju naturally saw the smile in Demon Venerable's eyes, and he also smiled knowingly. Someone was about to be in trouble. It's not yours? Demon Venerable, you old immortal, who are you trying to fool? Who in the world wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? The Lord of the Fiery Hell was full of disbelief and mocked, even if you make up a bunch of nonsense today, I will not let you leave this place. People can go, but the coffin must stay. The Lord of Hell said firmly. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost, and mercy without salvation is only a way to kill oneself. Hunju whispered to himself, and looked at the coffin. In his heart, he had already sentenced the Lord of the Fiery Hell to death. Lord Kingsha, since he was born, has defeated anyone he meets with one move. Even Demon Venerable is no match for him, let alone the Lord of the Hell, who is even weaker than Demon Venerable. You can try it. Demon Venerable didn't waste any more words, clenched his fist, and punched the Lord of Hell. I'm not afraid of you. Although the Lord of Hell was afraid of Demon Venerable, in front of such a treasure, the fear in his heart had long disappeared without a trace. Boom boom! Blood and demonic energy intertwined together, and 2 figures in the sky began to fight quickly. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the surrounding space ring with crisp sounds, and the overflowing energy was like a cannonball, blasting the surrounding boulders into pieces. Kill them! Hunju held the blood knife in his hand and rushed towards the surrounding Liu masters. In an instant, several Liu people who had not yet reacted became the souls of his victims. Kill! When the people of the evil cult saw this scene, all the rage that had been suppressed in their hearts burst out and they swarmed towards the fiery hell. They had been beaten up by Kingsha before, and were now feeling very angry. The people from Liu were the targets for them to vent their anger. If I can't beat that adult, I can't beat you bastards from the Liu prison either. With new and old grudges added together, the people of the evil demon cult burst out with more terrifying strength than ever before. FK, this evil person must have taken the wrong medicine, why is he going crazy? Quick, quick, stop them for me. These mad dogs are horrible. There were only a few people from the fiery hell to begin with, and they were stunned when faced with the evil demon cult's desperate fighting style. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of fiery hell masters were killed by the evil demon cult. Ha ha ha, how satisfying! You cowards from the hell of hell, today is the day you die. Kill, kill, kill. It's been a long time since I've killed so many people so happily. Today I'm going to kill as many people as possible. Swords flashed and blood flashed. Throughout the valley, the sounds of fighting and shouting could be heard one after another. Every moment, masters from both sides would fall down, but new masters would immediately take their places, and the valley was dyed red with blood. But overall, the people of Liu are no match for the evil demon cult. Without the support of experts, their destruction is only a matter of time. He, these men of Brother Demon Venerable are so powerful. Given the situation, there's no need for me to take any action. Hun Ju smiled and the soul-devouring technique in his body immediately started to work. Above the ground, an evil ghost face slowly appeared, and boundless black air began to cover the entire valley. Chapter 54. The ghost face opened its big mouth, and the blood and corpses on the ground all flowed into its big mouth. After a moment, all the flesh and blood were swallowed by the ghost face. It was transformed into pure power and flowed into Hun Ju's body, and Hun Ju's strength also increased bit by bit. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Hun Ju was immersed in the increase of power, the sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds rolled in, and terrifying lightning surged in the black clouds, as if a thunderbolt from the sky would drop at any time to kill Hun Ju. FK. This martial art actually angered the heavens. It's too awesome. Hun Ju's hair stood on end. Looking at the thunder and lightning brewing in the sky, his heart trembled involuntarily. Boom boom. The heavens were enraged, and a lightning snake equivalent to the power of the life and death realm suddenly fell from the sky and headed straight towards Hun Ju. FK, this is real. When Hun Ju saw the lightning snake coming, he didn't care about anything else and quickly dodged. Boom, boom, boom. Hun Ju's dodging seemed to further anger the heavenly Dao above. 2, 3, 10, densely packed lightning snakes fell again, forcing Hun Ju to jump up and down. Brother Demon, come and save me. Hun Ju was in a mess, his face was completely charred. If it weren't for the blood and energy he had just absorbed, he would have been blown to ashes by the lightning. Although the thunder tribulation sent down by the heaven was only in the life and death realm, it was not something he, who was only in the early stage of the life and death realm, could resist. Demon Venerable punched the Lord of the Fierce Hell and sent him flying. Seeing Hun Ju running around, he was completely dumbfounded. Brother Hun, even the heavenly Dao wants to kill you, what sin have you committed? Demon Venerable had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he saw someone being struck by lightning. It was truly unique. Heavenly Dipper. Having said that, Demon Venerable is also a man of temperament. He condensed the demonic energy in his body into a chi force and immediately rushed into the thunder tribulation, fighting against the heavenly calamity together with Hun Ju. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me, Demon Venerable, I will gladly accept this coffin. He was furious when he saw the people of the fiery hell being killed and running around. But now that he saw Demon Venerable being restrained and the treasure was right in front of him, all the anger in the Lord of the fiery hell disappeared. If his subordinates died, he could be trained again. As long as he got this coffin, would his Liu still be short of people? The Lord of the fiery hell laughed wildly, then instantly dodged and grabbed the black coffin. Brother Hun, you and the Lord of the fiery hell are brothers, right? Each of you is more suicidal than the other. Demon Venerable shook his head speechlessly when he saw this scene. Hun Ju was seeking death by being struck by lightning, and the Lord of the Fierce Hell was seeking death by attacking his master's coffin. It turns out that where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a young phoenix. Ahem, brother, please stop talking nonsense. This thunder tribulation is getting more and more terrifying. Hunju now has no intention of watching the Lord of the Fiery Hell making fun of him. It is even a question whether he can survive. Ha ha ha, you are mine. The Lord of the Fiery Hell came to the coffin in the blink of an eye, smiled greedily, and prepared to open the coffin to take a look. Boom! It happened so fast that the black ancient coffin suddenly opened, and a devilish hand filled with evil spirits stretched out in an instant, grabbing the neck of the Lord of the Fiery Hell with lightning speed. My coffin is not something a loser like you can covet. Kingsha is surrounded by demonic energy and wrapped in endless evil energy. To outsiders, he looks like a terrifying, mysterious and strange great demon. You, who are you? The Lord of the Fiery Hell had a look of horror on his face, and he was about to PS himself. This sudden scene really caught him off guard. What frightened him even more was that he, a powerful warrior from the 9th layer of life and death realm, did not even have a chance to resist. When did such a powerful man appear in the middle of a fierce battle? You are not qualified to know who I am. Since you want this coffin, I will grant your wish. Kingsha exerted a little force with his fingers, and the head of the Lord of the Fierce Hell instantly exploded. Then the horrible corpse gas in the coffin kept emitting. After a moment, the Lord of the Fierce Hell of the Life and Death Realm 9th layer turned into a piece of yellow earth and dissipated with the wind. You are really an ant? You don't even have the qualification to be buried in my coffin. Kingsha sneered. He didn't know how many masters had been buried in this black coffin in the past. All of these people were notorious. Compared with those people, the Lord of the Fiery Hell was not even an ant. In this world, only conferred sovereign is worthy of being buried in a coffin. Owner! Everyone run, the devil has appeared. Run! The remaining people in the fierce hell had already been frightened by this scene. To die so easily in the life and death realm 9th layer was completely beyond their imagination. Now they had only one thought in their minds, which was to escape from this place as soon as possible. Today I will show you how terrifying I am. Kingsha's body moved slightly, and streaks of blood flew out of the coffin and went in all directions. A bloody shadow flashed by, and the man from the fiery hell fell to the ground, with an expression of despair and fear before death still on his face. Lord Kingsha, help me! In the thunder tribulation, Hunju and Demon Venerable were covered in wounds. This thunder tribulation had started from the life and death realm 1st layer and had now reached the life and death realm 9th layer. Moreover, the thunder tribulation showed no sign of stopping and its power was gradually increasing. If they continued, they would be greeted by the thunder tribulation of the conferred king's power. They would not even have a chance to resist and would be blown to ashes. I told you to do more good deeds in your daily life, and now you are getting your retribution. Kingsha teased as he looked at the miserable appearance of the two men. Kingsha moved his hand, and the black ancient coffin instantly flew into the thunder tribulation, helping the two of them block the thunder tribulation in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder tribulation fell and hit the black coffin, but it had no effect on the black coffin. Instead, all the power of thunder and lightning was swallowed up by the black coffin. Thank you for saving my life. After catching their breath, Hunju and Demon Venerable hurriedly opened their mouths to express their gratitude. Don't be complacent too soon. This thunder tribulation has been watching you. Once my coffin leaves, the thunder will fall. Kingsha's face was solemn. He didn't expect that the heavenly Dao would be so cunning and kept staring at the two of them. Then sir, what should we do? Hunju was in tears and wanted to cry. If he had known earlier, he would not have devoured so many lives. Now he was punished by God. By the way, that BD Hai Shan Dao was also a heavenly Dao before. Although his level is not as high as this heavenly Dao, he should know something. Kingsha's eyes lit up, and he thought of his friend in the underworld palace. He immediately took out the token of the underworld palace and began to call Hai Shan Dao. Hey, Kingsha, why did you suddenly think of contacting me? In a distant space-time universe, a man covered in black energy stood on the corpse of a flood dragon and said with a playful look on his face. Hey, I have a problem to trouble you. Qingsha then told everyone the details of the situation of Hunju and the other person. Chapter 55. I didn't expect the palace master to ask you to protect the younger generation of the Ye family. Black Tiandao's face was full of jealousy, and he continued sourly, there are two ways now. The first is to directly cut off the thunder tribulation in the sky, that is, to cut off the divine consciousness of Tiandao. However, if this kid dares to use that kind of cruel and forbidden skills in the future, Tiandao will immediately notice it and will send down thunder tribulation again. Another way is for those with great divine ability to directly block Tiandao. In this way, as long as you are careful in the future, Tiandao will not be able to detect it. Is that so? Lao He, I heard that Senior Dugu Jianmo once killed you with his invincible sword intent. Qingsha's eyes lit up, as if he remembered the scandal of Hai Shandao in the past. He had used this incident many times to mock the other party in the past. You're talking nonsense. Lord Dugu killed that BD from Bai Tiandao. I'm from Hai Tiandao, and it's none of my business. Hai Shandao's face darkened and he cursed loudly. He wanted to come right away and fight with Qingsha. Tiandao's death was a stain on his life, and he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Bai Tiandao would definitely take the blame. Ha ha ha, old black and old white, after all these years, you are still so stubborn. But thank you very much this time. When we meet in the future, I will let these two brats personally serve you wine. At the meeting. In the meeting. After the two finished talking, they cut off contact. Sir, is there a solution? Hunju and Demon Venerable looked at Qingsha eagerly, their eyes full of desire to survive. I have a way. Qingsha moved his fingers and slowly took out a wooden sword from the space ring. He said softly, this wooden sword contains Lord Dugu's invincible sword intent, which should be enough to kill the will of heaven. As for the future, let's wait until we return to the Ye family and ask Lord Yeshu. Qingsha took the wooden sword in his hand, flew into the air, and shouted, Senior Dugu, you once cut the way of heaven with one sword and created the legend of fighting against heaven. This time, please make a move again and cut against the way of heaven. Sword comes. Qingsha held a wooden sword and slashed at the heavenly calamity in the distance. The wooden sword has the same spirit, and the heaven and earth are eclipsed. All the spirit chi from thousands of miles around gathered together. Outside the valley, the wind was howling, and the full sand made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Spirit chi slowly gathered, and the shadow of a domineering and invincible old man walked over from the horizon. War! The old man shouted loudly, and a terrifying sword energy condensed, carrying unmatched power that could fight against heaven and earth, and headed towards the calamity cloud in the distance. Such a horrifying vision naturally attracted the attention of everyone in Dagon. Far away in the eastern domain, Yeshu suddenly split up and looked at the terrifying sword energy that spanned thousands of miles. He muttered to himself, invincible sword intent, Qingsha is really good at making trouble. He even invited this person's law manifestation to come out. Ancestor, who is that phantom? Why do I feel like seeing him is like seeing the true meaning of sword Dao? Ye Qingkeng also noticed the strange phenomenon and asked Yeshu with a horrified face. The sword energy was so terrifying that even though they were separated by countless distances and spaces, he still felt a danger of death. If this sword were to fall, most of the western regions would probably be destroyed. Sword demon, Dugu Kyubai. Yeshu said solemnly. Dugu Kyubai, what an arrogant name. Ye Qingkeng secretly clicked his tongue. Although he didn't know who the other party was, just based on these four names, he could tell that the other party's origin was absolutely terrifying. In Southern Domain, in Southern Heavenly King City, Lord Jean Divine was also shocked and quickly sent people to the Western Domain to investigate. At the same time, all the large and small forces, including the Dagon royal family, the underground cave, and the Northern Territory, heard the news and headed towards the Western Territory. This sword was earth-shattering, shocking the entire 4 or 5 regions of Dagon, and countless people from the martial arts world came here one after another. Boom, boom, boom. As the invincible sword energy descended, the terrifying thunder tribulation in the sky immediately dissipated, and the sky covered with dark clouds became clear. To be invincible in life, just seek to be undefeated. The shadow of Dugu Kyubi sighed and slowly dissipated. Only the terrifying sound of the great Dao roared and reverberated in the surrounding heaven and earth, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Farewell, Lord Dugu. King Shi clasped his hands together, knelt on one knee with a look of respect on his face. My lord, that senior is too terrifying. A shadow can actually cut off the will of heaven. Hunju and Demon Venerable were dumbfounded and couldn't even speak. He originally thought that Lord Kingsha would use other means to help them avoid the heavenly calamity, but he never expected that he would use such violent means and directly kill Tiandao. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This is nothing. When you go to the heavens in the future, you will know the horror of my underworld palace. Kingsha looked at the expressions of the two people and felt very satisfied. Okay, go wake up those unconscious disciples and continue on our way. I'm afraid that the Blood Robe Tower will see this and run away. The entire Dagon probably knew about this horrifying vision, and he was afraid of accidents. The moment the shadow of Dugu Kyubi appeared, the people of the evil demon cult were stunned unconscious by the residual power of the sword. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable was completely conquered at this moment. Following an existence like Kingsha, he didn't know what realm he could reach in the future. A moment later, the evil demon cult disciple woke up with a bewildered look on his face. He looked at the devastated land and was secretly shocked. After resting for a while, everyone headed towards the Huangsha Sky Cave again. On the other side, there is a cave of yellow sand in the Gobi Desert. The owner of the blood-clothed tower and Chixu of the Black Clothes organization had red eyes filled with fear. The moment the sword energy appeared just now, they felt that their lives were at the gates of hell, and they almost died under the suffocating sword energy. Brother Chixu, what kind of existence is that phantom? Even from such a distance, it almost scared me to death. Even the Emperor of Qin, to me, is not even 1/10 as powerful as that phantom. Yang, the owner of the blood-cloaked tower, swallowed his saliva and said in fear. I don't know either, but that phantom should not be from our world, otherwise no one in this world can be his opponent. Chixu was also shocked. The figure gave him a more terrifying feeling than the two law manifestations enshrined in the heavenly demon hall. He really didn't expect that such a phantom would appear in this world. This is really weird. When the Ghost King comes out and gets that thing, I will leave immediately and never come here again. Chixu said secretly. He had been here for less than half a year. First he encountered the blood eye phenomenon and the mysterious and weird ancestor of the Ye family, and thought that after leaving the eastern domain, no weird things would happen again, but now he saw such a terrifying phantom, he was completely scared. Fortunately, the shadow disappeared. The two breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the hall again. Chapter 56. Eastern Domain, Ye Family. Ye Xiu saw the strange phenomenon disappear, and knew that the war over there was over. He murmured to himself, the universe is becoming more and more interesting to me. Ding, I feel the Ye family's luck has improved, and I will reward you with a trace of King Realm aura. Please check it yourself. Seal the aura of King Realm? It's time for me to break through to conferred king. Ye Xiu was delighted. All he lacked was an opportunity. After refining this thing, he would definitely be able to break through to conferred king. Once the other hidden mission is completed and he obtains the blood essence, after refining it, he will definitely be able to break through to the conferred sovereign realm. After witnessing Dugu Kyubi's terrifying power, Ye Xiu was extremely excited. He moved and sneaked into the Ye family's ancestral land again, starting to break through the king realm. 10 days passed in a flash. Countless martial artists had already gathered at the place where Dugu Kyubi had taken action. All of them came there with great interest. After some investigation, they only saw bones all over the ground. There was no trace of the strong man or the treasure. Everyone could only leave in despair. However, soon after, news came out that the evil demon cult destroyed the Liu and launched a large-scale attack on the Blood Robe Tower, which made many forces realize that the evil demon cult had been forbearing for so many years and might not be able to sit still anymore and was determined to unify the western regions. Many forces were still very shocked at how easily the evil demon cult destroyed Liu. After all, the two forces had been fighting for so many years, with both sides winning and losing. No one expected that Liao would be destroyed like this. In the Dagon Palace, Nangong Ba fainted from anger when he heard the news. The evil demon cult launched an attack at this critical juncture and wanted to unify the western regions. It was obvious that they had plans for a big move. The already chaotic situation became even more confusing. Southern Domain, South Heavenly King Province. A hint of coldness flashed across Nangong Chian's lips. Evil cult, no one can take away my kingdom. Demon Venerable, I look forward to fighting you. Nangong Chian has been a soldier all his life and has won every battle. His fame was earned by simply using his fists. The more chaotic the war, the more he can benefit from it. Heroes emerge in troubled times, and he believes that he is that hero. Northern Territory, Princess Mansion. Fortunately, we have invited two senior brothers from the Life and Death Realm 9th layer this time, otherwise we might not be able to suppress Dagon. A hint of surprise flashed across Princess Minjiu's lips, but she was still very confident in her helpers. The Sex Life and Death Realm 9th layer heaven can be compared with this Dagon Life and Death Realm 9th layer heaven. This time she is sure to win. Western Regions, Yellow Sand Cave. After the evil demon cult destroyed the remaining forces of the fiery hell, they traveled day and night and finally arrived at the Yellow Sand Sky Cave in the evening. Brother Mo, this desert is endless and full of dust. There is no trace of life. We must have come to the wrong place. Hunju looked at the desolate desert and felt confused. Master of the Bloody Clothes Building, there is no need to hide, come out. Demon Venerable ignored Hunju's words and shouted coldly while looking into the distance. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as Demon Venerable finished speaking, a huge sandstorm appeared in the Gobi Desert in the distance. In the yellow sand, several figures could be vaguely seen walking slowly towards him. Ha ha ha, Demon Venerable, you are really brave. You dare to come to my yellow sand cave alone. The yellow sand dispersed, and the blood-clothed Tower Master fell from the sky. The owner of the Bloody Clothes Tower looked at the weaklings behind Demon Venerable with a look of disdain on his face. If he and Chixu take action, they can destroy all the members of the evil demon cult here. I dare you. Why should I not dare to? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you are from the Qin dynasty. Demon Venerable smiled coldly. After seeing the powerful man take action, he dared to attack as long as King Shi gave the order, not to mention that the owner of the blood-clothed tower was only from the Qin dynasty. Even if the other party was the emperor of the Qin dynasty, he would dare to attack as long as King Shi gave the order. This is the confidence and courage he has now. Brother, that's awesome. Hunju started to flatter him on the side. Ha ha ha, since you already know that I am from the Great Qin, why do you still dare to come here? I am very curious, why do you suddenly have the confidence to speak so arrogantly? The blood-clothed Tower Master had a look of amusement on his face. In his eyes, Demon Venerable and the others were already dead. However, before they died, he still wanted to see where they got the courage from. Confidence comes from strength, Master Sui. I know you are secretly hiding a master from the 9th layer of Life and Death Realm, but you still have to die. To tell you the truth, don't say he is just a 9th layer of Life and Death Realm. Even if the conferred king comes, he will die. Demon Venerable's body was filled with demonic energy, and he was ready to start a battle. You are talking nonsense. You are not worthy of our cooperation. Today I will let you see my strength. Blood Rain Sword Technique. The blood-clothed Tower Master smiled arrogantly, drew out his blood sword, and rushed towards Demon Venerable at an extremely fast speed. I'll just play with you. Heavenly Demon Chi, Evil Magic. Demon Venerable roared, and a layer of terrifying demonic energy attached to his body, like armor, invulnerability to spears and sabers, indestructible. Using palms instead of swords, the two men started a bloody battle in the air. Demon Venerable and Blood-Cloaked Tower Master are both considered to be among the best masters in the world. One was one of the three great masters of the past, and the other was from the Qin dynasty. Both of them were very powerful. Astral wind radiated from their bodies, and the sword light and palm wind collided with each other. In the yellow sand, they fought further and further away. The momentum was so overwhelming and the force so immense that the entire desert was shaking violently under their strength, which horrified the people from the Blood Robe Tower and the evil demon cult. On the Gobi Desert, Chixu of the Black Sky Organization saw this fierce scene and felt a boundless desire to fight. He wished he could join the battle between the two immediately. Forget it, let's deal with these minions first. Black energy condensed in Chixu's hands, and he raised his eyes to look at Hunju and others. Black Ancient Coffin, I never thought that you, the demon sect, actually have such a treasure. If I present it to the Palace Master, the Palace Master will definitely use me. Chixu moved and went straight to Kingsha's coffin. Is the world so poor? Why does everyone want to steal my coffin? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Inside the coffin, Kingsha was speechless. The people in this world seem to have never seen treasures before. They are really unsophisticated. Boom! The coffin opened, and a ball of black gas rushed towards Chixu at an extremely fast speed. What, black sky palm? When Chixu saw the sudden black energy, his face changed drastically, and all the power of the life and death realm 9th layer gathered in his palms. He slapped the black air with one palm. Rumble! When their fists collided, a terrifying evil aura suddenly surged into Chixu's body. Chixu's body instantly flew backwards and fell heavily on the Gobi Desert. Pfft, I am from the Black Sky Organization, a moon-level saint envoy, please hold back, sir. The black air dissipated, and Kingsha's terrifying figure appeared. Chixu just took a look and almost sunk into the murderous aura. Chapter 57. The horrifying crisis of death surged into his heart, making him realize that he had provoked an extremely terrifying existence this time. He hurriedly reported the Black Sky Organization behind him, hoping to make Kingsha wary. In the past, he had provoked king-level strongmen, but as long as he mentioned the Black Sky Organization, the other party would be afraid of the power of the Black Sky Palace Master and let him go. He has used this trick many times and it has always worked. He believes that masters like Kingsha are definitely aware of the horror of the Black Sky Organization and will not kill him. What kind of organization is the Black Sky Organization? It's not cool at all. Kingsha's face was full of contempt, but he always felt that something was wrong with the other party. The martial arts that the other party practiced gave him a vague sense of familiarity. But when he thought about it carefully, that feeling was gone, as if it was just a slight similarity to the feeling in his heart. Although Kingsha was confused as to why he had such a feeling, he still walked towards the frightened Chixu step by step. If he provoked the people from the underworld palace, he would be waiting to die even if he came. You don't even know about the Black Sky Organization. I, the leader of the Black Sky Organization, am a powerful figure in the conferred sovereign realm. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Seeing Kingsha standing still, Chixu's face turned ashen and he roared. He had just broken through the life and death realm 9th layer, and he had become the conferred king, conferred sovereign. He didn't want to die in this dry place. Too much nonsense. Kingsha moved his feet and a shadow flashed by in an instant. Chixu's body slowly fell down, and then with a loud bang, it exploded into a bloody mist. This is the horror of the Luoyang killer. Either he doesn't take action, or he kills with one strike. He kills immediately when he comes up. Black Sky Token. Kingsha picked up the spirit tablet and found that there were two terrifying figures engraved on the token. However, what shocked Kingsha was that the figures on it gave him a sense of familiarity, just like the technique just now. When we go to the Great Qin dynasty this time, maybe we can meet the Lord of the Black Sky Palace and learn about the origins of the Black Sky Organization. Kingsha smiled maliciously and sighed, it's true that we meet everywhere in life. Do you think we are enemies or do we have a destiny? Kingsha has roughly guessed the identity of the figure on the token. Even if the Black Sky Organization was not founded by those two people, it is probably more or less related to those two old friends. Hiss, the Lord is still as terrifying as ever. Everyone, come on, kill all the assassins in the Bloody Robe building as soon as possible. Hunju took a deep breath when he saw Qingsha kill another strong man from the life and death realm 9th layer with one move, and gave orders to the disciples of the evil demon cult. Yes, sir. After seeing the horror of Kingsha, the people of the evil demon cult were greatly encouraged and their morale was high. They rushed towards the assassin from the Blood Robe Tower without caring about their lives. The assassins from the Blood Robe Tower were not good at direct combat. Facing a sect like the evil demon cult full of ruthless people, they resisted for a while before being completely defeated. They could only dodge and sneak attack the Blood Demon cult disciples at the same time. Although the Blood Demon cult's disciples might be assassinated accidentally, generally speaking, victory in the war has gone to the evil demon cult, and the killers from the Blood Killing Tower could only watch helplessly as their side gradually fell to the other side. Well done, Demon Venerable! Today only one of us can get out alive. Blood sacrifice! When the blood-clothed Tower Master saw his men being slaughtered, veins bulged all over his body and boundless rage rose in his heart. He didn't care about anything and cut off one of his arms with a sword. In an instant, dark red blood spilled at his feet. Buzz buzz buzz! A dark red spiritual seal appeared under his feet, and then spread out in all directions with himself as the center. A cold and terrifying voice was heard from the spiritual seal. Before Demon Venerable could make a move, he was blown away by the terrifying aura. The conferred king's breath. Demon Venerable steadied himself and his face changed drastically. He could never have imagined that the owner of the blood-clothed tower would have such means. Ha ha ha! Demon Venerable, even if my realm regresses, I will still kill you. The master of the blood-clothed tower endured the severe pain in his arm, and drops of blood fell again. The roaring monster in the dark red spiritual seal gradually woke up. Clattery! The spiritual seal was broken, and a blood-red hand stretched out, followed by a torso and a head. A skeleton monster with a hideous face crawled out from it. Roar! The monster roared to the sky, and all the corpses on the ground turned into pure power and merged into the skeleton. The monster's strength became more and more terrifying, and in the blink of an eye it reached the level of conferred king. The terrifying pressure of the conferred king made the people fighting below unable to raise their heads. Contracted monster, Bloody Robe Tower Master, you are truly so bold. Demon Venerable's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that there was a monster that sealed the king realm in the main body of the Blood Robe building. You must know that monsters are synonymous with taboos in the land of the 100 nations. Anyone who dares to have anything to do with monsters will be hunted down by all forces in the land of the 100 nations. Once the news of the blood-cloaked Tower Master's contract with the monster gets out, not only will he die, but the forces behind him will also be destroyed. Ha ha ha, as long as I kill all of you, no one in the world will know that I have a contract with the monster. When the monster has its great accomplishment, I will bloodbath the land of 100 countries and establish an unparalleled monster empire. By then, humans will be nothing more than my blood food. The owner of the blood-clothed tower had a vicious look on his face. He had long despaired of this world and wanted to rebuild the demon dynasty. Demon Bone, kill them all here! The blood-clothed Tower Master roared at the white skeleton whose face was bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Roar! Upon hearing the words of the blood-clothed Tower Master, the skeleton demon roared, stepped on the tide of bones and corpses, and launched an indiscriminate attack on everyone around him. The white bone demon knife is shining with cold light. The terrifying evil spirit and demonic energy intertwined with each other, and the heaven and earth seemed to be split in half by this saber chi. Wherever the blade passed, weapons and armor were shattered and blood flew everywhere. Many assassins from the Blood Robe building and demons from the evil demon cult who had no time to react were directly killed by this blade. Bones piled up, mountains of corpses and seas of blood covered the world. Devil, this is really a devil, everyone run away. The demon race has come again, and the great catastrophe of 10,000 years has begun again. Ah, I won't give up. I will have to attack conferred king. I might die here. The miserable sound echoed throughout the desert. The people from both sides who were fighting desperately put down their fight and fled into the distance with all their might. None of you can leave, you are all waiting to die. Yellow sand sinkhole. The blood-clothed Tower Master smiled cruelly and slammed the stone wall behind him with his palm. In an instant, a strong wind raged across the desert. The desert began to shake violently and the ground began to sink. Rumble. With a loud bang, a tian keng, a gully of water, appeared in the desert, and everyone present fell into it. Chapter 58. The white bone demon stood above the Tian Kang, constantly waving his bone knife and slaughtering the people in the Tian Kang. "Sir, help me!" Seeing that white bone demon's bone knife was about to chop him, Demon Venerable broke out in a cold sweat. "You little devil, you dare to call yourself demon race, get out of here!" Qingsha didn't plan to hide at this moment. With blood and energy all over his body, he soared into the air and instantly arrived above white bone demon's head. Blood Fiend Axe. Qingsha poured all his strength into it and brought down the axe, chopping off the white bone demon's head. Roar! White bone demon also felt the crisis of death. He roared and raised two bone knives above his head, trying to dissolve Qingsha's full-strength axe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Axe lights flashed, knife shadows flashed, and two terrifying forces, one black and one red, exploded in the air. Crash! With a loud bang, white bone demon's bone knife was finally unable to withstand green demon's blood axe. The bone knife shattered, and white bone demon's body was split into two by this terrifying axe. Roar! The broken bones roared and fell heavily into the Tian Kang, with no telling whether they were alive or dead. How is this possible? The originally proud owner of the blood-clothed tower froze in midair when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that white bone demon, whose strength was close to that of conferred king, was killed by this man with just one axe. Boy, I still have many more tricks up my sleeve. Qingsha clapped his hands, his face full of disdain. Although most of his strength was sealed, he was still not comparable to the white bone demon, whose strength barely reached the level of sealing the king realm. White bone demon is a demon. For the people in this world, he is a very terrifying existence, but he is not an ordinary person. In his previous life, he has killed many strange tribes that are more terrifying than this one. Please spare my life, sir. I am a member of the Qin royal family. If you kill me, the Qin will not let you go. If you let me go, I swear I will never set foot in the land of Dagon again. Looking at Qingsha walking towards him step by step, the owner of the blood-clothed tower no longer had his previous arrogance. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. In his eyes, Qingsha was more terrifying than the devil at this moment. What I am least afraid of is threats. All the forces that dare to threaten me have gone to hell. If Qin Guo wants to die, I don't mind helping him. Qingsha smiled ferociously, and his dark red bloody hand pierced the heart of the blood-robed tower master in a flash. Puff! The blood-clothed tower master's heart was broken, and the life in his eyes began to fade away little by little. Although I am not taken seriously, if you dare to kill me, be prepared to be hunted down by the Qin state. I will be waiting for you down below. The owner of the blood-clothed tower had a look of unwillingness and ferocity on his face, and his body fell into the Tian Kang with a loud bang. My lord, it's mighty. When Hunju saw the death of White Bone Demon and the owner of the blood-clothed tower, he immediately started to flatter them. White Bone Demon, do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to invite you out? Qingsha didn't have time to pay attention to Hunju's flattery, but looked at the sky cave below with a cold face. What? Is the White Bone Demon still alive? The survivors' faces changed and they hurriedly looked towards the place where the White Bone Demon fell. Ha ha ha, stupid human, I have to thank you for killing this BD completely, otherwise I would still be under his control. Now that he is dead, I am free. Now I will show you my true strength. Roar! In the dark cave, an extremely evil voice suddenly sounded. The broken body of White Bone Demon began to recover little by little, and after a moment it was as good as new. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from his body, instantly turning the entire sky cave into a demon cave. Conferred King. Qingsha felt the evil spirit from White Bone Demon, the playful look on his face disappeared, and a terrifying murderous aura enveloped him. At this moment, he was completely serious. He, such rich blood energy. If I devour you, maybe I can evolve again. White Bone Demon smiled cruelly, licked the corner of his mouth bloodily, and turned into a black light, instantly shooting towards Qingsha. Coffin comes. Qingsha waved his hand and a blood-red coffin flew towards him from behind. The coffin opened, and terrifying murderous aura poured out of it, merging into Qingsha's body. Qingsha's aura also began to surge. With the blessing of the ancient coffin, Qingsha also flew into the air and rushed towards White Bone Demon. Boom boom! The two men attacked extremely quickly and with terrifying strength. The first time they fought, they caused a loud bang in the space around them. Come again! Although Qingsha's strength has not reached that of a conferred king, he is, after all, a stronger being above a conferred sovereign. He is experienced and ruthless in his attacks. The two fought evenly, and neither was inferior to the other. White Bone Demon Body, Law Manifestation Heaven and Earth. Seeing that he was unable to defeat Qingsha, the ruthlessness in White Bone Demon's eyes became more and more intense. The demonic energy in his body slowly gathered, and a huge White Bone Demon shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow covered the sky and the earth, roaring as it came towards Qingsha, trying to swallow him into its mouth. I also have the world of law manifestation. Let's see who is better, you or I. Kill God Law Manifestation. Murderous intent surged in Qingsha's eyes, and boundless blood energy slowly condensed. In an instant, an ancient and desolate god of death slowly appeared. The god of death was standing on the void, and the ground below was covered with the corpses of God Fiend. Kill! The god of death Law Manifestation, as if it had consciousness, an ancient and desolate voice sounded, and it instantly killed the demon shadow. The shadow of the god of death and the shadow of the god of evil immediately started fighting in the air. And White Bone Demon and Qingsha once again engaged in close combat. The battle was extremely fierce, blood filled the sky, and the earth and sky were shaking. Lord Qingsha, how many people have you killed in the past? Such a terrifying demon shadow was actually at a disadvantage in just a moment. Demon Venerable saw the demon shadow that had fallen into a state of decline, and his face was filled with shock. In this world, they think the devil is the most terrifying thing, and anything related to the word devil is a very evil thing. He was also a demon cultivator, so he naturally knew how terrifying a real demon was. The law manifestation condensed by the demon that sealed the king realm was even more terrifying. Originally he thought that the demon shadow would win, but he never expected that the shadow of the god of death would suppress the demon shadow so tightly. Is this the legendary demon? His strength isn't that great. Hun Ju also knew the legend of the demon, but he never expected that he would encounter it in this way for the first time. Brother Hun, it's not that the demon is weak, it's that the god of death is terrifying. Or you could say that Lord Qingsha is powerful. Demon Venerable shook his head, but did not give much explanation. Hun Ju was younger than him and didn't know how terrifying the demons were, but he had heard from the ancestors of the evil demon cult that a real demon had once been born in the land of the 100 Kingdoms. That creature was weak at first, and everyone thought it posed no threat. I didn't take it seriously, but that demon's cultivation method was extremely cruel. As long as he devoured the cultivators, his cultivation level would skyrocket. Chapter 59. In just 100 years, the demon had broken through to the conferred king, and at the same level, the conferred king of the human race was no match for the demon. The true demon who broke through to the conferred king began to massacre the city and devour the human race monks, and his strength increased dramatically again. When the cultivators from the 100 nations reacted and began to encircle and suppress the real demon, they realized how terrifying the demon was. Demons have extremely strong recovery abilities and are difficult to kill, with their methods being strange and unpredictable. At the beginning, the human race was able to gain the upper hand and chase the real demons away. However, in the following period of time, the true demon used fighting to support fighting. While avoiding being hunted down, he devoured madly to improve his cultivation. In the end, he even devoured the powerful conferred king who was chasing him. After devouring the flesh and blood of the conferred king, the true demon's strength was further improved to the conferred king 9th layer. By the time the conferred sovereign took action, he could no longer suppress the true demon. The true devil used his blood and energy to forcibly summon a demon shadow, which severely injured the conferred sovereign of the Great Qin. From then on, he began his path of slaughter. In just a few months, he devoured several small countries and broke through the conferred sovereign. After breaking through conferred sovereign, the true demon has become invincible in the land of 100 nations. Countless forces were at his mercy, and he even fought all the way to the Great Qin imperial city, where he defeated the conferred sovereign of the Great Qin with a few moves. Just when everyone was in despair, a strong man who was suspected to be above the conferred sovereign took action and killed the real demon with one finger, thus saving the land of the 100 kingdoms. From then on, demons were regarded as taboo. Wherever demons appeared, all forces would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go, and would eliminate all living beings in that place to prevent the demons from reappearing in the world. Demons are a taboo in the land of 100 countries. If the news of the appearance of the devil during their war spreads, they might be directly destroyed by other forces. Kill. Just when several people were still in shock, a demonic sound full of murderous intent sounded from the sky. Everyone only saw a flash of blood, and the terrifying and hideous demonic shadow disappeared between heaven and earth. Obviously, the demon shadow is no match for the shadow of the god of death. After killing the evil shadow, the shadow of the god of death also turned into murderous aura and poured into Qingshi's body. With the god of death entering his body, Qingshi's power surged again. Breaking the sky axe. Qingshe roared, and a huge blood axe condensed from blood energy chopped down from the air, slashing towards the body of White Bone Demon. No. The demonic shadow disappeared, and the White Bone Demon's breath also became weak. Facing Qingshe's terrifying axe, it was naturally unable to resist. With an unwilling roar, its skeletal body turned into dry bones all over the ground. Human, I will remember this grudge. One day, I will kill you myself. Amidst the pile of broken bones, a black gas instantly disappeared and quickly fled into the distance. Please come in, sir. Qingshe was quick-eyed and quick-handed. The blood coffin in his hand moved, and it instantly broke into the void and disappeared. Then, in the horrified eyes of the black energy, the blood coffin opened, and a terrifying suction force emerged from it. All the black gas transformed by White Bone Demon was sucked into the coffin. Once you enter this coffin of mine, no matter whether you are a human, a demon, or a ghost, you will all be transformed into the energy of my cultivation. Qingshe moved his finger, and the red coffin flew back again, and all the evil energy between heaven and earth dissipated. The Bloody Robe building has been destroyed, let's go too. Qingshe looked around and confirmed that there was no sign of life, so he prepared to return to the Ye family. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable, you lead your people to control all the territories in the western region, and I will make other arrangements later. Don't worry, sir. I will unify the western region as soon as possible. Demon Venerable's eyes flashed with excitement, unifying the western regions. He had this idea before, but he was always blocked by Liu and Sui Ai Tower. Now that these two major forces disappeared, his evil demon sect was the only one in power, and there was no force in the western regions that could stop him from unifying the country in an instant. By the way, sir, some time ago, the Dagon imperial city sent an invitation, saying that there will be a treasure at this auction. If you are free, maybe you can go and take a look. Treasures? Qingshe's face flashed with disdain. There were all kinds of treasures in his Hades palace. But when he thought of the auction, he suddenly had an idea, and then said with a smile, "You kid, go there in person and grab all the things in the auction for me." Although he looked down upon it, the Ye family was in need of resources now. As long as he could please Yeshu, the palace master would give him many rewards when he returned to the underworld palace. Rob. Demon Venerable's face changed. Although he was a life and death realm 9th layer, he heard that the auction was from Dakan and was definitely protected by experts. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Of course it's robbing, do I have to pay? Qingshe's face was full of black lines. In the original world, he was a highway robber. If he was not interested in the treasure, he would have attacked directly. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable made up his mind and said respectfully. That's right. When we go to Dakan, I will take you to rob the royal family. When Qingshe saw Demon Venerable's appearance, his face was full of a look of teachable child. Hunju and Demon Venerable felt their scalps tingling when they heard Qingshe's words, robbing the Qin royal family. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have thought they were hallucinating. The Qin Empire is not a place for just anybody. Even if a powerful conferred sovereign were to come, he probably wouldn't dare to do such a big thing. But they had a feeling that what King Shi said was true. Robbing Dakin is nothing. Back then, I and those old friends blocked the immortals in the sky and robbed them one by one. In my eyes, Dakin is nothing. Yes, sir. Outside of Dagon, in a dark forbidden area, a black golem collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. That guy Baigu is dead. Who did it? A black demon shadow slowly fell down, with bloodshot eyes. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill my men, you will die the day I am born. The demon shadow roared towards the sky, and the terrifying demonic energy enveloped the surrounding world. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when the evil energy was about to overflow this world, a mysterious seal appeared in the sky. The golden light fell, and the surrounding evil spirit seemed to have met its nemesis and evaporated in the air. The evil shadow was suppressed again. Wait for my revenge. The evil voice disappeared and peace returned to the surroundings. The ancestral home of the Ye family. I finally broke through the conferred king. I feel so full. Ye Xiu moved the power in his body and said excitedly, with the cultivation of the king realm and that terrifying physique, ordinary conferred sovereigns are no match for me. Once I get the dragon blood, I will step into the conferred sovereign. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the sealed king realm. The reward is the Supreme Emperor weapon, Shura sword. The treasure has been put into the space backpack, please check it yourself. The system's cold voice suddenly sounded in Yeshu's mind. Supreme Emperor weapon, system, is this the Emperor weapon of the Immortal Emperor or the Emperor weapon of the Great Emperor? How are the realms divided above the conferred sovereign? Yeshu has now broken through to conferred king, but still knows nothing about the realms above conferred sovereign. Chapter 60. Ding! After a systematic check, I found that this world is a broken world, the great Dao laws are incomplete, and the world is incomplete. Above conferred sovereign is conferred emperor, above conferred emperor is imperishable realm, and above that is supreme realm. The supreme realm has reached the pinnacle of this broken world. If you want to go further, you must enter a higher level world. The system's cold voice sounded slowly. The world is incomplete, the laws are incomplete, and this is actually a broken world. System, what level are my 4 ancestors at the Immortal Emperor level? After hearing the system's explanation, Yeshu became curious about the realm of the 4 Immortal Emperors. The Immortal Emperor realm and this world are no longer in the same dimension. You can only understand it when you come into contact with that dimensional world. I see, it seems that the Ancestor is really an extraordinary person. One day I will also become an Immortal Emperor. Yeshu thought to himself that he had the system and an undying and indestructible physique, so as long as he practiced slowly, he would reach that level sooner or later. System, then this Shura sword is the Great Emperor's Emperor weapon, right? Yes, this Shura sword is the Great Emperor weapon. Although Great Emperor and Immortal Emperor are only one letter apart, the strength between them is vastly different, separated by several realms. Once the host leaves this broken world, you will know. Although this sword is a Great Emperor weapon, it is far beyond the level of this world. The system explained ruthlessly. Shura sword, a weapon of a Great Emperor. This Emperor weapon was infused with the blood of billions of lives in the world when it was forged. It carries the supreme killing intent. The sword holder will be greatly strengthened, but will also be affected by the evil nature of Shura sword and become ruthless and bloodthirsty. Please use it with caution. What a strange Shura sword! If it weren't for the zombie divine body, I would have been affected by the murderous aura in the sword. Yeshu held the Shura sword and felt a murderous aura coming from it, which made him tremble all over. Yeshu held the Shura sword, pondered for a moment and said, "This sword is still too strange and dangerous, so I'd better put it in the space backpack first, and wait until I meet someone who can control this sword, and then give it to him. He is too ferocious, and the people of the Ye family obviously cannot use him now. He himself is able to catch Emperor weapon with his bare hands. Although the Shura sword is good, he cannot use it. According to the time, King Shi should have dealt with the Blood Robe Tower. When he comes back, I will let him go to the Great Qin dynasty. Now I should consolidate the cultivation of conferred king. Ye Xiu sat cross-legged and began to practice in the ancestral pavilion again. Half a month passed in a flash, and during this half-month, the news of the great changes in the western region spread throughout Daon. Everyone found it incredulous that the evil demon cult had destroyed the Liu and Sui Tower one after another. Some people even thought it was a rumor and did not believe it. But as news after news came from the western regions, everyone had to believe the news that the evil demon cult had destroyed the Liu Blood Robe Tower and unified the western regions. The evil reputation and powerful strength of the evil demon cult once again cast a huge shadow over Daon. Especially some forces close to the western regions were afraid that the evil demon cult would take action, so they moved away one after another. The Daon royal family, Lord Divine King Zhan, and Princess Minjiu were all extremely wary of the evil demon cult which had suddenly shown its fangs, and they all secretly sent experts to try to win over and test the attitude of the evil demon cult. Among the big family, the only one who remained calm was the Ye family of Eastern Domain. When Ye Qingkang heard the news, he was extremely excited. Hunju had long ago reported to him the news that Qingshe had destroyed the Liu Blood Robe Tower and conquered the evil demon cult. Now that the evil demon cult had unified the western regions, his Ye family was in direct control of the two major regions of Daon. How could he not feel extremely excited and thrilled? Da. Hunju, meet the master of the family. There was a sound of footsteps, and Hunju walked in with a look of surprise on his face, and saluted Ye Qingkang respectfully. Get up, where is Senior Qingshe? Ye Qingkang asked in confusion when he saw that Qingshe had not appeared yet. Master, Lord Qingshe should have gone to see the Ancestor. Hunju slowly stood up and answered respectfully. He and Qingshe came back together, but the other party suddenly disappeared when they arrived at the Ye family's gate. See you, old Ancestor? Hunju, this time you destroyed the Blood Robe Tower, which is a great achievement for you. What reward do you want? Ye Qingkang's face was full of smiles. Although Hunju was cruel and ruthless and was despised by outsiders, it was precisely because of his brutal methods that the Ye family easily suppressed the entire eastern domain. Those family forces that had secretly used tricks on the Ye family in the past no longer dared to disobey the Ye family. All this was thanks to ruthless people like Hunju. Master, you are joking. I am Hunju, and I am where I am today, thanks to the master who took me in. It is my honor to serve the Ye family. How dare I ask for a reward? When Hunju heard Ye Qingkang's words, his heart warmed and he spoke from the bottom of his heart. Although he is cruel and vicious, he is only cruel to his enemies. The Ye family took him in when the Hun family was in trouble, perhaps because he was still useful to the Hun family at that time. But the Ye family was grateful to him, and he was not an ungrateful person. The upright Taoists in the Jianghu claim that they are fair to the matter and not to the person, but he is fair to the person and not to the matter. From now on, as long as someone lets him hear something that is unfavorable to the Ye family, he will stand on the side of the Ye family unconditionally regardless of whether the Ye family is right or not. Ha ha ha. Ye Qingkang smiled when he heard Hunju's words. Of course you should be rewarded for your merits. It doesn't matter if you don't want it now. If you want it in the future, you can come and tell this patriarch. At this moment, Ye Qingkang completely accepted Hunju. If the Hun family encountered difficulties in the future, he would definitely not stand idly by. Thank you, Master. You too, come in, I have something to say to you. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the hall, interrupting their conversation. Yes. Ancestor. Yes, sir. The two were startled and flew towards the Ye family's ancestral land in a hurry. In the Ye family's ancestral land, Ye Xiu and Qingshe sat opposite each other. In front of their table, two little figures condensed with wine were competing on the table. Ye Xiu looked calm, while Qingshe was sweating profusely. Pang! With a loud bang, the little wine man in front of Qingshe exploded instantly, and Qingshe came back to his senses in shock. Your Excellency is so strong, I lost. Qingshe smiled bitterly, looking at Ye Xiu who looked calm and composed, he felt extremely horrified. Although his current cultivation level was suppressed by the Palace Master to the life and death realm 9th layer, his combat experience and insights were definitely not comparable to Yeshu's. In the battle with him just now, Yeshu also suppressed his cultivation to the life and death realm 9th layer, but he was beaten without any ability to fight back, which really shocked him. Chapter 61. Kingsha, what do you think of my talent in the Hades Palace? Yeshu was not too proud. Although he defeated Kingsha, he also knew that Kingsha was only a marginal figure in the Hades Palace. Your talent is one of the best in the underworld. Perhaps only the Palace Master and the 2 gods of the underworld can compare with you. Kingsha pondered for a moment and said solemnly. The Palace Master and the God of the Underworld Palace are both absolutely powerful in the vast and mysterious starry sky of the universe. It can be seen that his words are already a very high evaluation of Yeshu. Feng Zhou, Qi Heavenly Emperor, He Long Tian, this universe is really wonderful. Yeshu smiled slightly, already looking forward to the moment when he would meet a few people in the universe. Kingsha, this is the seal-breaking pill, it can remove the seal on your body, maybe it will be useful when you go to Dakin this time. Yeshu suddenly remembered the elixir he had signed for before, and directly handed the elixir to Kingsha. Breaking seal pill. Kingsha's eyes lit up, and he felt the terrifying power in the elixir, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The green evil that broke the seal pill could reach the conferred sovereign realm at any time. His eyes flashed with a sharp light and a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If someone familiar with Kingsha saw this scene, they would know that this guy was planning something bad again and someone was about to be in trouble. Ye Qingqing, meet the Ancestor. Hunju, meet your excellency. 2 figures walked in from outside the ancestral land, and when they saw Yeshu and the others, they hurriedly saluted. Get up. Hunju, I heard from Qingsha that you were targeted by the Heavenly Dao during your trip to the western regions. It was he who asked someone to kill the Heavenly Dao's wool, allowing you to temporarily avoid the Heavenly Dao's perception. Yeshu looked at Hunju with a calm expression. Yes, sir. I always feel that there is a pair of indifferent eyes watching me in the dark. Once I use the soul-devouring technique to devour the power of living beings, I will be wiped out by that will. And I feel that the eyes are more terrifying than the eyes in the western regions. When Hunju said this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky, fearing that Tiandao's old 6 would attack him again. Don't worry, heaven can't sense it here. Even if heaven's thunder tribulation really comes, I can crush it with ease. Yeshu saw Hunju shrinking back and said with confidence. As long as he is in the Ye family, he is invincible. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Dao is, it is useless in his invincible realm. Yes, sir, this dog Tiandao is really too much. When Hunju heard Yeshu's words, he became bolder and cursed out the anger that had been suppressed in his heart. Heavenly Dao mysterious seal. Yeshu moved his fingers, and an aura exactly the same as the Heavenly Dao immediately enveloped Hunju's head. Under Yeshu's guidance, the Xuanyan slowly merged into Hunju's body. Heaven's means. When Kingsha saw this scene, his face was filled with shock, and he looked at Yeshu as if he were a monster. He now doubted whether Yeshu was a human or the incarnation of heaven. The authority of heaven's way has never been used by anyone from ancient times to the present, unless it is the embodiment of heaven's will. This is a method I used to imitate the will of heaven. With this mysterious seal, you can avoid the eyes of opening heaven. In the future, as long as you are careful, even if you use that technique to devour the cultivation of living beings, heaven will not notice it. But you have to remember, if this mysterious seal is opened, the Heavenly Dao will immediately notice it, and the thunder tribulation that will descend will be even more terrifying. Yeshu ignored the shocked people and explained the function of the mysterious seal of Heavenly Dao. He was in an invincible realm, so he could easily imitate the aura of heaven. Yes, thank you, sir. The mysterious seal of Heavenly Dao entered his body, and all the creepy feelings on Hunju's body disappeared. Even the ruthless eyes that were watching him in the dark disappeared at this moment. At this moment, Hunju felt extremely relaxed. Okay, take a few days to recover, and then go to Shendan City to rescue people as soon as possible. Yes, Ancestor. Yes, sir. After hearing Yeshu's words, several people slowly retreated. Yeshu once again fell into cultivation. In the western region, Demon Hall, Demon Venerable listened to his subordinates' reports with a look of joy on his face. Ever since the destruction of Liu and Sui I Tower, the forces in the western regions have realized the horror of the evil demon cult. Before they could take action, most of the forces chose to surrender, and the other forces that did not surrender also left the western regions. Now the entire western regions has become the territory of the evil demon cult. His reputation as the Demon Venerable once again shook the world, and all this was because of his choice at that time, otherwise, the Lord of the Hell might have been his fate. Thinking about it now, it all seems so dreamy. Your Excellency Demon Venerable, Nangong Chian from the southern domain, the Dagan royal family, and Minjiu prefecture from the northern domain have all sent people to try to win over our demon palace. Their people are waiting outside the palace. To win over the deity? They are worthy of it. Demon Venerable heard several people and his face was full of disdain. Not to mention that he now has Kingsha as his backer. Even if he doesn't have that, these people are just greenhorns in his eyes, and they try to win him over without even considering whether they are qualified. If that old immortal Nangong Chian came, he might meet him. Meeting these people would simply lower his status. Yes, sir. The evil demon cult disciple bowed and then left. Soon after, miserable screams were heard outside the hall. This is a lesson for you. If you dare to step into the western regions again, your fate will not be just a matter of having your hands cut off. Get out of here now. Ah, Demon Palace, the master will not let you go. The spies from the three major forces screamed and quickly fled out of the Demon Palace. After dealing with these ants, it's time to go to the Great Qian Dynasty and the Sahai auction house to let me see your quality. Demon Venerable smiled grimly, turned into a black gas and instantly disappeared in the Demon Palace, quietly heading towards the Dagon Imperial City in the central region. Mid-range, Great Qian Dynasty, Nishimiya. In the yard, the innocent and lovely Nangong Chian was holding an ancient sword and practicing. Ye Xian stood aside, looking at Nangong Chian with a smile on his face, thinking, Chian has such a terrifying talent. If I didn't have the dual pupils bestowed by my ancestors, I really wouldn't be able to see the mystery contained in his sword. Nangong Chian's swordsmanship seemed to be just fancy moves and flashy but not practical in the eyes of most people. However, it was different in the eyes of his dual pupils. Nangong Chian's swordsmanship was very sophisticated, and behind each gorgeous sword shadow was a terrifying murderous intent. What shocked him the most was the sword of destiny in his hand. When he swung the sword, the invisible luck around him would gather on the sword. The more luck gathered, the more terrifying the power would be. This was the first time he had seen someone only look at luck's sword without considering the sword holder's skill level. With a mortal body, he could kill the immortal with just one sword. Chapter 62. Brother, how about my swordsmanship? After Nangong Chian finished her sword dance, she skipped over and asked excitedly. Although she has the memories of the Empress in her previous life and is mentally mature, her childishness still exists. She knew that Ye Xian had dual pupils, so she could naturally see through the secrets of his swordsmanship. Very powerful, Chian, if you can master this sword, you will definitely be one of the strongest people in the world. Ye Xian touched Nangong Chian's head and said with a smile on his face. Brother, don't worry. Chian will definitely succeed. Whoever dares to bully brother and mother, and oh, grandpa, I will kill him with one sword. Nangong Chian's cute little face wrinkled tightly as she spoke with a solemn oath. Okay, brother believes you. Ye Xian also smiled dotingly and swore in his heart that he must protect every loved one around him. Lu Ruhua, being served by her maid, watched this heartwarming scene and a smile flashed across her cold face. This trip back to the Ye family made him feel the true family affection, which was many times better than this cold palace and the intrigue-filled harem. The emperor has arrived. Just as there was laughter and joy in Zigong Mansion, a feminine voice was heard. A eunuch brought Nangong Ba in. Behind Nangong Xiang was a handsome man, who was the current crown prince, Nangong Washuan. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The Zigong Mansion, which had been bustling, suddenly became quiet, and the eunuchs and palace maids fell to their knees one after another. Lu Ruhua, I meet your majesty. Lu Ruhua also frowned, but still bowed. Greetings to father, greetings to brother. The smile on Nangong Chian's face disappeared, and she bowed perfunctorily. However, as an empress in his previous life, the pride in his heart did not allow him to bow. Nangong Ba has always favored boys over girls since he was a child. From the time she was born until now, she has only seen Nangong Ba once or twice a year, and she has too many feelings for Nangong Ba. Ye of the Ye family, I meet your majesty. Ye had a calm expression on his face. He expressed respect verbally, but he had no intention of even moving his body. Her attitude is even worse than Nangong Chian's. The Ye family today is no longer what it used to be. He still has the reverse scale in his hand. Let alone Nangong Ba, even if the ancestor of the Nangong family appears, his attitude will not change much. This is the confidence given to him by the Ye family and his ancestor Yeshu, and he is not afraid of anyone. Boy, you are rude. The leading eunuch didn't care much about Nangong Chian's behavior, but Ye was so confused that he didn't understand. His face turned cold and he was ready to teach Ye a lesson. Think carefully about the consequences before you act. Once you act, there is no turning back. Facing the old man's reprimand, Ye showed no fear at all and spoke meaningfully. What an arrogant boy! He actually reached the 9th layer of the profound realm. Talent is much stronger than I was back then. I should find a chance to get rid of this boy, otherwise he will be a big hidden danger in the future. Nangong Washuan had practiced day and night as a child during this period of time, and had already broken through to the 5th layer of the life and death realm. He could tell Ye cultivation level at a glance. Ye remembered the words of his ancestor and hid his cultivation in the early stage of venerable realm. You. When the old lady heard Ye threat, her face changed drastically and she moved her hand, ready to attack. Stand back. Nangong Ba looked at Ye with a gloomy expression and said coldly. He naturally saw Ye rudeness. In the past, he would have directly killed the other party, but now the Ye family is powerful, and he still hopes for their help. Yes, your majesty. The old eunuch sensed the anger in Nangong Ba's eyes and quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being Ye King Kang's offspring, your talent is indeed outstanding. Nangong Ba laughed and slightly made way for half of his body, and the prince hurried forward. Your son, I pay my respects to my mother and my sister. Meet brother Ye. Nangong Washuan is worthy of being the prince. He lowered his posture from the beginning, trying to win the favor of the two. Hypocrite, Ye said indifferently. When the other party was checking his cultivation just now, he caught a hint of murderous intent. Moreover, his dual pupils also have the ability to see qi. He can see that Nangong Washuan's brows are dark and there is entanglement around him. He wonders how many innocent lives have been killed by people like him. Meet the prince. Ye also replied indifferently. Your Highness, please come in, your Majesty. Good. Nangong Ba took a step and walked in under the guidance of Lu Ruhua, while Ye and Nangong Chian stayed where they were. My father is full of deathly energy, and it seems that he doesn't have much time left. It seems that the prince is the heir he chose. However, no matter how much you calculate, you can't expect the old ancestor to be an anomaly. This new emperor must be mine. Nangong Chian said secretly in her heart. Time passed by minute. Half an hour later, Nangong Ba and the prince left Zigong Mansion with gloomy faces without looking back. When Ye and Nangong Chian saw the two leave, they immediately entered the hall. Mom, are you okay? If they dare to bully you, Chian will definitely help you get revenge. Nangong Chian looked at Lu Ruhua, whose face was full of coldness, and hurriedly ran forward to ask. Don't worry, Jur, mother is fine. Lu Ruhua's expression softened when she saw Nangong Chian. And, what happened? Although Ye had already guessed the other party's intention, he still asked. Nangong Ba wanted me to persuade the ancestor to use the whole clan's strength to help Nangong Washuan resist Princess Minjiu and King Zhan Divine, but I refused. Lu Ruhua said lightly. Although the other party promised many treasures, how could he not know what the father and son meant? To put it nicely, it was mutual benefit. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to treat the Ye family like dogs. Even if the Ye family successfully resisted these two forces and helped Nangong Washuan to ascend the throne, they would probably end up being abandoned after their rabbit died. And, let them fight slowly. No matter who wins, the throne will belong to Chian in the end. Ye Xian's face was full of smiles. In his opinion, it didn't matter who won, the final winner would only be the Ye family and Nangong Chian. Yet, let them fight each other. Lu Ruhua thought of the Ancestor's terrifying figure and the recent news of the destruction of the Blood Robe Tower, and she felt extremely at ease. And, the Sahai auction will be held in 3 days, do you want to go? Ye Xian did not forget his mission to come to the imperial city. I won't go. You should be careful. This Sahai auction has a special origin, and all the major forces will come to this auction. There may be trouble. Don't worry, Auntie, no one in this great Qian dynasty can hurt me. On the other side, the imperial study. Nangong Ba and Nangong Washuan's faces were filled with anger. They didn't expect Lu Ruhua to be so heartless and not give them any chance at all. Father, since the Ye family is so cruel, don't blame us for being ruthless. Nangong Washuan had already wanted to kill Ye Xian, and now that the other party refused, he didn't have to worry about anything. Chapter 63. Now is not the time to take action against the Ye family. If something happens to that kid in the imperial city, the Ye family will definitely blame us for it. Nangong Ba pondered for a moment, tapped the table in front of him with his white fingers, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Don't provoke that kid first. Although the Ye family can't win him over, if the other party joins in, the situation in Dagon will become even more chaotic." Nangong Ba rubbed his bloodshot eyes and felt a terrible headache. A seventh uncle and a princess are already enough of a headache for him, and now the evil cult is eyeing him covetously. He feels the pressure on him is enormous. Could this great undertaking really fall into the hands of his son? Cough cough cough. Nangong Ba suddenly coughed, and his mouth and nose began to bleed, and his face became even paler. "Father, are you okay?" When Nangong Washuan saw this scene, his face changed drastically and he hurried forward to support Nangong Ba who was about to fall. "My son, I am no longer able to live. In my current state, I can only live for 3 days at most. The responsibility of the world can only be passed on to you." The dying Nangong Ba gasped. "Don't worry, father. This world will definitely belong to me, Nangong Washuan. No one can stop me." Nangong Washuan's eyes flashed with ferocity and his fists were clenched tightly together. "Uniquely, please take good care of my father. I will be leaving first." "Yes, your highness." Prince's mansion. The prince hurried back and headed towards the secret room without saying a word. "Ghost spirit, can the method you mentioned really allow this prince to break through to the life and death realm late stage within half a month?" As soon as the prince came in, he asked the man in black not far away. "Of course, but your highness, weren't you unwilling to use it before?" The ghost's hoarse voice was heard, which was particularly cold and creepy. "Don't waste your words on me, Prince. I am willing to sacrifice part of my soul to bring the one you mentioned to me, but he must help me kill Nangong Jian." The prince shouted impatiently. Time was not on his side and he couldn't wait to break through the life and death realm late stage with his own talent. "Good." As the ghost spoke, he took out a blood-red dagger from the space ring and explained, "This is the soul dagger. Insert it into your heart, and it will absorb half of your soul. Then that person will naturally send down a will that will be enough to kill Nangong Jian." "Okay, Nangong Jian, you forced me to do this. Even if I kill you, this big gun will still be my prince's." Nangong Washuan's face was ferocious, and he stabbed his own heart with a bloody dagger. Puff! The dagger pierced his heart, Nangong Washuan's eyes began to blur, and he fainted on the ground instantly. The dagger glowed with blood, and a ghostly aura enveloped Nangong Washuan. Then, Nangong Washuan's soul was peeled off bit by the strange power of the dagger. When the ghost saw this scene, his eyes flashed with excitement. He hurried forward and used Nangong Chian's heart blood to draw a strange pattern around him. Soul sacrifice, Ghost King, come back. After the ghost finished drawing the pattern, he knelt in front of the bloody pattern and chanted mysterious scriptures. The sacrificial ceremony officially begins. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above the doggone imperial city, which had been clear, suddenly became filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and a cold and gloomy atmosphere enveloped Dagon. How come the sky is suddenly covered with dark clouds in broad daylight? Is something big going to happen? There is a terrifying chill. Could it be that God knows that Dagon is going to die? A bad omen, a bad omen. Hey, strange things have happened one after another recently. What happened to Dagon? In the doggone imperial city, passers-by and knights-errant felt a chill in their hearts as they watched the weather change suddenly. Rumble! A loud thunder sounded, and in the secret room of the prince's mansion, the unconscious prince suddenly floated up. The bloody pattern on the ground seemed to come alive and was instantly imprinted on the prince's back. A demon tattoo, extremely evil. Ghosts, welcome my lord, return. The ghost below felt a supreme ghost energy coming down, and he shouted excitedly. Fortunately, this is a secret room, protected by a large formation, otherwise his loud voice would have been heard outside the secret room long ago. From the azure sky to the underworld, I am finally back. The Ghost King of Yellow Springs was suspended in the air, looking at his new body with an evil smile on his face. Although he did not come out in person, his soul had left the sealed place, and he finally saw the light of day again. Ghost, you have done a great job. When I return to my peak, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Thank you, Lord Ghost King. When the ghost heard the words of the Ghost King, his face was filled with excitement. Nangong Chian's soul has been suppressed by me, and he can't come out for the time being. During this period of time, you should prepare some soul ghosts as soon as possible. I want to cultivate this body to conferred king as well. When the two bodies merge into one, I may be able to directly reach the conferred king late stage. Yes, sir. Okay. You go out first. I will elevate this body to the life and death realm late stage first. As the Ghost King spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. The darkness, ghost energy, and other negative energies within 1,000 miles around him began to gather towards his body. Nangong Chian's cultivation also began to improve rapidly. In just a short moment, he reached the life and death realm 6th layer, and then went to the life and death realm late stage. Eastern Domain, Ye family. Ye Xiu, who was practicing, suddenly changed his expression because the system reminded him that the descendants of the Ye family were in danger. System, who is in danger? Ye Xiu immediately interrupted his practice and immersed his spiritual sense into the system space. Ding! The descendants of the Ye family, Nangong Chian and Lu Ruhua, are in danger of death. It turned out to be Ruhua's mother and son. It seems that the great Qian dynasty is going to have a big change this time. I have to watch the land of Dagon. Who dares to attack my Ye family? Ye Xiu's face was full of coldness. He moved his fingers and immediately condensed an avatar that looked exactly like him. This clone has the same strength as him, and his spiritual sense is closely connected with this clone, and they can be converted into each other to control everything about this clone. Go ahead. Ye Xiu muttered to himself. The clone moved his feet and immediately headed towards the imperial city. With this clone, I should be able to resolve this crisis. After Ye Xiu finished speaking, he immersed himself in cultivation again. He was now trying to hide as long as possible, and was determined not to leave the invincible area. Even if he really needed to take action, he would appear in the form of a clone, so that even if he really encountered an extremely terrifying existence, at most his clone would be destroyed, and there would be no threat to his real body. To put it nicely, Ye Xiu was extremely cautious, and even if he was immortal, he would not risk his life. To put it bluntly, he was so cowardly that he would never give anyone a chance to threaten him. Chapter 64. 3 days passed in a flash, and the entire Dagon imperial city became extremely lively. From time to time, a master would fly in from the air, land at the gate of the imperial city, and walk towards the imperial city. Forces from all over the world were invited to participate in the largest and most grand auction, the Four Seas auction. Haha, Master Zhang, long time no see. I didn't expect that the Spirit Sword sect would ask you to come here in person. So it's sect masterly. It's rumored that this Four Seas auction has a great origin. If my Spirit Sword sect doesn't come, it would be a disrespect to the other party. I heard that there are very precious things in this auction. I also want to come and see it. Yes, I heard from my disciples that even the gatekeepers of the Sahai auction house are strong men in the early stage of life and death realm. I'm afraid they are of great origin. If we can bid for a treasure this time, then Kinkin sect will be very lucky. The initial gatekeeper of life and death realm, this Sahai auction house is really generous. It seems that I came to the right place this time. How about coming with brotherly? I can take care of you too. Okay, let's go together. There was a lot of noise and people were talking about this grand event everywhere in the imperial city. On top of the city wall, one royal guard after another was on high alert, fearing that someone might cause trouble. Your Highness, our people are ready. With just one order from you, we can seal off the entire imperial city. Okay. How is the investigation going with the 7th Emperor and Princess Minjiu? Have they come to participate in the Four Seas auction? The prince stood on the city wall, looking at the bustling streets below, with a hint of cruelty flashing on his face. Neither the 7th prince nor Princess Minjiu are here, but according to our spies, the entire southern domain has been blocked by the 7th prince's forces. Only entry is allowed, not exit. Princess Minjiu's troops have already headed towards the Ye family in the eastern domain. They probably want to destroy the Ye family during this time and occupy both the northern domain and the eastern domain. What's going on with the demon cult? The evil demon cult hasn't made any moves. Since Demon Venerable unified the western regions, they haven't shown up. All the forces that were ready to contact the evil demon cult were also driven out. The evil demon cult has already announced that any force that dares to enter the western regions will be regarded as an enemy by the evil demon cult and will fight to the death. Now no one dares to go to the western regions. Okay, that's really good. Nangong Chian clapped his hands, his face full of murderous intent. Nangong Chian's actions probably indicate that he is preparing to attack the Great Qian dynasty. The actions of Princess Minjiu and the evil demon cult also indicate that they are planning to establish themselves as kings. Each of these people is his enemy. Nangong boy, what are you hesitating about now? Slaughter this city and I will help you break through the conferred king. By then, with your strength, you can kill these major forces whenever you want. At this moment, a bewitching voice sounded in Nangong Chian's mind. The two of them are like two souls in one body, sharing the same body, and neither can do anything to the other. Ghost King, you are so kind. When Nangong Chian heard conferred king, he was indeed very excited, but he was still very afraid of this guy in his body. Helping you now is helping me. If you die, I will die too. After you break through the conferred king, I want you to help me unlock the seal, and then we can go our separate ways. The Ghost King said this with a cunning smile in his eyes. Do I have any choice? Nangong Chian closed his eyes and talked to himself. He didn't believe the Ghost King either, but he had no choice. I promise you, but if you dare to lie to me, I will destroy you and me together. After hesitating for a moment, Nangong Chian finally made a decision. Don't worry, when the war begins, you just need to hand over all control of your body to me. As for what happens afterwards, you don't have to worry about it. The Ghost King had an evil smile on his face. Looking at the vigorous blood of the cultivators below, he couldn't help but licked his lips. As long as there is no burden like Nangong Chian, even the strong ones in the 9th layer of life and death realm can only become his blood food. Okay, I hope you won't break your promise then. Nangong Chian has been blinded by power and the throne. As long as he can sit on the throne, he is willing to sacrifice some people. Buzz buzz buzz. Ghost King, the formation has been set up and can be activated at any time. A black gas slowly gathered and the ghost revealed its figure. Very good, after the auction, I will activate this formation. I want everyone in this imperial city to be dead except for the Sahai auction house. The Ghost King smiled evilly, looking as if he was sure of victory. Ghost King, what is the origin of this Sahai auction? Even you are afraid of it. Nangong Chian was full of confusion. He didn't expect that the murderous Ghost King would actually be afraid of someone. The Sahai auction house is spread all over the country. Even the Chian imperial family is very afraid of this auction house. Let alone me now, even if I was at my peak, I would not dare to take action against the Sahai auction house. The Ghost King shook his head. He came from outside Daon and was well aware of the horror of the Sahai auction house. His Nangong Chian's pupils shrank when he heard about Dakan. As the prince of Dagon, he naturally knew how terrifying Dakan was in this land of hundreds of countries. Even Dakan was extremely afraid of him, so it was understandable that the Ghost King did not dare to offend him. At the border of the southern domain, Nangong Chian's army has assembled, and a murderous atmosphere shrouds the land. Your Majesty, the army has been assembled and is ready to march to the imperial city at any time. A burly general walked in and said respectfully. The whole army will attack the Dagon imperial city. Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of horns rang out, and soldiers wearing armor and holding spears marched towards Dagon. The Moon King of the Northern Territory also received the news of Nangong Chian, and he led 2 Life and Death Realm 9th layer warriors and a group of masters to the Eastern Heavenly King City. Work hard and there will be storms. Dagon Imperial City, Sahai Auction House. Early in the morning, there were already crowds of people at the door and it was extremely noisy. 2 Life and Death Realm guards dressed in 4 Seas auction house uniforms were holding swords and guarding the gate, preventing the noisy crowd from getting close. Zhang Long, Li Hu, please let the guests from afar in. Yes, sir. Hearing the sound coming from the auction house, the 2 guards in front of the door made way. The crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer wait and rushed into the hall, fearing that they would be left behind and miss this grand event. Wow, what a powerful method, worthy of being the Sahai auction house. Space means, there is actually a space formation in this building, this is too luxurious. As soon as they entered the pavilion, everyone was immediately shocked by the scene before them. Spatial means are usually only accessible to conferred kings. They have been working hard, and there hasn't been a strong conferred king for thousands of years. Chapter 65. The pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The bottom floor is full of crystal seats, and the second floor has 99 space folding rooms. As for the top floor, there are 4 water thrones suspended. There are fluctuations of space formations above the thrones. As long as someone enters, the teleportation magic will be triggered immediately to form a huge space. In this space, you can change your voice and appearance at will, and even leave the Sahai auction house instantly through the teleportation array inside. Such an operation undoubtedly protects the privacy of every distinguished guest. As long as the guest does not want to, no one can know his identity. In the center of the stands is a crystal platform, where everyone can clearly see the people and treasures inside. As time passed, famous figures from Dakian appeared one after another, but most of them were arranged in the private rooms on the second floor. However, no one has arrived for the throne at the top, which inevitably makes people curious whether there is anyone in Dakian who is qualified to sit on that position. Buzz. Just as everyone was guessing, a space fluctuation suddenly sounded, and then one of the thrones on the 3rd floor suddenly lit up, and a blurry figure appeared in everyone's sight. Before the crowd had time to guess the identity of the person on top, several thrones nearby lit up, and several important figures entered the venue. Tell me, what forces are those figures on the throne above? Need I say that? It must be those apex-level forces that have Life and Death Realm late-stage masters. Otherwise, who else in Dakian can sit in that position? My dear brother, that's a good explanation. I also think it's them. There are only a few most powerful forces in Dakian now, and you can tell which forces they are with a little guess. The power of space, Ni Lin, why do I feel that this power of space is much different from yours? Sitting on a throne, Yen looked at the sword shadow behind him and asked curiously. This should be created by a King Realm formation master. He built the formation based on the Spirit Stone. And my spatial force comes from the sword Ni Lin. The level of this sword has long surpassed this world. The power of time and space it contains is naturally incomparable to this formation. The Ni Lin sword soul explained coldly. So that's how it is. I feel like there's a faint aura in this auction house, which may have reached the king realm. Can you sense it? Conferred king third layer day, but the opponent's state is not right, the most he can do is to exert the power of conferred king first layer day. Although Ni Lin's eyes were covered with a black cloth, his terrifying perception had already permeated the entire auction house. Seal the king realm strongman, this Sahai auction house is really generous. Ye Xian was shocked. This was the first conferred king he had ever seen except Ni Lin. With the powerful conferred king in charge, it goes without saying that the treasure this time is definitely extraordinary. In another box, Demon Venerable, wrapped in black, had an evil smile on his face and had already started to target the auction house. Welcome everyone to come from afar to participate in the auction of my Sahai auction house. I, Mo Yan, would like to thank you all here. An old man suddenly walked up and looked at the excited people around him with a smile on his face. Old man, bring the treasure up quickly, don't waste time. That's right, we're not here to see you, hurry up. The people from the martial arts world who had been waiting for a long time could no longer hold back and started to speak. They couldn't wait to see what treasures would be auctioned this time. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, the auction will start now. The first item is the Soul Controlling Talisman, a 6th grade talisman. This talisman can restrain ghosts below the level of conferred king, and can also suppress souls. Starting price, 10,000 spirit stones, each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones, the auction begins. Old man Mo waved his hand, and a big-breasted woman in a red dress, with a curvy figure and a hot body, came up holding an exquisite crystal tray. The swaying beauty on her chest, under the illumination of the light, dazzled the eyes of the large number of male compatriots around her, and they wanted to put their faces close to the crystal glass to take a closer look. FK, this is supreme grade. If I had this beauty, I would be willing to be less popular for 30 years. I am willing to die under the peony flowers, and be a romantic ghost. Beauty, auction. The perverts around were all excited and howling continuously. When Ye Xian saw this scene, he secretly sighed at the clever tactics of the Sahai auction. With beauties and treasures, I'm afraid there will be many suckers who will be fooled. I offer 20,000 spirit stones. Can the beauty leave her name? Old ghost Huang, you are already half buried in the ground. You can't enjoy this beauty even if I give her to you. You should leave it to the head of the family. I will pay 21,000 spirit stones for it. You poor bastards, you are not worthy. I will give you 30,000 immortal stones. I offer 40,000 immortal stones. One after another, the sounds of figures rang out, all of them were mesmerized by the beauty before them. The price of the soul talisman also soared from 10,000 to more than 50,000, which is already higher than the price of the 6th grade talisman. After seeing this huge number, some people gradually came to their senses and withdrew from the competition. Not everyone has the capital to make a beautiful woman smile. Since no one is bidding for it, then this soul-controlling talisman will be acquired by the distinguished guest on the 2nd floor. My name is Ling Ji. Thank you for your support. The woman's gentle and seductive voice, along with the tingling sound, once again made the entire auction house hot. Many young masters are mentally prepared to get the next treasure at any cost. Thank you all for your support. Now I am auctioning the second item, the soul-devouring art. After being appraised by an expert in our bank, it is a fragment of an emperor-level martial arts scroll. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 50,000 spirit stones. Old Mo smiled as he took out the ancient scroll. Instantly a desolate and ancient aura emanated from it. It's a seal of the emperor-level technique, but it's a fragment. Demon Venerable was excited when he first heard about the emperor-level technique, but after hearing about the fragments, he lost interest. The emperor-level technique is a technique practiced by the powerful emperor-level warriors. If it were complete, I'm afraid even the Sahai auction house would be reluctant to take it out. However, these fragments would be useful if they could be collected in full. If not, they would be no different from ordinary king-level skills. It may be a treasure to others, but it has no appeal to him. I want the Emperor-level technique. 150,000 Spirit Stones. 200,000 Spirit Stones, this technique is mine. 250,000 Spirit Stones. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. Compared to the calmness of Demon Venerable and others, those ordinary forces could no longer sit still and began to speak up. To them, the Emperor level was so far away. Even the incomplete Emperor level techniques were hundreds of times better than theirs. While everyone was fighting for it, a man in black on the top throne, with an excited look on his face, hurriedly took out a communication talisman to contact the forces behind him. Chapter 66. In the land of Dakan, in a dark demonic mountain, a man emitting terrifying demonic aura suddenly opened his eyes. The terrifying demonic light caused the solid space to begin to distort. The Black Sky Organization, the Star Killer, meets the Palace Master. On the other side of the communication talisman, the man in black had a look of awe on his face. Where is Chixu? Why didn't he contact me? The black-robed Palace Master had a cold face and looked at the man with deep eyes. Palace Master, Lord Chixu is dead. The man in black was panic-stricken and knelt on the ground in fear. What did you say? He has my treasure. How could anyone in a place like Dagon kill him? The black-robed Palace Master was filled with anger and sneered. It's true. A mysterious strong man appeared in Dagan recently. Lord Chixu couldn't even take a single move from him. He's looking for death. He's really looking for death. Once the matter outside is done, I will send Conferred King over to deal with him. Yes, Palace Master. By the way, Palace Master, the fragment of the soul-devouring art that you have been looking for has appeared. Who has the remaining scroll of the soul-devouring art? When the black-robed Palace Master heard this, he instantly stood up from the throne, his eyes shining, and he was extremely excited. There are 3 volumes of the soul-devouring art fragments, and he has the upper and middle volumes in his hands. In order to find these fragments, he has searched most of the 100 countries, but he didn't expect that this thing would appear in Dagon. As long as he finds this lower volume, he will be able to practice the complete soul-devouring technique and break through to the sealed Emperor realm. He has been trapped in Conferred Sovereign for 10,000 years, and because of his martial arts skills, he has been unable to enter the realm of Emperor. Your Excellency, it is in the hands of Sahai Auction House and is being auctioned now. Take my token and contact the person in charge of Sahai Auction House. Ask him to unconditionally hand over this technique to the Black Sky Organization. Otherwise, when I come out of seclusion, I will definitely make the Sahai Auction House a river of blood. The Lord of the Black Sky Palace said with a domineering look on his face that he believed that the Sahai Auction House would never dare to become an enemy of his Black Sky Organization because of this scroll. Yes, sir. The Black Angel in the Sahai Auction House moved and went deep into the Sahai Chamber of Commerce. The auction is still in fierce bidding. In just a short moment, the price of the soul-devouring technique had reached 500,000 spirit stones, but there were still many people bidding. 600,000 spirit stones, everyone. I, the Li Dao sect, must obtain this soul-devouring technique. Please give me some face. What is your Li Dao sect? I, King He, have sent 700,000 spirit stones. 800,000 spirit stones. 900,000 spirit stones. Deep inside the Sahai Auction House, a man had a gloomy face. Sir, the leader of the Black Sky Organization has already said that I hope you will be sensible and not bring disaster to the Sahai Auction House. The man in black looked very confident and had no intention of giving the other party any face. It's true that I can't afford to offend the Lord of the Black Sky Palace, but that doesn't give you a life and death realm and a reason to provoke me. I will give you the skills, but you can leave the arm behind. The man moved his fingers, and a sword light suddenly flashed. Puff! The man in black had a look of fear on his face, and one of his arms had fallen to the ground. Remember, in this world, strength is everything. If you dare to challenge me next time, I will kill you even if you have the support of the Black Sky Organization. Go away. I will have someone pass on the skills to you. Cough cough cough. The man in black picked up his broken arm and walked out of the room in embarrassment. Although he was filled with great resentment at this moment, he could only hide this hatred in his heart and wait for a chance to take her back in the future. On the other side, Mo, who was auctioning, suddenly changed his expression. He then walked onto the crystal platform, looked at the people who were still bidding fiercely, and bowed, saying, "Dear guests, I'm sorry, the seller of this technique suddenly changed his mind and is not going to auction it. I hope you will understand the inconvenience caused to everyone." "What, you're not selling it anymore, are you playing?" "That's right, Mr. Mo, you are just making fun of us. I heard that Sahai auction house is from outside of Dagon. How come they have no credibility at all? If you can open it, open it. If you can't open it, just close it. What kind of words are you talking about?" As soon as Mr. Mo finished speaking, the people around who were watching the show with great interest immediately became unhappy and started to complain. This was the first time they had seen such a ridiculous thing. For a moment, the entire auction house became noisy, and there was already a hint of chaos. "Hee, just fight for it, in the end it will all belong to me." Demon Venerable had an evil smile on his face. The more chaotic the situation was, the easier it would be for him to succeed. "Everyone, please be quiet." "Silence, why silence? If Sahai auction house doesn't give a good explanation, there will be no need to hold this auction. Patriarch Wang is right. He treats us like monkeys. Give me an explanation quickly, or don't open it anymore to avoid embarrassment." "Mr. Mo, what should we do?" Seeing the situation around her becoming increasingly out of control, Ling Ji's face flashed with worry. Mr. Mo also had a headache on his face and didn't know how to resolve the situation in front of him for a moment. "What do you want to say?" Just when the two were at a loss, a horrifying voice suddenly rang out, followed by an overwhelming pressure that immediately descended, enveloping everyone. "Conferred king." The originally proud Demon Venerable's expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat fell from his face. He never imagined that the Sahai auction house would dare to hide a powerful person like Conferred King. "No, with this Conferred King here, we will definitely not be able to complete the task assigned by the Master," Demon Venerable said as he took out the teleportation talisman and sent the message to Kingsha. "Conferred King is in charge? It's a pity that I have already left Dagon, otherwise I would have dealt with him myself." Kingsha's face was full of regret when he heard Demon Venerable's words. "Then sir, do you still want to take action?" "We must take action. I heard from the adults that Ye Xian, the young man from the Ye family, is also at the auction house. He should have the means to deal with the Conferred King. Go find him and ask him to help." Kingsha had seen Ye Xian and knew that there was a strong man hidden in that reverse scale. "Yes, sir." Demon Venerable bowed respectfully, then sent a spiritual sense towards the throne around him. After a while, Ye Xian's figure was finally found. "Mo Lin, meet the young master. Life and Death Realm 9th layer, you must be the Demon Venerable that Senior Kingsha mentioned." "Yes, young master. This time I am following the order of Lord Kingsha and am here to rob the treasures of the Sahai auction house. I would like to ask you for help to stop the Conferred King for a while." "Okay, just do it when the time comes." Ye Xian didn't expect Kingsha to set his sights on the Sahai auction house, but Demon Venerable was also one of his own, so of course he would take action. "Thank you, young master." Demon Venerable's eyes lit up with joy, and his spiritual sense slowly dissipated. Everyone in the auction house was frightened by this terrifying pressure. The whole place was silent, and the people who had been making a fuss before no longer dared to speak. This is the deterrent power brought by the strong. Even if they don't take advantage of the courtesy, no one dares to refute it. Chapter 67. The auction will continue. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can speak up directly. As soon as the words fell, the terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone disappeared again. "Mr. Mo, please continue the auction. This technique is useless to us." This family head still believes in the reputation of Sahai auction house. "That's right, Mr. Mo, please quickly bring out the next treasure." I will definitely support you strongly. Mr. Mo, hurry up. I brought too many spirit stones this time. I can't spend them all. I can't spend them all at all. After witnessing the terrifying background of the Sahai auction house, everyone's attitude immediately changed 90 degrees and they all spoke up. This is the most realistic world of cultivation, which perfectly demonstrates that the strong are respected. Ha ha ha, thank you all for your understanding. Now we are going to auction the Lynx Yao Void Crystal Stone. I won't introduce this thing to you. The starting price is still 100,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The auction begins. Mr. Mo laughed and felt secretly proud. The adults' methods are still powerful. As expected of Sahai auction house, since none of you are willing to speak, I will take the lead. 200,000 spirit stones. An old man added 100,000 spirit stones right away. I'll give you 300,000 spirit stones. My Kyunkan sect offers 400,000 spirit stones. My Great Dao sect offers 600,000 spirit stones. Loud voices rang out one after another, and in just a short moment, the price of the void crystal was driven up to 1 million, which was far beyond the price of the void crystal. But there are still people who are willing to spend huge amounts of money just to leave a good impression on Sahai auction house. So crazy. Ye Xian looked at the still growing number with a frown on his face. He only brought 1 million spirit stones with him this time and thought he could easily get the void crystal stone. Unexpectedly, the result exceeded his expectations in just a short while. Young master, don't worry, I will get this thing for you anyway. Just when Ye Xian was confused, the voice of Demon Venerable came in. How could he miss the opportunity to please the Ye family? Okay, thank you, Uncle Mo. Young master, we are all family. Now let me show you how to perform. Demon Venerable felt very happy when he heard Ye Xian's words. He shouted to the outside, 2 million spirit stones. His 2 million. As soon as Demon Venerable opened his mouth, he raised the price of the void crystal to a higher level, shocking many people. Many people who had originally planned to fight for it also wisely retreated. Although they could come up with 2 million, it was still a huge investment for them. 2.1 million. Just when everyone thought that the void crystal was going to fall into the hands of the mysterious man for 2 million, a voice came from the third floor again. 5 million. Demon Venerable smiled coldly and shouted again without any hesitation. Wow! As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the crowd below became noisy again, and they all speculated about the identity of Demon Venerable. Damn it! There are still people who are not afraid of death and dare to argue with me. I will be living a life worse than death later. When the mysterious man heard this number, he looked towards Demon Venerable with a sinister look on his face. The person who bid was Gui Ling. This void crystal sun was the material for many large formations and was very tempting to him. 5.1 million. The ghost hesitated for a moment, but then he became ruthless and gritted his teeth. Poor BD, you want to compete with me with your limited strength? 10 million. Demon Venerable shouted coldly with a mocking look on his face. You ghost's face changed, and he snorted coldly, we'll see. I'm not afraid of you. Please be patient, dear guest, would you like to increase the price? Old Mo's face was full of smiles. The void crystal was sold at such a high price that the Sahai auction house had already made a fortune. Snort. Hearing what Mr. Mo said, Gui Ling snorted coldly and said nothing more, obviously having given up the fight. In that case, this void crystal will belong to this lord. Lingji, you deliver it to him. Yes, Mr. Mo. Lingji held the crystal tray, twisted her waist like a water snake, and walked towards the direction of Demon Venerable. Hey, now that I have the void crystal, please keep this spirit stone for me. It will eventually belong to me. Demon Venerable smirked, already having a plan in mind. Now we are auctioning the fourth item, the Longquan sword. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 50,000. The auction begins. Now auctioning the fifth item, Nirvana pill, starting price 200,000 spirit stones, each bid must not be less than 100,000, auction begins. Treasures were presented one after another, and the auction began in full swing. Demon Venerable watched the scene with a smile on his face. As soon as the last item comes up, he is ready to take action, and then everything will be his. Now we are auctioning the last item, which is also the finale of this auction. It is an 8th grade elixir, the Conferred King elixir. This elixir can increase the probability of a strong person in the 9th layer of the life and death realm to break through by 50%. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must be no less than 1 million spirit stones. The auction begins. Old Mo clapped his hands, and Ling Ji immediately took out a pill. Conferred King pill, it's actually Conferred King pill. Even if I lose everything, I will fight for it. This Conferred King pill is mine, 2 million spirit stones. 3 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones. 20 million spirit stones. As soon as the Conferred King pill came out, all the forces could no longer sit still and started to speak up. Even the big shots in the private room on the top floor could no longer sit still. It can be said that the value of the Conferred King pill is extremely high and is more valuable than any other treasure. I am the Swordmaster of the South Sea, 25 million spirit stones. South Sea Swordmaster, never heard of him. 30 million spirit stones. 40 million spirit stones. 70 million spirit stones. I am Zokyan Kaiu, the leader of the martial arts world. I hope everyone here will give me some face. I will be grateful to you. Just as the various forces were fighting, Zokyan Kaiu's voice suddenly rang out. Many people retreated at once. After all, the title of Woolen Alliance leader still had a great deterrent effect on Dagan. Demon Venerable heard the voice of his old enemy and said coldly, Zokyan Kaiu, who do you think you are? I offer you 1 billion spirit stones. As for the spirit stone, he could call it what he wanted, and he had no intention of paying for it. 1 billion, I heard it right. Even the great Qian dynasty probably can't come up with so many spirit stones. Who is that person? I know, his voice sounds like the Demon Venerable, the founder of the evil cult. Demon Venerable? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true, but where does the demon cult get so many spirit stones? Questions arose one after another. Although they knew Demon Venerable's identity and status, they could not imagine where Demon Venerable got so many spirit stones from. Chapter 68. Evil Old Ghost, this is the Sahai auction house, not your western region. If you can't come up with so many spirit stones, you know the consequences. Zokyan Kaiu didn't believe that Demon Venerable could come up with so many spirit stones. That's none of your business, Zokyan Kaiu. If you want it, you can raise the price. If you don't have money, just shut up. Demon Venerable had a sarcastic look on his face and didn't take the threat from the Sahai auction house seriously at all. You. Zokyan Kaiu's face turned dark and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He really doesn't have that many spirit stones. Old man Mo, hurry up, if no one takes a picture of it, this thing will belong to me. Demon Venerable was too lazy to pay attention to them and said with an impatient look on his face. Okay, other distinguished guests, are there any guests who want to increase their prices? If not, this Conferred King pill belongs to this distinguished guest. After Mr. Mo finished speaking, the whole place remained silent. 1 billion spirit stones would not be enough even if they sold their family. Since no one has made an offer, the elixir will belong to this distinguished guest for 1 billion spirit stones. Lingji, deliver the elixir to the distinguished guest and collect the spirit stones for him. Yes, Mr. Mo. Lingji moved and went towards Demon Venerable's private room. Your Excellency, this is the Conferred King pill, please check it. Lingji said as she handed the Conferred King pill to Demon Venerable. Yes, it is indeed Conferred King Dan. Demon Venerable took a closer look and confirmed that it was undoubtedly the Conferred King pill. I don't know how to settle the spirit stone, sir. No hurry, find your boss and tell him I have a big business to do with him. Yes, sir. Lingji did not have any doubts. After all, this was the Sahai auction house, and he was not afraid that the other party would play tricks on him. Sir, please come in. Good. Demon Venerable followed Ling Ji through the dark pavilion and finally arrived at a hall. In the hall, a middle-aged man in black was sitting at a table. When he saw Demon Venerable coming in, he said, "I wonder if you want to trade anything, sir." Conferred King Demon Venerable felt the man's familiar voice and knew his identity, but he was not too afraid. He said, "I want all the spiritual herbs and elixirs used for cultivation in your Sahai Chamber of Commerce. All spirit medicine, you must be kidding, sir." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He thought the other party wanted to use the treasure to mortgage the spirit stone, but he didn't expect that the other party would also buy the resources for cultivation. "Of course not. I'll take as many as you have. Spirit stone is not a problem," Demon Venerable said as the space ring in his hand moved slightly, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. The conferred king's breath. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He believed Demon Venerable's words and said to Ling Ji outside, "According to the request of this distinguished guest, bring all the medicinal herbs and spirits." "Yes, sir." Not long after, Ling Ji came in with several space rings. "It is already filled with various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Sir, these are the cultivation resources currently stored in the Four Seas auction house, with a total value of 1.5 billion spirit stones. Together with the conferred king pill you just bid, the total value is 2.5 billion spirit stones." As the middle-aged man spoke, he handed the space ring to Demon Venerable. "Okay, you are a very straightforward person." Demon Venerable took the ring, confirmed it was correct, took out a piece of white paper and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Sir, what does this mean?" Looking at the blank paper, the middle-aged man's face was full of confusion. "Write me an IOU. I'll pay you back when I become rich. See you later." Demon Venerable smiled grimly, and the aura of the Life and Death Realm 9th layer burst out instantly, flying rapidly out of the auction house. "You dare to play tricks on me, you are seeking death." The middle-aged man saw this scene and his face was filled with anger. Conferred King's aura burst out in full force, and he flashed and chased after Demon Venerable. His Sahai auction house has been established in the mainland for so many years, but this man is the first one who dares to rob openly. He swore that after catching Demon Venerable, he would make him wish he were dead, and regret coming into this world. // The N.I. behind Yeshyen also felt the rising aura of the conferred king, and a black shadow immediately disappeared between the boxes. Rumble. Two terrifying forces collided in the auction house, and a big hole exploded in the auction house in an instant. Conferred king battle, run. Shit, that figure seems to be Demon Venerable. He actually dared to cause trouble at Sahai auction house. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from Sahai auction house? Awesome, there's going to be something interesting to watch. The various forces that were about to leave saw this sudden scene and stopped to watch. Everyone thought the matter was over. No one expected Demon Venerable to do this. What surprised them even more was that there was a conferred king in secret, who had a fierce battle with the conferred king of Sahai auction house. The battle between the two kings has not happened in Dagon for thousands of years. They cannot afford to miss such a scene. Who are you? How dare you come to my Sahai auction house to cause trouble? In the sky, conferred king from the Sahai auction house had a solemn look on his face. He did not expect the person in the dark to have such terrifying power. His hands began to tremble during their first fight. The strength of the person who came was much more terrifying than his. Death of border crossers. The face of the N.I. sword soul was full of coldness. The broken sword in his hand was under the control of his mind. A chasm condensed by sword intent appeared in front of the two. Living and dying at the same time. Sword intent surges around the N.I. sword soul, and he will attack as soon as the opponent steps over. Haha, do you really think I was scared? People from Sahai auction house, listen up and hunt down Demon Venerable with all your strength. I will leave this man to me. The man in black was able to cultivate to the level of conferred king, so he was not scared. He moved his left hand slightly, and a bloody knife appeared in his hand. Yes, sir. The life and death realm expert from the Sahai auction house moved and chased after the Demon Venerable. Die. The N.I. sword spirit moved his fingers, and countless broken swords suspended in the air fell down in an instant like rain. Puff, puff, puff. When the sword energy descended, anyone who crossed the line would have their body pierced by the sword energy, becoming dead beyond death. If you dare to massacre the people of Sahai Auction House, no one can save you. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he was so angry that his eyes were about to burst, and he rushed into Ni Lin's territory with a bloody knife in hand. Once you enter Ni Lin's territory, the surrounding environment instantly turns into black and white. Ni Lin came with the sword, and everything around him seemed to be transformed into a deadly sword in his hands. The breath of death was overwhelming. The middle-aged man's face turned grim. He suppressed the fear in his heart and walked towards it. Ping pong! With the flash of swords and sabers, Ni Lin and the man started fighting bloody battle. The sword energy that leaked out randomly from the domain blasted the surrounding buildings into pieces. Even the strong ones from the 9th layer of the life and death realm would probably die from this blow. Demon Venerable, hand over the conferred king pill and we will let you live. On the other side of the imperial city, Zhou Kaiyu, along with several righteous masters, stopped Demon Venerable. Zhou Kaiyu, you rotten fish and shrimp, how dare you? If you have any skills, please show them to me. Demon Venerable's face was full of disdain. Zhou Kaiyu had never been his opponent before. Did he really think that after hundreds of years, he could fight against him by bringing along a few strong men from the middle stage of life and death realm? It's simply a fantasy. Chapter 69. Ha ha ha, Demon Venerable, after so many years, you are still so arrogant. Zhou Kaiyu heard the arrogant words of Demon Venerable and waved his hands at several masters in the middle stage of life and death realm behind him with full confidence. Several people instantly scattered and surrounded Demon Venerable. Demon Venerable, the 4 of us brothers have been practicing the 4 symbols sword formation for many years. Please teach us, Demon Venerable. 4 old men in green, holding purple and green swords, saluted Demon Venerable with respect. Although good and evil cannot coexist, Demon Venerable, as a senior, should still be given due respect. 4 symbols sword sect, this generation has finally produced some decent figures like you, come on. Demon Venerable moved his hand, and a demonic energy burst out from his body, instantly rushing towards the 4 people. 4 symbols sword formation, rise. Feeling the surging magic power, the 4 did not dare to underestimate it. With a flash of sword light, a sword formation rose from the ground, and the terrifying sword energy blocked the demonic energy of Demon Venerable. Good. When Demon Venerable saw this scene, a look of appreciation flashed across his face, and his expression became serious. Fire clutch! Demon Venerable roared, and 2 raging demonic flames rose from his palms. The sword energy in the formation was immediately burned to ashes by the demonic flames. With a movement of his hand, a 100-foot-long flame rushed directly towards the 4 symbols sword formation. Power of the 4 symbols, shield of wind. Power of the 4 symbols, rain curtain. Power of the 4 symbols, destruction of thunder. Power of the 4 symbols, flash of lightning. The wind and clouds surged, and there were lightning and thunder. The wind and rain formed a shield to block the demonic fire of Demon Venerable. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and 2 sword energies filled with destructive energy instantly hit the palm of Demon Venerable. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Demon Venerable tested the sword with his palm, and the palm wind and sword energy were in a stalemate. No one can move forward. Not bad, but it's still a little off. Demon Venerable's eyes narrowed, and his 5 fingers clenched in an instant. The 4 extremities sword in his hand was like a mirror and was directly shattered by him. Heavenly Demon Hand. Demon Venerable crushed the sword energy with one palm and instantly blasted out with another palm. Boom boom. With a loud bang, 4 old men holding swords flew backwards in an instant and fell heavily on the formation barrier. Zhou Kaiyu, you don't have to hide anymore, come together, I have nothing to fear. Demon Venerable put his hands behind his back, his face full of calm and domineering. Zhou Kaiyu saw that the 4 swordsmen were defeated so easily by Demon Venerable. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this old devil is getting more and more powerful. I am definitely not his opponent if I fight him alone. Even if the victory is unfair, I must take action. Zoqian Kaiu took a deep breath, drew out his green divine sword, and rushed directly into the sword formation, saying, "Four elders, you guard the four directions, I will meet him." The four extremities sword formation contains the four sword intents of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. For a sword practitioner like him, it is of great help. At a critical moment, he can gather all the sword energy in the sword formation and swing a sword far beyond his limit. This is also the reason why he dares to attack Demon Venerable. "Yes, leader." The four elders looked at Demon Venerable with fear and headed towards the four centers of the formation. The sword energy that filled the space all enveloped Zoqian Kaiu's body. Zoqian Kaiu was like a sword god descending to the earth, and his every move was filled with sharp sword intent. Zoqian Kaiu knew the horror of Demon Venerable, so he didn't bother to test it once he entered the formation. He pointed the sword in his hand toward the sky and said, "Myriad swords return to the sect." Sword intent soars into the sky, great Dao roars. All the sword energy in the four extremities formation was condensed, and in an instant, a long dragon of sword energy gathered above Zoqian Kaiu's head. "I will defeat you with one sword, go." Zoqian Kaiu focused his mind and spirit, all of which reached the peak. He dropped the sword in his hand, and in an instant the sky turned grey and the space shattered. Demon Venerable's face darkened, and he felt as if he was trapped in a sea of sword intent, unable to escape. What a great move! Myriad swords returned to the sect, Zoqian Kaiu. If it were 100 years ago, I would have been defeated by this move. Unfortunately, I am no longer the same person I used to be. Heavenly Demons True Scripture, Heavenly Demons Confusion. Demon Venerable roared, and all the evil energy hidden in his body burst out at once. A black shadow of heavenly demon slowly condensed. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded, and heavenly demon's scarlet eyes suddenly opened. With a flash, his sharp and cold claws instantly grabbed the sword dragon. Roar, roar, roar! The sword energy was shattered, and the demonic energy lingered. One was a long dragon condensed from sword energy, and the other was a heavenly demon law manifestation condensed from demonic energy. When the two collided, terrifying power instantly exploded in the air. The energy released by the explosion splashed everywhere. The indestructible four extremities formation was cracked by the aftermath. Puff! The great formation was broken, and the four elders turned pale, looking at the two people who were still fighting with horror. They had never thought that the great formation they were so proud of could not withstand the attack of these two people. "It's so refreshing, Zoqian Kaiu, let's do it again." Snort! The two men roared and started a bloody battle in the four extremities formation again. Hiss, they are indeed Demon Venerable and Woolen leader Zoqian Kaiu. I feel that Dakian's first conferred king will be one of these two. I think so too. But I think Demon Venerable should break through before Zoqian Kaiu. After all, he has the conferred king behind him. I agree with you. After this battle with the evil cult, no one in Dakian will dare to provoke them. Everyone discussed this one after another. They knew that after this battle, no matter whether Demon Venerable won or not, with conferred king behind him, Dakian would have to act according to the evil demon cult's wishes. On the other side, Yeshu's clone and Yeshyen were standing on a pavilion, watching the battle. "Ancestor, will Ni Lin be okay?" Yeshyen saw Ni Lin and the middle-aged man fighting in the field, and he couldn't help but worry. When masters fight, it only takes a split second. The moment the opponent enters Ni Lin's space-time domain, he is doomed to fail. A red light flashed in Yeshu's eyes, and he had a clear understanding of the situation in the area. "You are very strong, but unfortunately, in this field, I am invincible." Ni Lin chopped the man in black with his sword, and the whole man flew into the air. A wing formed by black air appeared behind it, and the sword light flickered in the moonlight. Time and space are forbidden, yet the distance is so great. As the sword spirit moved, the flow of time in the entire space slowed down. In this instant, the reverse scale moved, and a black gas instantly passed by the middle-aged man. "The power of time, the power of space, I lose wholeheartedly." The King Realm man's pupils gradually blurred, and his body in midair fell down with a bang. "A good opponent." The Ni Lin sword spirit muttered to itself, and then slowly dissipated. In the outside world, the realm disappeared, and the body of the king realm man fell out. The conferred king of Sahai auction house just died like that. No, the blindfolded man is gone too. Did they both die together? The fall of two conferred kings has not happened in Dakian for tens of thousands of years. The faces of those around were filled with disbelief. That was the conferred king. How could such a being die so easily? The fall of conferred king shocked the world. Chapter 70. The entire imperial city was in collective silence, feeling the aura of the conferred king gradually dissipating in the sky, and gradually everyone could only accept this fact. It's really suffocating that there has been no conferred king for thousands of years, and when one appears, two kings fall. The mythical form of conferred king's invincibility was also shattered once again, letting the world know that even the strongest can fall. Ancestor, will killing the conferred king of Sahai auction house bring disaster to the Ye family? When Ye Xian saw Ni Lin returning and the powerful conferred king dying, he couldn't help but feel a little more nervous. Kill them if you want. Even if the sky falls, I am still here to hold it up. Go to the palace first and protect Ruhua and her son. Something big is going to happen in this imperial city. Ye Xiu's eyes focused, and he felt that a terrifying formation was slowly rising. The real war has just begun. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Xian was shocked, not knowing what the big event the Ancestor was talking about, but he did not dare to ask more. He disappeared into the horizon with the reverse scale in his hand. The breath of a ghost, interesting, really interesting. A hint of amusement flashed across Ye Xiu's clone's face, and he slowly disappeared into the air without attracting anyone's attention. Outside the doggone imperial city, there was war and smoke rising everywhere. Nangong Chian led his million-strong army and attacked all the way. The soldiers of the Zhongyu imperial city were defeated by this fierce army. In just 3 days, Nangong Chian's army broke through the defenses, penetrated into the heart of Dagon, and attacked towards the Dagon imperial city. The soldiers of the central region have been living too comfortably for so many years. Nangong Chian stood on the chariot, looking at the imperial army that was in disarray and fleeing in all directions. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face. The great man who once dominated the world will never come back. Your Majesty, something big happened in the imperial city. A spy came flying quickly from the front, his face full of fear. Explain. Your Highness, a mysterious conferred king has attacked the Sahai auction house. The imperial city is now in complete chaos. In addition, a barrier formed by black energy has enveloped the entire Dagon imperial city. As long as someone touches the barrier, their flesh and blood will be immediately absorbed by the barrier and turned into a pile of dry bones. The spy spoke with sweat on his forehead, recalling the horrific scene, which was simply the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. It's filled with ghostly auras and is like hell on earth. Conferred king, the ghost barrier. Order the army to stay where they are and wait for me to go and check it out. Nangong Chian's pupils shrank. Things had far exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the conferred king or the ghost energy barrier, it was obvious that the situation in Dagon was beyond his control. Yes, sir. The spy retreated. Nangong Chian took a deep breath, and went towards the Dagon imperial city alone. Above the Dagon imperial city, black air was rolling and cold wind was howling. Nangong Wushuan stood in the air, feeling the disappearance of the conferred king's aura in the Great Qian dynasty. His face lit up and he said, "The fall of the conferred king is really God's help to me. Go ahead, it seems that God is going to destroy you." Originally, 2 conferred king auras suddenly appeared, and he was still hesitating whether to activate the formation. Now that the 2 kings have fallen, it is time for him to take action. Ghost, activate the formation immediately. I will use the cultivation and fortune of all the cultivators in the world to help me return to the conferred king. Nangong Wushuan laughed wildly, looking at the terrified monks below, with a hint of bloodthirstiness and excitement in his eyes. These people will be his blood food. Yes, sir. The Great Spirit Sealing Array, start. The ghost put his hands together, raised his fingers, and a ghost energy instantly rose into the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. The space began to fluctuate, and the originally illusory ghost energy barrier instantly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying black formation blocked the entire imperial city. In the formation, the wind was chilling and the air was filled with ghostly auras. From time to time, miserable voices could be heard in the imperial city. What is that? A man from the venerable realm saw a shadow floating in the sky and touched it with a flick of his finger. Ah! As soon as the man's fingers touched it, a creepy ghost face suddenly appeared, opened its big mouth, and began to absorb the man's spiritual power and blood continuously. After a moment, the man turned into a mummy. Ghost! Everyone be careful of the ghosts in the sky, don't touch each other. Ghost Chi, could this be the ghost sex forbidden formation, the soul-sealing ghost formation? There were also people with eyes in the imperial city. Looking at the surrounding black barriers and the ghostly shadows in the sky, they guessed where the things above came from. Senior, what kind of formation is this ghost-sealing formation? I have never heard of it before. Yes, Senior, please tell me quickly, let's see if we can break this formation. This formation looked extremely sinister at first glance, and they could already sense the breath of death. This soul-sealing ghost array is also called the soul-sealing array. It was created by a powerful person from the 100 Kingdoms tens of thousands of years ago. This powerful person was extremely talented. Not only did he reach the Emperor realm in strength, but his attainments in formations were also extremely profound. During his lifetime, he created a soul-sealing array. In this array, as long as the array is not broken, the spirit chi of the outside world cannot enter. When the array wants to operate, it will absorb the spirit chi inside the array. After the spirit chi inside the array is exhausted, it will devour the spiritual power contained in the creatures inside, until there is no life inside the array. This soul-sealing ghost formation is a modification of the soul-sealing formation. Although it will not devour the spiritual power in the formation will absorb the yin qi within a radius of 10,000 miles. If a cultivator is in the yin qi for a long time, his spiritual power will gradually dissipate and he will not be able to exert his full strength. The old man's face was gloomy. If this ghost-sealing formation could not be broken, ghosts might appear at midnight when the yin energy between heaven and earth was at its strongest. I just don't believe that this crappy formation can trap so many of us. Watch me smash it with my hammer. A man from the early stages of the life and death realm, his face full of disbelief. Holding a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds, he suddenly stood up and smashed the formation with an unstoppable momentum. Rumble! There was a loud bang in the sky as a terrifying giant hammer smashed down on the barrier. The barrier did not change at all. Instead, the terrifying rebound force knocked the man down from the sky. Puff! The man crawled out from the cracked ground, and a mouthful of dark red blood gushed out of his mouth. All of his internal organs were shattered by the terrifying force, and he died on the spot a moment later. This barrier has such a terrifying defense and rebound force. Unless the conferred king takes action, I'm afraid no one can break it. Who on earth would set up such a terrifying formation in the imperial city? What is his purpose? Conferred king fell, are we going to follow in his footsteps? Seeing how terrifying the soul-sealing ghost formation was, everyone present felt fear and started to speak out. He, don't waste your time. I set up this formation myself. Unless conferred king takes action, all of you will die here. Chapter 71. In the grey sky, the figure of a ghost slowly appeared. Looking at the terrified people below, a hint of cruelty flashed across his face. What? Who on earth are you from? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid that you will be besieged by all the heroes in the world after the truth is exposed? Prime Minister Dagon came out, his face full of anger. The other party's move was undoubtedly to kill the entire Dagon, millions of people. Such a brutal method made him extremely chilled. Ha 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 ha, you are all blood food in my eyes. After I devour you, I can see the light of day again. Even further progress is not impossible. At this moment, a distinguished figure walked out from the black fog. It was Nangong Chian who was possessed by the Ghost King. Prince! A familiar face appeared and everyone was in disbelief. Prince? You are just a stupid poor fellow. You can now call me the King of Hell. Nangong Wushuan's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, the land of Dagon was just a small border country, where the people were of too low status and were only fit to be eaten. The Yellow Spring Ghost King? How come I have never heard of him? Is this the powerful man I killed? The Prime Minister and others were full of confusion, as they had never heard of such a person in the history of Dagon. You don't have to guess. I am from the ghost realm, and people like you with low strength cannot know this. Ghost, take those ghost guards to the palace and slaughter the people of the Nangong royal family. After Nangong Wushuan finished speaking, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the yin energy from the surrounding area. Yes, sir. The ghost smiled grimly, and headed towards the imperial city with his ghostly guards. Everyone, take advantage of this moment and kill him, or we will all die. Good. The people below also realized the horror of the situation at this moment, and they all attacked the Ghost King who was practicing in the sky. Ants are shaking the sky, let you jump for a while first. The Ghost King was indifferent to the attacks from everyone. A ghost barrier rose up around him, wrapping himself in it, allowing everyone outside to attack at will. In the Dagon Palace, the ghosts, with their ferocious ghost generals, began to massacre. The ghost general had no physical body and moved among the crowd like a wisp of black smoke. Every time a ray of ghost energy passed through the body, a guard would immediately fall in a pool of blood. The scene was extremely tragic and terrifying. You bastards, I'm going to fight you. Puff. You bunch of devils will get your comeuppance one day. Screams rang out one after another. Tens of thousands of guards had been killed, and only 1/3 were left. However, the number of ghost generals was increasing. The remaining 1/3 of the guards were so frightened that they dropped their weapons and fled outside the palace. In the Dagon Palace, the dying Nangong Ba felt hopeless after feeling the disturbance outside, and a trace of regret flashed in his cloudy eyes. Rumble. The hall trembled, and Nangong Ba closed his eyes forever. Roar, roar, roar. At the moment Nangong Ba fell, the luck-real dragon above the Dagon Palace roared and slowly dissipated. The Nangong family's luck has come to an end. The great Qian dynasty lost its dragon luck, and the ghosts in the palace began to grow in strength, and the entire imperial city seemed to have turned into a ghost domain. In the Empress Zigong's mansion, Ye Xian held the Ni Lin in his hand and swung the sword one after another. The incorporeal ghosts were instantly reduced to ashes. Although Ye Xian is only a venerable realm, the Ni Lin is an extremely fierce sword. The sword is stained with the blood of countless powerful men. No matter how fierce the ghost general is, he cannot compare to the blood fiend sword. The murderous aura of Ni Lin naturally has the power to suppress ghosts. Okay, Master Yet is really strong. This is the real first person of the young generation. Mr. Yet is so handsome. The eunuchs and palace maids in the West Palace were filled with admiration when they saw Ye Xian display his divine power. They are now extremely grateful that they followed Empress Zigong, otherwise they would have ended up like the other eunuchs and palace maids, becoming a cold corpse. Brother, look at my sword of destiny. Nangong Chian was also eager to try. She drew out the sword of destiny given by Ye Xiu and slashed it towards the sky. Instantly, dragons and phoenixes roared together, and a golden sword light lit up in the sky. Wherever the golden sword energy shone, all the ghost generals, whether from the life and death realm or the venerable realm, were annihilated. With one sword, all the ghosts are killed. What a terrifying swordsmanship! Where on earth did the ancestor get the sword of destiny? Nangong Chian's face was filled with shock. This was his first time using the sword of destiny, and it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If she was lucky enough, she could even kill the Empress in her previous life with one sword. Ignoring levels, ignoring cause and effect, ignoring the rules of the world, it is truly an invincible sword. FK, this sword of the ancestor is a bit scary. Ye Xian was also stunned by this scene. He felt that even if the Ni Lin sword spirit was born, he would not be able to easily deal with so many ghosts. The 9th princess is awesome. The 9th princess will definitely become a conferred king in the future. Bullshit, the conferred king is not even worthy of carrying the shoes for the 9th princess. Haha, serve the 9th princess well, and see who dares to bully us in the future. The eunuchs and palace maids around were shocked at first, and then filled with ecstasy when they saw that the frail little body could wield such a terrifying sword. The 9th princess is their real master. The stronger the master is, the higher their status will be. Old man, I bet on the right thing. The old eunuch who had protected Lu Ruhua and her son was so excited that he almost cried. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just when several people were excited, a sword light flashed, and the anxious white-robed Swordmaster finally arrived. Phew, fortunately, it's okay, thank goodness the queen is okay. The white-robed Swordmaster heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the few people were intact. When the ghosts came, he came here quickly, but was stopped halfway by a ghost spirit and a group of ghosts from the life and death realm. Lu Ruhua, nice to meet you, senior. When Lu Ruhua saw the anxious face of the Swordmaster in white, her heart warmed slightly and she walked forward and saluted. Your Highness, thank you for your kindness to me. The white-robed Swordmaster hurriedly bowed in return, then looked at the sword energy around Nangong Chian and asked in a serious tone, 9th princess, was it you who swung that sword just now? Yes, Grandpa. Nangong Chian said crisply. It seems that you are the real dragon of Dagan that the old blind man mentioned, the white-robed Swordmaster muttered to himself, then looked towards the direction of the Dagan forbidden area and said, Nangong Xiang, now that you are here, come out. I know you are not dead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space moved slightly, and an old man slowly walked out of the darkness, looked at the white-robed Swordmaster, then looked at Yeshyen and Nangong Chian, and sighed, this old man is really old and blurry. I made a mistake once and chose Nangong Ba's father to be the emperor, which made Dagan fall into despair. I thought that if I chose again, I could let Nangong Jian return to the peak of Dagan, but I was wrong again. What a pity, what a pity. Chapter 72. As Nangong Xiang spoke, his frail eyes were filled with regret. If he had known Nangong Qianqian's talent earlier, he would have sent Nangong Chian to work hard even at the cost of his life. Unfortunately, his energy and blood are now declining, and he is no longer able to break the barrier above. Lu Ruhua, meet the Ancestor. Nangong Chian, meet the Ancestor. Lu Ruhua and Nangong Chian bowed. Hey, Ruhua, Chian, you two should get up. Nangong Xiang's body shook slightly, then he looked at the black barrier above and said, this thing should be set up by the Yellow Spring Ghost King. I didn't expect that after I suppressed him for so long, he still found a flaw and escaped part of his soul. The other party set up this formation, probably to devour the creatures of the dynasty and break through to the conferred king. By then, no one in the entire Great General will be able to stop him from breaking through the formation under the Forbidden Land, and his true body and clone will merge into one, and he can go one step further. Ghost King Huang Quan, how come I don't know? The white-robed Swordmaster was shocked. Of course you don't know. I'm the only one who knows the whole story. Nangong Xiang then told several people in detail about how he suppressed the Ghost King. Nangong Old Ghost, what should we do now? When the white-cloaked Swordmaster heard about the horror of the Yellow Springs Ghost King, his face became extremely ugly. The Ghost King who sealed the King realm, let alone him, even if Nangong Xiang recovered to his peak, plus Demon Venerable and Zouqian Kaiu, the four masters joined forces, I am afraid they would not be a match for the other party. I have no choice. If this formation is not activated, I will definitely send Chian out even if I risk my life. Nangong Xiang looked at Nangong Chian with regret and sorrow on his face. If the other party does not die, the lowest position in the future will be conferred sovereign, and it will be easy for Dagan to restore the glory of his ancestors. Haha, old ghost Nangong, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Anyone who dares to touch my Ye family will die, not to mention the Ghost King. Even the Ghost Emperor will die. Suddenly, a horrifying voice rang out. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Yeshu was seen slowly falling from the sky, and the barrier that made everyone despair had no effect on him at all. Yeshu, you actually broke through to conferred king. Nangong Xiang's face changed drastically, with shock, jealousy and a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Meet the Ancestor. When Ye Xian saw the Ancestor coming, his face lit up with joy and he knelt down quickly. Meet the Ancestor! Meet the Ancestor! Nangong Chian and Lu Ruhua also knelt down without saying a word. In their hearts, Ye Xiu's importance was not comparable to that of Nangong Xiang, the Ancestor they met for the first time. Get up! Ye Xiu waved his hand, ignoring the shocked Nan Xiang and Bai Yi Jianzun, and looked at Nangong Chian and Ye Xian. One was in the second layer of the spirit realm and the other was in the third layer of the venerable realm. They were indeed the younger generations he valued. Thank you, Ancestor. After hearing Ye Xiu's words, several people slowly stood up. When Nangong Xiang saw this scene, his face turned cold and he felt very uncomfortable. Nangong, old ghost, your demise is certain. Hand over the imperial seal. Ye Xiu didn't bother to pay attention to Nangong Xiang and directly stated his purpose. The Jade Seal of National Destiny has been supported by Dagon for thousands of years and contains terrifying luck. If Nangong Chian can obtain it, her cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Moreover, after this incident, Nangong Chian re-established her country. With this thing, she could gain the recognition of heaven and earth, making it easier for her to use the Sword of Destiny in the future. In the entire Dagon Palace, this is the only thing that catches his eye. What do you want to do? Nangong Xiang's face changed. The Imperial Seal of National Destiny was the most important thing for Dagon. What I want to do is none of your business. It's up to you to give it to me or not. Ye Xiu's tone turned cold, and a terrifying aura burst out instantly, causing Nangong Xiang to step back in fear. The people around were so frightened that they dared not breathe. I can tell you that thing, I just hope you can let Nangong Jian go. Nangong Jian came to his senses and understood Ye Xiu's intention, probably for Nangong Chian. Nangong Chian also had the blood of the Nangong family, and he was willing to give the Jade Seal to Nangong Chian, but before he died, he still wanted to find a way out for Nangong Jian. Old ghost Nangong, are you threatening me? Ye Xiu narrowed his eyes, and a chill instantly enveloped everyone. No, the Jade Seal is in the forbidden area of the palace, and together with the demon-suppressing sword, it suppresses the true body of the Ghost King. Nangong Xiang sensed Ye Xiu's murderous intention and no longer concealed it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Chian and said in a lonely tone, Chian, Nangong Jian is also your grandfather. I hope you can spare his life. After Nangong Xiang finished speaking, his aura became increasingly illusory, and gradually disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Nangong Xiang's true body in the forbidden area also completely passed away. Ancestor, I'm sorry, I will give him a decent death. Nangong Chian muttered to herself. After destroying the Blood Robe Tower, Demon Venerable also found out that the killer from the Blood Robe Tower who had killed Lu Ruhua and her son was none other than Nangong Jian. She, Nangong Chian, was an empress in her previous life. She was decisive in killing and would never show mercy to anyone who wanted to harm her. When Ye Xiu heard Nangong Qianqian's words, a hint of satisfaction flashed across her face. She was decisive in killing, and this was what an empress should be like. White-robed Swordmaster. Senior, you can just call me Dongfang Bai. The white-robed Swordmaster, who had always seemed like a transparent man, was also trembling in his heart when he heard Ye Xiu's words. Although he is older than Ye Xiu, this is a world of cultivation where the strong are respected. Since the other party's cultivation is higher than his, it is reasonable for him to call him a senior. Since you have protected Ruhua and her son many times, I want you to join the worship hall and serve Chian in the future. Ye Xiu said lightly, his tone revealing an irresistible domineering intention. I am willing to serve the 9th princess. A bitter smile flashed across the face of the white-robed Swordmaster. Judging from Ye Xiu's tone, if he refused, he might not even be able to leave the Zigong mansion. Very good, a wise man is a wise man. After we get rid of those small fry like Dagon, I will help you break through conferred king. Ye Xiu treated the white-robed Swordmaster by beating him up and then giving him a date. Thank you, Senior. The white-robed Swordmaster was delighted, and the resistance and discomfort in his heart slowly dissipated. Yeshyen, go and retrieve the demon-suppressing sword and the imperial seal from the imperial palace's forbidden area. Ancestor, if you move those two things, the Ghost King might appear. Come out if you want. Even if the opponent's cultivation level has made a breakthrough, he is at most in the middle stage of life and death realm. I, the Ancestor, can kill him with just one slap. Yeshu didn't care and said it in a relaxed tone. Although his clone does not have the combat power of his original body conferred sovereign, it has at least the strength of a mid-stage conferred king. In addition, he is a divine body, so the evil spirits will retreat and the ghosts will give way. He suppresses all evil creatures and ghosts in the world. Low-level ghosts like the Yellow Spring Ghost King probably don't even have the courage to attack him. Yes, Ancestor. Yeshyen moved and headed towards the ancestral land of the Great Qian dynasty. Chapter 73. Ancestor, you are so awesome. Nangong Chian saw the domineering attitude revealed in Yeshu's words and her eyes were full of admiration. In her previous life, she had no background and experienced life and death disasters alone before finally becoming an empress. Now she has the mysterious and powerful ancestor Yeshu, the Sword of Destiny, and her understanding of martial Dao from her previous life. It's a perfect start. It is easy to reach the level of the previous life. Nangong Chian thought about it, and a smile flashed across her lips. Let's go meet the Ghost King. Senior, this way please. The white-robed Swordmaster moved and immediately walked in front of Yeshu to clear the way. In the doggone imperial city, there was blood and gore, miserable cries, and wailing sounds that were endless. The streets were littered with corpses, and despair and death lingered over the heads of every monk. The east gate of the imperial capital, the square. Demon Venerable, Dzogchen Kaiu's battle was also stopped because of the appearance of the soul-sealing ghost formation. The two followed the ghost energy all the way to Nangong Washuan's place. Meet the Demon Venerable. Meet the martial arts leader. When the surviving monks in Dagan saw the two people coming, they were delighted and regarded them as their life-saving straws. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, they attacked Nangong Washang above, but it had no effect on the Black Air Barrier. In this short period of time, they were horrified to find that Nangong Washuan had actually recovered to the 8th layer of life and death realm, and the Black Gas Barrier became even more terrifying. Their attacks bombarded it like raindrops and had no effect. If this continues, death will be waiting for them. Don't worry, everyone. I, Dzogchen Kaiu, am here and will definitely not let this guy break through. Dzogchen Kaiu saw the pleading eyes of the crowd and it seemed that the vanity of the leader of the martial arts world was at work again. He flashed out and came in front of everyone. The sword in his hand surged, and he said righteously, everyone, let's work together once and break this black energy barrier. Then I will kill him with my own hands. Dzogchen Kaiu has always been a person who loves fame, so how could he miss this opportunity to become famous? Yes, Lord Alliance Leader. Lord Zhou is a man of honor. If you don't die today, in the future, if the leader needs us, we, the King Ai sect, will go through fire and water without hesitation. I am a Green Forest hero, too. We, the Biwen Lin family, are also willing to serve you, sir. As soon as Dzogchen Kaiu's righteous words came out, the various forces around him that had been frightened began to speak up one after another. They have already regarded Dzogchen Kaiu as their backbone and lifeline. Then I, Zhou, would like to thank you all here. Dzogchen Kaiu's face was full of smiles, his goal had been achieved. Next, as long as he kills Nangong Washuan of the 8th layer of life and death realm, the entire doggone world will be ruled by him alone. Bah! How hypocritical! Demon Venerable felt sick when he saw this scene. He looked at Nangong Washuan in the sky and thought to himself, Dzogchen Kaiu, you don't really think that you can kill those ghosts with just your life and death realm 9th layer, right? I want to see how you end up. As a demonic cultivator, Demon Venerable could naturally feel the horror of the black energy around Nangong Washuan, and he was even more dismissive of Dzogchen Kaiu's boasting about killing the other party. Everyone, watch me slay the demon. Dzogchen Kaiu soared into the air with a light heart, and as the sword in his hand moved, countless sword energies enveloped his entire body, and a sharp energy sword intent gathered under his feet. Unity of man and sword, 1,000 years of sword chi. Zhou body gradually became illusory and merged into the giant sword condensed by the spirit chi below. Unity of man and sword, a 1,000-foot-long giant sword, slashed through the air towards Nangong Chian's black barrier. One sword splits the sky, one sword kills the devil. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded in the sky. No one dared to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the explosion above, and their hearts were in their throats. Crash! The sky exploded again, and the black barrier shook violently, with some cracks appearing. Before Zhou Qianqiu could even express his surprise, his spirit chi giant sword began to break into pieces. The 1,000-foot-long sword was shattered in the blink of an eye. Zhou Qianqiu's face changed, and he was knocked to the ground by the huge rebound force, creating a huge deep pit. Ahem, how is this possible? I am from the 9th layer of life and death realm. How can I not even break your protective shield? Zhou Qianqiu covered his chest and walked out of the deep pit. There were expressions of disbelief, fear, etc. on his face. Nangong Chian paid no attention to all this. He looked at Zhou Qianqiu with a sinister and cruel look and continued to absorb the energy from the formation. He was about to break through the life and death realm 9th layer, and then it would be time to devour the people below. Zhou Qianqiu, after all these years, your hypocritical character has not changed at all. That guy is about to break through the life and death realm 9th layer. You are in trouble. Demon Venerable couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Zhou Qianqiu being humiliated. Are we going to break through the life and death realm 9th layer? Damn, we are doomed. Even the leader can't break the defense, are we all going to die here? Master, please think of a solution quickly. I don't want to die yet. When the people around heard what Demon Venerable said, they immediately began to wail. Zhou Qianqiu's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at the Ghost King whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, then looked at Demon Venerable. He took a deep breath and said, Demon Venerable, if this ghost thing breaks through, he will definitely not let you go. Now we still have a chance to break through the defense if we join forces. If it's too late, he will break through the 9th layer of life and death realm. Even if we join forces, we may not be his opponent. By then, everyone in the imperial city will become his blood food, and you are no exception. Ha ha ha, Zhou Qianqiu, what do the people of this world have to do with me? Even if they are all dead, I would not bother to care. Demon Venerable smiled coldly. It is true that his evil demon cult is a demon, but all these people present have blood on their hands. Moreover, it was also thanks to these people that his evil demon cult was hiding in the desolate place of the western regions. No matter what was said today, he would not take any action. As for the Ghost King breaking through the conferred king, he was not worried at all. He had already received the news that Lord Yeshiu had arrived. No matter how powerful the Ghost King was, he could not cause much trouble. Now all he has to do is watch the show to vent the anger he has received over the years. You. When Zhou Qianqiu saw Demon Venerable's playful smile, his tone froze and his heart was filled with countless doubts. Everyone already knew how terrifying the Ghost King was, but Demon Venerable looked very casual, as if he wasn't worried at all about the other party breaking through. He, are you done talking? If you are done, I should send you off. Just when everyone wanted to continue asking Demon Venerable to take action, the black air barrier in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the Ghost King slowly walked over on the terrifying black air. It's over. It's terrible. The forces in the imperial city were pale, their hands and feet could not help but tremble, and their hearts were filled with despair. Chapter 74. Alliance Leader, what should we do? You should think of a solution quickly. Even if you are the leader of the 9th layer of life and death realm, go and see if you can kill him. Kill me. Who in this great land can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Look at how cowardly he is. How dare he attack me? When the Ghost King heard what everyone said, he felt as if he had heard a huge joke. He moved his ghost hand, and a ghost wind instantly enveloped the crowd. Ah! A cold wind blew, and the crowd wrapped in ghostly aura turned into white bones. As for their cultivation, flesh and blood, they all turned into energy and were absorbed by the Ghost King. When Zhou Kaiyu saw this horrifying scene, he couldn't help but step back. He was now completely terrified. You were the one who attacked me just now. I will send you off first. When the Ghost King saw Zhou Kaiyu retreating again and again, he smiled grimly, and instantly transformed into a ball of black gas and rushed towards Zhou Kaiyu. I will fight you, Qiankaiu's sword technique, to suppress the devil. With the crisis of death looming in his heart, Zhou Kaiyu made up his mind, drew his sword and slashed at the evil spirit, fighting to the death. He, if you don't become a conferred king, you will always be an ant. The black gas dissipated, and a terrifying black abyss appeared in front of Zhou Kaiyu. In the abyss, a ghost hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Zhou Kaiu's sword. Then the terrifying black air began to flow along the sword towards Zhou Kaiu's body. Ah! As the black energy entered his body, Zhou Kaiyu screamed and instantly lost consciousness. Reward you! The Ghost King clapped his hands, and countless ghost hands stretched out from the dark abyss again, and Zhou Kaiyu was pulled into the abyss world. Boring, really boring, now it's your turn. Run, everyone, run! Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that their souls were scared to death. Even Zhou Kaiyu from the Life and Death Realm 9th layer was no match for the other party, so how could they resist? They all ran in all directions without caring about anything, hoping to live a little longer. He. The Ghost King smiled cruelly, and balls of black gas flew out from under his feet one after another. Anyone who was touched by the black gas would be turned into a pile of dry bones. In an instant, the spooky secrets of the Imperial City turned into a real hell on earth. Demon Venerable had a slightly cold expression on his face, indifferent to the tragic scene around him. You have a good character and are a talented person. If you submit to me, I can spare your life. The Ghost King also saw Demon Venerable at this time, and he felt a little bit of admiration for his talent. Haha, don't you even look at your own strength? How can you be worthy of it? Demon Venerable had a mocking look on his face and disdain in his eyes. Having witnessed a terrifying existence like Kingsha, how could he take the Ghost King, who was at most a king realm, seriously? Ha, unworthy? I am not worthy. How dare you, a tiny ant from the Life and Death realm, speak to me like that? The Ghost King did not expect Demon Venerable to be so arrogant and he laughed. The look he gave Demon Venerable was full of pity and cruelty. He wanted to make this ignorant person pay a heavy price. The Ghost King said this and used the same trick again. The dark abyss reappeared, and countless terrifying ghost hands reached out to grab Demon Venerable. Boom boom! Just as the ghost hand was about to grab Demon Venerable, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. Under this breath, the dark abyss began to collapse and shatter bit by bit, as if it could not bear the terrifying power at all. How dare you, little devil, come and do such a thing to me? Yeshu's figure slowly appeared, and the evil and murderous aura around him dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white-robed Swordmaster, Nangong Chian, and others also landed. Mo Lin, meet your excellency. When Demon Venerable saw Yeshu coming, his rebellious expression changed, and was replaced by endless respect. Who are you? The Ghost King looked at Yeshu, who suddenly appeared, and the strange changes around him. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis of death. Even when he was being hunted by several conferred kings, he had never felt it so real. Although the opponent did not leak any breath, his ghostly and yin energy were avoiding him, which was incompatible with this world. Such a strange phenomenon could not be seen even in higher-level ghost kings. You are not qualified to know my name. Please show me your true self. A flash of blood appeared in Yeshu's eyes. The Ghost King's pupils contracted, and his body, which was condensed from ghost energy, began to break apart. After a moment, there was no trace of the Ghost King's breath left. He killed a Ghost King whose strength was close to reaching the conferred king level with one glance? What is his origin? At the edge of the ceiling ghost formation, the expert of the Black Sky organization was filled with fear. He took a deep breath and said to himself, with such strength, even if the true body of the Ghost King is born, I'm afraid he won't be his opponent. The thing that the palace master wants is definitely beyond my ability now. Now that I have an emperor-level technique, I'd better return to the organization first. The man in black suppressed the fear in his heart and flew away without looking back. Your Excellency is worthy of being called an Excellency. You look even more terrifying than Master Kingsha. Demon Venerable thought to himself, feeling extremely fortunate for his original choice. If you hold her thighs tightly like this, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. The Ghost King's clone dissipated, and all the ghosts around the formation disappeared as well. Many of the surviving people in the martial arts world, seeing Yeshu in the sky, fell to their knees and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir, for killing the Ghost King and saving our lives." Yeshu had long seen through fame, wealth, and flattery, and was not moved at all. Instead, he looked towards the forbidden area of the imperial palace. There, a ghost energy is awakening into the sky, and the true body of the Ghost King is coming. The imperial palace is forbidden. Ye Xian walked past Nangong Chian, pulled out the demon-suppressing sword, touched the blade of the demon-suppressing sword and sighed, "This sword is worthy of being called the Great Sword. Although it is not as good as the Ni Lin, it is probably considered a divine weapon in this world." Buzz buzz buzz. The Ni Lin sword on his back suddenly shook violently. "Ni Lin, do you want this sword?" Ye Xian felt the desire in the sword spirit's heart and couldn't help but ask. Buzz buzz buzz. As if it understood Yeshu's words, the reverse scale trembled again. "Okay, then I'll give you this sword." Ye Xian was not stingy and directly put the demon-suppressing sword and the reverse scale together. Buzz buzz buzz. The fierce light of the reverse scale increased, and the sword spirit hidden in the reverse scale suddenly appeared. Then, to Ye Xian's shock, the demon-suppressing sword shattered in an instant. The broken demon-suppressing sword slowly merged into the Ni Lin, and the broken sword body of the Ni Lin recovered a little. And the Ni Lin sword soul disappeared again. Is Ni Lin going to advance? Could it be that Ni Lin can also devour other famous swords like a human, and improve the strength of the sword spirit and the grade of the sword? Ye Xian touched the reverse scale and felt that the sword edge was sharper and the colder it was. The aura of the sword spirit in the reverse scale was also surging, which undoubtedly showed that the reverse scale had been upgraded. Forget it, I'll study it carefully when I get back. Let's take the jade seal first. Ye Xian picked up the reverse scale and slashed at the barrier around the jade seal with a sword. Crash! The barrier was broken. Ye Xian grabbed the jade seal and immediately went out of the palace. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Ye Xian left, the entire doggone forbidden land changed color with lightning and thunder. An extremely terrifying ghostly aura slowly rose from under the palace. Evil spirits roar and monsters scream. Ha ha ha, after being sealed for thousands of years, this king finally sees the light of day again. Old ancestor of the Ye family, if you dare to kill my clone, I will tear you into pieces today. The Ghost King howled towards the sky, and with him a rolling black gas that was thousands of feet high, he headed towards Yeshu. Chapter 75. When the King of Ghosts was born, heaven and earth lost their color. Inside the imperial city, the evil spirits became even more intense. A chill ran down everyone's heart. What's that voice? He claims to be the king. Could it be that the Ghost King's true form has appeared? No way. We finally managed to escape from the pursuit of those ghosts, and now another Ghost King has come. Are we really going to die in this formation? No, no, I don't want to die. The cultivator, who was originally feeling lucky to have escaped the disaster, suddenly heard a terrifying sound coming from the formation. His face turned pale again, and even his hands and feet began to tremble involuntarily under the influence of the surrounding yin energy. Master Ye, please save us. From now on, if you ask us to go east, we will never dare to go west. That's right, sir, please be magnanimous and save us. Please help us, sir, and save us again. After being frightened, the people around turned their eyes to Yeshu again, fell to their knees, and shouted for help. In the face of death, everything seems less important. Chian, it's up to you to decide whether to save him or not. Yeshu ignored the people below and turned his gaze to Nangong Chian. If Nangong Chian could become the new emperor, she could indeed establish the country faster if she could get the help of these people. But if these people were not there, with his strength, this big job would still belong to Nangong Chian. He didn't care at all about the life or death of these people. Ninth Princess, please ask the Lord to save my Li family. My Li family is willing to use all the family strength to help your highness take the throne. My Wang family is willing, Princess 9, please save me. When the people around heard Yeshu's words, they immediately looked at the young Nangong Chian with pleading eyes. After the demise of the Dagon royal family, Nangong Chian was the only heir of the Nangong family, so it could be said that she had every right to inherit the throne. Moreover, she has the Ye family's ancestor as her strong backer. Who else is qualified to compete with her? The new emperor has been decided, and they also need to plan ahead for their future. Nangong Chian looked at the people begging for mercy below, and based on her experience from her previous life, she looked at them one by one, and after a moment she said, Ancestor, these few people are useful. As for the others, judging from her experience, they were all good for nothings and her dynasty did not need such parasites. Good. Yeshu waved at the few people, and instantly they were wrapped in an energy shield. The evil spirits and ghosts in the surroundings all retreated. Princess 9, I can also serve you, please save me. A sly man with shifty eyes begged for mercy with a look of desperation on his face. And me, Princess. I am both life and death realm. I am useful. There were screams of begging for mercy, but unfortunately Yeshu and Nangong Chian ignored them. He, yeah family ancestor, you are really brave. You knew that I was born, but you didn't even run away. You can't be my opponent, can you? The Ghost King descended from the sky, and the terrifying ghost aura instantly overwhelmed the crowd below. Ah! The miserable sounds continued, and in the blink of an eye, except for the few people behind Yeshu, everyone else turned into dry bones. Great taste! The Ghost King opened his mouth wide and sucked all the blood into his body. Escape? With your strength as a mid-stage conferred king. A hint of disdain flashed across Yeshu's lips. Interesting, really interesting. The Ghost King heard Yeshu's words, and a playful look flashed in his eyes, although I can't see through your strength, it's at most conferred king first layer. It's enough for me to kill you. You can try it. Yeshu narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dangerous look flashing in his eyes. Then I will play with you and use the head of the conferred king to celebrate my birth. Just thinking about it is a wonderful thing. The Ghost King smiled grimly, and his body turned into black gas and slowly dissipated. He merged into the surrounding ghost energy. Heavenly integration, he went towards Yeshu. Everyone be careful. When the white-robed Swordmaster saw this strange scene, his pupils shrank violently and he stood in front of Yeshuan and Nangong Chian. The guards who had just surrendered to Nangong Chian also stood back to back, forming a circle and surrounding Yeshuan and his companions in the center, fearing that the Ghost King would not abide by the ethics of martial arts and attack them first. They also understood that only if Yeshu won, they and their loved ones behind them could survive. Protecting the two of them was the greatest help to Yeshu, allowing him to focus on dealing with the Ghost King. Nangong Chian's beautiful eyelashes moved as she watched the actions of several people, and she approved of her own way of judging people. Senior Bai Yi, don't worry. The Ghost King is beside the Ancestor and will not attack us. As soon as Yeshuan's dual pupils moved, every move of the Ghost King hidden in the ghost energy could not escape his eyes. What, young master, can you see the Ghost King? The white-clothed Swordmaster was greatly shocked and looked at Yeshuan as if he was looking at a monster. I can see it. The Ghost King can't even escape my eyes, so how can he possibly escape the eyes of the Ancestor? Yeshuan said proudly that his dual pupils had both seen the Ghost King, and the old Ancestor's eyes were countless times more terrifying than his dual pupils, so how could he not see it? When Nangong Chian heard Yeshuan's words, she deeply agreed. Only those who have personally come into contact with the Ancestor can understand how mysterious and terrifying he is. Ghost King, your tricks are useless to me. Yeshuan looked ahead calmly. No matter how the Ghost King changed his position, he could not escape his eyes. What kind of hidden tricks does this Ye family ancestor have? Why can he see through my ghost body? The playfulness on the Ghost King in the dark disappeared, and his face became solemn. This move of his had always worked in previous battles, and it was very rare for Conferred King to find his location. He had even used this move to successfully escape from the hands of several Conferred Kings. He couldn't understand why this trick didn't work on the ancestor of the Ye family. Since it's useless, then I will use my absolute strength to crush you, Netherworld Ghost Hand. The Ghost King no longer hid. The black energy in his hand condensed into a sharp ghost claw, and grabbed towards Yeshu's heart at lightning speed. The Ghost King used all his strength in this claw, with terrifying speed and power, he actually tore a claw through the space. Yeshu had a calm expression on his face and did not resist. He just watched the terrifying claw fall towards his body. Ancestor, be careful! Yeshu's originally calm expression suddenly changed and he shouted hurriedly. He had absolute confidence in Yeshu, but he didn't expect that Yeshu would not dodge or evade, and did not mobilize any spiritual power, allowing the other party to attack him. The others also had fear on their faces, not understanding what Yeshu was trying to do. Arrogant person! Die! The Ghost King was furious and his palm fell heavily on Yeshu. Bang! A crisp sound like steel rang out in the night sky, but the scene of blood flying everywhere that everyone imagined did not appear. Chapter 76. Looking carefully, everyone's eyes widened and their breathing seemed to have stopped. Yeshu stood still with a playful smile on his face. However, the ghost hand of the Ghost King shattered bit by bit. Such a terrifying attack could not even tear Yeshu's clothes. No, it's impossible, Ye family patriarch, what the hell are you doing? The Ghost King's smug smile froze in an instant, replaced by endless fear. He hit with all his strength, and even Conferred King late stage was injured. He couldn't even tear his clothes. It was really FG weird. The King of Ghosts saw a ghost and deviated from the norm. This zombie's defense is really terrifying. Yeshu felt happy. The system did not lie to him. Only Conferred Sovereign can break his defense. Ghost King, have you had enough fun? If so, it's time for me to play. Yeshu smiled evilly, slowly clenched his fist, and prepared to kill the Ghost King with one punch. The value of the Ghost King is to let him test the defensive power of his body. FKU, only ghosts like to play with you, I won't play with you anymore. The Ghost King felt the terrifying power contained in Yeshu's fist, howled angrily, and fled into the distance desperately. Now he finally understood why he couldn't see through Yeshu's cultivation level. This BD was stronger than him. It's too late to escape now. Yeshu suddenly jumped up and disappeared in an instant, and everyone felt their eyes blurred. Yeshu's figure instantly came in front of the Ghost King, and a hole slowly appeared on the Ghost King's body. Puff puff, the Ghost King's soul began to tremble, and looked at Yeshu with fear on his face. How can you be so fast? What is your strength? Emotions such as powerlessness, despair, and fear surged into my heart. The dead don't need to know so much. Yeshu clenched his hands, turned around and walked to the back. Real men never look at explosions. Boom boom. A horrifying explosion sounded, and the Ghost King's body disappeared in the terrifying energy. Until his death, the Ghost King still didn't understand what kind of horrible existence he had provoked. Gurgle gurgle. Demon Venerable, white-robed Swordmaster and the others swallowed in fear, watching this scene as if it were a dream. The Ghost King who was filled with evil spirit just died like that? He can't even struggle. What is the true strength of the adults? A terrifying thought appeared in the minds of several people. Conferred Sovereign. Yeshu is a Conferred Sovereign strongman, otherwise it would be impossible to kill the Ghost King in the middle stage of Conferred King so easily. My lord, it's mighty. We are willing to serve the Ye family for generations. Long live the Ye family. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock, and then they were ecstatic. The stronger the Ye family became, the more successful they would be. The concept of Conferred Sovereign is also a pyramid-like master in Daon, and Dagon is about to take off. Ancestor, this token is so strange, it seems to have fallen out of the Ghost King body. Yeshen walked over from where the Ghost King exploded, holding a black, rotten token in his hand, and asked with curiosity on his face. Yeshu frowned and reached out to take the token. In an instant, an ancient and terrifying aura rushed towards him. In this aura, there was ancient demonic energy and terrifying murderous aura. The first feeling of the tentacles gave him a sense of great danger. What an ancient token! Judging from the material, it shouldn't be something that can be produced in this world. But why does this token give me a sense of familiarity? Where have I seen it before? Yeshu's face was full of doubts. The power in his body moved slightly, and a stream of spiritual power surged out from his palm. In an instant, the rust on the token began to disappear, and two large words came into view. Net. Yeshu's pupils shrank, and his face was full of shock. Others may not know what the word Luoang means, but he knows the origin of these two words. He Vuchang Kingsha comes from this organization. Luoang is the strongest assassin organization under Fengzhu Mingdian. How could this thing appear here? Could it be that the Ancestors' forces have been to this world before? However, it seems that this token is different from the Ancestors' Luoang token. It seems that a strong man made it according to the Luoang token. Doubts came to Yeshu's mind one after another, and he felt extremely unbelievable. Kingsha should know about this thing. I will contact him after I return. I am curious about how this thing appeared in the hands of the Ghost King. After thinking for a moment, Yeshu couldn't think of any reason, so he slowly put the blood-colored token into the space ring. Ancestor, what is this net? Why are you so shocked? Do you know its origin? It was the first time that Yeshyen saw the Ancestors so shocked, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. You will know later. Yeshu did not plan to tell anyone about this matter. He would wait until he had investigated everything thoroughly before doing anything. Qian, the great Qian dynasty is now handed over to you. Do you have the confidence to manage this world well? Don't worry, Grandpa. If Qian can't manage the world well, how can she become the Queen of Heaven? Although Nangong Chian is young, her every move already has the shadow of an empress. Okay. Yeshu looked at Nangong Chian's figure, as if he had already seen the figure of an unparalleled empress who dominated the world. White Swordmaster, Demon Venerable, listen to my orders. The White Swordmaster guards the palace, builds the hall of worship, and protects the safety of the dynasty. When the great cause is unified, I will help you break through the conferred king. Demon Venerable, return to the western regions and lead the people of the evil demon cult to suppress all the Dogon Jianghu. I will also help you break through the conferred king. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable and white-robed Swordmaster looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement and joy. Broken. After doing all this, Yeshu pointed his 5 fingers to the sky and shook his hands towards the ceiling spirit ghost formation in the sky. Click. Whoosh. The indestructible formation shattered like a mirror. Yeshu soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Grandmaster, you are so amazing. One day I will also reach that level. Yeshyen's face was full of admiration. Having such a powerful ancestor was truly a blessing from his previous life. Outside the imperial city, Nangong Chian, who had a gloomy face, suddenly saw the great formation covering the sky broken, and he was delighted and shouted, "All troops, prepare to attack the imperial city." "Yes, your majesty. The whole army is on the move." The war drums sounded and the horses neighed. The mighty army rushed towards the Dogon imperial city like a torrent. The earth shook and fires broke out everywhere. In the Dogon imperial city, Yeshyen and his companions also felt the earth shaking. As soon as Yeshyen's dual pupils moved, the scenes thousands of miles away came into his sight. Qian, your emperor is coming with a large army. Just say the word and I will help you slaughter this million-strong army. There was a fierce light flashing in Yeshyen's eyes. No one can compete with Qian for this kingdom of Dogon. When White Swordmaster and Demon Venerable heard Yeshyen's words, they couldn't help but shudder. Millions of soldiers can slaughter anyone they want. It turns out that the Ye family are all ruthless people. Brother, you don't have to do it. I can do it myself this time. If he dares to chase after mother, I will never let him go. Nangong Chian said this, clasping her fair fingers tightly together. Chapter 77. Her heart was filled with hatred towards Nangong Chian. If Hunju had not arrived in time, she and her mother would have died at the hands of the Sui Tower. She wants to avenge this heinous hatred with her own hands. Okay. Go ahead and do it. If there's any danger, I'll kill him. Thank you, brother. Let's go and wait for him at the city gate. Good. Young master, 9th princess, please. Demon Venerable and white-robed Swordmaster also had cold expressions on their faces, preparing to kill everyone. Several people moved and headed towards the imperial city. At the south gate of Daon, the sky was covered with dark clouds and smoke filled the air below, making it impossible to open one's eyes. In the smoke and dust, soldiers holding sharp weapons came towards the city gate step by step. Nangong Washuan, come out and see me. Nangong Chian walked to the city gate, holding a spear, and shouted at the imprisoned imperial city in front of him. He thought that the formation was set up by Nangong Washuan, so he didn't dare to enter the imperial city easily. He could only test it first. Nangong Chian, you don't have to shout, Nangong Washuan is already dead. A sword light flashed, and the figure of the Swordmaster in white clothes floated above the city wall. White Swordmaster, what did you say? Nangong Washuan is dead? It seems that the Dagon imperial city has fallen into your hands. As Nangong Chian spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. 7th Emperor, do you still remember me? Just then two figures fell again, and Nangong Chian looked at Nangong Chian with a cold face. 9th Princess, Demon Venerable. Nangong Chian was confused when he saw the two of them. He could understand the appearance of Nangong Chian and white-robed Swordmaster, but why did Demon Venerable also come? Judging from their positions, white-robed Swordmaster and Demon Venerable were like Nangong Chian's bodyguards. What on earth happened in this imperial city? Your Majesty, I'll tell you the truth. I will soon be the Empress. Now you have two choices. The first is to commit suicide and I will spare the lives of the soldiers behind you. The second is that you will still die, but the soldiers behind you will probably be buried with you. Nangong Chian had a domineering look on her face and she gave Nangong Chian a warning right from the start. Ha ha ha, 9th Princess, are you kidding me? You, a yellow-haired girl, are not worthy of talking to me. Tell the person behind you to get out. Nangong Chian was full of disdain for Nangong Chian, thinking that there was someone behind her. I've given you this opportunity. If you don't take it, don't blame me for being ruthless. A whirlwind of spirit chi surged under Nangong Chian's feet, and her whole body was radiant with golden light, rising into the air. Behind him, a dragon and a phoenix circled, and all the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The sky was clear and the bright sunshine was shining on the earth. The solemn and murderous atmosphere on the battlefield began to dissipate. Auspicious signs of dragon and phoenix, the Queen of Heaven, could this 9th princess be the reincarnation of an immortal? The man of destiny, the image of the emperor, the 9th princess is the real dragon of Dagon. To attack the 9th princess is to defy the will of heaven. Can we still win this battle? The army behind Nangong Chian saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and couldn't help but begin to doubt themselves. Most of them joined Nangong Chian's camp because they could not stand the oppression during Nangong Ba's rule. Their goal is to use their flesh and blood to create a better world and give the people of the world and their families a good future. But now that the 9th princess has caused a strange phenomenon, it is obvious that this is the real dragon of destiny, and their confidence has begun to waver. What are you doing? The prince is the man of destiny, pick up your weapons quickly. Many generals' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. With the war approaching, the army's morale is low, which is a big taboo in the military. General, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. The reason I joined the army was to ensure peace and prosperity for the country and the people. I can't do this. Me too. We are all ordinary people. If I defy the will of heaven, how can I meet the ancestors of my Zhang family after I die? I'm sorry, General, my family is still waiting for me, I can't fall down yet. Ding ding dong dong. One by one, the soldiers laid down their weapons and retreated. They will not participate in this battle. More and more soldiers joined in, and even threats from the generals around them had no effect. My lord, what should I do? Seeing this scene, one of Nangong Chian's confidants also looked helpless. Forget it, maybe all this has been destined. Nangong Chian looked at the soldiers who had followed him for many years and laid down their weapons. A trace of melancholy and helplessness flashed across his face. These are the brothers who followed him to fight. If they choose him, even if he knows the end result will be a loss, he will fight to the death without any regrets. But at this moment, looking at these brothers who once fought together, he suddenly realized that there are some things that cannot be compared with the throne. He always thought that he was the real dragon who would do great things and the wise ruler who would end this chaotic world. The last time he fought for the throne, he was defeated by Nangong Ba's father, and he just thought it was bad luck. This time he made a comeback and was fully prepared, but in the end he still ended up in this situation. Although Nangong Chian is young, she already has the aura of an emperor. He, a latent dragon, can never compare to Nangong Chian, a real dragon. Princess 9, after I leave, I hope you can treat my brothers well. Each of them is a great hero. In the battlefield of the southern border, they have defeated the enemy's army time and time again. They should not die. Nangong Chian's face was dejected. He knew that he was going to die, but he didn't want so many brothers to follow him through fire and water. As long as you abide by the rules of the Great Gan, I will naturally treat you equally. Rest in peace, Your Majesty. Nangong Chian saw Nangong Chian's actions, and the sword of destiny in her hand slowly fell. Ha ha ha, my brothers, we may not meet in this life, but we'll meet again in the next. Nangong Chian laughed loudly and stabbed the magic gun in his hand into his heart. A generation of war god, fallen. Rest in peace, my lord. My lord, see you in the next life. Nangong Chian died, and millions of soldiers all knelt on the ground to bid farewell to the prince in this way. Nangong Chian, you have guarded the southern domain of Dagon for hundreds of years and ensured the stability of the Dagon world. You are granted the title of King of War and given a grand funeral. Nangong Chian said lightly. Thank you, Queen. Long live the Queen. Millions of troops surrendered, and in the future this army will become the force for Nangong Chian's reconstruction. Senior Swordmaster, I will leave this million-strong army to you for now. We will talk about it when a suitable person appears later. Yes, Your Majesty. The white-robed Swordmaster's face was full of respect. Okay, let's go back and clean up the mess in the imperial city first. After Nangong Chian finished speaking, she headed towards the palace. This time when the Ghost King was born, more than 70% of the people in the dynasty died tragically. If these corpses are not dealt with, the Dagon imperial city will sooner or later become a dangerous place. Swordmaster White, I leave this place to you. It's time for me to return to my family. Ye Xian moved, stepped on an island and left. White-robed Swordmaster, I am leaving too. Protect His Majesty. If he loses a hair, I will personally deal with you. Demon Venerable said this before transforming into a demonic shadow and returning to the western region. The next step is for him to start suppressing the Dagan Jianghu. Chapter 78. The Battle of the Imperial Capital, 1 month later. The world of Dakian is in turmoil. The current 9th princess, Nangong Chian, regains control of Dakian with the support of the white-robed Swordmaster from 500 years ago. The southern domain has returned to peace and is firmly under the control of Nangong Chian. Any force that dares to resist is brutally suppressed by the Dakian worship hall. The Demon Venerable, a cult from the western regions, has returned to the martial arts world, leading a group of Demon Dao masters to launch a fierce attack on the various forces in the Dakian martial arts world. Many of Dakian's old forces were destroyed overnight. The Dakian martial arts world is lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water. Faced with the masters of the evil demon cult, they can only surrender. The Ye family is still the dominant family in the eastern domain. Not long ago, there was a rumor that the mysterious ancestor of the Ye family made a move from a distance and killed 2 mysterious strong men from the 9th layer of the life and death realm with a single slap, which caused an uproar in the entire Dakian. The ancestor of the Ye family was also called the number 1 martial Dao in Dakian by the Dakian cultivators. In the Northern Territory, Princess Mingyu's mansion has become more low-key and no longer has the arrogance and domineering attitude of the past. In the Dakian palace, Nangong Chian sat on a brand new dragon throne. Although she was still young, none of the ministers kneeling on the ground in the hall dared to look down on her. During this period of time, they witnessed Nangong Chian's methods. She controlled the government, the establishment of systems, and all matters of the dynasty perfectly. In a short period of time, the originally chaotic Dakian was completely renewed and showed signs of returning to its peak. These actions also made them believe the rumors that Nangong Chian was the destined person, and they were full of respect for Nangong Chian. Senior Swordmaster, what did my aunt say? Will she surrender or fight? Nangong Chian sat on the dragon throne and asked the white-robed Swordmaster beside her. Your Majesty, the other side is unwilling to surrender. The sword light flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed Swordmaster. All under heaven belongs to the king. Please ask Senior Swordmaster to go to the Northern Territory and destroy it. Nangong Chian stood up and a domineering tone came out of her mouth. Yes, Queen. Sword intent surged in the eyes of the white-robed Swordmaster, and a fierce intent filled the entire hall. The ministers below felt a chill all over their bodies, and they felt even more in awe of Nangong Chian. She attacks directly when she disagrees with something. She is so domineering to the extreme. She is a real queen. When the emperor was angry, corpses floated thousands of miles away. Your Majesty, Lord Demon Venerable has already gone to the Northern Territory and will destroy Princess Mingyu's mansion soon. There is no need to trouble Lord Sword to take action. A disciple of the evil cult walked out from among the ministers. He was left in the imperial city by Demon Venerable so that he could better report the situation to Nangong Chian. It's good that Senior Demon Venerable has taken action. This way, I don't have to fall into the trap of being criticized. Nangong Chian's face was full of satisfaction. Although she didn't care about her reputation, it was obviously more appropriate for Demon Venerable to do this. Get ready. 3 months later, I will ascend the throne as Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. Northern Territory, Mingyu County. Princess Mingyu's beautiful face was filled with ferocious anger, and her plump breasts shook violently with her breathing. The lights flicker, and the mature body is as enchanting and alluring as a peach. Shadow, are you sure that senior brothers Zhonglong and Zhonghu were killed by the Ye family's ancestor? My lord, it should be correct. I met the ancestor of the Ye family once 100 years ago, and the remaining spirit chi is exactly the same as the aura of the ancestor of the Ye family back then. Shadow knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. After such a long time, he still couldn't forget that horrific scene. Not long after they stepped into the eastern domain, a giant spirit chi hand that blocked out the sun and sky descended from the sky. The 2 life and death realm 9th layer gods and tens of thousands of Northern Territory masters didn't have time to react before they were slapped into ashes in an instant. Even though he was far away, he was still shaken by the terrifying palm wind and vomited blood. Terror, despair, and invincibility were his first impressions of that palm wind. Old ancestor of the Ye family, you actually dared to kill them. You have caused a big disaster. Just wait, not only you, but the entire Dakian will be buried with you. Princess Mingyu's face was filled with murderous intent. Zhonglong and Zhonghu were also talented disciples in the sect. If they died here, the entire Dakian would suffer the wrath of the sect. And she was afraid that she would also be implicated. Now she was filled with boundless hatred towards the ancestor of the Ye family. Go down and monitor the North Territory. If there is any disturbance, notify me. Yes, Princess. Shadow took a lingering look at Princess Mingyu's alluring body, then reluctantly retreated. He is very angry now and needs to vent his anger. Princess Mingyu looked at the Shadow's figure, a hint of sneer flashed across her face, a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. My dear, Zhonglong and Zhonghu are dead. Princess Mingyu took out a communication symbol and said coldly. What did you say? Zhonglong and Zhonghu are dead. They are from the 9th layer of life and death realm. How could anyone in Dakian kill them? A surprised voice came from the other end of the communication. The ancestor of the Ye family should have broken through to the conferred king. Zhang Long and Zhang Hu were slapped to death without even seeing the opponent's true form. Princess Minjiu took a deep breath and narrated everything that happened. After hearing what Princess Minjiu said, the communication talisman was silent for a moment and then said, "Our relationship must not be exposed. Try not to show up during this period of time. Once I have settled the matter with the sect, I will come to Dakian in person to thoroughly understand the matter." Good. Princess Minjiu let out a long sigh, thinking of her son, and whispered, "How is my son doing now? He is currently competing for the position of Saint Child. Once he succeeds and secures that position, I will send someone to quietly bring you back to the sect. Now is a critical moment, and nothing must happen to you." "Okay, I understand." Princess Minjiu's face was full of joy and she was extremely excited. He had been to a sect before, so he naturally knew how much power Saint Child had in the sect, and the status of Saint Child in the sect was far beyond that of Emperor Dakian. Ye family, Ancestral Temple. Ye Xiu, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. "I finally broke through the fourth layer of the King realm. The spirit qi in my body has increased several times." While feeling the surging power in his body, Ye Xiu checked the token in his hand and thought, "This world is becoming more and more interesting." Ye Xiu said, took out his communication talisman and contacted Qingsha. In the land of 100 nations, on the border of the Qin dynasty, two dark shadows were moving forward rapidly. "What happened? Why did you contact me?" Qingsha stopped and took out the communication talisman. "Qingsha, where are you now?" "Sir, we have reached the border of Dakan. As long as we cross that mountain range, we will reach the land of Dakan. I wonder why you are in such a hurry to contact me. What big event happened in Dakian?" "It's not a big deal, but I found a token by accident, take a look." Ye Xiu said as he took out the ancient token from the space ring. Chapter 79. Net. The first time Qingsha saw the token, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed in surprise. "No, although the texture of the material is exactly the same as my Luoyang token, the Dao Rime aura on it is completely different. This is a replica." Qingsha carefully checked it and immediately found something wrong with the token. After thinking for a moment, he wondered, "I wonder where you got this thing from, sir?" "This is what I got from the Ghost King." "Great, that's great. There are still people who dare to pretend to be me, Luo Wang. No matter who you are, I will find you and make sure you know the price of impersonating me, Luo Wang." Qingsha's veins bulged and his face was filled with murderous intent. Luo Wang is a notorious villain in all the worlds. It is unexpected that someone in this world would dare to impersonate Luo Wang. This is simply outrageous. Ye Xiu was slightly stunned when he heard Qingsha's murderous words, and his heart was full of interest in the person who pretended to be Luo Wang. It's interesting to think about when a fake trap meets a real trap. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Finish the task at hand first. With this token, you will be able to find the imposter sooner or later. Good. The two then cut off contact. System, bring up the properties panel. The doubts in his heart were resolved and Ye Xiu no longer paid attention to this matter. When the time comes, all the truth will naturally be revealed. Host, Ye Xiu. Bound family, ancient Ye family. Cultivation, conferred king 4th layer. Physique, undying and indestructible divine body, invincible physique. Law treasure, moonlight box, invincible field, Shura sword. Talent clan, Ye Xian, dual pupils venerable realm 7th layer heaven. Nangong Chian, reincarnation of the Empress spiritual realm 8th layer heaven. Ordinary tribesman, Ye Qingkang, life and death realm 2nd layer heaven. Ye Wudao, venerable realm 9th layer heaven. Ye Wuxiu, venerable realm 8th layer heaven. Ye He, venerable realm 8th layer heaven. Ye Xian, venerable realm 8th layer heaven. Yet. Number of check-ins, 15 times. Hidden mission, cultivate the second member of the Ye family in the life and death realm. Reward, true dragon blood. Mission progress, 95%. Mission in progress. Ye Xian is practicing very fast, and he has lived up to my expectations. And Chian, who has awakened the memory of the Empress, plus the luck of the dynasty, is practicing at an incredibly terrifying speed. Ye Xiu smiled slightly. He had a hunch that Ye Xian would break through the life and death realm before the eldest elder of the Ye family. System, all signed in. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Golden Dragon of Luck. The items have been put into the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in for the Nirvana pill. The item has been placed in the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in for the Divine Beast Egg. The item has been placed in the space backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in. Ding! Signing in. Congratulations to the host for signing in 2 Divine Conferred King Pills, item. Ding! Sign in is over. Golden Dragon of Luck, a real dragon condensed from the luck of an empire. It can be used to suppress the dynasty's luck and enhance the emperor's power. Nirvana pill. Nirvana is reborn like a phoenix, the defects of the reborn body will disappear, and the strength and talent will be improved to a higher level. Divine Beast Egg. It contains a Divine Beast cub. As for what kind of Divine Beast will come out, it all depends on the host's luck. Conferred King Pill. Contains a trace of divine power, and can be considered an advanced version of the Conferred King Pill. Taking this pill can 100% allow a strong person in the 9th layer of the life and death realm to break through to the Conferred King level. As for how many levels of Conferred King a person can reach, it all depends on the luck of the person taking it. Golden Dragon of Luck, Divine Beast Egg, Nirvana Pill, Conferred King Pill, I made a fortune this time. Ye Xiu's face was filled with joy, and he already had an idea of how to use these treasures in his mind. The Golden Dragon of Luck can be sent to Chian when she is crowned emperor, allowing him to suppress the country's destiny and also help improve its strength. The Divine Conferred King Pill can be given to Demon Venerable and White-Robed Swordmaster. When they become stronger, they will be able to help the Ye family better. As for the Nirvana Pill, it can be considered as an elixir of immortality, which may be of great use in the future. After looking at these treasures, Ye Xiu looked at the Divine Beast Egg in the space backpack and murmured to himself, I don't know what grade of Divine Beast will hatch. As Ye Xiu spoke, he cut his finger and a drop of blood fell onto the Divine Beast Egg. Rumble! In the space backpack world, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and lightning and thunder flashed. A murderous aura permeated the entire space. Even Ye Xiu, who possessed a divine body, felt a chill in his heart, muttering to himself, such a terrifying killing intent, could it be that thing? Roar, roar, roar! A terrifying voice sounded, and the murderous intent around began to become violent. Clouds come from the dragon, wind comes from the tiger. The sky was dark and the earth was gloomy. In the world covered by dark clouds, a ray of white light came rushing towards them with lightning under its feet. Even the fastest lightning in the world would be eclipsed by its terrifying speed. In the ancient world, one of the 4 great beasts, the white tiger, who is mainly responsible for killing. Ye Xiu looked at the white tiger in front of him, who was dressed in snow white and exuding a monstrous aura, with a face full of shock. The 4 beasts all have their own methods, but when it comes to killing, White Tiger is definitely number 1. Roar! White Tiger roared and slowly crawled at Ye Xiu's feet. A man and a tiger stood in the air, and a tragic scene of bloodshed and mountains of corpses and seas of blood gradually emerged behind them. White Tiger focuses on killing, it is both a divine beast and a vicious beast, while Ye Xiu, as a zombie god, is also considered a very vicious creature. Together, the two will definitely be the 2 great killing gods of the universe in the future. White Tiger and Ye Xiu are a perfect match. Mythical Beast, White Tiger. Host, Ye Xiu. Cultivation. Age, Growth Period. Divine beasts are divided into childhood, growth period, adulthood, and peak period. Talent, summon all beasts, law manifestation of heaven and earth. System, what the hell is this White Tiger's cultivation? Ye Xiu looked at the series of question marks and asked in confusion. White Tiger's strength has surpassed this world, but this world's heavenly Dao is incomplete, and the great Dao is broken. The system cannot accurately determine White Tiger's strength in this world. Only by entering a higher world can we locate it. The system's cold voice sounded in Yeshu's mind. White Tiger is beyond this world and still in its growth stage. This White Tiger is so terrifying. Yeshu was shocked again and again. They were indeed the four great beasts in Huxia mythical. So system, you mean that White Tiger cannot descend into this world? Yes, once White Tiger's aura appears in this world, this broken world will collapse immediately. However, although White Tiger cannot descend in person, his will can descend on this world for the duration of an incense stick. This will is enough to easily wipe out a strong man at the Emperor level. Chapter 80. Eliminating the existence of the Emperor level, even if it only takes a stick of incense, that is enough. From now on, I will have one more means. Yeshu smiled triumphantly, and wiped out the Emperor level. White Tiger could also contend with the realm above the Emperor level. Such strength was simply terrifying. System, can White Tiger grow in the backpack space? It can grow, but it grows very slowly. The main thing is that the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth can speed up the growth of White Tiger. As long as it can grow, if you sign in with rare treasures in the future, you can let White Tiger devour it. Yeshu felt very happy, and with a thought, he exited the system space. Ye Qingqing, meet the Ancestor. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the ancestral land. Come in. It's the Ancestor. After getting Yeshu's permission, Ye Qingqing walked in happily with a smile on his face. Ever since the strength of the Ancestor conferred king was announced, his Ye family has become famous and well known, and countless forces have come to East Heavenly King City to congratulate them. During this period of time, he received a lot of gifts, and many family leaders wanted to marry their daughters into the Ye family. Overnight, the Ye family became the most popular family in the entire Dagon. As the head of the Ye family, he enjoys an extremely high status. When the Ye family disciples travel abroad, they are all treated as guests of honor by the forces in various places, and no one dares to neglect them in the slightest. And all this glory was brought by Ancestor Yeshu. You've come at the right time. This is the divine conferred king pill, which can allow the strong men of the 9th layer of life and death realm to break through the sealed king realm. You should give it to white-robed Swordmaster and Demon Venerable. Yeshu moved his fingers, and 2 pills emitting a rich fragrance fell into Ye Qingqing's hands. Conferred king pill. Ye Qingqing's pupils shrank, his face was full of shock, and he hesitated and said, Ancestor, it's fine to give this pill to Demon Venerable, but if I give it to white-robed Swordmaster, once he breaks through conferred king, I'm afraid his power will expand and he will have other ideas. As the head of the Ye family, he has seen many such things. It is true that the weak submit to the strong, but once the white-robed Swordmaster breaks through the conferred king, the other party may not be willing to continue working for the Ye family. Conferred king has the spirit of a conferred king. In front of absolute strength, everything is false. As long as I am here, he will not dare to have any disloyal thoughts, and the longer he submits to the Ye family, the less he will dare to rebel. Yeshu's face was full of confidence. There is no problem with the character of the white-robed Swordmaster. When the other party was in decline, he still took action for the agreement he made with Nangong Chian. This is enough to see through the character of the white-robed Swordmaster. Moreover, the Ye family will only become stronger and stronger in the future. As long as the white-clothed Swordmaster is not a fool, he will know how to choose. This is the absolute confidence that his strength gives him. Yes. Ancestor. When Ye Qingqing heard Yeshu's words, he put his worries aside. By the way, Ancestor, Qian sent me a message that she wants to establish a law manifestation for you during the coronation ceremony in 3 months, so that people of great achievements can admire you forever. I wonder what you think of that. Ye Qingqing said excitedly. No need, things like incense are useless to me, the Ancestor. Yeshu doesn't like these false names. If you are strong, people will remember you wherever you go. This is the golden dragon of luck. When Qian ascends the throne, give it to him as a gift from the Ye family. And this word kill was written by the Ancestor himself. It can shock and kill evil, and contains the 3 powers of this ancestor. You should give it to him as well. As Ye Xiu spoke, he handed the sealed golden dragon and the word kill to Ye Qingkang. Yes, Ancestor. Northern Territory, Princess Minjiu's mansion. Screams rang out one after another, and blood from the corpses flowed out along the ditch. And one man after another, filled with evil spirit, continued to kill crazily. Evil cult, you devils, one day you will be punished. Puff. As soon as the words fell, several more Daoist figures fell down. Have you found Princess Minjiu? Demon Venerable stood in the air, oblivious to the bloody slaughter below. Reporting to the Ancestor, I have turned the mansion upside down, but I can't find any trace of Princess Minjiu. I suspect that she must have received the news and fled in advance. A disciple of the evil demon sect wiped the blood off his face and said in a low voice. Escape. I want to see where you can escape to. Demon Venerable smiled evilly and chased towards the alien territory in the north. Princess Minjiu's mansion is located in the northern domain. He came from the west and never saw Princess Minjiu along the way. The east and south are the eastern domain and the central domain respectively. The other party will definitely not escape from these 2 directions. The only direction is the land of aliens. In the northern territory, at the border, Princess Minjiu and a few of her confidants are heading towards the alien land, while outside the border, an alien army of 10,000 people are waiting. The one ahead is Princess Minjiu. The leader of the alien race saw the movement in front and immediately spoke. It is this princess, where is your leader? My lord, the Wolf King is in seclusion, so we are here to take you there. Okay, lead the way. Princess. Please come to the front. The alien general waved his hand, and the alien soldiers made way for a great Dao. Go, can you leave? A cold voice sounded, and Demon Venerable dropped from the sky and blocked everyone. Demon Venerable. When Princess Minjiu saw the person coming, she thought to herself that something was wrong. Who are you to dare to stop my Tianlang army? Do you want to die? The alien general's face turned cold, and he pointed the spear in his hand with murderous intent on his face. You bunch of wolf cubs, when I was dominating the world, you didn't even know where to get your milk. Demon Venerable smiled coldly, and a surging demonic energy instantly emanated from his body and headed towards the people below. Rumble. With a loud bang, the alien army of tens of thousands was blown to the ground and couldn't even get up. Life and Death Realm 9th Layer, who are you? The alien general's face changed drastically. The arrogance he had before was gone, replaced by endless fear. Life and Death Realm 9th Layer, their Wolf King is only at this level. Haha, now you're scared. Demon Venerable sneered, then moved his eyes and looked at Princess Minjiu's curvy figure, and said with a wicked smile, you are really big-breasted and brainless. The Queen gave you a chance, but not only did you not cherish it, you even dared to mix with foreigners. You really deserve to die. Demon Venerable, even you have submitted to that little brat Nangong Chian. I don't know how she can compare to me. Hearing what Demon Venerable said, Princess Minjiu's face changed drastically, and her heart was filled with jealousy. In terms of strength, cultivation, and appearance, he is inferior to Nangong Chian in every way. She can't understand why the older generation of strong men like White Swordmaster and Demon Venerable would submit to him. Haha, Princess Minjiu, you should go down and ask your Nangong family's ancestors about this. Demon Venerable smiled coldly and walked towards Princess Minjiu step by step. Chapter 81. Ancestor. Princess Minjiu was stunned, and then she thought of the conferred king of the Ye family, and a sense of unwillingness and jealousy flashed through her heart. Yes, if his ancestor was also a conferred king, then the kingdom of Dakian would be within his grasp. It seems you understand, so let's get going. Demon Venerable moved his hand, and a beam of magic light instantly emanated from his palm and blasted towards Princess Minjiu. Brother, save me! Princess Minjiu's face was filled with fear, and she hurriedly shouted into the distance. Roar! Demon Venerable, this is not your evil territory, it is not your turn to run wild. A horrifying sound suddenly rang out, causing severe pain in everyone's eardrums. Rumble! A tall and mighty man suddenly appeared and crushed the demon venerable magic light with one hand. Greetings to the Wolf King, long live the Wolf King! The alien general's face lit up with joy and he roared to the sky. Their king has come! Minjiu, meet you, senior brother! Princess Minjiu's face lit up with joy as well. Junior sister Minjiu, don't worry. I'm here today, so no one can touch you. The Wolf King had an arrogant look on his face and protected Princess Minjiu behind him. He and Princess Minjiu met in the sect, and this time he received an order from an elder in the sect to protect Nangong Minjiu. For so many years, it was precisely because of Nangong Minjiu's existence that his alien race had been able to live in peace with Dacian. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the little wolf cub from that year. Demon Venerable looked at the Wolf King's face and recognized his identity. Hundreds of years ago, the old Wolf King attacked Dacian. He had met him once at that time. Unexpectedly, the little cub has now become the new Wolf King, and his strength has broken through to the life and death realm 9th layer. You are a Demon Venerable, but you attacked a junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? If you know what's best for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. The Wolf King was furious when he heard what Demon Venerable said. Ha ha ha, you want to threaten me? You don't think you can challenge me just because you have reached the 9th layer of life and death realm. For the sake of the old Wolf King, I will give you one last chance. Do you want to hand me over or not? Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes slightly, and a creepy chill emanated from him. Demon Venerable has been roaming Dacian for nearly 1,000 years, doing whatever he wants. Except for the time he suffered at the hands of the great demon King Kingsha, no one else dared to speak to him like that. This time he was angry. This old thing is so terrifyingly powerful, he deserves to be feared by the alien kings. The arrogant look on the Wolf King's face disappeared, and his eyes lingered on Princess Minjiu and Demon Venerable for a moment, and he said with a bite, whatever means you have, just bring it to me. Today, I, the Wolf King, will step on your reputation as Demon Venerable and ascend to the top of the world. Demon Venerable is powerful, but after entering the sect to practice, he realized how powerful the elder is. Nangong Minjiu is the person he wants. If she is born in his territory as the Wolf King, not only will he die, but the entire wolf clan will probably be buried with Nangong Minjiu. Heavenly Demon! Demon Venerable said nothing more. A terrifying demonic energy swirled around him, and he slammed his palm towards the Wolf King. Wolves travel the world, the claws of the wolf. The Wolf King roared, all the hair on his body stood up, and sharp claws grew on his fingers. The body grew larger, and a 10-meter-tall werewolf roared and charged at Demon Venerable. Ping pong! Both of them were powerful beings from the 9th layer of life and death realm, and within the blink of an eye, they began to fight fiercely in the air. The Wolf King's claws were like swords, constantly clawing at Demon Venerable's Demon Dao energy, sparking a series of sparks. The space exploded, and the surrounding huge rocks weighing thousands of pounds were blown everywhere under the attack of the two people. Heavenly Demon Hand! Wolf God Fist! The two of them were moving at such an extreme speed that everyone could only see after images colliding with each other, followed by bursts of huge energy explosions. Princess Minjiu watched the two men fighting more and more violently, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Although senior brother Tianlang had transformed into his true werewolf form and his strength and speed were skyrocketing, this state consumed a lot of spirit chi, and he would probably be defeated soon. Howling Wolf at the Moon! The Wolf King roared, his terrifying body stood high in the sky, and when he opened his big mouth, the power of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky poured into his body continuously. The strength of the Wolf King is also increasing rapidly. The Wolf King also knows his own weaknesses, and he wants to decide the outcome with a single move from Demon Venerable. Demon Venerable, I'll defeat you in one move. Heavenly Wolf Killer! The Wolf King stepped on 7 stars, just like Sirius descending to the earth. The terrifying starlight and blood gathered on his body, and he roared and bit towards the Demon Venerable. Stars rolled, murderous intent was everywhere, and the terrifying giant star wolf fell from the sky. The surrounding earth could not withstand this force and began to crack inch by inch. Demon Venerable, who was at the center of the serious area, also put away the calmness on his face, and all the demonic energy in his body was no longer retained, but poured out continuously. Heavenly Demon. Behind Demon Venerable, an evil shadow of Heavenly Demon slowly solidified. War. With the blessing of Heavenly Demon's phantom, Demon Venerable also became ferocious and transformed into a beam of magic light and rushed towards the giant wolf in the sky. When all the people of Princess Minjiu saw the terrifying fluctuations in the distance, they all took a deep breath and stared at the distant sky. They knew that this collision would be a decisive battle. Rumble. A mushroom cloud thousands of feet high rose in the sky, destroying everything around it. Demon Venerable and the Wolf King were also enveloped by this power. Roar! Roar! The giant wolf roared, the heavenly demon howled, and the horrifying sounds spread throughout the alien world. You, the people of Dakian, dare to come to my foreign land and make trouble, you are looking for death. The Wolf King's roar. Everyone, follow me to support the Wolf King. Kill the man from Dakian. From all over the alien race, terrifying auras rose up and rushed towards the center of the war at a very fast speed. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook again, the real body of Heavenly Wolf was shattered, and the aura of Heavenly Demon's phantom slowly dissipated. After wreaking havoc and destroying the surrounding heaven and earth, the terrifying energy gradually disappeared. The smoke cleared and two figures emerged. Demon Venerable, I admit defeat to you. The Wolf King was half kneeling in the air, with a hideous cut on his chest, which was bleeding continuously. All the spirit chi in his body had been exhausted, and his body was severely injured, so he was no longer able to attack. Being able to force me here, you are already much stronger than your father. Dying in my hands is also a good choice. Demon Venerable moved his finger, and a terrifying magic light shot out immediately, hitting the Wolf King's forehead. Senior brother! Wolf King! Nangong Minjiu and the masters of the Tianlang tribe saw this scene and shouted in horror. Boom boom! Just when everyone thought that the Wolf King was about to fall at the hands of Demon Venerable, a terrifying saber chi came rapidly from thousands of miles away and cut off the Demon Venerable's magic light with one sword. Demon Venerable, are you trying to start a war between us aliens and Dakian? A rough voice came from afar, and another powerful person from the life and death realm 9th layer arrived. Chapter 82. King Violent Bear, 2 of the 3 great kings of the alien race have come. I really don't know what Nangong Minjiu has done that is worth you risking your lives for. When Demon Venerable saw the Violent Bear King coming, he knew that he might not be able to kill Nangong Minjiu today. The Violent Bear King and the Alien King have always been advancing and retreating together. Now that the other party has arrived, the Alien King will probably be there soon too. Demon Venerable, you have no chance to attack me while I am here. If you know what's best for you, leave now. Otherwise, when the Alien King arrives, it will be too late for you to leave. The Violent Bear King is slightly stronger than the Wolf King, but when he senses the remaining demonic energy between heaven and earth, his face becomes solemn. The aura of Demon Venerable is such that perhaps only the Alien King can fight against him. Ha ha ha, Big Black, I can come and go as I please, and you, the alien race, can't keep me here. Seeing the fear on the Violent Bear King's face, Demon Venerable couldn't help but laugh and looked into the distance. There was an aura that was no weaker than his and was rushing towards here. It was the aura of the strongest alien, the Alien King. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A black light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in the place where there was no one. Demon Venerable, long time no see. The strange king is a thin old man who looks harmless. But anyone who has seen him in action would know that within this frail body, this guy hides the terrifying power of a monster. Anyone who underestimates him will be torn to pieces by him. It's been a long time since we last met. I thought you would die before that old man Nangong Chian, but I didn't expect you to be alive and well, and your strength has even improved. Demon Venerable said, a flash of reminiscence crossing his face. King Yi is 10 years older than Nangong Chian. Back then, King Yi led the alien race to invade Dagon and defeated Dagon repeatedly. Finally, Nangong Chian, holding the demon-suppressing sword, fought a shocking battle with the Yi King in the Tongtian Gorge in the Northern Territory. In the end, Nangong Chian narrowly defeated the Yi King with a single move, establishing his strength as the best in the world. In that battle, if Nangong Chian didn't have the demon-slaying sword, it would be hard to say who would have won. After that battle, he secretly went to the Alien King's city and fought a fierce battle with the Alien King, but was eventually defeated by the Alien King by one move. However, he is younger than the two of them, and he may not be a match for the current King Yi. Nangong Chian is dead. There was a hint of loneliness in King Yi's eyes. Nangong Chian and he were truly contemporaries. He couldn't help but feel a little sad when the other party died. Dead. Demon Venerable couldn't help but have a strange emotion on his face as he spoke. He and Nangong Chian had fought countless times for the number one spot in the world. Although he lost more than he won, he had to admit that he had also learned a lot of martial Dao insights from fighting against him. Every generation has its own talents. I am old now. Our era is finally over. The Yi King was full of emotion. He looked at Demon Venerable and said, "Demon Venerable, go now. I am here. You can't kill her." He also didn't want to fight Demon Venerable, who was one of the few people in the world who could resonate with him. Hey, is she really worth it? Demon Venerable hesitated to speak, and finally let out a sigh. By saving Nangong Minjiu, King Yi was going against His Majesty. He didn't want the next meeting to be a life and death battle. "Brother Mo, I have my reasons." The Alien King had an ugly look on his face. Even a being like Demon Venerable had to take action personally. One could imagine the terror of the person behind Demon Venerable. But he had to take action because he had a request from the other party. "Okay, this time I'll give you a favor, King Yi. I hope you can take care of yourself." Demon Venerable flew into the air, took a deep look at Nangong Minjiu, who was protected by the Violent Bear King and the Wolf King, and said, "You are lucky this time, you have these three to protect you. You won't be so lucky next time." Demon Venerable said, and turned into a demonic shadow and disappeared into the sky. Nangong Minjiu, "Thank you King Yi, King Baoxiang, and Senior Brother for your help. When the elders come, I will give you what I promised." When Nangong Minjiu saw Demon Venerable leave, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked the three people. She still needed their protection for a while, so she had to build a good relationship with them. "Okay, Princess, please come in." "Good." The Alien King waved his hand, and the Violent Bear King and the Wolf King escorted him towards the Alien Royal City. The Alien King stayed where he was, watching Demon Venerable leave and said, "Brother Demon, you don't have to hide. You have no chance with me here." Grass. The space fluctuated, and Demon Venerable walked out with a gloomy face. He originally wanted to wait for King Yi to leave, then secretly catch up with him and kill Nangong Minjiu, but he didn't expect that the old man King Yi still discovered him. "Brother Demon, Nangong Minjiu is from the Heavenly Dao sect and is related to a big shot in the sect. You can't afford to offend her." When King Yi saw Demon Venerable, who was still unwilling to give up, he helplessly revealed Nangong Minjiu's identity. He was still very afraid of Demon Venerable's behavior, fearing that the other party would kill Nangong Minjiu when he was not paying attention, and then the entire foreign land would be buried with Nangong Minjiu. This is a gamble he cannot afford, and he dares not gamble. He hopes Demon Venerable understands the interests involved. Great Heavenly Dao sect, could it be the Great Heavenly Dao sect outside the land of 100 countries? Demon Venerable's expression changed drastically. "It's that sect. If they provoke him, the other party will take action, but the Great Qin dynasty will not do anything." Demon Venerable frowned and said in a cold voice, "The Heavenly Dao sect is strong, but the people behind me are not weak either. Since you told me this news, I will not attack Nangong Minjiu for the time being. However, if the people behind me attack, Nangong Minjiu will surely die. I hope you will know better by then. I have said all that needs to be said. I, King Yi, will give you one last piece of advice. Dagan is no longer the same as it used to be. You'd better not have those little thoughts, otherwise your Yi domain will also be destroyed." Demon Venerable said, and flew towards the territory of Dagon, and this time he really left. Nangong Minjiu is of great importance, and he wants to tell Yeshu the news immediately. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. After the alien king confirmed that Demon Venerable had completely disappeared, he headed towards the alien royal city while guessing the power behind Demon Venerable. In the Northern Territory, under the pursuit of the evil sex masters, all the people in Minjiao County except Nangong Minjiao were ruthlessly killed. After losing Princess Minjiao, the backbone, other forces dared not resist and chose to surrender. After Demon Venerable killed some people who had connections with Minjiao County in the past, he stopped killing. The next day, news spread that the western region and the northern region had announced their submission to Queen Dagon. In an instant, the whole world was shocked, and everyone was shocked by the methods of the new Emperor Nangong Chian. In just a few days, the southern domain, the western domain, and the northern domain were unified, ending the chaos. This was something that people in the world dared not even think about, but it actually happened, which made them really unbelievable. Chapter 83. They seemed to have seen the coming of the prosperous Dacian era where the country would be peaceful and the people would live and work in peace and contentment. Even those who had previously doubted whether the new emperor could control the world now shut their mouths. Nangong Chian, the master of destiny and the destined emperor, also convinced people at this moment. At this moment, Dacian began to recover and return to its peak. While everyone was still in shock, an even more shocking news came out. The ancestor of the Ye family broke through the conferred king and became the number one in the world of Dacian. He is also the ancestor of the current queen Nangong Chian. For a time, the Ye family's prestige reached its peak and became the number one family in Dacian. Yeshu's name became famous throughout Dacian and even spread to neighboring countries. The strength of Dacian also skyrocketed under the influence of Yeshu conferred king's strength. The surrounding countries that received the news were ready to send envoys to Dacian to see the queen and the legendary ancestor of the Ye family. The whole Dacian was thriving. Eastern Domain, East Heavenly King City, Ye family mansion. The demon Venerable, with demonic flames raging, followed Ye Xian like a good boy and walked respectfully towards the Ye family hall. Mo Lin, meet the master of the family. As soon as he entered the hall, Demon Venerable hurriedly saluted Ye Qingkang, keeping a very humble attitude. We are all family, please stand up, brother Mo. Ye Qingkang was also a man who could accomplish great things. He was not at all arrogant and walked forward to help Demon Venerable up. Thank you, master. Demon Venerable was slightly moved when he saw Ye Qingkang personally helping him up. He originally thought that the head of the Ye family would put on airs with him just because he was a servant, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so friendly, which made him feel even deeper about belonging to the Ye family. Brother Demon, destroying the Blood Robe building and snatching the Void Crystal is a great achievement. This is what my ancestor asked me to teach you. It can help you break through the conferred king. Ye Qingkang was also a straightforward person. With a move of his hand, a emerald green pill fell into the hands of Demon Venerable. Conferred king pill, this pattern, this aura, what grade is this pill of the Patriarch? Demon Venerable held the conferred king pill, breathing rapidly, his heart almost unable to bear the excitement. This pill was completely different from the one he snatched from the Four Seas auction house. He just took a whiff of the pill's fragrance and felt that he was about to break through the king realm. I don't know either, but the ancestor said it seems to be a divine product. Ye Qingkang shook his head. Every ordinary thing given by the ancestor had already exceeded his cognition. A divine pill, could it be above 9th grade? I'm afraid there is no other divine pill like this in this world. Your Excellency is truly a god incarnate. I, Mo Lin, swear that I will go through fire and water for the Ye family in this life, no matter what it takes. Demon Venerable knelt on the ground again and kowtowed 3 times. If the divine treasure pill were to be spread out, the whole world would probably go crazy. And Lord Yeshu actually gave such a precious pill to a small person like him. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lord Yeshu is his second parent. Brother Mo, please get up quickly. Tell me about the situation in the Northern Territory. I heard that Nangong Minjiao ran away. What happened? Ye Qingkang was speechless when he saw Demon Venerable's exaggerated look. If you knew that the ancestor had more than one conferred king pill, and other divine pills that were more powerful than the conferred king pill, would you be scared to death? Master, this matter is of great importance, I think it will take the decision of the Ancestor. Demon Venerable thought of the heavenly Dao sect, and a dark cloud enveloped his heart again. Okay, follow me. Seeing that Demon Venerable was so cautious, Ye Qingkang knew that something big might happen. After all, there have always been rumors that Nangong Minjiu was a disciple of the sect, and there might be a powerful force behind him. In the ancestral land of the Ye family, Ye Qingkang led Demon Venerable all the way forward and finally arrived at the gate of Ye Xiu's forbidden area. Squeak! Come in! The stone door slowly opened, and all the restrictions around it were removed, and Ye Xiu's voice came out from it. Yes, Ancestor. The two of them stepped in hurriedly. Mo Lin, meet your excellency. Tell me, what's the matter? Ye Xiu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Demon Venerable took a deep breath and said respectfully, Your Excellency, Nangong Minjiu was rescued by the Alien King. According to the Alien King, Nangong Minjiu is a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect outside the 100 Kingdoms, and has a close relationship with a big shot of the Heavenly Dao sect. The other party may send someone to Dakian in the near future. Great Heavenly Dao sect, what kind of force is this? Ye Xiu frowned. In the original owner's memory, there was no information about the Heavenly Dao sect. Your Excellency, the Heavenly Dao sect is one of the strongest sects near the 100 Kingdoms. There are conferred sovereigns in the other sect, and even a powerful emperor level appeared in their ancestors. They have a huge influence near the 100 Kingdoms. Even the great Qin dynasty is unwilling to be an enemy of them. Demon Venerable had traveled to the land of Dakan when he was young, and had heard of the legend of the giant Heavenly Dao sect. With a conferred sovereign warrior, this must be a big sect indeed. Ye Xiu's heart moved slightly, but he was not too afraid. Now he also had the combat power of a conferred sovereign and was not afraid of the other party. By the way, since you know about the Heavenly Dao sect, then you must know how this force compares to the Black Sky organization. Who is stronger? Ye Xiu now remembered the Black Sky organization that appeared in Dakian some time ago. Demon Venerable heard Ye Xiu's words, pondered for a moment, frowned and said, Sir, near Dakan, the influence is still stronger than the Heavenly Dao sect, but in terms of strength, the Black Heaven organization is definitely stronger. There are rumors that the Black Heaven organization does not belong to this world. Not from this world. Ye Xiu frowned slightly and said, Then do you know the purpose of the other party coming to Dakian? Your Excellency, I know a little about this. As soon as the other party arrived in Dakian, he came to our evil demon sect and asked us about the place where the yin energy in Dakian gathered. According to my guess, the other party should be looking for the Ghost King. However, the Ghost King has now died in your hands, and the other party has now completely disappeared. Looking for the Ghost King. Ye Xiu thought for a moment and had a rough answer in his mind. The Black Sky organization is such a powerful organization, and they are looking for the Ghost King, probably just for the token in the Ghost King's hand. After all, the only valuable thing on the Ghost King is the token, and the Black Sky organization probably doesn't care about anything else. This Black Sky organization should be related to the Nara network token. Perhaps we can ask Kingsha to investigate it. Ye Xiu had already made up his mind. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. If the Heavenly Dao sect dares to come, I will naturally take action. As for Nangong Minjiu's life or death, you can ask Xian Qian and let her decide for herself. Ye Xiu doesn't care at all about a small figure like Nangong Minjiu. Yes, sir. Demon Venerable and Ye Qingkang asked for some more instructions and then left. Ye Xiu slowly closed his eyes, and streams of spiritual power continued to flow into his body. Ye Xiu's strength also went towards the conferred King 5th layer sky. Chapter 84. The land of aliens is desolate, with snowflakes falling from the sky all year round. When you are there, you can feel the desolation and barrenness of this place. The cold wind was howling and yellow sand was filling the sky. In the very center of this foreign land, a magnificent royal city stands on top of the fortress, overlooking the entire foreign land in the north. The alien royal city, the main hall. The three kings of the alien race were sitting together and hosting a banquet to entertain Nangong Minjiu. In the land of foreign races, the people are tough and brave, and at the banquets, there are countless delicious beef and mutton. Princess, Dagan sent us an invitation to attend the new emperor's coronation ceremony in 2 months. What do you think? King Yi looked at Princess Minjiu, who was sitting in the main seat, and spoke with an extremely respectful tone. During this time, Princess Minjiu let them know the background and terror of the Heavenly Dao sect, and they completely submitted to Nangong Minjiu. As long as they can get on board the Heavenly Dao sect through Nangong Minjiu, they, the alien race, can leave this barren land and have a bright future. My niece, you are really impatient. I could have given you this big fight, but you were wrong in sending people to hunt me down. Nangong Minjiu regained her previous elegant and graceful temperament, with a gleam in her eyes, and said, "Go, why not go? It's a pity that your happy event will turn into a funeral, and you will become the shortest-lived emperor of Dagon. And the Ye family ancestor, you deserve to die too." Nangong Minjiu's face was full of viciousness. She was very vengeful and would not let any enemy go. "Princess, I wonder when the master from Tianzhong will arrive. Otherwise, with our strength, I am afraid we are no match for the ancestor of the Ye family. 2 months is enough time. Once I kill the Ye family's ancestors and Nangong Chian, this Dagon land will all be yours." Ever since he learned that his son was about to become the great Heavenly Dao sect saint child, he no longer cared much about Dagan's throne. How could Prodigy, who is like a real dragon, be interested in the secular throne? "Thank you, Princess." King Yi's face lit up with joy. His greatest wish in life was to take over the Dagon land and let the foreigners leave this poor, cold, and diseased place. Great work in the imperial city. Based on the experience of the Ice and Snow Empress in her previous life, Nangong Chian established the Jinyi Way to monitor all officials and people in the martial arts world to ensure peace and stability in the world. In addition, martial Dao academies were established in the Western Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain of Dagon to teach the methods of cultivation and allow more people to embark on the path of cultivation. As for the Eastern Domain, because it is the land of the Ye family, it has long been regarded by Dagon as the sacred land of martial Dao. It has a strong martial arts atmosphere. Under the management of the Ye family, the Eastern Domain has also become the strongest domain in Dagon. Dagan established his country through military force. Nangong Chian's methods also created many famous masters for Dagon in the future. In the Dagon Palace, Nangong Chian sat quietly on the dragon throne, with the dragon and phoenix energies constantly spinning around him. With the blessing of Dagon luck, Nangong Chian's strength also improved by leaps and bounds. I finally broke through the venerable realm. Now I am in the Dagon Palace, using the power of the Emperor, under the conferred king. As long as I don't encounter a monster like the Ancestor, no one should be my opponent. Nangong Chian's mind moved, and the entire Dagon Palace seemed to be under his control. Any disturbance in the palace could not escape his perception. Dagan's luck is getting stronger and stronger. This sword of destiny will probably be able to burst out with even more terrifying power. Unfortunately, I can only swing the sword once now. Nangong Chian's face was full of regret. The stronger he became, the more he understood the horror of the sword of destiny. "Senior Swordmaster, I'm in seclusion this month, is there anything important happening?" "Your Majesty, nothing major has happened in Dagan." And after receiving the invitation from Dagan, the nearby dynasties have also expressed their willingness to come and attend the Queen's coronation ceremony. "My aunt, has she made any moves recently?" "Not yet. Since being rescued by the aliens, he has been hiding in the aliens' royal city." "Okay, Senior, you have to work harder during this period, monitor the world well, and make sure there is no chaos." "Yes, Queen." Just when there was a brief period of peace and prosperity during the Great Campaign, Kingsha and Hunja finally entered the land of Dakan. Dakan has a vast territory and the world is divided into 12 continents. Shendan City is located in Dan Continent, which is controlled by the Alchemist Alliance. Thousands of miles away from Shendan City, on a wide Great Dao, 4 spirit beasts were dragging a coffin and galloping on the ancient road, knocking down the pedestrians around them. FK, which BD is running so fast? Is he in a hurry to reincarnate? You are so arrogant. In Danzhou, even I, the prince, don't dare to be so arrogant. I want to see who you are. Chase me. Arrogant person, die for me. Around the road, a crowd of people covered in dust and filled with anger ran after the hearse, cursing loudly. Hey, it's exciting to hang out with adults. Hunju sat on the hearse, directing it to continue rushing around wildly. The two of them were so arrogant along the way. When he was hungry, he would eat a free meal, when he was sleepy, he would occupy the nest of others and sleep in the palaces and sects along the way. Along the way, countless forces in the land of hundreds of countries were harmed by the two, but all the forces were afraid of Qingshi's strength, and dared not speak out, and could only bow their heads and pretend to be grandsons. It can be said that if it were someone else, so rampant, he would have been besieged and killed long ago. And now this hearse was also snatched from a powerful conferred king. Hunju, how long will Shendan city last? Inside the coffin, Qingsha had a look of boredom on his face. His strength had now recovered to the level of conferred king 5th layer. Coming to the land of Dakan, he could no longer suppress his desire to stir up trouble. Sir, at this rate, we should be able to reach St. Dan city by evening. Hunju suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke respectfully. After waiting for so long, he can finally see his son. Okay, hurry up. After I solve this problem, I still have a lot of things to do and I don't have time to waste here. Qingsha thought of the Black Sky organization and the Luoyang token. Now that he was here, he had to find out everything. Yes, sir. Frame. Hunju raised the whip in his hand, the 4 spirit beasts roared, and the hearse sped towards Shendan city again. That hearse seems to belong to the beast-controlling sect. This beast-controlling sect is really crazy. They actually dared to come to Danzhou to act wild. It's going to be a good show to watch. A black shadow flashed and headed towards Shendan city. In the evening, outside the city of Shendan, Hunju drove a hearse in a hurry. No entry, non-alchemists are prohibited from entering Shendan city. Please show your alchemist identity. When a guard from Shendan city saw the hearse approaching, his face turned cold and he shouted. Chapter 85. Fighting is prohibited in Saint entering Pill City, and in Saint entering Pill City, the status of the alchemist is higher than that of the martial artist. For example, only the vehicle carrying the alchemist can enter the Saint entering Pill City, which is the privilege of the alchemist. Although this matter caused dissatisfaction among many forces, due to the special status of the alchemist, many forces had no choice but to comply. Bah, you're making an exception. Get out of my way. Hunju was used to following Qingsha and was also used to his rampage, so he moved his hand and a terrifying spirit chi instantly blasted towards the guard. If you dare to run wild in Shendan city, the forces behind you will also suffer. All city guards listen to my order, and kill without mercy. Yes, sir. Many city guards swung their weapons and rushed towards the hearse. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Hunju flew out of the carriage, and all the strength of the life and death realm 4th layer was unleashed, transforming into a series of after-images and killing the many city guards. Crash, clatter. The devilish light flashed, and one city guard after another was torn in half by Hunju in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and wailing and screaming continued. Who am I to be so awesome? Turns out you're just a piece of trash from the life and death realm. Die now. The commander of the city guards also felt Hunju's strength at this moment. He smiled triumphantly and stabbed at Hunju with a spear. Originally he was afraid of offending a big shot, but when he saw Hunju's strength, all his fears disappeared. Rumble. Both of them were in the middle stage of life and death realm, and they immediately started a bloody battle outside the city of Shendan. The fight between the two also attracted the attention of the people around them, and many people came here. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there are still people causing trouble in Shendan city. This hasn't happened in thousands of years. It's really interesting. Yes, I would say that guy is really powerful. He is in the middle stage of life and death realm. He dares to come to Shendan City to cause trouble. He is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Everyone, what do you think Shendan City will do with that guy? The forces behind him may also be implicated. The onlookers around, with a look of gloating on their faces, had already begun to speculate on Hunju's fate. Hey, it's that hearse. I was planning to teach him a lesson, but now that he has offended Shendan City, I don't even need to do anything. The battle became more and more intense, and more people gathered behind him. Stop, everyone, stop. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the sky, and under the pressure of this terrifying aura, Hunju and the commander-in-chief of the city guards stopped fighting. Conferred king. Everyone present felt the pressure from the sky and said to themselves, Zhang Chen, meet Lord Zhan Wang. The commander-in-chief of the city guards saw the domineering man in the sky and quickly knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord War King. When the people watching around heard that the person coming was actually the War King, their faces changed and they bowed hurriedly. War King? Such a terrifying aura. Hunju's expression also changed slightly, and he hurriedly retreated to the side of the coffin, where he felt safe. Get up, the War King said calmly, his figure falling from the sky, his eyes fixed on Hunju, making Hunju break out in a cold sweat on his back. Thank you, Lord War King. After hearing the words of the King of War, everyone dared to stand up and look at this extraordinary man in the Qin dynasty. The King of War, also known as the King of 10,000 Battles, is the younger brother of Emperor Ying of the Qin dynasty and is deeply trusted by the Qin Emperor. In the Great Qin, he is second only to one man and above everyone else, and one of the most honorable figures in the Great Qin. The War King not only has a noble status, but also has unparalleled strength. No one of his peers can be his opponent. Hundreds